Starting the bulletin with, of course, the top developments from Israel, where an unprecedented 300,000 reservists have been called up amid the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Israeli forces have already announced a total siege of the Gaza Strip, in a sign that it may be planning a full-blown ground assault. So far, over 900 people have been confirmed dead in Israel, and over 700 deaths have been reported from Gaza.
It is time.
In the latest, the Israeli forces have reacted to a threat from Hamas. The Israeli forces told Hamas that killing hostages will not make things better. Israeli authorities believe women and children are among up to 150 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Well, earlier, the Hamas group issued a stern warning. The militant group that's taken over 100 hostages said it would start executing them one by one for every civilian house bombed by Israel without warning. Moments ago, the Israeli Air Force said it had airlifted hundreds of Israeli troops who were abroad across Europe to fight Hamas. The military said heavy transport planes flew to various countries in Europe to bring the off-duty soldiers back to Israel. Earlier, the Israeli army said around 1,500 bodies of Hamas militants had been found inside Israel around the Gaza Strip. That is, of course, a very big number, given that the existing death toll shared by both parties combined was barely over 1,600 so far. The statement also added that Israeli forces have more or less restored control over the Gaza border. Dashcam footage has emerged, capturing the moment of horror as people fled from the site of a music festival in Israel, where Hamas militants killed over 270 people. The militants can be seen shooting at cars of people fleeing the spot. Well, the developments come as the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken discussed US support for Israel in a call with the Israeli Foreign Minister Gilad Cohen. Blinken emphasized efforts to secure the immediate release of all hostages. On Ground Zero, Israel continued with its heavy bombardment of Hamas hideouts in Gaza, with common Palestinians fleeing their homes. In total, Israel says over 1,200 locations have been hit in the strikes that have continued now for over 3 days. The Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza has called for the opening of a safe corridor to ensure the entry of urgent medical aid into the territory's hospitals. The medical facilities in the Strip, of course, have been overwhelmed with the dead and wounded so far. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency earlier highlighted the dire situation in Gaza, saying its emergency shelters in the Strip are at 90% capacity, with more than 137,000 people taking cover from Israeli strikes. The agency said 83 UNRWA schools have been turned into shelters. On October 7th, Hamas bombarded Israel with thousands of rockets in an unprecedented attack, triggering a fresh conflict in the region. The Hamas fighters also infiltrated the Israeli territory from land, sea and air, going on a rampage, killing civilians and taking up to 150 hostages.
Never doubt my
Israel launched retaliatory airstrikes across Gaza, declaring a war against the Hamas group.
The Inquisition begins in 10 seconds.
Well, for more on this, we're joined by Arsen Ostrovsky, CEO of the International Legal Forum, joining us live from Tel Aviv. Arsen, many thanks for your time. I hope you're okay over there. Please give us your latest assessments after these quite harrowing scenes we've seen over the past 3 days.
Thank you for having me on. We are safe at the moment. But if I may, with all due respect, make the correction, albeit an important. There is no other way to describe the kind of barbarism that we have seen. Children kidnapped at gunpoint, elderly women in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors dragged from their families, executed in cold blood. These are not fighters, these are militants, these are terrorists, and we have to be clear and unequivocal about that.
Yes, it's been quite shocking to watch from over here in Britain. Austin, give us your thoughts now. The reaction from Israel has been obviously extreme in its reaction to now try and neutralise Gaza. Where do things go from here? Because whilst there is, of course, Israel's right to defend its territory, there are concerns now that Gaza is going to be completely flattened.
Look, I don't believe Gaza is going to be completely flattened, but we also need to put ourselves in the position of Israel. What would you do if this was your family? Hundreds, at least over 100, over 150 Israeli civilians are currently held captive, hostage in Gaza, and that includes young children. Over 1,000 people already been slaughtered in Israel. Over 5,000 rockets were fired. Israel, like any sovereign nation, has not only the right, but the duty and the obligation, including under international law, to take whatever action deemed necessary in order to defend its citizens. I'm sorry, truly, for the people of Gaza, I apologize, but the reality is, it is that Hamas is committing a war crime. They not only are using but they're also using them intentionally to target civilians in Israel. The only party on whom the responsibility lays for what's happening here today, both within Israel and within Gaza, is Hamas.
มันเป็นรถที่เป็นเอลิโร่คันแรกที่เป็นรถที่เป็นรถแล้วเอามาโยนกับซ่อมที่แผ่นวายซ่อมแล้วมันได้แบบใช้ในทุกจุดนะครับความชอบของทางดีไซเนอร์ในส่วนของสีเองแบทเทิลกันระหว่างผมกับช่างว่าไม่อยากตัดอยากจะทำเป็นโบออนซึ่งมันก็ยากมันเลยทำให้รู้สึกว่าการโปรเจกต์นี้มันทำให้แฟตบอลดีไซน์มันรู้สึกกลมกล่อมขึ้นผลงานที่ออกมาพอใจถ้า1 เต็ม 10ผมให้11เลยโครงสร้างของคันนี้จริงๆแล้วตัวเฟรมเดิมไม่มีการตัดครับแต่อุปกรณ์ทั้งหมดที่เราใส่เข้าไปเป็นโบว์ออนทั้งหมดก็คือถอดของเก่าออกใส่ของแต่งที่เราสร้างขึ้นมาเข้าไปโดยการแค่100 น็อตเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ไม่หายครับโครงสร้างแข็งแรงเหมือนเดิมส่วนของเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์เนี่ยเราก็มีการอัปเกรดไม่ว่าจะเป็นในระบบเบรกระบบโชคอัพระบบส่งกำลังเท่ากับว่ามันต้องขี่ดีกว่าแรงดันเราก็บอกดีกว่าเรื่องของสีเนี่ยมันเป็นการดีไซน์จากไอเดียของพี่น้องต้องบอกว่าดีไซน์ภาพรวมของรถเสร็จปุ๊บก็ไปในส่วนของการดีไซน์ที่รถมันจะออกมามันเป็นการผสมกันระหว่างความเป็นยนต์ครับแล้วก็ความพังหรือความทนว่ามันควรจะเพิ่มความดิบความเป็นตัวของคือมันชอบอะไรมันชอบอะไรที่มันเป็นตัวเองดีไซน์ขั้นดีกว่าของเดิมที่เข้ามา
รู้สึกว่างานนี้ต้องสนุกครับแฟตบอยเนี่ยคัสตอมนี่มันทุกเม็ดครับ
เรายังอยากให้มันขี่ให้มันสนุกเหมือนเดิมแต่การที่เราทำให้มันเป็นแรลลี่ครับมันมีในการที่เราจะโชว์ความเป็นแฟตบอยเข้าไปพอรถแรลลี่เราสามารถยึดเล่นอะไรเข้าไปก็ได้จุดประสงค์อย่างที่บอกครับเราอยากให้มันโดดเด่นในป่าแล้วก็มีสไตล์ของมันด้วยก็เลยออกมาเป็น WR 5R ในคอนเซ็ปต์ของแฟตบอยผมตั้งชื่อรถคันนี้มาจากความเป็นเอโดโรของเขาก่อนเขาต้องไปในที่ต่างๆไปยังจุดพีคต่างๆเพราะนั้นเราเลยตั้งชื่อเขาว่าพีคแพทโทต้องบอกว่าตัวเจ้าพีคแพทโทเนี่ยสมบูรณ์แบบแล้วครับแต่โปรเจกต์ของผมว่ามันยังไม่จบผมอยากจะพาเจ้าพีคแพทโทไปถ่ายรูปในจุดพีคจริงๆเดี๋ยวไปติดตามนะครับว่ามันจะพีคยังไง
The biggest misconception about Cosa Nostra and the people that are involved in that life are people really believe that there is honor, loyalty, and respect. These 3 principles which Cosa Nostra is based on, it no longer exist. honor, loyalty, and
Celebration
respect
is in
have been
order.
replaced by
I
selfishness.
grant you a challenge.
The rules for a member is the rules of the family and the rules of Cosa Nostra. And those particular rules are you're not to put your hand on another maid member. You're not to go with another maid member's wife or even girl, for that matter. You would need to be fully blooded Italian. Your mother and your father need to be Italian. Your bloodline needs to be all Italian. But with every rule, there's an exception. And there has been people who slip through the cracks, so to speak. One of the
Gather
rules is you
tribute
shouldn't get
or
involved
face
in
my
lawsuits.
hell
You shouldn't be. You
The
should not
choice
sue
is
people.
simple.
And I know that there was a rule where you're not to get involved in stocks and bonds. I'm not 100% sure if that's still acceptable. Specifically in New York, you were not to kill women and children or family members in the mob. They were not allowed to use explosive devices such as bombs because on the other side, in Italy
Our
and
defenses
Sicily,
are
they were known
faltering.
to use explosives to take out members going to war or just to take people out. They didn't want that kind of attention in New York. So there's an exception to every rule. Frankie Pacheco, who was the underboss for the Gambino family, had an explosive device put under his car and he was blown up as a result of that. The no drug dealing rule applies to all five families, but all five families have a drug
Will
dealing
arise in
on
time.
it. Every family is going to have certain members that are involved in the drug business and kind of turn a blind eye to it. Cosa Nostra members today have no problem breaking the rules on a daily basis, whereas if you followed Gambino's method, you couldn't. Breaking the rules meant getting yourself killed. So all
So
these
that's
rules
what
that were
death
put in place
feels
for
like.
reasons are now being
Is it
broken.
already?
So when you have an organization that
My
no
favor
longer
is
follows its
yours,
own
heroes.
rules, it
Your
weakens the
enemies
organization.
เทรนด์ที่กำลังมาก็คือเทรนด์ของนักสิ่งแวดล้อมเราก็เลยคิดว่าไปฉีดสีเข้าไปในเส้นได้ตั้งแต่แรกตอนที่มันยังเหลวอยู่เลยไหมเราก็จะได้เส้นได้ที่เป็นสีและ
I grant you a challenge.
ที่เราไม่ต้องเสียน้ำร้อนรับกันอีกเดียว
Well struck.
ขณะที่แฟชั่นเสื้อผ้าไม่เคยหยุดนิ่ง และถนนสายเศรษฐกิจมุ่งสู่ความยั่งยืน เพื่อร่วมแก้ปัญหาสิ่งแวดล้อมของโลก อุตสาหกรรมสิ่งทอเป็นอีกหนึ่งธุรกิจที่ต้องปรับตัวเป็นอย่างมาก ทั้งลวดลาย ดีไซน์ สีสัน และเส้นใยที่นำมาถักทอ วันนี้รายการ Exim SME Plus Idol จะพาคุณผู้ชมไปพบกับผู้นำด้านการผลิตสิ่งทอ รีไซเคิลจากขวดพลาสติก บริษัทจงสถิตจำกัด มาดูกันว่าเขามีแนวคิดและวิธีการทำธุรกิจอย่างไร ให้ประสบความสำเร็จอย่างยาวนานกว่า 80 ปี
My curse
เติมศักดิ์ชีวประวัติสมกรรมการผู้จัดการบริษัทจงสถิตจำกัด อยากให้พี่เติมศักดิ์เล่าถึงจุดเริ่มต้นของจงสถิต คือจุดเริ่มต้นเลยก็คือว่าคุณปู่มาจากที่เมืองจีน ครับ เป็นหมอนใบ ได้มีโอกาสเข้ามาเป็นแรงงานของบริษัทสิ่งทออันหนึ่ง ครับ แล้วก็มีความขยันเขาก็เลยเรียนรู้เลยสอนเทคนิคในการทอผ้าให้ ตอนหลังก็เลยมีโอกาสที่จะเปิดโรงงานเองของตัวเอง
จุดเด่นของจงสถิตที่ทำให้ยีนมาได้ถึงแต่ปี
จุดเด่นที่ทำให้แตกต่างก็คือความเปลี่ยนแปลง จริงๆแล้วเราไม่ได้เริ่มมาจากทำโพลีเอสเตอร์ เราเริ่มมาจากการทอผ้าสิ้น เราก็จะไม่ได้ยึดว่าเราเป็นโอเคเป็นบริษัททำผ้าสิ้นนะ เราจะไม่ทำโลกบอกว่าเราอยากได้ของที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมมากขึ้นครับมันเลยทำให้เราได้ถึงทุกวันนี้
กลุ่มลูกค้าหลักว่าของบริษัทจงสถิตเนี่ยเป็นใครครับ
ลูกค้าที่เป็นรีเทลเนี่ยก็จะเป็นแบรนด์ต่างๆ ในอเมริกา ในยุโรป ในญี่ปุ่น คนเหล่านี้ไม่ได้ซื้อของนะครับซื้อของบริษัทที่ตัดเสื้อผ้าซึ่งส่วนใหญ่ก็มาจากต่างๆเวียดนาม อินโด บังกลาเทศและในไทย
การที่เราไปร่วมงานกับแบรนด์ต่างๆ เรามีวิธีการร่วมงานยังไงครับ
สิ่งที่เขาชอบเราคือว่าเราสามารถที่จะเป็นแบบของเกิดได้ทำเป็นผ้าแล้วเราก็พยายามจะทำเป็นโรงงานเส้นได้ด้วยเพื่อที่จะควบคุมการทอแล้วเป็นผ้าเทรนด์ที่กำลังการย้อมสีจากเดิมต้องใช้สีประเทศแล้วก็ปล่อยไปจะเป็นธรรมชาติ
I
ก็ยังเป็น
select the talent.
เราก็เลยคิดว่าไปขีดสีเข้าไปในเส้นได้ตั้งแต่แรกตอนที่มันยังเหลวอยู่ดีไหมถ้าเกิดทำแบบนั้นเนี่ยเราก็จะได้เส้นได้ที่ดีและผู้บริโภคก็ได้ที่เราไม่ได้กด
ตอนนี้เราก็ได้เริ่มนำร่องในการนำวัตถุดิบรีไซเคิลมาเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของบริษัท
เราได้มีการวิจัยแล้วก็พัฒนาขวดพลาสติกมาทำเป็นผ้าเนี่ยเมื่อสัก10 ปีที่แล้ว ผมคิดว่าเราเป็นเจ้าแรกๆเลยที่สามารถที่จะฉีดออกมา
Their keep lies in ruins.
อยากให้พี่เติมศักดิ์พูดถึงรางวัลการันตีที่เราภูมิใจแล้วก็มั่นใจนะครับ
ส่วนที่ผมภูมิใจมากที่สุดก็คือการรับรอง GI ซึ่งเป็นการรับรองการผลิตที่มีคุณภาพวัตถุดิบที่ดีขึ้นตั้งแต่ต้นน้ำถึงปลายน้ำเราได้หมดเลย
1 ตุลาที่ผ่านมาได้มีการประกาศใช้นโยบาย CBAM ทางบริษัทมีการเตรียมตัวรับมือกับนโยบายนี้ยังไงบ้างครับ
ผู้บริโภคมั่นใจกับบริษัทเป็นผลิตได้เลยครับ เพราะว่าเราให้ความสำคัญกับความยั่งยืนตั้งแต่ต้นน้ำจนถึงปลายน้ำตั้งแต่วัตถุดิบที่รับเข้ามาที่เราพยายามจะเปลี่ยนให้เป็นวัตถุดิบรีไซเคิลการใช้ไฟในโรงงานเป็นไฟจากพลังงานให้ความยั่งยืนกับการบำบัดน้ำพยายามจะใส่สีเข้าไปในเส้นได้เลยโดยที่ไม่ปล่อยน้ำเสียออกไป
ร่วมงานกับทาง Exim Bank ได้ยังไงครับ
จริงๆ เรารู้จัก Exim Bank มาเป็น10 ปีแล้วครับเวลาเราส่งออกไปเนี่ยเราจะเจอความเสี่ยงเพราะว่าลูกค้าอยู่ที่ไหนท่านเคยเจอว่าเราส่งออกไปก็เลยช่วยเช็คประวัติให้หน่อยได้ไหมแล้วก็มีบริการประ
Keep
กัน
destroyed.
ความเสี่ยงซึ่ง
Well
ทำให้เรา
done,
ใช้
champion.
บริการจาก Exim Bank มากขึ้นครับ
เป้าหมายต่อไปของทางคุณสถิตนะครับว่ามีมุมมองยังไงบ้างในการต่อยอดแล้วก็การพัฒนา
สร้าง product ที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมเพราะว่าทุกคนใช้ของที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมมากขึ้นสิ่งที่เราต้องทำก็คือเราต้องพยายามที่จะขยายตลาดไปในที่ที่เราไม่เคยไปขายลูกค้าที่เราไม่เคยเจอครับเช่นว่าประเทศแอฟริกาบ้างประเทศในอเมริกาใต้บ้าง
อยากให้พี่เติมศักดิ์ฝากถึงผู้ประกอบการ SME ที่กำลังอยากจะไปเติบโตในตลาดโลกครับ
สิ่งที่สำคัญที่สุดเลยคือเรื่องของคุณภาพคือถ้าเกิดว่ามีคุณภาพไม่ดีเนี่ยลูกค้าก็จะซื้อแค่ครั้งเดียวอันที่2เนี่ยคือเรื่องของราคาสูงเกินไปเนี่ยเขาจะซื้อของเราครั้งหนึ่งแล้วเขาก็จะไปให้บริษัทอื่นเขาทำแบบเรียนแบบมาให้ ซึ่งถ้าเกิดว่าเราราคาแข่งขันได้ตั้งแต่ทีแรกเนี่ยเราจะได้ลูกค้าคนนี้ไปยาวๆอันดับที่3ก็คือเรื่องของปริมาณทำของดีราคาถูกแต่เวลาลูกค้าจะเอาเยอะๆเนี่ยเขากลับไม่มีของให้ลูกค้าก็ไม่อยู่แล้วฉะนั้น3เรื่องนี้เป็นเรื่องที่สำคัญที่จะมาใจลูกค้า
Before they created the 5 families, the head of each family was called like a father, so that's where they would get the name Godfather. And at some point, they broke it down to 5 fathers, and there was 5 families. So the 5 families in New York are the Genovese family, which in the street they were known as the West Side. That's how we refer to them. There's the Gambino family, there's the Lucchese family, there's the Colombo family, and the Bonanno family. And they're like the nucleus of Cosa Nostra for the United States. So as far as the 5 families all being in New York, they controlled the entire state of New York. It wasn't only New York City. And then you have the creation of the commission, which was the idea basically of Meyer Lansky, who looked at it as a board of directors. The commission consisted of the head of each of the families, those 5 families, and they would basically make decisions on anything that went on between them. Territories were divided obviously by what family represented which part of New York City. It's kind of, they cut their own turf out, but if it overlapped, that's where a commission would come in and make a ruling. So when they created the structure of the 5 families, they set it up more like a military. From the bottom of that pecking order, you have the associates, who are considered civilians. Anybody that's not a made member of that life is considered a civilian. Above them are the made members of the family, which are called friends. We call them friends in that life. Above them are captains, as we say, caporegines. They're the head of the crews. The family is represented by all the crews that are in that family. And then above them are the administration of the family. The top of the administration is the boss, the underboss, and the consigliere. And that's the structure of the whole family. The word Cosa Nostra means our thing. And that basically means that the structure of the mob, or as people would call it, mafia, belongs to them, the members of that life. The mob picks you. That life, Cosa Nostra, picks you. You don't pick that life. So before someone becomes an inducted member of a family, they become an associate. And usually how they become an associate is they're associated to someone who's already an inducted member. In order for an associate to be proposed, I think several factors take place. One is how good they get along with whoever it is that they're with, the soldier that they're with. You know, that they do what they're told to do, they keep their mouth closed. Once you're proposed, a ceremony takes place. Who's conducting that ceremony is going to be a member or members of the administration. Along with them is going to be obviously the captain that's going to propose you that day. A pistol and a knife are on the table during this ceremony, and it's mostly there for symbolic reasons. Your trigger finger, whether you're a righty or a lefty, is pricked. Your blood is dropped on a saint, a picture of the saint. It just symbolizes that the oath that you're taking and the oath that you're about to take, you're taking it holding that saint in your hand. And they ultimately light that saint on fire, and you're moving that saint from hand to hand. And you're repeating after whoever's conducting the ceremony. After which he is explaining the rules of that life to you. My position within the Lucchese family was as a soldier, but there was times that I acted for my captain in the capacity of an acting captain, specifically for a sit-down. The administration would pick the captains of the family. The requirement to be a captain obviously would be good leadership, so they would have to see something in that person to feel that he could lead the crew. That captain is responsible for each member of the crew, but he's also responsible for all the associates that are associated to that crew. A consigliere position is that of a counselor. So he is specifically handling not only internal, what we would call beefs or struggles inside of the family, but external as well. The difference between a boss and an underboss, there's not a whole big difference with the exception of the title. Obviously, the boss is the head of the family, but the underboss holds just as much weight in that family as the boss. Overall, a boss's position is to oversee the family. He's really in charge of everything that goes on underneath him, which goes through the administration, all his captains, all the soldiers in the family, all the way down to the associates. The way the life is structured, the boss is supposed to abide by the same rules that the captains, his administration, the soldiers, and everyone else in that life abide by. A boss of a family or a family together could bring in hundreds of millions of dollars per year. There's many reasons to fill a boss position. One obviously would be a boss is arrested, incarcerated. One would be a boss passes away through health reasons, or there is a void in the position. But then there's also reasons, like in the Paul Castellano situation, a boss that they felt was being greedy, and the family turned on the boss. There's different scenarios where a boss can be taken out, replaced, or ultimately killed, for that matter.
다들 아빠 같은 거 없이 사는 줄 알았어요. 엄마도 맨날 그랬어. 그딴 거 있으면 없으면 좋겠다. 일부러 내 니네 집 부져. 그지새끼들도 아니고.
네 아빠 알기라도 하면
그 새끼가 무슨 아빠인데. 글러먹었어 이 동네. 옛날이나 지금이나. 가고 싶은 데가 있어요. 엄마.
오빠.
내가 왜 네 오빠인데 그렇게 생각해? 300만 원이다. 우리 형님이 네 하라고 후능비다. 돈 벌게 해줘. 뭐 하는 건 우리가? 작업. 도둑질. 여기가 집이야. 너한테 딱 맞다 하니까. 할 수 있는 하는 거야 그냥. 그 돈 왜 주신 거예요? 전 모르시잖아요. 돌아가면 그 집이 네 미래야. 꿈 같은 거 꾸지도 말고 해야 되면 하는 거야 우리. 그러니까 왜 해요? 제자리로 돌려놓고 와. 마지막이지. 제자리로 돌려놓으려고.
I think years ago when it was first created, the Five Families, there was a lot more corruption with having law enforcement on the payroll than as it is today. I think there's less of that going on, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't go on. As far as political influence, obviously it would go through putting money in people's pockets for political favors. In present times, I don't think that they have the political power that they once had. I don't think they're able to corrupt the politicians as they were years ago. Initially, the mob took control of unions by force. They would put people in, those people would corrupt the union, take over the unions, and that's how they were able to control most of the unions, specifically in New York City. But today, they have their hand in it, you know, in little areas, but they don't control the unions like they did in the past. Cosa Nostra came to be in New York sometime in the early 1900s. This was an organization and structure that came from the other side, which means Italy, Sicily. When the immigrants from those countries came here to this country, the Italians were almost like second-class citizens, and they were discriminated against when they came. So in the beginning, it was to fight oppression. But naturally, that turned into committing organized crime and criminal acts to gain a profit. So when the average citizen started to take notice of Cosa Nostra here, I believe that the first reactions were fear and intimidation. Because they feared and they were intimidated over this group of Italians, they were also fearful to go to law enforcement. They were fearful to talk out against them. In turn, Cosa Nostra gained its power because of this. So I joined Cosa Nostra because I came from a neighborhood called Ozone Park and Howard Beach, which was replete with guys in that life. And I believe that I looked up to them at that time and wanted to be just like them. If you're around people that are in that life, inducted members, you're at some point, you become an associate. And we were associated, my cousin and I, to the Gambino family, through John Gambino. And the time I'm talking about, I was around 14, 15 years old at that time. So sometime around 2012, I became an associate and on record with the Lucchese crime family. By 2013, I was an inducted member in the family. I stayed an inducted member in the family until 2018. I ultimately winded up leaving the life because the family that I was a member of falsely accused me of being an informant when it wasn't true. They now were laying on me, which meant that they sent people to lay, get my pad in. Usually when that is done, it's either to A, hurt you or B, kill you. I made my decision that I would never go back to my former friends. So obviously my life has took a dramatic change. I'm no longer able to see my family as much as I'd like to. I'm not able to live as close to them as I would like to. I have to watch every place I go, you know, and be very careful at what I do. And my plans have to be mapped out of where I'm going and what I'm doing. So my life took a big change.
Yes, bring their forts to ruin. Redeem your task unfinished, Crusader.
Close enough.
Go! Guilty. I deem your task unfinished, Crusader.
In my opinion, in 20 years from now, Cosa Nostra is hardly going to exist
You may
in
select
New
a
York.
talent.
I don't believe that they're going to be able to survive. Cosa Nostra now, compared to years ago, has definitely declined. And the reason is the sentences that are being handed out, the government and specifically the FBI have unlimited funds. They're able to go after them. They're able to take out bosses with the RICO. As far as earning money by committing crimes or doing various criminal acts, it's limited today than it was. So now once you limit money making and money earning, you're taking away power because money brings power, and the organized crime today is definitely less powerful than it was in years past. In the past few years, there's been an increase in arrests and a large number of arrests in Cosa Nostra. Specific families are targeted, and the reason being is that it's hard for members of Cosa Nostra to operate without law enforcement, specifically the FBI, knowing what they're doing. There are more people that are informants, cooperators. They have people that are working inside families with the FBI, giving the FBI information. That's how they're dismantling families. Family by family, they dismantle them. Members of law enforcement from the United States now work very closely with members of law enforcement from people outside of the United States, like Italy and Sicily. They jointly create cases together. I made the decision to create a blog, and I started just writing from my experiences. So the first podcast I created is also the name of the blog, which is called Sit Down News, and that's also the name of the podcast. And I just recently created a second podcast called Unlimited Substance.
My name is Kane Vincent Dyer, and I robbed over 100 banks between 1999 and 2001. This is how crime works.
Heroes, I have opened a tunnel near our core that leads to the
For anyone out there
center.
watching this, you think you're gonna go commit bank robberies the way I did, or I'm telling you in here, you're gonna find yourself in jail.
My heroes
Lose
shall
bank
have
robbery.
this gift as well.
So one of the things that I would do initially when I walk
The
into
altars
a
are
bank
rising
is
from the
walk in
midst.
and go straight to the merchant teller, because I always knew that the merchant teller would more than likely have the most amount of
The altars
currency.
belong to
We've
those
watched
who
so many
claim them.
movies where people are like, hey, put your hands in the air. I think
Yes, heroes, activate the tower.
น้อยข้อแรกที่อยากจะบอกไอติมเผือกอร่อยมาก
เอาอะไรอ่ะ
Show the Raven Lord the extent of my
สอง
power.
ขอบคุณที่กินน้ำอัดลม 3. วิกฤตภัณฑ์ฉันชอบ 4. ฉันโกงมาคอด ฉันรู้แกงานเยอะ อยากมาหาฉัน
I grant you a talent.
เฮ้ยว่าจริงขึ้นมาก็ได้ เลยผ้าพันคอที่แกแอบปักไม่ต้องหรอก ตัวแกมันอุ่นกว่าผ้าพันคอเยอะ จำไว้หมาน้อย ถึงทะเลมันจะดำเขามันจะปวด ยุงมันจะเยอะ ปลามันจะไหม้ แต่มันก็เป็นวันที่ฉันมีความสุขที่สุด และแกก็ได้ทำในสิ่งที่ดีที่สุดแล้ว ข้อสุดท้ายมะเร็งใครๆเขาก็เป็นกัน แกจะร้องไห้ไปทำไม จำไว้ไอ้หมาน้อย วันแม่หรือวันไหนมันไม่สำคัญเท่ากับวันนี้ เดี๋ยวนี้
Yes, heroes, activate the towers. And I need our help.
Infidel slain.
ำทุกวันให้มีความหมายไทยประกันชีวิต
Keep the pressure on.
Naturally go to do that. Hey, this is a robbery. The reasoning for me asking them to put their hands down or telling them to put their hands down is because you didn't want someone walking past the bank and seeing someone standing in the bank with their hands up or laying on the floor. So always put your head down, keep looking forward. That way, if someone did walk into the bank, they wouldn't even really realize what was going on. And what that would kind of do is it would let me read the temperature of the room. It would let me see if the people were either very compliant or very slow to move, or if they seemed nervous and scared, then actually kind of how I would express myself after that, trying to be more calm. And unfortunately, things are moving kind of slower. I would probably be a little bit more aggressive to the overall crowd. Checking the temperature, doing that one teller, I knew that one merchant teller, I knew if I decided not to go in the vault, that I would still have a reasonable, outcome for the payday. That merchant teller, along with the manager, is the person I would have walk me into a vault. And like I said, if they were just a little too afraid or anything, then there were times where, I wouldn't go into the vault.
We have lost a key.
Typically at big banks that were close to merchants. That way I knew that that bank would more than likely be for all those merchants that were there. And that would mean that that bank would more than likely have more cash on it.
This time.
The other thing was it always had to be a bank that was relatively close to multiple interstates. The other thing was how the bank was set up for multiple ways.
You will arise in time, my champion.
Like casing a bank would consist of me watching the employees. And I would always watch to see who looked like they were in the most control. So sometimes I'd case a bank for a day and a half. That's if it was a bigger bank. And I would watch the flow. I'd watch the timing of the flow. I'd watch the pickup. I took probably, months off and just taught myself everything about banks. At that time, got in a whole of all
is under assault by the Raven Lord. You must reclaim a tower immediately.
Employee manuals, employee guides, everything. Safes, locks, and time will be ours. During my bank robberies, as far as attire would go, I would just always try to fit in whatever element was present. It was always pretty much just dressing down, jeans, a jacket, trying not to stand out too much. I definitely used the crazy I would always wear a pair of glasses, always a baseball cap, and that seemed to cover enough. The mascara would be basically depend where I was. If I was in a place where there are more ethnic people, I would typically do it. If I was in a place where there were less ethnic people, I would more so sometimes going clean shaven or a really light shave. I would actually look at weather conditions because, of course, in an area where it's going to be raining or overcast, you can layer more. If it was sunny outside, there are a lot more people out. So there's probably more chances for me even to blend in. On a rainy day, though you get to bundle up, you still get to know that there aren't a lot of people out. So people are going to probably be looking at you. In certain cities, you had to account for different times that I would be going into a bank, not getting stuck in a rush hour traffic. Though there were banks that I absolutely would do it rush hour just because it would take longer for law enforcement to get to me if there was a lot of traffic out. So we've seen in movies that cops have this response time of about 3 to 5 minutes. And that's pretty accurate. That is not just Hollywood. So I would park across the street or in some direction where I wasn't alone, standing out by myself. My car wasn't the only one. And I always used a car that would fit in. Something that was really typical, that you would just see a lot of. What I would always try and do is make sure that wherever I was parked, that it would not be in view of anyone that would be standing in a bank or immediately outside of the bank. So I always gave myself enough space to get away and then kind of disappeared. So when exiting the bank, once I felt I was out of sight, I would turn a corner or something, then I would trot a little bit further once I wasn't in front of a bank trot. As soon as I'm in my car and my mascara is off, I turn on my radio, roll down my windows, take off my hat, and I'm singing, I've got music on. Cops pass me, I'm looking at them, they're looking at me, because what they're actually looking for is the guy that's not looking. Listen, when a bunch of cops roll past you, or even fire trucks, what do we all do? We all look. So the one guy they're looking for is the guy who won't look at them. As they're driving to it, they're looking to see if anybody's trying to ignore them personally, typically. How I would end up checking for die packs was different depending on what type of money I took. If it was just the merchant teller, then of course that money is loose. Even though it's in stacks, it's still loose. So what I would do is once I got all my mascara and things off and I was set and ready to drive, I would literally put a bag of money next to me and go through it and then throw that money kind of like on the floor. I would get back to my stakeout and I would go through all the money, taking my clothes, making sure they were burned, putting my fingers in solution so I could get the crazy glue off. I would hide the money in several different places, but to be a little bit more specific, there was this one place that I had opened up the floor of it. I don't know, at one point there had just millions of dollars in this floor. I don't know, a couple of times I actually put money in like a bank vault, in like a safety deposit box. Wouldn't that have been ironic had it gotten, there'd been a bank robbery and gotten stolen? The way I ended up getting into bank robbery, a very, very close person to me, a relative, a sibling, had gotten involved with a criminal organization. There was just no way he was going to get around this debt. It would have been a matter of life or death. Had this debt not been paid, taken care of, the person would have lost their life. Those first set of banks that paid off that debt, those 6, though, were a lot less preparation and more desperation. Initially, I felt bank robbery was this victimless crime. I thought it would just be a better crime to commit. I felt like I was taking from an institution versus a person I wouldn't have done. My first bank, I was literally just looking for any bank. I was going down the freeway and actually had to use the restroom. So I pulled off the freeway. It was at this Calabasas exit. I pulled in there to go to the restroom. I ended up parking, and right in front of me were 2 banks. There was a Chase and there was a Wells Fargo. And I sat there for a time period trying to determine which one I should go in, just watching the flow of people at this baseball cap and stuff. And I kind of pumped myself up, had this firearm with me, and I'm heading towards the bank. And as I get towards the bank, 2 things happen. One, there is this
Anytime
lady
you're ready.
who was at the bank that seemed pregnant to me. And it was just like, I can't go
My
there while I'm
hatred
pregnant.
is
And, she
unending.
gets scared and, you know, the baby's harmed. So I was like, well, I kind of turned back. And as I went to turn back, there was this car window right there. And I look in the car window and I noticed, oh my God, I can see myself. Like, I can make myself out. So I went to this store that was miles down the road. I ended up getting this backpack. And I also got some mascara and some crazy glue to put on my fingertips as not to leave any fingerprints, because I didn't want to walk up to the bank with gloves on, which is, to me, pretty obvious. It was a sunny afternoon. There was that chord while I was at this store that just kind of struck me like, what if someone tries to stop me? It made me purchase a replica, like an air gun or something like that, but it looked very, very authentic. So I purchased that and decided to use that in the robbery instead. Realizing that I probably needed a bigger bag, so I ended up grabbing this backpack. I realized that the backpack had these double zippers that I could partially open that would make it like a perfect sack that would be able to put things in, still have another hand free. Hence the name Kangaroo Bandit.
Locked and loaded.
When my consciousness started to awaken again, I think I could no longer hide behind the life and death imminent danger that was there before. I know if I would have kept doing it, I would have got caught. When I decided to turn myself in, of course I let my family know first, and then, you know, my attorney and I, we contacted the FBI. And at first they were like, yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely. What I did not know at that time was someone had already kind of given them my name. I contacted them on a Wednesday and had planned on meeting them on a Friday. And instead, they were like, no, we're not waiting on you to come in. They did this huge raid on my home on a
Ready yourself,
Thursday night.
my champion.
But the only way they were able
Ready to have a
come
little
in is
fun?
if they found something on that search warrant,
I was
which
eyeing
they weren't
that
able
as
to
well.
find. Before he left, though, he and I had this conversation, he being the FBI agent. So I told him, I'm going to take some time to go
The
spend with my
Inquisition
family.
begins in
And then
10 seconds.
when I'm ready, I'm going to turn myself in. And I was letting him know, don't
5,
worry. I
4,
won't. I'm not going to run.
3,
I'm not going to bolt, man.
2,
I'm going to keep my
1.
word. I told you I'd keep my word and turn myself
Purge
in.
all
And I
corruption
ended up
from this
doing that.
realm.
So when he saw me and I saw him, after I had greeted my family, I actually walked up to him and we kind of embraced. We actually hugged each other. I surrendered. It was like, okay, now I begin my life.
As you say.
Well, I did not understand back at that time the psychological, the heavy cost I was having others pay to get out of the situation I was in. And so what I've done in an attempt to rectify that or to make it right, I've worked with victims. I've worked with ex-offenders, and hopefully any victim that suffered at my hands and
to wield the Dragon
my
Knight's
actions,
power?
you know,
Prove it.
maybe they can take
Take
some
control
comfort
of the
in knowing
shrine.
that today I
Death
actually,
to all traitors.
I've tried to wrong.
None shall
I like to think I am righting those wrongs. Volunteered for years. For almost 4 years straight, I volunteered 4 days a week, 4 hours a day to whether it's
Capture the shrine. Inherit the Dragon Knight's power. And
My
lay
name is
waste
Jay
to this
Dobbins.
forsaken
I'm a
kingdom.
retired undercover federal agent, and I infiltrated the Hells Angels. This is how crime works. With all the hatred from me in that gang and from their supporters, they can take some satisfaction of that. They ran right over the top of me. All that battle damage, all those things happened, the failed prosecution, all that blood, sweat, and tears, they ran right over the top of me and kept going. I was just a speed bump.
You're like an honorary Viking.
I was part of the Hells Angels investigation, which we named Operation Black Biscuit, from 2001 to 2003. I answered to a case agent. We were both ATF agents. My false persona, I went by the name of Jay Davis. The gang members knew me as Jaybird, and I portrayed myself to be a gun runner, a debt collector. The Hells Angels don't have to actively recruit members. They want people that bring them value. I had spent some time as an associate of the Hells Angels, so getting to know them, getting to let them get familiar with me. And I was invited to the clubhouse. And the invitation, it wasn't so much an invitation as it was an order. They believed that I was doing debt collections and that I was running guns within their territory. So I was told that if I intended to keep doing that business, I had to come to their clubhouse and meet their members and basically have them sanction me to continue. I showed up at the Mesa Clubhouse and was greeted in the street by 4 or 5 Hells Angels. Some had guns, some had baseball bats. In Arizona, you can open carry firearms. And so I had guns that were exposed on me. Some of the members who were basically working as security told me, you can't bring your guns inside our clubhouse. That's not allowed. And I told them, I'm not taking my guns off. And I don't take them off for anybody, including the Hells Angels. You have people that you feel like you need to defend yourself against, so do I. If I allowed them to start dictating everything to me, it was never gonna end. And at that point, one of the shot callers from the Hells Angels came out and put his arm over my shoulder and he said, look, I make the rules and you can come in with your guns on. So right off the bat, from that very first critical interaction, like I felt like I was winning. The Hells Angels call themselves a club, the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. There's charters, and within the charter, the chapter, the group, there's a president, a vice president, a warlord, which is in charge of weapons and retaliations and defense. When I was associated with the Mesa Hells Angels, which is where I started, their president was Bad Bob Johnson. And he was a very well-respected, feared, long-time Hells Angel. If I could gain his trust, that his trust would be projected to other members and would open doors for me. In the biker gang, you start off very slowly. The first step is that you're an associate, which is you're just someone who's spending some time in the presence of the gang members. Once you build a relationship, the gang will ask you to hang around. Then after you prospect, ultimately, hopefully, you're doing that to become a full patch member. From the date of your prospecting, from when it starts, there's a minimum mandatory of 365 days. And that's to some extent how they insulate themselves, because they know that a cop can't keep pace with them and can't keep up with them for that long of time. To be a full patched Hells Angel, it is everything to those members. The patches that they wear and the formatting of their vests, which are also called cuts, is very important in this hierarchy. I was a hang-around for the Skull Valley, Arizona charter of the Hells Angels. So I had a black cut that had nothing but Skull Valley on the front. When you become a prospect, you get your bottom rocker, the bottom curved patched. So when I was prospecting, I got an Arizona bottom rocker. When you become a member, then you get your top rocker, the designator Hells Angels or whatever the gang is, and your center patch, which the Hells Angels is the death head. To get full membership, you have to be voted on by the members of your charter, and you have to receive a 100% vote. If one member of that charter votes against you, your prospecting phase continues. There's another rule in the land of prospects, is that it takes as long as it takes. Territory is very important to the biker gangs. The territory you control influences how much money you can make within that territory. They're constantly trying to acquire territories of competitive gangs. The rivalry that I became most aware of or closest to was the Hells Angels rivalry with the Mongol motorcycle gang. The Mongols were a California-based biker gang. I was at the 2002 Laughlin River Run, which was a major biker run in Laughlin, Nevada. The Mongols' home base was Harrah's Casino, which was a short drive up the main Laughlin Drag, Casino Drive, to where the Hells Angels home base was, which was the Flamingo Hotel. Some Hells Angels went down to Harrah's and started poking the tiger and got surrounded, and it was on. And it was every man for himself. I stepped outside of the Flamingo, and police cruisers and police motorcycles and cars and police helicopters were all screaming down Casino Drive, and I was with another agent, and I turned to him and I said, well, I guess we know where the Hells Angels were, because the police response was not the Harrah's Casino riot, the Morongo Casino riot, the Twin Peaks shooting in Texas. Those biker clashes are taking place all the time. We typically don't see it or hear about it until it takes place in a public venue where civilians, where just common man citizens are involved in it. There were fights that I was present for, that I knew the rules. I didn't want to blow my cover, but at the same time, I didn't want to watch some innocent civilian get beat down. I would find the target of the beating and throw some legitimate punches on them. Like I wasn't faking throwing good, hard, solid punches on the victim of this rat pack. But in essence, what I was doing was protecting that victim's head. I wasn't going to kill anybody punching them in the head, but they would have gotten killed if they take a steel-toed boot in the forehead. I got a call from a Skull Valley charter officer. Get to the clubhouse right now and bring all your hardware, which meant bring your guns. I was told the Banditos are coming to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is our territory, and they have not requested a hall pass. We expect you to shoot them before they get the kickstands down on their motorcycle. And here's the kicker. We're going to be watching you from a distance. If you don't shoot them, we are going to shoot you. I was able to get in touch with the case agent, Joe Slatella, and tell him what my orders were. Joe Slatella found this pack of Banditos, pulled them to the side of the road, and stopped them. So I showed up at the target location with the Hells Angels watching me, but the Banditos never showed up. In the eyes of the Hells Angels, all they knew is we sent Jaybird to Las Vegas to kill Banditos, and dang it, he was there, ready to handle his business.
Avenge my husband. Earn his power and destroy your enemies.
I allowed the Hells Angels to see me in criminal situations in order to hopefully avoid some of those mud checks that I knew were coming. In biker land, a mud check is a test to see if you're gonna your pants when you're confronted with a treacherous situation. So they would accurately see me in a narcotics transaction. I would either receive or give narcotics and either receive or give money in exchange, all while being witnessed by a Hells Angels like enforced bodyguard. What they didn't realize is that the person that I was in the transaction with was another law enforcement officer who was playing the role of a drug dealer. The local police departments, the local officers, they weren't in on the scheme. I got stopped by the cops all the time. I got beaten up by the cops. I was never as good of a motorcycle rider as the Hells Angels were. They could perform tricks, do all kinds of crazy stunts that I couldn't do. And riding in a pack of Hells Angels, it takes an enormous amount of focus. You have to trust the person riding next to you because they're so close. Like one person makes a mistake in that conga line of motorcycles and everybody's going down. I was told when you meet a Hells Angel and you got your sunglasses on, you better lift your sunglasses up and look that person in the eye. That member wants to see your eyes. I was told if I had riding gloves on, you better take your riding glove off when you shake hands with a Hells Angel. Never touch a Hells Angel pack. Never slap them on the back. I made those mistakes and was reprimanded for it, was smacked for it on occasion. With regards to women, there's a hierarchy that takes place within the gang. There's old ladies who are the wives or girlfriends of members, and they're off limits. You better not get caught trying to mess around with a member's wife or girlfriend, because there's a violent price to pay. But there's also women who, they move from member to member to member. Members can leave the gang of their own free will in good standing. Like, in essence, they can retire. And when they retire, they're considered out good. They still have to relinquish all their Hells Angels property. But if you're out bad, they will come and take back their cut, their vest. They will take back your motorcycle. That's their property in their eyes. And they'll take back that tattoo. I was a part and a piece of the process of those reclamations of Hells Angels property. Like basically almost like the police doing a search warrant, breaking into a guy's house and taking every single thing that said or looked like it belonged to the Hells Angels. The Hells Angels operate independently in their charters as far as how they make money and how they conduct their business. So there's charters that run a fairly clean business and that aren't involved in a lot of crime. There's others that are involved in narcotics trafficking, gun running, extortions, protection rackets. There's no payday or no salary to be drawn by being a member of the Hells Angels. There's no big universal bank account that issues paychecks. There was Hells Angels members that I ran across that were selling street drugs and putting those profits in their pocket and keeping at least the bulk of that profit for themselves. And then they have legitimate businesses that they can push money through. Just the swag and paraphernalia of the Hells Angels is a multi-million-dollar business. The Hells Angels hold toy runs, and they conduct blood drives, and they do community service. And like that shouldn't be taken away from them. They make positive contributions to society with those things. Hells Angels parties could be as spontaneous as the drop of a hat. You could be at the clubhouse, and the next thing you know, music's blaring, and guests are arriving, and women are coming in, and the booze is flowing. They could be inside, outside. They happened at parks, campsites. There's a myth that every Hells Angel is a drug addict. There was Hells Angels that were fitness freaks that took care of themselves. They ate well. They got their rest. They didn't drink. They didn't smoke. So to decline those things wasn't necessarily a false alarm, a red flag against you. I have a tattoo of St. Michael on my arm. And St. Michael is the patron saint of law enforcement. It signifies good triumphing over evil. There was times when I got pressed where I would show my St. Michael tattoo and say, do you understand what this is? I got this when I graduated from rehab. The reason why I'm here, the reason why you are interacting with me is because I'm sober, because I have money in my pocket. All those things that are attractive to you.
I serve.
Here we go again.
As the infiltration investigation that I was working on started winding down, we had 2 years under our belts, lots of money, like well over $1 million invested in this investigation. And I still had not received membership. I still hadn't gotten my full patch. I was a prospect. To be quite honest, selfishly, I was trying to accelerate the process. So I went back to one of those very early statements that was made to me. What happens if I cross paths with a Mongol? I was told, it's your responsibility to kill him. So I went to the Skull Valley Hells Angels leadership and I told them, I've got a line on a Mongol in Mexico. We found this Mongol. I dug a shallow grave in the desert, took some Polaroid pictures of the murder. What they didn't know is that it was the ultimate scam. The murdered Mongol was a member of our task force that we had dressed up, concealed his face in the pictures, and then we'd used blood and guts from the butcher shop to create a murder scene, a crime scene. They made me a member there of the Skull Valley Charter, gave me a cut to wear. Now, after the fact, they have denied a couple things. They denied that they believed it. Okay, I understand that. They denied that I ever became a member. Both sides of that explanation are actually true. I was made a member of the Skull Valley Charter. I was given a cut and told that I was a Hell's Angel, and that I was a member of Skull Valley. But I was also told, because I was within the 1-year prospect probation period, that an international vote would have to be taken to accelerate my membership, which never took place. Our case ended before the Hells Angels took that vote. So they're correct in that too. I've never tried to hedge that. I've never tried to dance around that or deny that.
The crusade calls.
So the operation concluded for a couple reasons. We had a vast amount of evidence against our suspects. Physical evidence, thousands of hours of tape-recorded conversation, criminal conversations. In the end, we indicted 55 Hells Angels and associates, and 16 of those were indicted on racketeering charges, RICO charges. Some charges were dismissed, some charges were reduced. In that discovery open source process, the Hells Angels learned that the person they thought to be Jay Davis, the debt collector, the gun runner, the contract killer, Jaybird, was actually Jay Dobbins, an ATF agent. And the threats against me and my family started stacking up. The Hells Angels held murder contracts on me. They were farmed to the Aryan Brotherhood. They were farmed to the MS-13 through the prison system. So all these people had their fingers on a murder contract for me. My family was in jeopardy. And in the summer of 2008, my house was burned to the ground. In the process of this Hells Angels case, I abandoned and betrayed my family. I made this investigation my priority. My wife and my kids weren't. I was trying to be a great undercover agent, and in the process, I betrayed my own family. That's one of the things, is that in this undercover role, I built real human relationships. Not every second was spent in the middle of some criminal activity or doing something violent or treacherous or illegal. I spent time with members writing, casually writing, not violently or threatening writing, shooting pool, hanging out. Members slept at my house. I slept at members' house. There's human relationships that are built, and you can never undercover out the human factor. There's people you like, there's people you don't like. It's no different than any other aspect of society.
3, 2, 1. Unleash the scarlet flame.
I wrote a book. It's titled No Angel, my harrowing undercover journey to the inner circle of the Hells Angels. Then after I did that and after I followed ATF's instructions to defend myself, they ultimately sued me for the book. I coached high school football at the end of my career and into my retirement, which I got a lot of satisfaction from. Like that service before self, trying to influence the lives of young men and teach them some football along the way.
My name is Omar Sharif. I was formerly involved in gang activity in London, and this is how crime works. I was involved in gangs from 2005 until 2011. I'm grateful that I'm still alive, although I've come very close to losing my life inside of gangs. I've had a bunch of knives put to my neck, stomach. I've been stabbed twice in my right leg. I've had guns put to me. The structure of a gang is almost like being in employment. Okay, you have the newbies that come involved, you're going to have management, you're going to have senior management. I got involved in a gang when I was around 13 years old, actually from selling sweets in school. I was approached one day by someone who said, how would you like to make more money? And initially I knew what he was talking about, I was scared, but when he started mentioning things about, you can be a man, you can provide or help your parents at home, and when you come from a council flat estate and sometimes things are not easy, that kind of languaging is enough to make you say, well, okay, can I actually do this? You've been joining at the age that I did. You're considered a younger. The younger is the street soldier. The younger is the person who just gets employed into the gang. As part of the gang initially, as a younger, were to hold certain things, were to make deliveries, were to be on call. You're told where to go, what to do, not to look into bags, not to look into boxes. It's just, you're a yes man. And we look up to our elders. So our elders are the people that we aspire to be. The ones that have the money, at the time they had the Gucci belt, the Rolexes, the gold teeth, the nice cars. In a gang, the older is not always in charge, but he's almost like middle management. So he takes control of what gets moved in and out of the area, who's selling what on certain streets, money management, distribution, and he or she, it can be a she as well, they will have the connections to people at the top. So it's kind of a chain of command. So they're the ones who normally even groom people into a gang. They're the ones who, when things go a bit sour and people get hit on, beaten up, sometimes kidnapped, sometimes threatened, it's the elders that they call. But I know from experience that even the elders who we look up to, they are speaking to people above them. I've seen people who are above the elders who look nothing like us, who don't sound like us at all. I can guess the jobs that they do, and they are very embedded into society, which was quite an eye-opener for me, because I thought even as a young black guy in London, it's only guys like me that do this kind of stuff. But actually, we're just there for the elders. Even our elders who we wanted to become, they're still the S-man for someone else. The people who are above our elders in the gang, the highest on the hierarchy, from what I understood, this couple, they were massive on the real estate scene in the UK. They were not involved in themselves in the dirty work, but a lot of the money that went going into their businesses came from the money that a lot of the foot soldiers, the younger like myself, were making the up the food chain. It's scary to think that when you go to a bank, or you're speaking to a lawyer, or you're walking into Greater London and you're talking to someone that's quite high up in business, for example, they have interesting habits on the side, or hobbies on the side, because I've seen it with my own eyes. The way that street gangs make their money here in London, there are things like kidnappings, there are hits where someone wants someone to be hurt, killed, but the most common way, which I'd say is what you hear of or see most of day to day, is by selling drugs. Gangs normally have things called trap houses or bandos. Trap houses are places where drugs will be sold from, where they could be stored, weapons. Gang members will be living there, or looking after the place, for example. And these are acquired in a number of ways. So these could be places where squatters have been for a while. It could be someone else's home that belongs to the gang. And these are safe spots for the gang. So if anything happens, we get a call saying, right, we have a trap house. We know where that is. The address is never texted over a phone, it's never spoken over a phone. it's always told, you know, verbally, so there's no trace as to where it could be. And if they're in the area the gang belongs to, the police will immediately make a connection. Gang wars can start over the smallest things or the biggest things. Smallest things could be they were at a club or a rave, and from there someone gets stabbed, and then it's a whole, we need to retaliate, we need to send a message, we need to show them who we are. So they round up everyone, and then it's now not just one person versus one person, it's actually a gang versus gang, postcode versus postcode, and now we're talking 50 to 100 people plus. It got to a point where we were having a postcode war, meaning it was my block, NW1 versus NW5. These gang wars started because people started to become greedy. People were looking for power, people were looking for just to be significant, and also people wanted to rise up. Postcode wars are also named interstate wars. This is something that started even in the 60s, 70s, which areas became smaller or bigger, and it's a way of protecting territory. Now there are things called block wars, estate wars, which are even within the same postcode. There is such rivalry, there is such demand for who is more important, so it goes from area, postcode, now to blocks, which creates further division. Years ago, it seemed to be more of a reason as to why they're going to war, because something big happened. Even recently, I was mentoring about 10 young boys from the school, and one of them said to another one something offensive about his mum. And that spilled out from school, and because it was filmed and put on social media, one of them actually ended up being stabbed. There was a video of around, to me, like 60 people having a fight, accuracy weapons, and sort of machetes coming out. What are they fighting over? Essentially nothing, really. Those fights are not happening over drugs, not happening over a threat from someone outside. It's just two male egos that can't have a conversation, and that's all about violence, and then sometimes even death. Although guns are easy to source, knives are still the bigger problem. We hear more deaths happening from knives than gunshots for sure. Maybe because the laws around knives aren't that regulated, because they say if you carry a knife you go to prison for 4 years, but then I hear people getting 3, 4, 5 warnings, so people aren't really taking the law seriously. And nowadays, when you hear about someone being stabbed, it's a younger against a younger. Olders don't get involved with stuff like that. And these youngers are not going to be able to get hold of the gun unless they steal it from someone, steal it from a trap house, for example. For any under 18-year-old to get a knife, it's as easy as going onto Amazon and clicking something, next day delivery, and it gets delivered. It's not regulated. I know even on Snapchat, there are accounts on Snapchat every day where they say, hey, we have 5 machetes, we have 5 army knives with knuckle dusters attached to it. Who wants this? I've seen axes with chains. Why are they making these things? Why are they not asking for proof of ID? Someone might say, you must be over 18 to buy this. That has never deterred anyone under 18 to say, okay, I shouldn't do this. They don't know that by making that sale and then delivering it to that house, that young person goes and kills someone here. They're part of that cycle, but they're so far attached from that. In the UK, there is a law around carrying a knife around the size of the blade itself being less than 3 inches. It has to be foldable, and you shouldn't be carrying it for the wrong reasons. I picked up the search before, and sometimes I did have a knife on me, but I did have a foldable knife, and I wasn't in a state of anger. So the guy said to me, actually, if he caught me and I was in a state of anger, then he would have arrested me. And that made me realize, actually, they don't have a corrective policing, because I knew so many guys who carry bigger blades, ones that you can't fold, and they'd be walking with those on high streets, for example. I've never heard of someone going to prison for carrying that. So I grew up in Marylebone, which essentially is a very, very nice area. However, there is a division, because there's one side of Marylebone where you have very nice mansions and nice flats with nice cars. That's not where I lived. I lived on the other side. I lived on the other side where it's council flats, it's block towers. Even though it's on our doorstep, we're brought up with a mindset and a belief system that we're not good enough for that. It's easy for anyone to be interested in joining the gang for many reasons. For young people, normally it's to do with money. The other main reason is that belonging. It's having a family, having that brotherhood, a sisterhood. We don't go to private schools, right? We go to just public schools, And that's where it all starts. I didn't run to the gang and say, hey, I want to be in your gang to make money. I tried to go down the proper route. You know, I borrowed some clothes to go to interviews. I applied for 50 jobs when I left school, and no one said anything. If society is not allowing me to make money in this way, but there's a lifestyle which could, where do I go? The first thing they do is befriend you, is they welcome you in, so they make you feel a part of a family. The second thing is to spoil you somehow. You know, if they know you need money, they give you some money. If they know you're hungry, you get some food. Then they test you somehow. They may ask you to hold something for them, they may ask you to be somewhere at a certain time. And normally, they've set something up to get you robbed on purpose. They set you up in some way to see what you say, because that's them checking in on, ooh, can we trust this person? It's really bad the way they make you trust them and actually love them as a family, but you're just a pawn in a bigger game. In a gang, it's almost like putting together a fantasy football team. Different strengths. Someone could be fast, someone could be a good driver, someone could be a good fighter, someone could stab and not care about it, someone could steal. So when they recruit for a gang, I would say there are qualities that they look for. The number one thing they look for is loyalty, but they also look at how can they strengthen the gang. What can that person bring to the table? New gang members are recruited on a geographical basis. So the local recruitment is, I think, the priority for a gang, because they need to have numbers. They need to have a certain amount of people on road doing certain things, a certain amount of people moving, distributing, managing. So in the UK, we have something called county lines. This is where a lot of the inner city gangs, there's no more territory. Everything's been divided up. So they're now thinking, right, how can we expand? So county lines are where these gangs want to operate in smaller towns, smaller cities, rural areas, and they normally use young people for this. So you may have heard of a term going OT, which is going out of town, and they're facilitated by the elders. So the elders would have someone in place who may live in a smaller town. They may have someone who has a farmhouse somewhere, train tickets, everything is paid for the young person. They're given a budget, they're given money for lunch and things like that. They'll tell them to dress how they dress normally. They'll give them a backpack, say, look, turn up in a backpack, here's the address, go here, we'll call this number, for example. The whole point of doing that is so that police will say, well, it's a young person, we don't have to search them.
Celebration is in order.
I think in some way the UK is influenced by the US, not just on the rap scene. I know the drill scene came out, but also there's always a bit of competition. For example, the USA, the Bloods versus Crips, that also came here in the UK, and that was a massive scene for a while. There was a period where it just became colours. So there was just the bandana, which gang you're from. That's really why we started to see, music videos become more grimy. We started to see more killings. We started to see more weapons on the street. So in the US, you have gangs like BMF and GD who've been going on for 30 years plus, Latin Kings. I feel that in the UK, gangs are more divided. Here in the UK, you can have an estate, a block, and even within that block, it's divided. Block, from block to block, street to street. And that's what I experienced. And nowadays, I'm sure it's even worse. So the main difference for me is the size of the operation, but also it seems that they have more stability and more structure in the way that it creates longevity. I believe social media plays a massive role in the rise of gang violence because of the exposure that they get. I've interviewed a young person in prison, and he said the reason why he killed the people he's killed is because of songs that he'd listened to. He said he wanted to recreate that in real life. And I'm focused on young people because they're the vulnerable ones. They're the ones who aren't able to make a decision for themselves yet. I know for sure that there's going to be some collateral damage from these things, because when you listen clearly, if you can understand what they're saying in these drill songs, it's scary. What's allowed to be sold and listened to publicly, shared on radios, for example, because young people will listen to that and they want to replicate that because they think, okay, he's now my role model, my idol. I need to be deemed as someone successful. I need to do what he's doing. For children to avoid being targeted for gangs, it comes down to discipline for me. It's really understanding what you're getting yourself into. I think the way gangs are policed nowadays, it's difficult because it made me feel so embarrassed, to be so in front of my mum, and she cried at home saying, why do they think my son is this kind of person? And I hated seeing her upset. But if I put their hat on, I think, right, well, if if we stop and search everyone that looks like the criteria of stereotype, we could find another weapon and pick it off the street. For me, that's the wrong approach, because not everyone who looks a certain way belongs in that stereotype. I think stop and search should be reviewing the policy, because you find one young person who's carrying a knife that's under 3 inches long, that is foldable, they'll take it away, slap on the wrist, have a good day. Next day, they'll go find exactly the same knife somewhere else, carry it again. Instead of breaking or deepening that hate, you should try and create a relationship by doing things like going into schools. I've always said that you need to speak their language. If you want to police them, sit down and talk to them. Brother of a friend of mine, a while back, he was caught on the streets. He didn't have a lot of drugs on him, but he had enough, and he was arrested and went to prison for a short while. If someone said to him, hey, listen, we know what you're doing out here, how about we offer you an opportunity to earn money with us, or we'll find you a job? And you've got to think of it like this: prison is a business. Every single person that gets put into prison, someone's getting paid. It's a good deterrent for some people, because some people might take that as a lesson, saying, well, oh, I know a friend of mine was carrying something and got arrested, I shouldn't do it too. But for the most people, it's not enough. In prison, there's more going on there than on the streets. This is what we don't hear about on the news. People dying in prisons. The gangs are still doing the same thing in prison.
The great cycle of being.
Their king lies in ruin.
I believe wealth inequality definitely contributes towards gang activity, gang violence. The way these gangs make their money, and also from personal experience, is through drugs, predominantly. If 90% of the money comes from drugs and you make it legalized, one thing can happen, that there's going to be too much demand for it. So either the gang will start fighting even more, because now they've got an open market, for example, or it could destabilize it, because the second that companies here, pharmaceutical companies, will start getting involved, they're massive players. That will completely eliminate the gang to gang. So will they have money to buy weapons? Will they have money to even fund gang warfare? Probably wouldn't happen. For many young people who carry knives, one of the reasons, and one of my initial reasons, was because we feel unsafe. Always heard about people being stabbed and we want them to protect themselves. I don't think there's a quick fix to trying to make a young person feel safe. The way to solve the issue and deter them from it isn't by fear, because that doesn't work. It's by re-educating them on the consequences of these things. And actually giving people an opportunity, showing people more love. These people that are involved in gangs, they did everything they did because they wanted to feel love from people. They didn't get love from home, they didn't get that affection at home. But when they did something, the gang showed them a respect, and that's what drew them in even deeper. One thing I know that's changed over the years, and that would still help other people feel safe in gang-led areas, is the presence of youth centers. And these are places where you could have rival gangs come to the same building, make music together, play pool together, play basketball together, and it's a place of safety. When you have something that you're passionate about and have something that you care about, it removes the amount of time you spend with the gang. It removes the amount of time you spend on the streets. Schools do have a big part to play in gang culture, and it works both ways, because I've seen how if you have a school that's in the middle of 3 areas that are having a war, for example, then you have a big issue, because then you have, just like in prison, you have gang activity happening in school. It will take a community approach to remove or reduce gang violence and gang activity, but I think it has to be a complete united front from all levels of society. If I had to look at London gangs 10 years from now, I can see the problem becoming deeper. I can see a culture which is being even more embedded into society. I think London gang culture will become almost like a standard for other gangs and other countries. There are young people who don't look at the seriousness of this. They will see it as it's cool. They will see it as it's a thing to be, just like I did when I was young. So, yeah, 10 years from now is a scary place, especially as a parent. Trying to get out of a gang is one of the hardest things you can do. I didn't have a choice. It got to a point where I had to go out of the ends. So leaving the area where I was from, I had to move to a different area. And this is because I've seen people die. This is because I got attacked, I've been stabbed myself. And I just knew, in my mind, there were 2 directions for me. There was prison, or there was being stabbed, or ending up dead. But it was in that moment of darkness where I realized I need to make a bigger decision. I need to make decision of what I'm going to do with my life. But it took me going and speaking to the people who were my elders and saying, and exactly telling them what I'm telling you right now on camera, is that I've had enough, and that, you know, my mental health at the time wasn't in a good place. I wasn't able to speak to any of them ever again. I wasn't welcomed. I was actually advised to stay out of the area. So that I was actually able to get out of the situation, I feel a responsibility to be a voice to other people. Since leaving the gang, my number one priority was to work on myself, to become a better person. So right now, I'm a mentor and a coach. As a mentor, I work with young people in schools, prisons, universities, helping them understand their mindset, helping them to make better decisions. And as a peak performance coach, I'm working with individuals to do exactly the same thing, but also to help them understand what drives them as humans. There are definitely aspects of being around the gang activity that I do regret. But right now, what I'm doing with young people, adults, and people at all levels of society, I wouldn't be able to have those conversations if I didn't go through what I've been through.
My name's Ed Calderon. I'm a former Baja police agent. I currently work as a security consultant in the United States. This is how crime works. Gun smuggling has armed the people that killed a lot of the people that I used to work with. A lot of these groups are actually stockpiling these firearms for long periods of time. It's hard for anybody to keep track of numbers and what gets found and what doesn't get found in the country. Realistically, nobody's keeping count. I think the flow is this. Drugs make their way north, and firearms and money make their way south. 70% of all firearms come from the north, from the United States. Operación Hormiga, they call it Operation Ant. Basically, individuals carrying these small pistols across the border is a very common thing. So how many times can they cross the border? Well, if they're Americans, there's no limit to how many times they can cross that border. It's a pretty easy process to grabbing an AK-47, taking it apart into its basic components, putting it in a backpack, and just walking across some of the ports of entry. Another one is just basically having some of these firearms duct tape and or shrink wrapped onto your person. So let's imagine I have 5 mules. Each of them is capable of carrying around probably 2 guns on their legs, duct tape to their legs, maybe 2 more higher up on their thighs, and maybe 2 on their chest. Just multiply that by the amount of people who have doing that on a daily basis. Filling their pockets with ammunition, filling their cornflake sauces with ammunition as well. Tijuana is basically Silicon Valley when it comes to finding ways of smuggling things through one of the most watched borders on the planet, basically. There's body shops, there's places that install radios, there's a bunch of people with a lot of experience in modifying vehicles down there.
Well done,
These businesses have been known to basically construct some of these concealment compartments in vehicles. On many occasions, we would encounter or find firearms of different kinds in different vehicle hides in and around some locations we operated. Things like pushing the volume knob on the radio and then pulling the brake on the car will release the latch on the passenger side seat, revealing a concealed firearm. American vehicles are the preferred kind. You'll see recreational vehicles utilizing festive days where, you know, spring break, where you'll see a surge of traffic going from the north to the south. A lot of these smuggling operations that have utilized concealment related to regular commercial shipments from the United States into Mexico, so agricultural equipment, electrical appliances. A lot of these companies are basically utilizing trucks and or without knowledge of these companies, they get loaded up with extra stuff on their way towards the border as they pick up a load somewhere in the United States and try and introduce it into Mexico. Another aspect of it is tunnels. Drug tunnels. Again, firearms do get moved through those drug tunnels that have been operating and are still operating. Some of the most interesting ones that we managed to see was trench-style trebuchets, which are basically giant catapults flinging things across the border at some ungodly speed. Drone technology. The first crashed cartel drone that I directly saw was a large quad drone that crashed right on the border where the Tijuana River treatment center. We saw remote controlled vehicles, small ones, toy ones basically, loaded up with firearms, munitions, and money, being driven across the border by radio control.
Exquisitely done.
I fight for the glory of the high heavens.
This is not my opinion, but the Border Patrol is one of the most corrupted federal institutions in the United States. There have been many cases and convictions against them. And it's these gun runners have people everywhere and have and own people in some of these ports of entry and pay corrupted officials across the border. It is interesting that you do not get searched at all at times crossing into Mexico. But if you cross into San Diego, your vehicle gets scanned, you have to step out of the car. Sometimes you have to take off your backpack and put it into an x-ray machine so it gets x-rayed. Density scanners might be utilized to try and detect some of the firearms going across the border. But those x-rays are used sporadically. Every now and then you'll get one get used, and it's rare that they find something. There's explosive detection dogs out there that are trained to detect explosives, munitions, for example. But again, you have to realize to not only create a dog canine program that is able to detect some of these things, but to maintain them is not an easy thing. In my experience, most of the arrests that we made were pitazos. A pitazo is a Mexican slang word for somebody told on them. Usually it's a personal thing, or usually somebody just eliminating competition. Those vehicle hides, a lot of these gun runners that have been caught in the past were random acts of pure luck or somebody trying to cut the competition out. 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds that have a clean record get hired to buy some of these guns in some of these places. And then they get gathered by the gun runners. Somebody that has a vehicle who's a retiree American that crosses the border regularly somehow, maybe goes camping in Baja and stuff like that, the perfect candidate could be a firearm. And you load a bunch of cars with people that are not who you typically expect to stop at this area. So they basically utilize, people camouflage, what do people expect to see on the border as far as a drug smuggler? So they're gonna shy away from that. Women get utilized a lot to move things around. Older women, because of the cultural stigma of Mexican police agents as far as trying to physically search a female, much less a female that is older in age. Social media is a very big part of it. Not only the advertisement of some of these things being sold in some places, but also recruitment of small purchase buyers on the U.S. side. Cartels will troll places like TikTok, will have social media accounts related to one of their members or showcasing some of their activities online. And you'll see wannabes or people sending DMs and stuff like that on the U.S. side. Kids that want to be a part of the lifestyle. It's easy money for a kid. The economy, the lack of opportunity for a lot of these young people, even with education, it's hard to find a job. I was approached several times when I was going through my process of turning into a police officer, and it only takes you doing something for a criminal organization like any of these cartels that operate on that border. It only takes once for them to know your name, to know how to contact you, to know that you are able to provide a service once. And the first time it's voluntary, the second time they're gonna tell you to do something. The person buying that gun and then handing it to somebody who's gonna then traffic it down south, he got probably $200, so that's the first payment, And then that gun is now going to be probably doubled down south, or maybe 80% more of the value is going to be added onto it. So you have something that might be worth $800 and now worth $1,500 down there in the hands of somebody that wants that specific gun. The further south you go, the more expensive the firearm. That's kind of the rules about it. The closer you are to the border, the cheaper it is. The gun runner might have connections and he might pay somebody off. Usually if it's a large shipment, he'll have security with him as soon as he crosses. By this I mean people that are watching the load and move with him. Some of these people might drive it to a body shop, or they might drive it to one of these beach resorts where you can park your camper there, and that is when the deal happens. That could be where some money gets exchanged. It could have gotten exchanged on the northern side, but that's when the guns become property of whoever is going to get them. I've seen Some of the gun runners put guns into places like Tecate, which is on to the east in the desert, and basically in traditional places where they can avoid military checkpoints if they can. Or sometimes they don't even care because they actually paid off some of the military as well. It is not an easy process to get to procure a legal firearm in Mexico. Mexico has a single blanket firearms law. There's a single firearms store in Mexico. And if anybody wants a firearm legally in Mexico, you have to be able to pay for a bunch of documentations, and you usually end up with an overpriced pistol and not a lot of ways to buy bullets for that pistol unless you belong to a shooting club. And if you belong to a shooting club in Mexico, that's a very expensive thing. So in essence, legal possession of firearms is something that upper middle class people can afford. So people are desperate, and if they want security, usually in Mexico as a civilian, you'll go into the black market. Most of the gun-friendly places on the border are usually where these things are purchased. Texas, Arizona, sometimes even further north, where person-to-person sales and private sales are more permitted, where gun shows are pretty prevalent. And somebody will walk into a gun store and buy and purchase a couple of firearms. And some of these things get moved from a permissive or a place where firearms laws are pretty open to places like California. And the reason you see that is because they're actually being utilized to pay drug loads sometimes. You also have a lot of people ordering some of these firearm parts through the mail now, which is a new method of smuggling as well. People will buy some of these things in the United States and then mail them down to Mexico under false labels and declarations as far as what's inside of those boxes. For accessories for firearms and being gathered at a private home, packaged and labeled falsely, and then sent south through packaging services. There's been many cases of things being taken off military bases in California, for example. Grenades that are clearly coming from military installations in the United States and or are taken from military bases by corrupted soldiers. Every now and then you'll see a bigger caliber equipment down there. The truth is those account for about 70% of illegal firearms found in Mexico in the hands of cartels and murder scenes and in the heads of dead sicarios. The truth is that it's probably more than that. They assassinate political candidates. They use explosives, terror tactics, psychological tactics. They capture, imprison people. Right now, currently, there's the Sinaloa cartel that's historically been dominating the border and a big part of Mexico. But now there's a new generation cartel, which is a very new, ultra-violent, militarized, almost guerrilla force that is taking over. And with groups like these, they have very specific firearms that they want to buy. So they're not only looking for a gold-plated AK-47 anymore, they're actually looking for night vision equipment to install on their firearms. They're looking for suppressors to put on a 50 caliber precision rifle that they procure. You'll see these commercial gun manufacturers making a very cool, aesthetically cartel-like pistol. It's obvious if you have a gun company creating a gold gun for a civilian market that they're trying to tap into a fascination and or a culture that is currently kind of being fostered, a narco culture. A narcocultura or narco culture is something that's been going on in Mexico for decades. The fascination or the treatment of some of these criminal organizations as almost a Robin Hood type character, where they're robbing from the rich and stealing from the poor. I can't tell you that making guns impossible to get or restricted or illegal, something like you would see in Australia, would be a solution to anything, because guns are already out there. There's a lot of people that want to blame the United States for everything. I think they clearly have responsibility when it comes to some of the firearms crossing that border. You have the United States basically outsourcing its counter-drug policy and counter-cartel policy to Mexico through money. The United States, I would say, should do a better job of keeping track of what that money is being used for in Mexico.
5,
Some of the arrests
4,
that have been made recently
3,
by American
2,
law enforcement sharing
1.
some of their information with Mexico,
Let
like
the battle begin.
sights, lasers, things of this nature, for accessories for firearms, basically. This is what's been every now and then gets caught. But again, it's a drop in the bucket with what actually gets through. When we saw some of this activity, and who do we tell? Do we tell the same law enforcement agencies that didn't let us know about all those guns walking across that border that ended up killing a bunch of my friends? You know, it was my experience to actually find some of these Fast and the Furious during my time after the form of some FN-5 that were used on some of my friends that I used to work with. This was an ATF operation. The ATF would approach places of gun sales and keep an eye out for certain types of purchases of firearms. The ATF wanted to let these guns walk so they can track them down to Mexico to see if they can somehow make a case for something bigger. But realistically, all they did was let 2,000 guns walk across the border. Most Mexicans saw that as a major, not only betrayal by the United States, but also a bunch of conspiracy theories that were popping up why would you introduce so many firearms into Mexico? But the anti-American sentiment in Mexico is at an all-time high, and it's to grow. I think as a Mexican, somebody who was actually born down there and experienced some of the violence that some of these firearms helped foster down there. I think the biggest misconception about gun smuggling is that these guns have somehow, there's a lot of effort being put forth by the Mexican government to stop these guns from coming down. The straw purchasers up here get slapped on the wrist. I think, yeah, some of those penalties should be cheaper. The Mexican government, through Marcelo Ebrard, basically sued a lot of the major American gun manufacturers. The only group legally allowed to sell firearms in Mexico was the military. So it's interesting that the Mexican government did a lawsuit against American gun manufacturers, but they didn't mention in that lawsuit the people that they buy their firearms from. Mexico has a very big problem with corruption, and it has attempted many times to curtail this corruption by developing whole organizations to try and keep police honest. I was put through FBI background checks. I did polygraph testing every year. But even with all of those safety precautions, people quit. And when they left, they didn't hand over their rifles or their guns sometimes, so they would take them with them. I was a Baja police agent for about 12 years. I did that job until it was time to leave. The corruption levels in the institution that I was in became completely unsustainable, and anybody that wanted to actually do their job and be honest about it was not in fashion or in vogue at that time. I had to leave my job in a hurry. There's no retirement. It's a pretty hard job to do. It's a thankless one. But there's a lot of people that are in that fight. A lot of people that are honest. A lot of people that never took a dime. I somehow made it alive in that system. After completing my 7 years of service down there, I came to the United States and realized some of the experiences, know-how that I got from that experience. Down south, I become a subject matter expert, do training for civilians, private companies, and the government across the country. Specifically, gun smuggling has armed the people that killed a lot of the people that I used to work with. It definitely has had an effect, not just on me, but on most of my generation. I want to give a voice to the countless people down there that went through some of the experiences that I went through. Some of the widows left behind, some of the orphans left behind by some of the conflicts that went on down there. I'm trying to keep that memory and that voice alive for them.
My name is Alistair Morgan. My younger brother Daniel was murdered in 1987, and I have been fighting for justice ever since.
Hi, I'm Neil Woods. I'm a former undercover police officer, and corruption.
This is how
we rely on our police for the rule of law, but often our police and what this means is that they are no longer acting in our interests. They are acting on somebody else's interests or their own interests.
You have become one of us. Is it just a mirage?
There is no more important asset to organised crime than a corrupt police officer. Because that corrupt police officer is useful in so many ways.
Criminals need corruption. They want somebody who can get rid of a statement or who can alter a surveillance log or these tiny things.
Corrupt police officers also can interfere with an investigation and make a case fail at court.
For me, police corruption is anything that deviates from the oath the police, the public, without fear or favour. It's quite a neat little phrase, without fear or favour, but it means you don't take bribes without favour. You don't look after people who are important to the exclusion of people who are less important or seen as less important in society. Without fear or favour is a good way of compressing all that.
So a corrupt police officer can be put in place by getting somebody who's called a clean skin. They've got no previous convictions and they are coached to join the police, and they remain an asset. And some of them will remain a sleeper asset where they're not put at any risk. So they're only used for particular types of corruption. Sometimes they are used to help manipulate a third party who is another crime to help use information to blackmail. Other information that is really useful to organised crime is information about someone's movement, phone number or something like that. The more sinister use of information like that is to target rivals. Organised crime always has rivals. There's always, violence is never very far away because control of the market means a lot more. And if someone is a threat to that, then violence is used. And corrupt police are used to help facilitate that violence. That is something regular use of corrupt assets. Most common form of corruption that I'm aware of is what we call noble cause corruption. Now, this is where police do something which is corrupt, but they do it not for their own financial gain, not because they're involved with organised crime, but because they want to catch a bad guy. And they see that the system is against them, and if they just tweak the rules a little bit, they've got more chance of getting convicted. As an undercover police officer, I saw myself as fighting drugs organised crime. But I am guilty of some noble cause crimes. These police approached me and they said that their target for the operation was committing burglaries on old people. And he was doing some very sinister things. He also happened to be a drug dealer. So I was being sent in to quite legitimately investigate him and catch him for dealing drugs. Now, a fundamental part of the rule was that you must not act as an agent provocateur, which means you must not cause someone to commit a crime if they wouldn't have done anyway, but you must also not cause them to commit a more serious crime than they would have done. Now, this guy wasn't capable of doing this. He just wasn't. But I talked him up. I said I need larger and larger amounts. And he would not have tried to supply a kilo. He ended up adulterating an ounce right down to a kilo. So the kilo is presented as a kilo and he was caught with a kilo. But it was less than 1% pure. But he pleaded guilty to trading with a kilo. Now, that was wrong. But it goes to show how easily you can find up by the need to catch dangerous people as a police officer, and how noble cause corruption can creep into it. So I'm guilty of it as well. Now the problem is,
I forget what the second one was.
That leaves the officer or officers open to manipulation and blackmail, where they become puppets for the organised crime. Now I know that I upset a lot of police officers when I talk about corruption, because it's understandable. Most of them, they're good people who are trying to do the best they can. written pretty crap laws, really. But we have to understand the extent of this, and we have to be clear-eyed about this. We have to be honest about this. It's the only way we have a chance of dealing with it.
Champion has fallen. They shall pay for this treachery.
Sorry, this narrative is something I've gone over so many times. Daniel was my younger brother by a year. At the age of 37, he was murdered with an axe. So it was a vicious, brutal, savage attack. Within 3 weeks, I was convinced, because of the events there had been police involvement in those, which was a terrifying prospect. My brother expressed concerns about police harassment about a month before his murder, which was the last time I saw him. And he said, "Oh, it's a painting." And he named a name which I could not recall. It went out of my mind.
You will arise
And then he
in
said,
time, my champion.
"Alistair, they're all over the place down here." I learned later, a year later at an inquest, that he believed his partner and Sergeant Fillery from the murder squad had been involved in a robbery, and he was thinking of going to an outside force, and then 2 days later he was dead. Sidney Fillery, who had been accused of involvement in the murder by another witness, he left the case and within a year was running my brother's company with Jonathan Reed. After years and years of investigation, some of which in retrospect I know were corrupted, an exhibits officer in the first investigation, he was disciplined or given words of advice. And I think that is the only penalty that anybody has suffered. In 2021, I took the decision to sue. I do all of everything in the investigation. Who has stood by me for decades and advised me, helped me to keep my sanity. He said there are legal grounds. And B, it's probably the only form of accountability you're ever going to get from these people. And I think accountability, I've been wanting that for 35 years.
UK police have one of the best records in the world for solving murders. The systems that we have in place are incredible. They're like a well-oiled machine. I've been part of murder inquiry teams myself a few times, and it's incredible how they function and how efficient they are. Traditionally, in the UK, and certainly around the time of the Morgan murder, the murder detection rate, the percentage of murders which are solved in the UK is 90%. 90%. The ones that you don't solve tend to be organised crime murders. It's shocking, like genuinely shocking. It's quite clear the whole problem is police corruption, and it's quite clear that it wasn't adequately investigated because of police corruption. And then when there were inquiries set up, those inquiries were inadequate to the point that it's difficult not to conclude that corruption was preventing them working properly. An informant is somebody who provides information, often referred to as covert human intelligence source. So an informant will generally come into contact with us when they're arrested for a crime. Organised crime knows who within their ranks has just got caught, and they know that they are going to get approached by the police to be asked to be an informant. And so then it becomes a sort of Machiavellian game in how that plays out. So often, informants are used to get rid of rivals, because if the market is so competitive that if you get rid of rivals, you actually can make more money. It's the way the market works. Other ways of informants being involved with the police is they can be paid. And there are some informants who actually earn a living doing this. And informants can get very savvy as to the value, financial value of certain types of information. The trouble is that the majority of people of informants who present that way, act that way, are also working for organised crime. All of the accountability for the use of informants, CHIS, is internal. All of it. The tasking of an informant has to be authorised by senior officers. But there's nothing to say that those senior officers are not corrupt, either through noble cause corruption or full corruption. And we know that some of them are. If a police officer wants to search someone's house, they get a search warrant. In order to get that search warrant, they have to go to a magistrate's clerk and prove to the magistrate's clerk that there is a justification for doing so. The magistrate's clerk will then allow the police officer to apply to a magistrate, and the magistrate will either agree or not. If a CHIS or undercover operative wants to come into your life, and if that CHIS, that informant or undercover operative, wants to manipulate you into doing something different, then they can do that. It is the most intrusive thing the police can do, and there is no external oversight at all. It's cops judging cops. And those informants that have that power to come into your life, they're usually criminals, because that's why they're useful. Whistleblowers do not get looked after in the police in the United Kingdom. My friend was in danger of his life for trying to be a whistleblower. He was whistleblowing about corruption and also racism, and his colleagues turned on him. He was bullied. The corrupt cops have a network of supporters, friends, and they will use and manipulate them to fight against the allegation. They will bully them. So there's a directed response by those corrupt cops. But also, there is a culture where cops don't want to believe it of their colleagues and will be very suspicious of anyone who is saying anything critical or suggesting them of wrongdoing. They just won't believe it. This is someone that they've been alongside. This is someone who's...
They're basically manipulating space-time. Well, we have theoretical frameworks that it can explain the tic-tac and stuff, either through GR or whatever. So I hate when people say that. It's like it breaks our known physics. I'm like, what?
แม้ชีวิตจะเปลี่ยนแต่สีดูลักซ์เวทเทอร์ชิลพาวเวอร์เฟล็กซ์ปกป้องสีบ้านได้ดีไม่เคยเปลี่ยน
We should have no tax dollars going to the Iranian regime in the form of ransom payments, whether they're airlifting cash like they did under Obama. Never, ever should your tax dollars go to that despicable regime. We also should not be sending tax dollars to Gaza. Things like UNRWA goes down there and it's used for terrorism. And we've been saying that for an awful long time. So let's get real here in terms of what's going on. I think if you look at what Israel is dealing with now, it may be as big a challenge as the modern state has faced, and there's been a lot that they faced. The Arabs tried to suffocate the birth of Israel in its crib in the late 1940s. You had an invasion that was getting ready to happen in 1967, preempted by Israel in the Six-Day War. You had an invasion on Yom Kippur in 1973. And of course, we've had intifadas, waves of terrorist attacks that have happened in the ensuing decades. But this was coordinated. This was brutal. And if you look at the death toll already, and there's going to be more, unfortunately, that's the equivalent not just of what happened here on September 11th, that'd be the equivalent in the United States of there being 50,000 dead in a terrorist attack, and that may end up going even more. So this is something that everyone around the world needs to unite and say that this shall not stand. So here in Florida, yes, we stand united. We're proud of what we've been able to do to develop an ironclad relationship between the state of Florida and the state of Israel. We did the first trade mission of my administration in 2019. It was the biggest trade mission in Florida history to Israel. We ended up developing great economic ties. We furthered academic ties, cultural ties, and it was a great experience for many people who went on that trip who had never been to Israel before. And we've made sure to build off that commitment during the time I've been governor. We know that we have an opportunity to do something forceful that will make a difference in terms of the substance, but I think symbolically be also important. And that is today our proposal that as we stand with Israel, we sanction Iran. So we are going to roll out for the next legislative session a proposal to increase Florida's sanction on Iran and to block Iranian business in our state. Our proposed legislation will, of course, reinforce Florida's commitment that we don't do business with state sponsors of terrorism such as Iran. It's going to expand the prohibition on state investment in Iranian businesses to include the financial, construction, manufacturing, textile, technology, mining, metals, shipping, shipbuilding, and port sectors. We're going to prohibit state and local governments from contracting with any company on this expanded sectors list. And we will not lift these sanctions until both the President and the U.S. Congress certify that Iran has stopped supporting international terrorism and seeking to acquire weapons of mass destruction. These will be, by far, the strongest Iran sanctions that any state has enacted of all 50 states throughout this country. Why not lead as Florida? We've been leading on these issues since the time I became governor. Since I've been governor, we've provided $18 million to support and for security at our state's Jewish day schools.
Okay, you've been listening in there to Florida Governor DeSantis. Also, we still have our live picture up over Gaza. It's almost 5 on a very early Wednesday morning there. Let's step away from this. We also heard from yet another 2024 GOP hopeful. That's South Carolina Senator Tim Scott today, also outlining what his policy plans would be if he were president when it comes to the war in Israel. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We have still so much more analysis and context left to get to. I know you have so many questions about what is unfolding there in Israel and whether or not Israeli forces plan to launch a ground invasion inside the Gaza Strip imminently. We'll also be breaking down this question I know a lot of you have. What about that $6 billion that was unfrozen in a South Korean bank account, now in a Qatari bank account that is Iran's? What's going to happen with that $6 billion now that Israel is facing this horrible mass atrocity? We'll be breaking all of that down when we come back.
The heathens are at our gates. Ready yourself, my champion.
So, are you ready to have an adventure?
Never doubt my skill.
The Inquisition begins in 10 seconds.
Forward unto darkness.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
Forward unto darkness.
And welcome back to 2 Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So much for being with us here as we approach the top of the next hour. We still want to devote so much of our coverage tonight to let you know all the developments and ongoings there in Israel, as now the country is at war for the first time in 50 years. After Saturday morning, hundreds of Hamas terrorists infiltrated Israel's southern border there near the Gaza Strip and committed mass atrocities, the likes we have not seen since the Holocaust. And you've been hearing and seeing some of these images that are just truly very, very harsh there. We do have our live pictures still yet again there in Gaza. It's almost 5 in the morning on a very early Wednesday morning, and so we'll keep that up here. We do want to still bring in newsmakers and experts to help us make sense of all of this. We're going to do that right now. Former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker, joins me. And sir, thanks for being with us. I know you and I have talked so much about the war in Ukraine, and that was the first time in, 70, 80 years that war came to the European continent. Well, it's back. War is back now in Israel, in the Middle East. And my question to you is, do you think there will be a ground invasion by Israeli forces into Gaza sometime soon? Do you think that's on the table? Do you think it's being prepared for as we speak?
Yeah, I do think so. So thanks very much, Andrew, for having me. It's great to be with you again. And yeah, I think Israel is going through this in a number of phases. The first phase is to secure their own territory, secure the territory of Israel, make sure that there are no terrorists that are terrorizing the population inside the country. Second thing is they're going to have to deal with the hostages. There are a lot of hostages that Hamas is taking, and Israel is going to do everything possible to get those people out safely. But then the third thing is that, yes, they are going to go into Gaza, and they are going to do everything they can to see
your task unfinished.
And I think the final phase is everyone knows that Iran was actually behind this attack. That Hamas could not have amassed the weapons during the plan, executed this the way they did, without Iran. And so there is a human dimension that has to come home to roost. Israel knows that. I hope the U.S. administration knows that too. And ultimately, one of the things that caused this timing of this Palestinian invasion was the fact that Saudi Arabia and Israel are balanced. So the reason is because they both and I think that once we get through the initial phases of this, you'll see a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Israel as well.
Oh, really? You think the normalization deal survives that?
I think it comes back. Because really the root cause
Let's talk about that. That word was not mentioned in President Biden's remarks today. A lot of people picked up on that. And, you know, from the U.S. side, but also the Israeli side, and just the West writ large, acknowledgement of complicity, but not an outright direct link, that they're not going that far, they being the the West in accusing Iran of orchestrating this. I mean, why not? Are they waiting for a definitive link? I mean, we have the Wall Street Journal report a couple of days ago, over the weekend, rather, saying that this meeting took place in Beirut last Monday, and the green light was given. IRGC officials were at the table there at that meeting in Beirut. So what's going on here? Are we worried to, stoke fears that Iran might retaliate in some way? That's why we're not being somewhat more full-throated about their role here?
Well, I think it's two things. Probably the first thing is that the administration still wants to believe that there is a relationship to be had with Iran. That if we don't accuse them, if we don't finger point, we can still get back on a negotiating track. Maybe we can do this JCPOA redux, but there is some hope in negotiating with them. And then the flip side of that, if we actually become that as it is, then that also implicates the United States in some responsibility with doing something about it. And there's no will on the part of the administration to do something about Iran's activities in the region, including its support for Hamas, including terrorist attacks on Israel. So I think we fundamentally have to change those things. We have to realize there is no negotiating with Iran, there will not be negotiating with faith, and we have to be willing to stand up.
I'm calling this a $6 billion question. You've heard that throughout the course of the last 5 days, and a lot of, I think, viewers, a lot of Americans are wondering, what was that role in all of this? And we've been very, very clear here. That money has not left the Qatari bank account, as according to Fox's Jennifer Griffin, her reporting there. But a lot of experts, and you might agree with this, have said, well, money is fungible, and that's a distinction without a difference. If they don't use the $6 billion that are going to be unfrozen for terrorism, they're going to use another $6 billion they have at their disposal for something else like terrorism. I want to put this tweet up, Kurt, here. You can see from Jackie Heinrich. She says this: a White House official tells the option to refreeze the $6 billion has always existed and still exists. This after Jake Sullivan punted on my question in the briefing regarding whether refreezing the $6 billion is under consideration. His answer was not a yes or no. Also, Fox Business's Edward Lawrence asked a Treasury Department official if they are working behind the scenes to refreeze that unfrozen $6 billion. And his Treasury spokesperson told Edward that they will decline to comment. This comes, take a look at this tweet as well from Jackie. 20 GOP senators are calling on Biden and the admin to refreeze the $6 billion for Iran, saying your administration claims these funds are only available for humanitarian use, but money is fungible and there is a significant risk they could be used to further efforts by Iran or Hamas against Israel. Your take on this $6 billion question here, is it even possible to refreeze it?
Of course it is. Yeah, it's look, this money is still in a Qatari bank account. It was clearly not used in order to fund these terrorist. Other making enough money to be able to do this. The question is really, what is the signal we are sending? If we are sending a signal by giving them $6 billion that everything is okay, then continue. That is the message to Iran. Just keep doing what you're doing. We need to refreeze this in order to send a signal that what they just did is not okay, and that we are not prepared to negotiate with them unless they take steps to shut down the hostage.
I want to move up from the Middle East because I think we would be remiss if we didn't bring up what China and Russia are saying or doing about all of this happening in Israel. And I was struck, I think this is not getting a lot of attention as well, that Senate Majority Leader, the Democrat from New York, Chuck Schumer, was leading a congressional delegation in China. As all of this was unfolding, that delegation was cut short. He met with Xi Jinping and also urged Xi to, include more forceful language in the statement put out by the CCP on the war in Israel. And so first let's start with China. What are they going to do about all of this?
Well, China is the largest purchaser of Iranian oil. So a lot of the money that the honest answer is that I don't think they're going to look at it. Somebody else's war, somebody else's conflict. We need oil, we're going to buy it. We're going to keep working with Iran. This is the West's war, this is Israel's war, it's not our war, so they're going to stay out of it. So that's the first thing. The second thing about China is they are very carefully watching how the U.S. and other countries respond. And not just in day 1 and day 2, but week 1,
And so
week
they
2,
return.
week 3.
Capture
Do
the
we
altars
have
quickly,
sustained support
heroes.
for Israel against these terrorist attacks? Or does our interest wane? Do we start to say that Israel is partly to blame? Do we start to call for negotiations? Because that's a signal to China of our weakness. And I think if we send that signal, they will then take that on board and they think about
And also just I'm trying to Russia as well. Putin weighing in on this, I believe, publicly for the first time. And you can imagine, because this is what he did, he blamed U.S. policy in Israel for it.
No, not at all, Joe. Putin will say anything because
pay for this
when he
treachery.
communicates, it's not about telling the truth. It's not about expressing the actual point of view. It's about saying things that are intended to influence public opinion in the West, to shape the way they deal with issues. So by blaming things on the United States, is trying to get Western Europe in particular to say, oh, the Israelis are to blame, the Americans are to blame, this is very complicated, we don't want to take a side. And that's exactly what he wants this outcome to be. And moreover, he's delighted that this issue has now taken over the headlines so that Israel can goes on to move forward.
Yeah, and it does seem like that is already taking place and unfolding. We see horrible videos and hearing from some of these family members who have loved ones who are hostages, loved ones who were killed in this. More than 1,000 Israelis were dead. That is stunning and staggering. And you and I talk about the 30,000 foot view on the world stage, and you have these hotspots now. The war in Ukraine going on well into its second year. Now a war in Israel. Still a lot of military bellicosity there with China towards Taiwan. Does it seem like there is a multipolar world forming before our very eyes? The unipolar world, the hegemon, the United States, receding into view. Is that becoming ever more clear, or are you optimistic that we can show the strength we have shown in the past?
Do not let the altars
So many things in your question there, Andrew. And look, the first thing is that I think all of the things we are seeing, and you mentioned some, there is the war against Israel, there's the war against Ukraine, there is North Korean activism, there's Chinese activism, there was the Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh about 2 weeks ago.
You've annihilated a
There
key.
was the Serbian escalation, provocations against all of these things are happening simultaneously. They're all happening because there's a perception that America is weak and distracted and divided and not able to take things on. And the more these things proliferate, the more it creates a sense in the rest of the world that we can't focus and we can't do it. At the end of the day, I don't agree with that analysis that the rest of the world is wrong. America is one of the strongest and resilient and capable countries in the world. And we can do it. But we need clear, focused leadership. We need to set clear goals in the world. We need to build our alliances. And we need to rally the American people. And that requires the engagement of the White House, the President, directly to say, we are in a dire situation, it risks affecting our own country, our own country, it risks doing that, and we must engage. I think that everyone is waiting for that kind of statement.
Yeah, and you and I have talked about the U.S.-Israeli relationship and the frosty relationship between Bibi and Biden. They've been on the phone now 3 times in the last 5 days. It seems like that's getting better, right?
Well, yeah, if you're Bibi, you can't afford to have a frosty relationship with the United States when you're in an existential fight against Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. you need to get the U.S. on side. So I've noticed, and I've listened to several Israeli spokespeople over the last few days, they are very careful not to criticize for good reason. They need the Biden administration. But what they really need is America. They really need the United States to weigh in with all its might, all its capability, talking about Iran, talking about making clear that there will be consequences. Let's remember, some of these hostages and a number of the people already killed are American citizens. And there's so far been no sense that the U.S. has a stake in dealing with this the way that we should. I think Israel is hoping to do it, but being careful not to criticize.
Yeah, that surprises me too, because I thought we would hear something like that from President Biden today about, some type of plan of action, of course, to repatriate some of these hostages that we haven't confirmed are Americans, but we know that there are 20 or so Americans that are missing at this point in time.
We at least need to hear what is the White House assessment of the situation with respect to Americans.
Okay.
These are American citizen hostages, American citizens killed by Hamas with Iran's backing. What is our assessment, and what are we going to do about it? Yeah. And so far, we've heard tremendous and genuine, appropriate sympathy with Israel.
Sure.
Guaranteed support for Israel, but no sense that we have a responsibility and we have a stake in this. That's what we need to hear.
Lastly, though, I just want to get your thoughts, just kind of from an Israeli political question here, and maybe it's too early to talk about this, but the Conventional Wisdom Forum pretty quickly that Israel was caught on its back foot, that there was massive intelligence failures, and Kurt, we have this live picture over Gaza. I mean, Israel prepares for something like this 24/7, and I've been kind of likening it to the term failure of imagination, like we heard so many times after 9/11. Was that what was at play here, a failure of imagination? And do you think Bibi can survive that politically? Do you think there will be some type of political backlash to missing the signs, if there were any? I know hindsight's 2020.
Well, look, I'm sympathetic to the idea of an intelligence failure here. I think that is what happened.
Okay.
I think there was an intelligence failure. But why would you have an intelligence failure? I think the main reason is that we had, and Israel had as well, gotten used to a certain pattern of activity. You saw Hamas militants going to Lebanon, going to Syria. You saw Iranians going to Lebanon, Iranians going to Syria. You saw the gradual accumulation of weapons. And the question is, when does this become a critical mass? And when do the opponents there, Hamas, actually decide to launch? And I think they missed the signal that, okay, now is the time to launch. Watching all of these things, I'm sure they watched it as well as we did, but no one thought that the intent was really there to launch the way they did. That was the signal that was missing.
All right. Ambassador Volker, we do appreciate your time on this Tuesday night. Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. We're going to keep it moving here. We're going to let you, when we come back, watch some of the State Department briefing. Matthew Miller, the chief spokesman there at the State Department, taking a lot of questions. It was somewhat contentious, these backs and forths between reporters in the room there, especially when it comes to what is, like Ambassador Volker and I were just discussing, what is the plan if there are Americans among some of the hostages to get them back? We'll see you in 2 minutes.
The voice of Elise.
So it begins. Savages want to play. It is time.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us here as we continue to cover all the latest developments there in Israel. And this is what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered. We show you so many of these live pictures, not only here in the U.S., but also worldwide as well. We also have this live vantage point still there in Gaza, and I believe it's around 5:15 in the morning there on a very early Wednesday morning. And so that's a live picture. We do want to continue with some of this coverage, though, because this was a key focal point, of course, of first State Department briefing since the Hamas militants infiltrated Israel. So we're going to listen now to Matthew Miller. He's the chief spokesman there at State. Take questions from reporters. It got a little fiery about some of these topics. Let's listen.
Everyone, start with some brief comments. I would like to begin by reiterating our condolences to the families of those who were killed by Hamas terrorist attacks against Israel, including the 14 American citizens who we know have died. The department is actively engaging with the families of those U.S. citizens. None of us can imagine the grief that they are feeling today, and we are doing everything we can in our power to offer them all appropriate consular assistance. I also want to talk about Secretary Blinken's efforts over the past 4 days since Hamas launched its initial terrorist attacks against Israel, which have been focused on 3 key priorities. First and foremost, the Secretary has been engaged with our Israeli partners to ensure that Israel has everything that it needs to defend itself. Both President Biden and Secretary Blinken have made clear that we stand ready to offer all appropriate means of support to the government and people of Israel. The first tranche of security assistance is on its way and will arrive in the coming days, and more will follow. Second, the Secretary has been working the phones with his foreign counterparts to ensure that anyone who has lines of communication with parties hostile to Israel should use those channels to say that now is not the time to take advantage of this situation. The President has made that point clearly and forcefully, and is one that Secretary Blinken has reiterated in his calls with leaders in the region. Third, the Secretary has been intensely focused on securing the release of all hostages held in Gaza. There are a number of countries who have the ability to deliver messages to Hamas, and we have made clear to those countries that they should urge Hamas to release all hostages immediately. This is a matter we take incredibly seriously. Finally, I'd like to announce that Secretary Blinken will be traveling to Israel in the coming days to engage our Israeli partners directly about the situation on the ground and how we can continue to best support them in their fight against the terrorists who launched these horrific attacks. Our support for Israel is unwavering, and the Secretary looks forward to meeting with senior leaders in the Israeli government and continuing the discussions he and the President have been having with them since the initial attacks on Saturday. And with that, Matt.
In the coming days, you want to be more specific?
Our expectation is that we will leave tomorrow and arrive in Israel on Thursday.
Okay, and is he going to go anywhere else?
I don't have announcements to make. The trip we're still putting together at the time, but we'll may have further announcements on that later this afternoon.
All right, and then on, so Jake Sullivan at the White House just said there are roughly 20 Americans missing.
That's correct. There are, the last number I had before coming out here was that there are 20 Americans who remain unaccounted for. That's a number that has been moving around over the last few days. You have one number, and then some of the people who are unaccounted for, unfortunately, you discover are actually deceased, and then some may turn up. Right now, the number.
And you have no idea of those 20, how many of their, how many of them do their families believe that they are actually being?
We don't have definitive information, but we do believe it's likely that there may be hostages who are U.S. citizens who are held in Gaza.
Unto darkness.
Go ahead. We'll start.
I'll just be brief, but can you just explain a little bit more what the Secretary's message will be? You said he wants to confer with people, but will it be a message of solidarity? Will he discuss in depth the conflict, and the maneuvers, the actions that Israel is taking now?
It will be a message of solidarity and support. He, of course, wants to hear from the leaders of Israel, hear from them directly about the situation they're facing, hear from them directly about what they need and how we can best support them, and then to send a message to the government of Israel and the people of Israel that we are there to support them as they fight against these brutal terrorist attacks, and to talk about what additional assistance we can provide.
On the hostages, can you talk a little bit about what engagement the State Department has had trying to secure their release with Israeli partners and others?
I'm not going to talk in more detail other than what I said in my opening comments. The Secretary has had a round of calls over the weekend. You've probably seen those as we've been reading those calls out, and he has delivered a message consistently with everyone in the region. If there's anything you can do to send a message to those who are holding hostages, whether they be American citizens or whether they be others, that you should send the message to Hamas that they need to release those hostages immediately.
And what is the U.S. telling the Israelis about a ground operation given these U.S. hostages?
We understand that Israel was brutally attacked here. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to conduct operations to ensure the security of its citizens, to ensure the security of its nation, and we are in communications with them about that, but those are decisions for Israel to make.
Do you have concerns that such an operation would hamper any efforts to secure their release unharmed?
We don't, look, our point right now is that Hamas ought to release all the hostages immediately. That's the effort that we have been engaged in. I wouldn't want to speak to anything beyond that.
Can I follow up? The partners that you're engaging with to engage with Hamas, are they being productive? Is Hamas even acknowledging that they're holding Americans right now?
I'm not going to speak to the details of those conversations. We do believe that there are partners in the region who are playing a productive role here and want to help secure the release of hostages. But in terms of details of those efforts, I'm not going to talk about them publicly.
And who from the U.S. is leading those efforts?
Again, I think there are a number of people inside the U.S. government. Well, I'll say two things. One, the Secretary has been involved, engaged in direct conversations with his counterparts. The U.S. government is also making available to Israel experts in hostage negotiations and hostage recovery. That includes experts from the State Department. I'm not going to talk about those in detail. Those are private conversations we're having with the Israeli government. There are a number of experts from across the government who we are going to make available. Olivia.
Matt, there's public reporting that the talks via the Qataris involve a possible swap of women and children being held in Hamas for women and children being held in Israeli jails. Can you comment on all whether the contours of those kinds of negotiations are accurate?
Again, I'm not going to talk about the details of any conversations other than to say that we have made clear that Hamas ought to release all of those prisoners immediately. That is our position. That is what we have advocated for. That's what we think Hamas should do.
Separately, are there Americans who are asking the State Department for assistance to leave the region, whether from Israel or from Gaza?
We have been in contact with a number of American citizens in Israel. There are a number of American citizens who are longtime residents of Israel, some of them who are dual citizens, some of them who have just moved there, and then there are Americans who are there that were either visiting for business or for tourism or something else. And we have been in contact with a number of Americans through our embassy there, some who we have helped facilitate travel to depart the country. The airport is still open. There are flights that are getting out of the airport in Tel Aviv, and so we have encourage people to make to try to avail themselves of those options. We have also been in conversation with various carriers to encourage them to consider resuming travel in and out of Israel, and we'll continue to do that. Hold on. Did you have another one?
I do have a few more on the region. I mean, American officials, to include the Secretary, have said that there's no direct evidence linking Iran to this specific Hamas-led attack. First, is there any update on that assessment? And then second, can you elaborate a bit on what the U.S. would consider direct involvement by the Iranians.
So we do not have any information to suggest that Iran either directed or orchestrated these attacks by Hamas. Iran likely knew that Hamas was planning operations against Israel without the precise timing or scope of what occurred. Iran has, of course, long supported Hamas with material and financial support, but we have not yet seen anything to suggest that they supported or were behind this current attack. But our experience in these matters tell us that it's premature to draw any final conclusions about this issue. We'll be looking at additional intelligence in the coming weeks and days to inform our thinking on this issue, including whether at least there were some in the Iranian system who either had a clear sense of what was coming or even contributed to aspects of the planning.
If you will allow me one more.
Sure.
I mean, so the Egyptians claim to have issued explicit and direct warnings to the Israelis that something was coming from Gaza and from Hamas. Does the U.S. have independent knowledge of any of those warnings, either being issued to Israel or receiving them directly from the Egyptians?
I will let Israel speak to any conversations they had with Egypt. Go ahead, Shan.
The wicked bird.
Direct knowledge of the attack, the timing of it. How much does that matter to the administration, given what you know, the material support, the military support, the millions of dollars have been funneling into this organization, Hamas?
So I will say that first of all, I wouldn't want to get ahead of what this assessment may ultimately find. We are in the early days after these attacks. Our first focus has been on helping Israel respond to these attacks, but we will continue to examine all intelligence and collect new intelligence, collect new information, talk with our Israeli partners about anything that they find. But I will say, as we have made clear, that Iran has long supported Hamas. Hamas would not be what it is today without the financial and material backing that they have gotten from Iran. So yes, we very much do believe that Iran is at least complicit in these attacks, even if we do not yet have any evidence to show that they directed or orchestrated them.
So that complicity, will there be any kind of response? I mean, we don't want to get into specifics, but...
So I wouldn't want to preview any actions that we might take. We have taken a number of actions since the beginning of this administration to hold Iran accountable for its malign activities in the region, including its support for terrorism. That includes more than 400 sanctions that we have imposed on Iran. We will continue to take actions to hold Iran accountable, but I wouldn't want to preview from here what those might look like.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure we got some of this in. We were in this live earlier at the State Department. A lot of questions about what the U.S. role, if any, is going to be in possibly getting back what we were told is these missing Americans, of whom could be taken hostage. So that's kind of an interesting thing we got to keep an eye out for in the next couple of days as the death toll rose even further today, both on the Israeli side and there in Gaza, as Israeli forces strike Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip, but also still now Israelis going to the funerals of their loved ones who were caught in the terror crosshairs there on Saturday. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break because when we come back, we just want to get an update from Capitol Hill as well, because as you know, tomorrow will be, at least for the poll, will be the speakership election. How the Republicans vote amongst themselves who they want to nominate amongst their conference. Remember, two names are the key contenders right now. That's Jim Jordan, the Republican from Ohio, and Steve Scalise, the Republican from Indiana. And so we'll be hearing from former Speaker McCarthy, because earlier today, I want to put this tweet up. He told this to Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News, saying McCarthy has told House Republican lawmakers not all casts to nominate him for Speaker during a closed party meeting today, or tomorrow rather. A group of moderate Republicans were planning on nominating McCarthy instead of voting for Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan. The candidate forum was tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern. So that's quite interesting. A lot of political dynamics at play. Many of these moderate Republicans, like Congressman Mike Lawler from New York, were, spreading the word, saying that they would nominate McCarthy yet again, especially in the wake of now the war in Israel. But that group of moderates were planning on nominating him instead of voting for Scalise or Jordan, because it remains to be seen whether Scalise can get that magic number of 218 votes. So when we come back, you're going to be hearing from former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, on why he does not want his fellow conference members to nominate him to be Speaker again. live now from Fox Lockdown Look there at the U.S. Capitol about 10:30 there in Washington. Well, Republicans are planning to vote as soon as tomorrow, first in private balloting and later on the House floor, where a majority would be needed to choose the next Speaker of the House after Kevin McCarthy's historic ouster by a handful of hardline Republicans led by Matt Gaetz. Well, asked if McCarthy could make a comeback, Gaetz said, quote, "I wouldn't bet on it." But also some moderate Republicans like Mike Lawler of New York said when asked, does anybody have the votes? He said, no. In the meantime, let's go out to Fox's Ben Castor on Capitol Hill with the latest in the speakership.
Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise will go head-to-head on Capitol Hill Tuesday, trying to convince their GOP colleagues they're the best nominee for House Speaker.
The conversations I'm having with members are really focused on how do we have
This election for Speaker is about two issues. Who can bring our team together, who can unite our conference, and who can go tell the American people what we're doing and why it's important to them.
Republicans will hear from both candidates and plan to vote behind closed doors Wednesday. But they won't bring an official vote to the House floor until the party is united and a candidate has enough votes to secure the job.
If you haven't got 217, you haven't got anything.
Insiders say neither Scalise or Jordan have the magic number of votes yet. But ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy could still be the wild card in this race. He has stopped short of announcing another speaker campaign, but has flexed his relationship with the Middle East as a reason he would be the best fit for Speaker right now.
Just last week, even before the attack that we saw on Saturday, President Israel, first off,
I miss it already.
Just as a friend.
Without a speaker, the House is paralyzed and cannot vote on any funding bills to support Israel.
This is why it's so dangerous to not have a speaker in place when you're living in such a dangerous world.
If Republicans can rally around a candidate, the earliest we could see a new speaker elected is Wednesday.
Rebecca, thank you so much. So Jim Jordan was asked, whether or not he would endorse Steve Scalise, and Jordan came up short with votes. Kind of zeroed on that question. We'll get a full answer to that. That's interesting as well. Right now, though, you're going to hear from former House Speaker McCarthy after this effort was afoot by some moderate House Republicans to renominate McCarthy for the speakership yet again. So quite an interesting interlay there in the speakership fight. Well, this is what McCarthy had to tell reporters today after this candidate forum was held amongst the House Republican Conference.
We went down to visit the border along Gaza, see the Iron Dome, and we went and toured a kibbutz. That is the exact same one that you found the atrocities today with young babies being murdered, being decapitated. The talk today is we have a job in there, but more importantly, we have a job to do something right now. There's a crisis in the world. There's a void of leadership. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. We need to make sure Hamas is destroyed. We need to make sure the resources that go to terrorists from Iran is stopped. The sanctions are already there. I laid out a 5-point plan yesterday. The president right now should be very clear to the rest of the world that the American hostages have to come home now. That we will not accept anything that goes against these hostages, and we will have vengeance if they do one thing to them. The other thing, we need to resupply Israel with the ammunition they need. We need to impose the sanctions that are already there. When President Biden took office, Iran was only able to produce 400,000 barrels a day. Now they're at 3 million. They are getting billions upon billions of dollars that they are spreading to terrorism around the world. He needs to stop the appeasement. He needs to redirect his administration that the #1 greatest challenge and threat to America is not climate change. It's the threat of terrorism on our southern border. Climate change is important and we can deal with it. But this border is wide open where we have more than 151 people so far on the FBI terrorist watch list that we have caught coming across. In 2019, we had 0. He needs to reverse his policies to make America safe and make the world a better place.
Who do you endorse for speaker?
I haven't endorsed anyone. I let the conference.
Why are you running for speaker?
What are the rules under which this is going to happen?
You came late. I already told him not to nominate me.
What are the rules under which all this is going to play out?
The same rules we've always had. Listen, what transpires tonight is there will be a debate between two members. I think two will be nominated. I don't know if anybody else will be nominated there. They will lay out their plan to unite this conference. It's more than selecting a speaker. If this conference continues to allow 4% of the conference to partner with Democrats when 96% of the Republicans want something else, they will never lead. The things that we've been able to accomplish, from the Parents' Bill of Rights, from the greatest, most conservative border security that we've ever been able to pass, to make America energy independent, to have the greatest cuts in spending this Congress has ever voted for, more than $2 trillion, to put work requirements in. And I want to thank for one moment, for those who disagreed with me, to thank for one moment that 8 of them would join with all the Democrats because I kept the government open. I want you to all think of one thing. Where would we be in the world right now if we were not paying our troops and Israel is at war and people question what's happening in American government? That is the challenge, and that's why I think that.
All right, former Speaker McCarthy there saying that, he declined to endorse any of these two candidates, Jim Jordan or Steve Scalise, saying he wouldn't do so. When asked whether or not he wants to be Speaker again, he also didn't really answer that question, even though there was this effort afoot to renominate him, put his name in. Now, this is all happening, in closed-door settings with the House Republican Conference. So they had a candidate forum today where Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise made their case to their fellow House Republicans. And so there's going to be kind of a candidate election also behind closed doors tomorrow where we'll see if they decide on whether to nominate just one person. But you heard McCarthy say there that a very small minority, 4%, kind of hijacked the conference when it came to his ouster. Well, speaking about one of those quote-unquote hijackers, if you will, those McCarthy's words, I'm talking about Congresswoman Nancy Mace from South Carolina. Take a look at this. This is her walking into the conference meeting today. She's wearing a white shirt prominently with a letter A in red, the scarlet letter. She was one of these 8 House Republicans who voted for the motion to vacate, quite unapologetic about it, as she's wearing this shirt, kind of Hester Prynne-like scarlet letter there, making her opinions known about who she thinks should be Speaker. She's endorsed Jim Jordan. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
I didn't really talk about this. I don't know why. But Elon Musk has actually been streaming Diablo 4 on Twitter. No, I'm not going to call it X. It's fucking Twitter. So he's been streaming Diablo 4 on Twitter. And I thought to myself, this actually makes sense. Because I told everybody with Diablo 4 that Diablo 4 is made for guys that have 10 jobs, 10 kids, and 3 wives, right? He's actually the target audience.
See that? Sound normal? Sound like a chipmunk.
Wait. Bro. Elon Musk has my chair. No fucking way. Are you kidding me? Same attic too? He's in an attic? Okay.
Yeah, don't dry reading the comments. I'm definitely gonna die reading the comments.
And this stream got 8.7 million views.
Let's see if comments keep working.
He's level 100 on his druid. Holy shit.
Yeah, I got the mood lighting. I got the candles going on. Gotta have the candles for, you know, Diablo dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, he played the game for 40 minutes, which is probably like the allotted amount of time that, you know, the average Diablo player plays Diablo every week. He plays for 47 minutes a week. Yeah, that's all. That's all the free time.
Hey, happy Friday night, everyone.
I think those are.
Welcome to Streaming Test 3.
I don't know.
What we're aiming for here is that the audio sounds normal. This image looks reasonably good, so it's not flickering, and the comments are working. I think all three of those are good. So I'm not. I don't sound like a chipmunk on helium, and the stream looks okay. Room for improvement, and the comments are not crashing. We might have a good. It seems like it's good progress. Great. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nice.
Greetings.
Let's see. I'll just.
Imagine stream sniping Elon Musk. Like, that's fucking insane whenever you think about that. Oh my god.
Hello. Greet this random person. Emily 80.
Jesus Christ.
So this is like the biggest ad for Diablo ever. So great game. But listen, I gotta use something for streaming. Can't just stream nothing. So
yeah.
And
Jesus. 4,000 iron chunks? Holy shit.
You know, once again, I have to applaud the
Bro, this
game
guy
makers
quits rocks.
at Blizzard for making a great game. What I'm playing right now is the regular season. So there are two sort of add-ons, I guess. Season 1, which is about to end. Season 2, which is starting. This is what they call the Eternal Realm.
So he is unironically one of the people that Blizzard left behind. Yep, there you go. He's playing on the Eternal Realm. Wow. The standard
and
player,
just to give people a little bit of background who don't know, have never seen this game before. There's 4 world.
Oh god, bro, I cannot fucking wait to hear him explain this shit. All right, here we go.
Tiers. So there's sort of like a basic, a veteran.
Yeah.
Veteran is level 2, Nightmare is level 3, and then Torment, which is beyond level 3, is level 4. So we're in World Tier 4 here, which is Torment, which is a level beyond Nightmare.
Yeah.
Then within Torment, there are Nightmare dungeons. The Nightmare dungeons range from 1 to 100, and we're gonna play a Tier 100 dungeon. So this is the hardest dungeon in the hardest level of Diablo, and death is common here. So although my name is
I will never die.
I will never die.
Yeah.
This is I say this in irony because actually I die a lot, and my title is Rampaging Goat because you know, rampaging goats are pretty scary, and yeah. So for those who play a little bit of Diablo, I'll tell you about the build and what I'm aiming for here. So you can see my basically.
It's okay.
My gear.
It's decent.
This is a game that is like really, if you love math and statistics, you'll love you'll love Diablo. It is math and statistics next level.
Somebody get
So
him to play PoE.
You have all these attributes for each bit of gear. So on my helm, I've got an increase in life. I get a bit more life when I kill something. I have an armor gain. I get a damage reduction when it's shapeshifted into a werewolf. I get more damage reduction. At the highest levels, you need a massive amount of damage reduction and armor, or you're just going to get instantly killed by a tiny skeleton. So, unless you're armored like a battleship, you just instantly die on tier 100 dungeons.
Oh my
so
God.
there's really, pretty much everything is aimed at maximum armor, maximum damage reduction. This is a person saying so Emily 80 saying well, Emily 80, I'm gonna do a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, so if you want to come along for that, you're welcome
Oh
to
my
do that.
fucking God.
I'll just accept that.
Oh God. Here we go.
You want to give me money? Okay, sure.
He's a natural streamer. Oh my God, 200.
You really do have 200 million gold? I think that's like, what can I give you? I don't really have anything. I don't know if you can even use my stuff.
Wait, what are you gonna give him?
Give you.
Oh, those are good.
How about
Those
this
are the
really
good ones.
nice potion?
Oh, those are the good ones.
This is a really
Elixir of
really nice
Fortitude.
potion.
You guys can't see, but it's 200 million
There you
gold. I just traded them.
Okay. You're welcome.
Oh my God. The rich get richer. Isn't that fucked up, guys? Yo,
Thanks
isn't
for
that
giving me
fucked
crazy
up?
money.
Locked and loaded.
Okay. Well, do you want to? I was gonna do like an intense dungeon.
Oh my
But
God.
I kind of want to. I kind of need to explain my gear a little bit to people for what it's worth if they're playing Diablo. So anyway, I'll just go quickly through my gear. The game designers clearly love something called Critical Strike, which is like a special strike. So
Yeah.
I'm amping up Critical Strike chance here. The stats are necessary to activate certain attributes in the Paragon board, which you'll see Paragon boards are wild. Then more damage reduction, more armor. Basic skills grant 20% damage reduction. Hurricane is +4 rank, so that's what matters, just having Hurricane at all. Then I got movement speed, just so I'm not moving slow.
Wait, here's open mic. I didn't even realize that. Oh my God. There's open mic. Okay, so basically, I think that like for a first stream, cause like you remember, I mean, this has come a long way. Do you remember the Ron DeSantis announcing that he's running for president stream? Remember that one? That wasn't very good, was it? That was a pretty bad one. And so this is and that was only 200,000 people watching this. Or watching that one. Now there's like 900,000 that watched this one. And it was way fucking better. Now, obviously, I think the quality still kind of sucks. This is probably like a 4 or like a 5, maybe 6K bit rate. I think also, to be fair, like what I think also sucks is Elon Musk's webcam, I think just sucks. It's kind of surprising, you know, given the circumstances, but yeah, it pretty much sucks. And that's also probably just I think with his webcam rather than the actual stream. I think if they want to make streaming work on X, if you want to make streaming work on X, what you need to do is you need to have a chat replay. Sorry, I didn't mean X, I meant Twitter. If you want to make streaming work on Twitter, you need to have a live chat replay. even YouTube has this now. And like, I feel like you have to have like a separate UI for it or something, right? Or at least like if you maximize this, there's like a second button that will open up like extra UI functions for it being like an actual video, where like you can see a chat room, comments, maybe likes, stuff like that, a theater mode, yeah, something like that. Because like this is actually, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to have like what, 900,000 people all watching something at the same time. Like that's pretty fucking impressive. Most websites can't handle that. So this is a pretty big improvement, especially after the Ron DeSantis thing. And keep in mind, the Ron DeSantis thing, that wasn't even a video, that was an audio event. It was crazy. Let's see how the gameplay and the combat is. Okay, it's just going through his talents.
The Rathaus gates. Ready yourself, my champion.
Have you made yourself?
Yeah, he's still with Emily? Yeah, he's just with this random...
I am.
This random guy. I like how they just invited this random dipshit in there.
Inquisition begins in
And he's just dying to
10
literally
seconds.
everything. And he's just respawning him. It's like, whatever.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So you can see the Poison Creeper is resetting a lot. If you want a game that
เป็นคนที่ชอบมวยตั้งแต่เด็กครับจะผ่านสนามมวยทุกวันแล้วพ่อก็ดูลงแล้วเวลาผมไปชกมวยผมได้เงินผมก็เลยอยากแบ่งเบาภาระพ่อเลยวันนั้นผมต้องเข้าไปเพื่อนยิงบอลแล้วที่ผมหันกลับไปผมก็เลยเฮ้ยมีแววหน้าเป็นแม่ผมบอกว่าถ้าว่ายน้ำเป็นจะพาไปเที่ยวครับผมก็เลยว่ายน้ำเพราะก็อยากไปเที่ยวครับการชกมวยของผมนั้นคือการสอนให้ตัวเองไม่ยอมแพ้และร่างกายนี่คือเป็นเกราะที่สำคัญในการปะทะคู่ต่อสู้ครับในการต่อยในหลังๆก็ซ้อมเต็มร้อยแล้วก็มุ่งมั่นมีวินัยมากต้องมีจิตใจที่แข็งแกร่งแล้วก็โฟกัสให้เต็มร้อยครับฟุตบอลมันเป็นกีฬาที่เล่นเป็นทีมแต่ผมมองว่าผู้สาประตูคือหนึ่งในเพลย์เมคเกอร์ในทีมแมนสำคัญของทีมผู้สาประตูที่ดีไม่ได้เกิดจากการคาดเดาแล้วก็พุ่งไปรับเพราะฉะนั้นผมเลยต้องมุ่งเทในการฝึกซ้อมอย่างหนักให้ตัวเองเกิดความแม่นยำและชำนาญถ้าในสนามเราตัดสินใจพลาดเพียงเสี้ยววินาทีเดียวนั่นอาจส่งผลทำให้ทีมแพ้ได้เลยการว่ายน้ำได้ของผมครับมันคือการแข่งกับตัวเองครับเพราะว่าตั้งแต่เสี้ยววินาทีแรกที่เราโดดลงไปเนี่ยเราโฟกัสอยู่กับร่างกายตัวเองกับความคิดของตัวเองเพราะว่าเราจะทำเต็มที่ตั้งแต่วินาทีแรกเลยครับที่พัทยาเริ่มไม่มีคู่ชกแล้วเพราะชกเกือบหมดทุกคนแล้วครับที่ผมเข้ากรุงเทพเพราะว่าเขาอยากเจอคู่ชกที่เก่งๆครับเพื่อจะได้ก้าวข้ามขีดจำกัดของตัวเองเป้าหมายอยากไปเล่นยุโรปจนวันหนึ่งโอกาสก็มาถึงการที่ผมได้ไปเปิดโลกกว้างออกจากคอมฟอร์ตโซนออกไปท้าทายตัวเองไปเจอสิ่งที่ยากกว่าออกไปเจอมาตรฐานที่สูงกว่าตรงนั้นมันก็ทำให้ผมเติบโตขึ้นมาตอนนั้นผมเกือบที่ต้องเลิกไปแล้วเพราะว่าผมบาดเจ็บครับผมก็เลยทำทุกทิศทางที่รักษามาผมต้องบินกลับกรุงเทพภูเก็ตทุกเดือนเลยเพื่อที่จะมาทำกรุงเทพเพราะว่าหมอที่ภูเก็ตบอกผมว่าเลิกไหมตอนนั้นผมนั่งร้องไห้ในห้องหมอเลยครับเพราะเหมือนฝันมันสลายไปแล้วพอวันหนึ่งผมหายเจ็บขึ้นมาจริงๆครับผมกลับมาซ้อมแบบบ้าคลั่งจนผมติดทีมชาติครั้งแรกในชีวิตตอนนี้ผมก็เป็นแชมป์โลกมวยไทยรุ่นเฟเธอร์เวทครับก็อยากจะรักษาขัดนี้ไว้ให้นานๆครับก็ความฝันต่อไปผมต้องการขัดคีบ็อกซิ่งเดี๋ยวเพื่อข้ามไปอีกสายหนึ่งผมอยากเจอคนที่เก่งๆขึ้นไปเรื่อยผมมาขนาดนี้แล้วผมท้อผมถอยไม่ได้อีกแล้วผมต้องตามล่าความฝันของผมให้สำเร็จตลอดระยะเวลา15 ปีที่ผ่านมาครับว่าผู้สาประตูมือหนึ่งเนี่ยผมต้องการนำประสบการณ์เหล่านั้นนำมาส่งต่อให้กับเด็กๆหรือคนที่อยากจะเป็นนักฟุตบอลอาชีพผมก็ได้ทำมาอะไรที่ผมอยากเห็นวงการฟุตบอลประสบความสำเร็จอยากเข้าไปมีส่วนร่วมเข้าไปเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการพัฒนาแล้วก็ทำให้มันตอนนี้เนี่ยนอกจากว่ายน้ำผมก็ได้รับอีกโอกาสในอีกเส้นทางหนึ่งครับเป็นนักแสดงครับในช่วงที่เข้าไปทำงานแรกๆผมไปซ้อมได้ไม่เท่ากับที่เคยทำได้ช่วงก่อนนะครับที่แปลกใจคือผมว่ายเร็วขึ้นโค้ชจะงงเลยครับผมมีความสุขร่างกายผมก็ได้นานขึ้นผมว่ายเร็วขึ้นผมคิดว่าวันหนึ่งผมอาจจะเป็นนักแสดงที่ดีก็ได้ในอนาคตแต่ผมก็ยังอยากเป็นนักกีฬาที่ภูมิใจว่าได้ทำตรงนี้อย่างเต็มที่แล้วครับถ้าเวลายังเหลืออยู่ผม ก็จะหยุดส่งต่อทักษะและความรู้ในการเล่นฟุตบอลให้กับคนรุ่นต่อไปถ้าเวลาเดินอยู่ผมก็จะไม่หยุดพัฒนาตัวเองและเก็บชัยชนะไปเรื่อยๆตราบใดที่ผมยังไหวอยู่ถ้าเวลาเดินอยู่ผมก็จะฝึกซ้อมอย่างหนักเพื่อจะประสบความสำเร็จก่อนที่ผมจะไปเป็นนักแสดงที่ดีในอนาคต Keep going forward Go beyond limit ไปกับพวกเรามาเป็นทีมเขาสำเร็จไปด้วยกัน
Still waiting for your dream to come true? Maybe it's a tropical island, or hot sands of a mysterious desert, or maybe you dream of dinner in a cozy restaurant in Paris, or the exotic beauty of Southeast Asia. This is the time for action. All you need is a smartphone with which you can book a bus ticket that will take you where you need to go. You can book a seat on the train that will help you get to the next destination of your journey, or buy a plane ticket that gets you to any place in the world quickly and comfortably. And finally, you can book a ferry ticket that will take you to your dream island paradise in the middle of the ocean. Don't wait. Make your dream come true today, because it's really that easy. Visit 12go.asia and start your next travel adventure right now.
Exquisitely done. I'm returning to town. To the home. Whatever it is. As you say.
Really illustrates the importance of compound interest. That corpse bow is gonna kill me.
He rezzed him? Holy shit. God damn.
So be it.
I'm gonna bounce around a lot.
Oh, this is one of those builds that just like relies on like an overpower to kill something. Typical droid build. Yeah. Not hard to guess his class. Yeah, true. Okay, let me go to the end of it. Oh, he has to rest. To rest his dipshit again.
I'm in awesome right now.
I say.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all much lives in Austin, I'm pretty sure.
What I like, Frank. That's actually my main record.
And when he never left, yeah.
You may select
Playing with my kids, playing with video games, and
destroyed.
you know, times been able to play video games with my kids.
I was eyeing that as well.
Min-maxing.
My boys, I play Diablo. I play Mass Effect 3, multiplayer Mass Effect 3, which is actually quite a fun multiplayer. So, and yeah, I can like try to answer some questions that I see. It's cool to see that the comments are still going, and we're able to keep the stream working at high levels. Yeah, and we're adding people.
Yeah, if he's still getting chat and nothing is crashing, especially like 30 minutes into it, right? Because like at that point, you're probably going to have like the highest amount of people that are watching.
Pay for this treachery.
I think that's actually pretty impressive. Same chair? Yes, unironically it's the same chair. And so yeah, I mean, I would probably, if they had a actual theater mode, I would try a stream on Twitter. Sure, why the fuck not? Yeah, to be funny.
Your enemy is deserving of my power.
Twitter streaming could be lit. Yeah, why not? Chat would be insufferable? Oh, well that's so much different than now. I mean, come on, yeah, you would have to have, like, for example, people, you know, rules and, like, ways to, like, moderate stuff like that. But overall, yeah, I think this is a pretty good fucking first test. This is pretty decent, man. Interview Elon Musk about Diablo 4. Yeah, that'd be great. It has the potential to overthrow Twitch. I don't think so. I just don't really think so. I think they have to build like a whole separate. Yeah. This is the third time he's done a stream on here, so we'll see how things evolve. But yeah, the quality.
Hi everyone and welcome to my channel. I am Make It Up Supergirl. Today I'm super excited to be sharing my Ice Cream Beauty box for September 2023. And I'll be showing you...
I think the worst thing about Twitch, for example, is just like the bitrate and the quality of the game. If there was higher quality, then it would be even better. Or people are going to do X streams. Yeah, and then after the stream's over, it'll be an X video. Twitch also has no playback. Yeah, the playback on... It's actually crazy. That's a very good point. It's actually crazy to me that, that the playback on the Twitter video of a stream is already better than Twitch. Isn't that weird? Dude, isn't that... Yeah, it's a VOD. VODs have playback. Yeah, but like how many times have you tried to do playback for a VOD and it's had to completely reload, or it's like paused, or it's crashed, or something like that? Like I've had this happen a lot. Elon follows Asma? No, he doesn't. He does not follow me. Probably does not know that I exist. I'll watch the end of it, and then we'll talk about it a bit more.
Let's see, playing a song called Regulate by Warren G. Regulators!
So you just listen to whatever the fuck.
But I think it's been a successful night. I hope this was entertaining and respect out there for I don't know, I think it's awesome. So.
Is that it? Well, shit, okay. Yeah, I think that was pretty good. I'm impressed. Yeah, I mean, this is better than what I would have expected. Especially coming from the, again, the Ron DeSantis announcement was a fucking disaster. It was such a joke. Like, I still think back on that and how fucking stupid it was. Marty Brownlee uploaded a recent video, Twitter and YouTube, and Twitter got more interaction. Elon will launch alternative problems. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Okay, so we've got this one, and then 85,000 likes on this, 50,000 likes on this, 36 million views on this, only 1.5 million views on this. However, a view on a YouTube video means more than a view on Twitter. Like, for example, you can look at Tucker Carlson, right? Like, look at the amount of people that watch his stuff. So this is 37 million views right here. We'll go back, scroll down a bit more. And the O'Reilly interview, oh my god, I forgot all about this guy. We'll do it live. So yeah, a lot of these have and this one is fucking nuts. Like some of these are huge. Like this one was really popular. It's got 121 million views. So like, O'Reilly's still alive? Yeah, he's chilling, man. And anyway, a view like I just counted as a view for that stream, and like every single one of these tweets, right? I'm pretty sure because like they just count a view as an impression. Like here, let me explain it. All views are impressions, but all impressions are not views.
Something lurks nearby.
Does that make sense? So basically, with Twitter, if you just simply look at something, that counts as a view. But it's not really a view, it's just an impression. But with YouTube, a view is somebody who is actively engaging with and watching the video for a period of time. So it's very different. So what I'm saying is like a view on, let's say YouTube, means more than a view on a 1-to-1 ratio on Twitter. So let's go ahead and look at this. Reviews. So it's got comments 1,400, and then this one has 7,600. So I think it's really just about like quantifying how accurate this is, because like it's clearly not accurate, right? But like how close to accurate is it? And that's what I'm curious about. Twitter also autoplays? Yeah. Video? Well, I'm sure, I mean, I've seen what I'm saying. 2 to 5%. Well, if it's 5%, let's say it's 5%. 5% means that's 3 million. Or sorry, 1.5 million.
Suffer for defacing my force.
So it's about the same. So yeah, I'll be really curious to see how many people are actually, and the reason why people are going to upload onto like X and stuff like that is just simply because it might just look better for analytics. And the reason why they upload onto YouTube right now is because they make more money from it. Actually, I'm going to go back and forth. And I think if Twitter can provide the same level of value that YouTube is, then you'll see a lot more people uploading onto it and making videos on there. And the reason why is because you're not going to get banned on Twitter. You can post all kinds of crazy shit on Twitter and you never get banned for it. Whereas on YouTube, sometimes the video gets demonetized, sometimes it gets claimed, sometimes it gets taken down, sometimes it gets age restricted, and like there's all these restrictions. There's no ads though? Well, for now. Like the thing is that advertisers will come back to Twitter if they feel like they can advertise their products. It's just that simple. Like, I know people want to say, oh, advertisers aren't going to do it. They will always come back. What the fuck? Do you think they really care about these problems? Of course not. They're just trying to play it safe and not look bad. That's it. So as soon as they start making enough money off of it, then they'll do it. I got perma on X for saying kill yourself to someone? Yeah, but like, that's kind of normal though, right? I mean, I think that in general, it's harder to get, I mean, like, you get banned on Twitch for that. Like, pretty much anything that you get banned on Twitch for, you also get banned on. Snapchat in your ad on Elon Musk. Yeah, you guys try the platform, the stream, he does. Yeah, I would try to stream on Twitter. I think it'd be funny.
Well done.
But yeah, I think the biggest thing that's holding back Twitter from having better streams is a actual theater function that shows chat and everything else. Like it shows chat, it has like moderation tools. Basically just take what Twitch has and just steal it. Just steal it. Just take the exact same thing and put it on Twitter. There it is. They don't have a chat. They don't have a chat, but sorry. They do have a chat. They don't have a chat replay. Like, for example, like, you need to have a chat replay and the ability for people to make clips. Like, for example, I think it's actually... So, I see substantially less stuff from, like, Tucker Carlson nowadays than whenever he was on Fox. Be careful. Because it's not easy to clip this kind of stuff. Like, for example, if you were able to just clip this and then talk about it, like, on a 1-to-1 ratio, it would be a lot easier for information to be spread on Twitter. Because that's the main weakness that a lot... Why was it deleted? I don't know. But, like, what I'm saying is that, whenever you don't have the ability to do that, you don't have people talking about you all the time. Because most people don't want to sit down and watch a 32-minute video. And a lot of the Tucker Carlson, like, clips that you would see back in the day, they were between, like, 30 seconds and 5 minutes. Probably less than that. So yeah, 10 minutes my own. Yeah, so like if you're able to, like, for example, like there's like extra options where you can clip part of this and then kind of keep that and then hosting yourself, discussing yourself, then I think it would really help with people having conversations. Because again, I think Tucker Carlson is a great example. Like, am I the only person that feels like I saw a lot more Tucker Carlson whenever he was on Fox than now? Even though he has more people that are interacting with him and it's because of the ability to clip things easily. How will discoverability work on Twitter streaming? I don't know. I think it's like it's a one step at a time type thing. I'm just saying, like, these are the things that would make Twitter more accessible, and it would help things go viral more, and it would help people spread the word of like different streams, of different videos, etc. Because that's really how things like this get popular. Like, you think about that one girl, that ice cream so good girl that you got releasing, you didn't watch the whole stream, you just saw a clip of it. Clips are usually what makes something go viral, and then it either has legs or it's not, or it doesn't.
ฮิตาชิให้คนส่งมอบความภูมิใจสู่ทุกเจเนอเรชันในอนาคตด้วยดีไซน์ที่มาพร้อมคุณภาพจากการสร้างสรรค์สุดพิเศษเราเลือกสรรทุกรายละเอียดพัฒนาอย่างต่อเนื่องและใส่ใจทุกความต้องการเพื่อให้คุณได้ใช้ชีวิตอย่างที่ตั้งใจ The Art of Ease Hitachi.
My phone, my wallet, passport, and tablet. This bag has room for all my essentials, making travel a breeze with everything I need within hand's reach. But that's not even the best part. This bag is 100% safe against pickpockets and thieves. It has anti-theft pockets, an anti-theft shoulder strap, and can even be worn beneath the jacket. I can relax in crowds and don't have to be paranoid about strangers, because I know my things are safe. The thing about most anti-theft bags is they're...
There's plenty of potential. I wonder if Musk is going to play his hand well. Well, we'll see what happens, right? I think chat playback on clips, and just in general, like being able to have like different sourcing for like media. I don't think it's a good idea to have all media uploaded on Twitter through the exact same interface as tweets. I think the interface is phenomenal for tweets and short messages, and for everything else it's garbage. Batching gambling on Twitter? Ooh.
You will arise.
That's exciting. I think one potential reason there's no clip function is because clips are used to take things out of context, and community notes on X really push for transparency to balance that. Well, okay, so like what's the logic here? So then couldn't you just community note a clip? Yeah, I feel like you could just community note a clip. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the problem. Like, I think this is my perspective on like community notes, is I think community notes are a massive W, and I love community notes. I think they are probably the best. It's like, this is like a W patch for social media, is community notes. I think it's amazing. And true, this is great. But I also think that, like, it's important to let people speak, and then it's also important to disprove what they're saying after they speak. I think we saw with COVID, for example, the whole strategy of deplatforming anybody who said anything negative about COVID didn't work. Like, now that COVID is pretty much in the rearview mirror, looking back on it, that strategy actually alienated, and I think it radicalized more people. Yeah, it didn't work at all. Yeah, it just straight up did not work. Straight up deleting and banning it was worse. Yeah. To put him in echo chambers, it did. And I think that having community notes and having these things approached in the public space is the best idea. It reinforces conspiracy bias. So, they're having another round of vaccines over here in the EU. Yeah, but like at this point, like basically in America, nobody cares about COVID. If a new variant of COVID comes out and it's as bad or worse than I think it was like the Delta one, it was like the worst one. If it was that bad, people would just be like, oh, who gives a fuck? We're not gonna put a mask on again. Like that's it. It's just not gonna happen. So, what I'm saying is like, if you give people the ability to speak, but you also give other people the ability to criticize what they're saying, I think that's the healthiest option for the most people. And like, again, hey, yo, guys, everybody has got to have their opinion, about COVID. Everybody's gotta say what their opinion on COVID is. Let me give you a little tip. Nobody cares. That's not YouTube doesn't have flip options and videos only for streams. Yeah, and well, I think that YouTube is a native video platform, which makes doing things like that a bit easier because there's other websites that are designed to make clips out of YouTube videos now that everybody uses. But you're right. It's not that on 15% of the population, it's something retarded, they buy any conspiracy, your community notes don't do much. I feel like community notes have been an overall positive for Twitter. What do you guys think? Have community notes been an improvement or not?
MVP.
Yeah. Okay, and that this is my opinion. Like, I'm not saying this is a fact. You can't quantify this. It's just my opinion. So yeah, I think Twitter and places like this have a huge opportunity, and it's just about if they capitalize on it and if they make the tools and the infrastructure to make that capitalization meaningful. I think Kick is also doing well. It has continued to do well, and I think that's great, honestly. Like, there's like new streamers, like there's this new kid, Neon, who's like streaming and doing really well on Kick. I think that's amazing. So it's not like Twitch is the only place now, and like Rumble is another one. So yeah, fuck Neon? Well, I don't know, like, bro, like, I'm not, like, what do you think? I'm not defending everything he's ever said. Neon's fucking, I don't know. I'm just saying a lot of people watch him. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not saying he's the best person ever. Like, I don't know. So one time community notes it's correct. It got spammed, downvoted, and removed by a group of trolls. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with Kick is the awful streamers are there. Just don't watch them. If I'm walking down the street and there's a piece of dog shit in the grass, it's not like I go step into dog shit and like, oh wow, I can't believe this. Just don't walk around it. Just walk around it. What are you doing? Do you know how many bad things are on Twitter? Tons. There are whole accounts whose essence and purpose in life is racism. Like, they hate, I don't know, black people. And they have the entire account is all about bad stuff about black people. And that's it. That's the entire account. And you know what I do? I don't look at it. Yeah. It's not a problem. Just don't look at it. It's fucking stupid kid. Yeah. Another Twitter account? Yeah, everybody does it. It gets popular every, like, month or two whenever it says something especially unique. Too much dog shit everywhere. I don't go down the street anymore. Yeah, but depends, right? If it's a fun street and there's also good stuff there, then maybe the dog shit's worth it. You got gimmick accounts just posting racism? Bro, like the gimmick accounts on Twitter. Oh my god. The same thing where white people have those accounts about white people themselves. They hate their own skin color. It's insane. Saw many of those on Twitter. There are plenty of stuff.
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อนันค่ะอายุ28ปีค่ะคุณหมอให้ความมั่นใจได้ดีว่าปลูกผมแล้วก็คือจะได้ผลลัพธ์ที่มันชัดเจนแล้วก็ดีจริงๆส่วนมากก็เป็นข้างหน้าค่ะสวัสดีค่ะชื่อนันค่ะอายุ28ปีค่ะก็ผมร่วงค่ะจากการคลอดลูกคนที่2ก็คือร่วงไม่หยุดเลยส่วนมากก็เป็นข้างหน้าค่ะปลูกผมครบ4เดือนแล้วค่ะคุณหมอตอนที่วิดีโอคอลมาปรึกษาคุณหมอค่ะว่าคุณหมอก็ให้คำตอบดีมากคือแบบว่าคุณหมอให้ความมั่นใจได้ดีว่าปลูกผมแล้วก็คือจะได้ผลลัพธ์ที่มันชัดเจนแล้วก็ดีจริงๆประทับใจค่ะขึ้นแน่นมากของนั้นก็คือไม่มีร่วงเลยค่ะก็ประทับใจมากเลยค่ะมาปรึกษาที่แรกแล้วก็ตัดสินใจทำทันทีเพราะว่าทุกคำถามที่ถามคุณหมอก็คือได้คำตอบที่ชัดเจนมาปลูกจริงๆก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกว่ามันจะมีตรงไหนที่แบบว่าไม่รู้สึกไม่ดีเลยค่ะในเรื่องของความสะอาดก็ทุกอย่างก็ดีหมดเลยค่ะนันปลูกผมด้วยเทคนิค Triple N นะคะเน้นปลูกแน่นแล้วก็มีความเป็นธรรมชาติค่ะแล้วก็พักฟื้นไม่นานค่ะแล้วก็ไม่เจ็บด้วย ฝากติดตามด้วยนะคะคลินิกเวชกรรมเกษาใครที่มีปัญหาผมร่วงผมบางแล้วอยากเข้ามาปรึกษาคุณหมอก็ลองเข้ามาปรึกษาคุณหมอได้ค่ะ
self-hating white people, and this might be a surprise, but there are plenty of self-hating black people. The Uncle Ruckus
I know my calm, composed, stoic demeanor may not give you any clues or hints at my internal struggle, but trust me, right now, I'm spiraling. I'm falling down a dark path I swore I'd never walk again. Like a former addict who finds the pipe once again, I have found my long since abandoned drug. I have become hooked on reading horrible text messages from dudes trying to get laid again. It's been many moons, and some of you who have been around the channel for a while may remember I've made a lot of content covering horrible pickup artists, as well as horrible text messages with self-proclaimed nice guys who are one gentle no away from letting the demon out and just flipping the switch to a full-blown conniption. Like, the word boyfriend would be, you know, a Winter Soldier event that would have them just go ballistic. And I've made quite a bit of content, both laughing at the absurdity of it, as well as using it as an educational tool, like, hey, don't be like these goobers. But over time, I started kind of petering out from doing that, because I just made so much of it, and I stopped indulging in that kind of content until recently. I could only fight the urge for so long. The werewolf is coming out, it's a full moon, and that moon is nothing but fucking cringe. I saw some text messages today that I've just gotta go over. Now before we embark on this journey together, it's important that I let you know that these are two college students. As we go through this, you'll probably assume that it's two 13-year-olds, but that's not the case. These are two college students that worked on a group project together, and now we're coming in after the completion of the project. So, they say, I just emailed Professor the final draft, so we should be good. To which the poster says, yay, and then sends a meme, go team. I really enjoyed working with you. You seem like a very sweet and smart girl, and I'd love to take you out sometime. To which they say, that's very kind of you, but I have a boyfriend. Oh boy. She said the phrase, I have a boyfriend. There is no phrase more powerful in the English language than that. The strongest sentence ever constructed. That's like the nuclear bomb here. I have a boyfriend is a phrase, nay, an incantation, more powerful than Avada Kedavra from Harry Potter. And it's just been deployed. So you can already start to speculate where things are gonna go south. He responds by saying, heh, well thanks for
ใหม่ขนอซอสมะขามเปียกเข้มข้นสูตรใหม่เปรี้ยวหอมถึงรสมะขามทำจากมะขามเปียกแท้เนื้อเนียนไม่แยกชั้นเหมือนได้มือขันผู้ช่วยมือโปรประจำครัว
A 3-year collaboration to create the ultimate e-foil. The world's most highly awarded e-foil meets one of the world's most influential designers, Mark Newson.
We had a singular vision to use the most uncompromising construction techniques. This created a lighter, stiffer, and more responsive e-foil than any in existence.
Inspired by the aerospace industry, where strength and weight sensitivity are critical, the pure carbon e-foil and board are cured in an autoclave to deliver a perfect balance of stiffness and ultra-efficient hydrodynamics.
The design was informed by the technology, and the end result only possible by understanding the intersection of art and science.
Pure design, pure performance.
Ready yourself, my champion. I hope you're ready, friend.
That I am.
leading me on. which catches her off guard. She says, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I've done anything to imply I was interested in dating you," to which he responds, "It's just funny how you never brought up that you were taken until now." Which is an interesting thing to respond with, because that makes it seem like he expects every girl that's taken to immediately state that upon starting a conversation with a man. Like they need to wear some kind of sign or some kind of label on their forehead that says, "Currently in relationship, not available, thank you. Try again at later date." Although she does say that she mentioned her boyfriend. "Actually, I did. When I was at your house, I told you my boyfriend was picking me up." Which she is able to counter beautifully by saying, "I thought you meant a boy that you were friends with. Because why would you go over to a guy's house if you're dating someone?" And she says, "Because you offered to host and we needed somewhere to work on our project together. My boyfriend knew and didn't care because all we were doing was working. I'm sorry if I did anything to give you the wrong idea." And he says, "You let me buy you a pizza." Now, admittedly, I understand where the guy's coming from here. We all know about the law of equivalent exchange thanks to Full Metal Alchemist, and we have something like that in the real world. If you buy a girl a pizza, she is obligated to have sex with you. It's the pussy for pizza transaction. It's as old as time itself. So the fact that he was able to buy her a pizza and he didn't get his winky stinky is shocking. But anyway, he seems to really put a lot of stock in the importance of that pizza, like that was going to carry them all the way to marriage, like this is a moment she'd remember for the rest of her life or something, that pizza that he bought her. But I'd like to backtrack a bit just briefly. Let's go to the previous chapter where he said, "I thought you meant a boy you were friends with, because why would your boyfriend be okay with you going to a guy's house to work on a project?" And I feel like that's a dog shit perspective that's not unique to just this guy in this situation. I've seen a lot right now where people work under the assumption that if your significant other is doing anything in any capacity with someone of the opposite sex, it means that they're unfaithful to you and they're cheating. But I just don't really subscribe to the belief that most normal, sane people think that way. Of course, there are extenuating circumstances to that, but in this scenario, and in most scenarios like this, where it's just she's working on a group project with a classmate, I don't know why you'd immediately jump to, "She must be a whore who's going behind my back to fuck this one goofball in her class," and pretending that they're working on a group project. I just don't think that's something most ordinary people jump to immediately, and in this case, the guy views it as weird that she ever even agreed to go to his house to work on this group project if she was in a relationship, but I just don't understand why that would be viewed as weird. Like, where else are they gonna do it? Like, if they go to her place and do it, it's the same problem, right? Now, she has invited a guy over to her house and she's in a relationship to work on this group project. Wouldn't that be the same issue? Or if they go somewhere in public and do it, like a fucking Starbucks or whatever, it's still the same issue. Like, oh, now they went to a public place where people go, like, on dates sometimes to do this group project. So you can always make that argument no matter what. So it just, I don't know, it just doesn't compute with me. But anyway, back to the pizza. "I offered to split when you told me you were ordering a pizza and you said it was your treat. If you'd like, I can sell you for half of the cost." Yes, I'd like that. And you ate more of the pizza than I did, so you should pay for like 2/3 of it. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty math calculations here, like, well, actually, listen here, Harpy, you ate more of the pie than I did, so you're gonna need to reimburse me more for it. And you know what? It wasn't my treat, because this Halloween there was only tricks. You tricked me, so you lied by not telling me that you had a boyfriend. So So give me extra cash for that pizza, you disgraceful harlot. She's being as gentle as possible here. I imagine she's scared of this individual, and she said as much in the comments of the post. She said that she didn't want to, like, get too aggressive back because then she'd be like afraid of what he might do. So it's just like, I understand where she's coming from. You don't want to, you know, poke and all of that. So she's just like, okay, that's fine. And I'm sorry again if you got the wrong idea, but I thought I made it clear that I viewed this as a professional relationship. Well, you didn't. And then he comes back and says, "Don't leave me on red." So he's getting very aggressive here. He's red in the face. He's steam coming out of the ears. Like, I understand why she wants to, like, tiptoe around this as gracefully and smoothly as possible, and it's something I've said a lot on stream, where in the current climate of things, it feels like everyone's more on edge than ever. Like, I've read so many stories over the last couple of years of people snapping at the smallest thing, like even the most minor inconvenience. Like, this is a story I've referenced a lot, but it's one that actually legitimately sticks with me. There was a murder at a Subway where a man shot 2 Subway workers because they went a little heavy on the mayonnaise on his sandwich. Too much mayo was a death sentence for one of the 2 workers that was shot. The other one did survive, but I mean, it's things like that where you just, it's never really worth pushing back. So in a case like this, I understand why she'd want to be really light about it. And I just want to mention that because I saw a lot of comments like, not really grilling her or anything, but just really kind of wondering why she was being so polite in lieu of all of the aggression from this guy. And I totally understand why she would be. I really do get it. I just wanted to point that out real quick. But anyway, it wraps up by saying, I don't think this conversation is worth furthering, which is fair. And then he responds saying, it's ridiculous you even chose a guy to work with if you have a man. I bet he was upset even if he pretended not to be. Now, she explained this a little further in the comments. She didn't even choose him to be like her group project partner. Apparently the way the groups were chosen were people chose topics and whoever had similar topics worked together. So these 2 just happen to have the same topics. It's not like she went out of her way to choose this, you know, benevolent angel to work with or anything. But anyway, I understand this was like a very short text exchange. It's only like 3 screenshots here. But I just think there's a whole lot to digest and analyze here. As we as a species have become more and more isolated, all of our socialization and human interaction comes from behind a computer screen now mostly. Almost all of our interaction with each other is through the internet. So it's leading to a lot of people not knowing how to socialize or not knowing how to pick up on like social cues, and I don't even really blame individuals for that. But it's led to situations kind of like this where this guy really views that her being off the market, you know, having a boyfriend should mean that she shouldn't do anything at all with another guy, even work on a class project with another man. And also, something as simple as buying a pizza shows some kind of romantic interest between the 2 of them, some kind of mutual romance. So when it turns out that she wasn't interested and it leads to a rejection, it's something that he doesn't know how to handle appropriately. And overall, it is just pretty sad. Yes, it is like equal parts entertaining with some cringe text messages, of course, but at the core of it, there is a problem where people aren't going out in the real world and making genuine human connections. It's all through computers, so when you are in the real world with real humans, you don't really know how to handle things super well, so something as simple as getting like a rejection is a much bigger deal than it used to be. And overall, like I said, it's just kind of sad. I wanted to just talk about these text messages because I got real deep on why. Why would this be the response to something so simple? And of course the text messages are very silly, like with the whole fucking pizza side quest thing. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.
สวัสดีค่ะเพื่อนๆทุกคน สำหรับใครนะคะที่กดเข้ามาในคลิปนี้นะคะแล้วก็กำลังมองหาเจ้าตัวฟิล์มกันเผือกนะคะหรือว่าฟิล์มกันมองนะคะหรือว่าใครที่กำลังใช้อยู่แล้วประสบปัญหาหรือว่าเคยได้ยินปัญหาแล้วก็ตัดสินใจไม่ออกว่าจะใช้ดีไหมเจ้าตัวนี้นะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเลื่อนไม่ได้เลื่อนแล้วมีปัญหามองข้างๆแล้วก็ยังมองเห็นอยู่แล้วก็ต้องมานั่งแกะออกเสียดายตังค์กันอีกหลายรอบนะคะคลิปนี้เราจะมารีวิวให้ทุกคนฟังกันนะคะกับเจ้าตัวฟิล์มกระจกกันมองนะคะของโฟกัสค่ะต้องบอกเลยว่าลบทุกปัญหาที่เคยเจอนะคะถ้าพร้อมแล้วไปฟังกันเลยค่ะเริ่มต้นกันที่เจ้าตัวคุณสมบัติหลักนะคะของฟิล์มกระจกกันมองโฟกัสนะคะนั่นก็คือเขาเนี่ยจะเริ่มป้องกันการมองตั้งแต่ 45 องศาค่ะนั่นก็หมายความว่าเพียงแค่เราเอียงหน้าจอเล็กๆนะคะเราก็จะมองไม่เห็นแล้วก็เป็นจอดำนั่นเองค่ะคนข้างก็จะมองไม่เห็นหน้าจอแต่ในฝั่งของฟิล์มกระจกกันมองทั่วไปนะคะต้องบอกว่าเขาเนี่ยจะมีการป้องกันการมองนะคะในองศาที่มากกว่าค่ะนั่นก็หมายความว่าเราจะต้องมีการเอียงโทรศัพท์มากกว่านะคะคนข้างๆถึงจะมองไม่เห็นเราถัดมานะคะก็คือเรื่องของความมืดนั่นเองค่ะเพราะว่าเจ้าตัวฟิล์มกระจกกันมองนะคะของโฟกัสเนี่ยเขาจะมีความมืดที่มากกว่าค่ะนั่นก็คือถ้าเกิดเราเอียงอยู่แบบนี้นะคะคนข้างๆก็จะมองไม่เห็นเลยว่าเราเล่นอะไรนะคะเขาจะมืดไปหมดเลยเขาก็จะรู้สึกว่าเอ๊ะเราเล่นโทรศัพท์อะไรก็ไม่รู้เหมือนไม่ได้เปิดเครื่องนะคะแต่ถ้าเกิดเป็นเจ้าตัวฟิล์มกระจกกันมองแบบทั่วไปนะคะเขาก็จะยังมองเห็นลางๆอยู่ค่ะคนข้างๆก็ยังแอบเห็นว่าเราเล่นแอปอะไรอยู่นะคะและเรื่องถัดไปนะคะนั่นก็คือเรื่องของการมองตรงค่ะต้องบอกเลยว่าเรื่องนี้วุ่นวายมากๆนะคะหลายๆคนประสบปัญหาเรื่องนี้เยอะมากเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดติดฟิล์มกันมองแบบธรรมดานะคะนอกเหนือจากการคนข้างๆมองแล้วนะคะยังกันตัวเองมองด้วยค่ะเพราะว่ามองแล้วมองไม่ ไม่เห็นค่ะแล้วฟิล์มเนี่ยเขาจะมืดมากต้องมานั่งเร่งแสงสู้นะคะแถมทำอย่างนี้ต่อไปนะคะก็จะเปลืองแบตอีกต้องมานั่งชาร์จแบตหาที่ชาร์จแบตหมดกลางวันอีกนะคะแต่ถ้าเกิดเป็นเจ้าตัวฟิล์มกันมองของโฟกัสนะคะต้องบอกเลยว่าไม่มีปัญหาเลยค่ะเพราะว่าเจ้าตัวนี้นะคะเขาสามารถใช้งานได้ปกติต้องบอกเลยว่าเห็นเลยนะคะว่าเจ้าตัวนี้เขาจะมีความสว่างกว่าตัวนี้มากเลยนะคะเหมือนไม่ได้ติดฟิล์มกันมองค่ะทีนี้เรามาลองดูการใช้งานกลางแจ้งที่ก็เป็นปัญหาใหญ่มากๆเหมือนกันค่ะเพราะว่าถ้ากรณีเราติดฟิล์มที่ไม่ได้คุณภาพนะคะหน้าจอมือถือของเราเนี่ยก็จะสู้แสงภายนอกไม่ได้ค่ะแล้วก็จะมืดจนมองยากมากๆนะคะพอเทียบไปดู2เครื่องเนี่ยก็จะเห็นได้ชัดเลยว่าฝั่งแบรนด์ทั่วไปนะคะเขาจะมองเห็นค่อนข้างยากต้องใช้การเพ่งเพื่อจะมองเห็นให้มากกว่าคนอื่นค่ะและในเรื่องของความคมชัดนะคะก็จะสังเกตเห็นได้ชัดเลยค่ะเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดเป็นแบรนด์ทั่วไปนะคะเขาก็จะมีความคมชัดที่น้อยกว่าค่ะแล้วก็จะมีความมัวๆเบลอๆนะคะบอกเลยว่ามองนานๆปวดตาแน่นอนค่ะและสุดท้ายนะคะก็คือคุณสมบัติอื่นๆนั่นก็คือเรื่องของการทัชได้อย่างลื่นนะคะแล้วก็แม่นยำค่ะและที่สำคัญแข็งแรงนะคะหมดปัญหาเรื่องการทัชแล้วมีปัญหานะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นตำแหน่งไหนของหน้าจอนะคะก็สามารถทัชได้อย่างแม่นยำแล้วก็ลื่นสุดๆไปเลยค่ะติดครั้งเดียวเนี่ยใช้ยาวๆเลยนะคะไม่ต้องมานั่งเสียเงินใหม่หลายๆครั้งค่ะสุดท้ายนี้นะคะเน้นย้ำกันอีกครั้งนะคะสำหรับใครที่ต้องการความเป็นส่วนตัวนะคะกับการใช้โทรศัพท์นะคะไม่ว่าจะขึ้นรถขนส่งสาธารณะบ่อยๆหรือว่าประชุมงานไม่อยากให้คนข้างๆรู้นะคะว่าเราใช้อะไรอยู่นะคะเลือกติดฟิล์มกระจก
I went through the weirdest movie world records and put them all into an iceberg chart with the most commonly known ones at the top, and the farther down we go, the more obscure and strange things get. Let's dive in. Tier 1. The Lord of the Rings trilogy holds a lot of records. It's the most awarded film series ever, second highest grossing movie trilogy ever, and has the largest battle sequences on film. But most impressive of all, it holds the record for most latex feet for a single film. More than 1,600 pairs of latex feet were used for the Fellowship of the Ring. Each foot had to be cooked in a special oven running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The actors would have to get there at 5 a.m. and stand for an hour and a half for the feet to properly be glued on, because if they were to sit while the feet were being applied, their ankles would be at the wrong angle. And there was no way of removing the feet without damaging them, so each pair could only be used once. But they totally made the most of it in the movie. Look at those Hobbit feet on full display. The feet were shredded after they were used to prevent a black market in stolen Hobbit feet, but apparently Dominic Monaghan kept a pair. And you can buy your own latex Hobbit feet for 90 pounds, or you can buy your favorite YouTuber a pair. I'm a size 9.5. The shortest movie to ever be nominated for an Oscar, coming in at 1 minute 40 seconds, is Pez's 2012 smash hit Fresh Guacamole. You all know the one. All I have to say is it's the best stop motion you've ever seen, and you're like, oh yeah, that video. At the 85th Academy Awards, Fresh Guacamole was nominated for Best Animated Short Film, and it's now been watched on YouTube almost 500 million times, making it the most viewed Oscar short in history. The film uses a technique called pixelation, where the movements of real people are made to appear like artificial animations. Pez's first animated short, Roof Sex, won Best First Film at the Annecy Animation Festival in 2001, launching Pez's animation career. Then in 2016, Pez received an Emmy nomination for his commercial Paper, a 2-minute stop-motion tour de force showcasing the 50-year history of Honda. This dude is simply a stop-motion beast and should be getting free guacamole for life. 2017's Baywatch holds an interesting world record, and it has nothing to do with The Rock or Zac Efron. It really has nothing to do with the actual movie. As a promotional campaign for its premiere, Paramount Pictures created the world's largest inflatable beach ball with a total diameter of 65.5 feet. Guidelines for the attempt stated that the ball must be made using the same materials of a standard beach ball. I was actually the one in charge of inflating the beach ball. I got halfway through before they remembered to give me the air pump, but I was already pretty lightheaded by then. Baywatch currently has a sequel in development, and if they make another beach ball and expect me to inflate it, count me out. The movie with the most dialogue is Martin Scorsese's Casino, with 67,608 words in it. Ace, played by Robert De Niro in Casino, is also the character with the most lines in movie history, 26,798 words. On average, there are about 9,000 words in a movie script. Casino has 7 times more than that. Here are some other crazy stats from an article I found by data scientist Kaylin Pavlik. Crime movies have the most words on average, but comedy movies have the most words per minute of runtime. Horror movies movies have the least amount of dialogue. Kevin Smith has the wordiest body of work with a median 24,108 words per movie. Jim Carrey is the actor with the most lines with more than 5,000 median words per script. As for Casino, a lot of the dialogue was improvised. Most of the conversations between Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci involved Martin Scorsese just telling them where to start and end. The rest was up to them. Most of James Woods' lines were improvised as well. And here's another stat. For this entry, I've said exactly 229 words. The largest movie by gigabytes is James Cameron's Avatar. For every minute of Avatar, 17.28 gigabytes of processing power was required. The movie was rendered at one of the most powerful data centers in the world, Weta Digital, a 10,000 square foot server farm facility. It took their supercomputers processing up to 1.4 million tasks per day to render the movie, which involved processing 8 gigabytes of data per second, running 24 hours for over a month. With a movie budget of $300 million, just the storage costs of the movie would have been in the million range. The entire rendering of Avatar reportedly required over 1 petabyte of storage space, aka 1 million gigabytes. That's equivalent to an MP3 file of Sandstorm on loop for 32 years. The most retakes for one scene with dialogue goes to the Shine scene during the filming of The Shining, with a total of 148 takes. Comes as no real surprise that Stanley Kubrick is responsible for this record. Repetitive takes was very much his trademark. The scene where Jack Nicholson is in the hotel lobby throwing a ball took 40 takes. The shot of the tennis ball rolling into Danny's toys took 50 takes. The iconic scene where Wendy is swinging a bat was shot about 45 times. Shelley Duvall is legitimately crying in this scene from exhaustion, her hands raw from gripping the bat for so long. According to Nicholson and Duvall, it was one of the most challenging projects of their careers. The record-breaking scene involved Scatman Crothers and Danny Lloyd, with their characters discussing the ability to shine. Crothers was 69 years old at the time, and for his character's death scene, Kubrick had to be convinced by Jack Nicholson to dial back the amount of takes. He originally wanted to do 70, but was talked down to 40 for the older gentleman. The movie was still really tough for Crothers, who at one point was so exhausted from the amount of takes that he broke down in tears, asking, "What do you want, Mr. Kubrick?" He had to have been praying for his next project to be easier on him, and his prayers were answered by Clint Eastwood, who is known for sticking with one take. In his first scene in Eastwood's Bronco Billy, Crothers broke down in tears again, but this time with gratitude when he realized he wouldn't have to do endless take after take again. That'll do, my friend, that'll do. The most extras in a film was over 300,000 people that appeared in the funeral scene of Gandhi from 1982. The 2-minute funeral sequence had to be shot in one morning, January 31st, which was the 33rd anniversary of Gandhi's funeral. The scene was apparently easy to put together because of how many people showed up to pay their respects. About 94,000 contracted actors were hired for about 40 pence each. Then when production got the word out about the need for volunteer extras through newspapers, television, radio, and loudspeaker van, 200,000 people showed up. People loved the movie too. Gandhi absolutely dominated in the Academy Awards that year, winning 8 Oscars, including Best Picture. I wish Ben Kingsley could have seen how many people showed up. The slowest production ever was Richard Linklater's Boyhood, which went from May 2002 through October 2013, a total of 11 years, 8 months of production. Starring a then 7-year-old Eller Coltrane, Boyhood presents vignettes of various moments in the life of Coltrane's character Mason as they grow up in real time. A year in Mason's life averaged about 14 minutes of screen time. Over the course of filming, Coltrane grew 27 inches and had 72 haircuts. The film also featured Linklater's own daughter Lorelei, who a few years into filming lost interest and asked her dad for her character to be killed off, which he refused. She eventually had a change of heart and stayed on the project. The cast and crew would shoot for a few days a year. In the 12-ish years, they shot for a total of 45 days. And none of the actors were even contractually obligated to return to the film each year because of a law under California Labor Code, which makes it illegal to contract employees for more than 7 years of work. So it definitely was a labor of love for everybody involved. Ethan Hawke called the project a little bit like time-lapse photography for a human being, which I thought was a really cool way to look at it. I feel a similar way to the 1 Second Everyday project that I've been doing for the last 5 years. The time investment turned out to be worth it. Boyhood was nominated for tons of awards, including Best Picture. Linklater's currently working on another film with a similar concept, this one in adaptation of Merry We Roll Along, which is going to be shot over a 20-year span. Very cool, but let me just say, Winners at War is like Boyhood, but with 20 people over the course of 20 years on a deserted island. The largest camera crane ever used on a film set was built for James Cameron's Titanic. To be able to cover all angles of the 775-foot set, a crane with a normal reach of 80 feet was adapted to have an expanded reach of almost 200 feet. It's basically a construction tower crane on a railway track with a camera hanging on a platform that can go up and down while going around the massive set, which was built specifically for Titanic with an almost full-scale replica of the original ship and a deep enough pool out in the Pacific Ocean to sink it. So you have all that space and there still wasn't enough room on that door for Jack, huh? The most dogs to attend a film screening is 120 pups for the premiere of The Secret Life of Pets 2. Creative agency Stellar London was hired to promote the sequel of The Secret Life of Pets and aimed to make this a celebration of the love between owners and their dogs. The promotional campaign was a hit too, according to Stellar London. Publicity on the world record reached 9 million eyeballs just in Brazil. Does that mean 4.5 million people? And there were even 7 dogs adopted at the event thanks to their local animal charity partner. When I hit up Scooby-Doo to ask why he was a no-show, he just replied, "Didn't get the invite." I don't know what that's all about. Tier 2. The UFO landing site built for Close Encounters of the Third Kind,
what the dog doing?
Was 351,000 square feet, making it the largest indoor film set ever made. They originally planned to build the landing scene in Monument Valley until they realized it'd be tough regulating the weather and lighting. They looked all around the world for the biggest indoor enclosure they could find and went with an abandoned hangar close to Mobile, Alabama that was once used to build World War II blimps. It still wasn't big enough, but they spent 4 months extending it. The hangar, which was 6 times larger than the biggest Hollywood soundstage and bigger than a football field, had its own climate, trapping humidity that occasionally resulted in clouds during production. The scenes filmed on this set accounted for only about 1/5 of the film's runtime, but took up easily half of the shooting schedule. Spielberg stated, "That set became our shark on this picture," in reference to nightmares he dealt with during the Jaws production. The movie with the lowest budget to make $1 million at the US box office is Robert Rodriguez's El Mariachi, with a budget of $7,000, half of which was raised by Rodriguez taking part in experimental clinical drug testing. The film was shot in 14 days with no storyboards, since there were no crew members, no dolly, just a wheelchair, and no slate, just actors and their fingies. Rodriguez's whole strategy was getting the movie shot through the path of least resistance, and said the movie was really just to practice. Since he only had one camera, Rodriguez chose to shoot sequences in order with one long take. He'd freeze everything in frame every few seconds and change the camera angle to give the impression that there were more cameras. Not everybody in town was happy about the production. There were 2 local journalists that were particularly fussy about the filming, and to win them over, Rodriguez gave them small parts in the movie. I think one of the best skill sets a filmmaker can have is problem solving, and he proved at a young age that he was a problem solving genius, especially considering he finished the project under budget. In the end, he spent $7,000 of the $9,000 he had planned. When Columbia Pictures bought the American distribution rights, they had an English dub made which cost more than he spent to shoot the original film. El Mariachi went on to make $2 million in theaters, launch his career, and prove that sometimes in art, with restrictions comes creativity. Derailed, a Jean-Claude Van Damme action movie from 2002, is the fastest edited feature film in history, with a total of 3,007 unique shots compressed into a runtime of 80 minutes, making the average shot length only 1.53 seconds. On an out-of-control train holding hostages and high-tech bioweapons, Agent Christoph becomes a one-man army to derail the terrorists. This film is considered to be a carbon copy of Die Hard, which led to its nickname Die Hard on a Train. It wasn't able to copy Die Hard's box office success, though. It had a budget of $18 million, but brought in under $300,000, which is brutal. To add injury to insult, Van Damme also broke a hand while getting knocked down by a stuntman in the final fight scene. Derailed was edited by Fernando Villena, who has also edited other manic as hell movies like Mom and Dad and Crank High Voltage. What can I say? The guy has a style. Dustin Hoffman was put in the Guinness Book of World Records for the greatest age span portrayed by a movie actor, for playing Jack Crabbe in Little Big Man from the age of 17 to 121. He had quit smoking cigarettes for 8 months, but his part in this film was so rough he started smoking again. For Old Man Crabbe, Dustin Hoffman spent an hour in his dressing room screaming at the top of his lungs to get his voice all raspy. Legendary makeup artist Dick Smith created a 14 15-piece latex mask that took 5 hours a day to apply. This mask allowed Hoffman's own blinking to be synchronized with the eyes, which was revolutionary in the makeup industry at that time. But to Smith's dismay, none of the close-up shots in the movie of Hoffman's face showed off the synchronized blinking. Come on, let's see the blinks. Poor guy put his heart and soul into that makeup, forever changing the game, and they didn't even bother putting it in the movie. The record for most credits in one movie for one person belongs to Jackie Chan from his 2012 film Chinese Zodiac. Chan was credited as the writer, producer, executive producer, and director. He was also the lead actor, the cinematographer, art director, unit production manager, catering coordinator, stuntman, stunt coordinator, gaffer, composer, props, and even sang the official soundtrack, giving him a total of 15 credits. The previous record belonged to Robert Rodriguez with 11 credits for one movie. Chan did most of the stunts and fight scenes himself and actually earned 2 Guinness World Records with the film for most credits in one movie and most stunts performed by a living actor. And it all seemed to pay off. In China, this was Jackie Chan's highest grossing box office success in his career. The biggest box office flop of all time is 2012's John Carter with a loss of $161 million. After digging into things, it's clear that John Carter had been doomed to fail for decades. So many studios and filmmakers tried to turn the 100-year-old fantasy novel into a hit movie franchise, going all the way back to the 1930s. In 2009, Andrew Stanton pitched Disney to have him direct the film, calling it Indiana Jones on Mars. Stanton was a seasoned vet by then, but this would be his first crack at directing a live-action film, so he told Disney, "I'm not gonna get it right the first time, I'll tell you that right now." They still said yes and gave him the biggest budget ever at the time, an estimated $263 million. Shooting started in 2010, and overall production went well. It was only afterwards when things started to get dicey. A few months before release, Stanton shared the first teaser on Good Morning America, and fans didn't dig it. Disney tried to act quickly by sending Stanton back out there with a new trailer on Jimmy Kimmel, which still left fans underwhelmed. Then a month before its release, a 1-minute trailer was set to premiere during the Super Bowl, but only a backup 30-second teaser was used because the commercial came during an injury break. Stanton had to just tweet out the link to the full trailer afterwards. In its first weekend, John Carter grossed just $30 million, getting beat out by The Lorax, which was on its second week. So what led John Carter to become the worst box office bomb of all time? One theory is that Disney was too preoccupied to properly market the movie while they were busy acquiring Lucasfilm. Rumor is they let John Carter die so that they wouldn't have 2 space opera franchises competing with each other. Also, moviegoers just don't seem to care about Mars. The year before, Mars Needs Moms bombed too. But Stanton has done a ton of great, very successful stuff. Even accounting for John Carter, his movies have still brought in over $5 billion. So he's good. He's all right. He's gonna be fine. One cool thing did come out of the movie. While filming at Big Water in Utah, the crew accidentally discovered a 60-foot-long dinosaur skeleton, and that is priceless. The longest speedboat jump in a film is in Live and Let Die, when James Bond is chased down Louisiana's bayou in a speedboat and leaps over a road at a record distance of 120 feet. The stunt boat was specifically designed with redistributed weight to soar through the air with more stability, and a specially constructed ramp was used for the jump. Speculations of the boat's speed range from 45 miles an hour up to 70. 26 boats were built for the film, 17 of them were destroyed during rehearsals. In the script, the boat chase was written as just Scene 156, the most terrific boat chase you've ever seen. And if you ask Clifton James, who played the cop, I bet he'd say it was. His spontaneous reaction to the jump was kept in the movie. Roger Moore cracked some of his front teeth and twisted his knee during the boat chase when his engine cut out and he was flung into a boathouse. He had to walk with a cane for a few days afterwards, but was still able to finish the scene because all he had to do was just sit in the boat, and that's not so hard, right? The largest gathering of animals in a film was in 1956's Around the World in 80 Days. This is considered one of the largest movie projects ever undertaken in Hollywood. Clocking in at 182 minutes, Around the World in 80 Days had 8,552 animals, including 3,800 sheep, 2,448 buffalo, 950 donkeys, 800 horses, 512 monkeys, 17 bulls, 15 elephants, 6 skunks, 4 ostriches, and a cat. 90 handlers were hired to manage all of these animals on set, which doesn't seem nearly enough. Shooting on 112 locations locations in 13 countries, production took 75 days, almost as long as it takes to travel around the world. With all of this, the picture still somehow cost less than $6 million to make. In his review of the film on Letterboxd, Demi Dejuibe points out that What Women Want cost 10 times more to make, and they didn't have nearly as many buffalo to deal with. Loving Vincent, the 2017 animated film about the life of artist Vincent van Gogh, is the world's first fully painted feature film. It was first shot as a live-action film with actors, then every one of the 65,000 frames of the film was transformed into an oil painting by 125 professional oil painters on over 1,000 canvases. Their website says, "The reason we made the film is not because we want to be the first or that we want to set any records. It's because we believe that you cannot truly tell Vincent's story without his paintings, so we needed to bring his paintings to life." It took 4 years to develop the technique, and the entire production process took 10 years. Coincidentally, Van Gogh's artistic career lasted around the same amount of time, making anywhere between 800 to 2,000 paintings between 1880 and 1890. Before his death, only one was ever sold. A century later, Vincent van Gogh's portrait of Dr. Gachet sold at auction for a record-breaking $82 million. Loving Vincent would go on to get an Academy Award nomination for Best Animated Feature. The filmmakers revealed that if you look close enough, there's a fly stuck in the paint of one of the frames in the movie. But don't mind him, he's cool. The largest animatronic created for a film is the Spinosaurus built for Jurassic Park 3. It weighed 25,000 pounds and was nearly 45 feet long. This certified absolute unit was a logistical nightmare just to bring to Universal Studios. The door to the building had to be opened all the way to the ceiling because it was too big to get out. They had to transport it at night on a specific path because it couldn't fit under bridges, and if they took it during the day, it would literally stop traffic. The animatronics were considered very dangerous. One of the artists said, "This thing could kill somebody." The goal was to totally blow the original Jurassic Park T-Rex out of the water. A T-Rex animatronic from the previous film was reskinned, and in one of the last scenes they shot, they had the two duke it out. The tail of the tape has the T-Rex driving on 200 horsepower and the Spinosaurus on 1,000 horsepower. We ended up knocking the head off of the T-Rex, so I guess the Spinosaurus won. True, but let's give him the real challenge. Let's see him go under a bridge. The Jesus film has been credited as the most translated movie in history, and it's available in an unbelievable 1,197 different languages. Produced by the evangelical group Campus Crusaders for Christ, the Jesus film is a standard retelling of Christ's birth, death, and resurrection. I don't know, man, that doesn't look like Jesus to me. Can this dude even hunt vampires? This is one of the few films not to have credits. Producer John Heyman's reason for that is the filmmakers were simply being translators of the Gospel of Luke. Sounds like a SAG violation. The movie tanked when it was first released in 1979 and left the organization $4 million in debt, but that didn't stop evangelical groups from turning it into a recruitment tool. In 1980, the Jesus Film Project was created to translate the movie into other languages and show it around the world. The film has been presented in 229 nations, and some believe that it's the most watched movie of all time. The group claims that as of May 2020, it's been viewed over 8 billion times by over 4 billion people. This claim, however, has some non-believers, including evangelical leader Vinay Samuel, who claims these numbers are, to say the least, not gathered in a social scientific way, and they have no way of knowing this. But that's just the church's style, baby. What can be verified is the movie currently has 6 million views on YouTube, and you can download the whole movie on their website for free, but you have to put your email address in, and I just don't have that sort of relationship with the guy. You can't trust anyone that uses spooky fonts like that. Tier 3. You're about to see the world's smallest movie. A Boy and His Atom was created by IBM scientists with their 2 actors played by carbon monoxide molecules, all within a frame size of 45 by 25 nanometers. It took 4 researchers 2 weeks of 18-hour days using a scanning, tunneling microscope to make a movie so small it can only be seen when you magnify it 100 million times. The result features atoms arranged into an animation of a boy and an atom who meet and become friends. For reference, the period at the end of a printed sentence has several million atoms in it. And let me just say, the boy's acting had a subtle brilliance to it, and the camera work, incredible. And it was all done to get kids to hate law school. Wait, what?
If I can do this by making a movie and I can get 1,000 kids to join science rather than go into law school, I'd be super happy.
The most amount of magical warriors in an anime film ever is 55, achieved by Hug Pretty Cure All-Stars Memories. Pretty Cure is a Japanese anime franchise that features a group of magical girls known as Pretty Cures who battle against evil forces. The franchise is known to regularly do reboots of itself with fresh characters and had 13 different incarnations at the time when they got all 55 characters together to celebrate its 15th anniversary. And it's not just that all 55 characters appear on screen, they each speak dialogue and fight using their magical powers, making the record official. So let this be a message to Avengers Endgame. This is the most ambitious crossover event in history. And I'm happy for the fan base. This sounds like the Survivor Winners at War of Anime. The longest makeup job in film history goes to Rod Steiger, who endured 20 hours of being in makeup each day for his role in The Illustrated Man. Makeup director Gordon Bow and 8 assistants spent 10 hours applying the temporary tattoos to Steiger's torso, then another full day tattooing his hands, legs, and lower body. The Illustrated Man is a sci-fi based off of a collection of short stories by Ray Bradbury about a man whose tattoos represent visions of frightening futures. Director Jack Smite considered Rod Steiger and his tattoos part of the set design. Rod Steiger emphasized, don't ever call them tattoos, they're skin illustrations. I'm sure there was a goddammit Marie somewhere in there too. Unfortunately, even with all the time and effort that went into the skin illustrations, The Illustrated Man was marked as a critical and financial failure. This dude is decked out head to toe in the sickest skin illustrations you've ever seen, and you let the movie bomb? Another attempt at an adaptation could be on the way though. In 2007, Zack Snyder signed on to direct a remake, so hopefully The Illustrated Man's movie failure won't be permanent. The largest global film premiere of all time was for the 2016 One Day on Earth. Over 160 countries premiered this first-of-its-kind documentary, which featured clips from every single country on Earth, shot exclusively on October 10th, 2010. 7 months before, their official YouTube channel uploaded a call to action for filmmakers all over the globe to create a voice of the world, calling the project the world's time capsule. Over 3,000 hours of footage was shot by filmmakers of all skill level in every country on Earth and outer space. This is the movie I would choose to show aliens, and I'd maybe throw in a screening of Minions: The Rise of Gru too, just cause. The process behind the longest continuous shot using a Steadicam was incredible. Russian Ark from 2002 consists of a single continuous tracking shot that goes for 91 minutes and 26 seconds. The film took 4 years to develop, there were over 2,000 actors involved, and there were 0 complete dress rehearsals beforehand. Because the Hermitage Museum had to be shut down for production, they only had 1 day to shoot the film in its entirety. 4 attempts were made. After 3 failed attempts, they were left with only enough battery power and daylight for 1 final take. We follow along with an unnamed narrator as they wander through different rooms of the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Russia, as the history of the city flows by, each room manifesting different periods of Russian history. 22 assistant directors were scattered around like a relay race team to make sure everything ran smoothly, and so much credit needs to go to the DP and Steadicam operator Tilman Butner. The path he took with the camera rig was nearly 1 mile long, with batteries that weighed 77 pounds, all while remembering the intricacies of the route, which even included going through a courtyard while it was negative 11 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Butner was nominated for his work on the film by the European Film Academy, but the director rejected Butner's nomination, believing that only the whole film should gain an award. That could have been kind of awkward. I hope he had a say in this, but YouTube commenter Spooky Ghost summarizes it well. 2,000 actors, 300 years of Russian history, 33 floors of the Hermitage Museum, 3 live orchestras, all done in 1 shot. Dang. The most complicated computer graphics model in a film is the robot Devastator in Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. To put it into perspective, Optimus Prime has 10,000 moving parts. Devastator is made up of 80,000. In the movie, Devastator is a combination of 7 or 8 large-scale construction vehicles, stands about 80 feet tall, and destroys 1 whole pyramid. In real life, Devastator took up 32 gigabytes of computer space, and the Transformers gods required a sacrifice. After 1 night of rendering footage in ILM's render farm, some of the hardware actually exploded. This gave Revenge of the Fallen a whole new meaning. The movie with the most co-writers is 50 Kisses, with 51 co-writers officially credited. They couldn't nix 1 writer, so it'd be 50 writers, 50 kisses. Why does that bother me? 50 Kisses is considered the world's first crowd-generated feature film. The project was started by the London Screenwriters Festival, which aimed to connect screenwriters with filmmakers with the premise that anyone could submit an original 2-page script as long as it took place on Valentine's Day and contained a kiss. There were over 1,800 script submissions, and the best 50 scripts scripts with the addition of one script written by their own writing team were adapted and edited together to make the feature film. Natalia Tena is featured in one of the stories. She flew in from England to film in between shooting Game of Thrones. The film premiered in London in 2014 on February 13th, the day before Valentine's Day. Why does that bother me so much? The record for most directors on a film is 25 directors for 2012's The Owner. The film follows a backpack on its journey around the world, interweaving a variety of cultures, languages, and film styles into one narrative, with each filmmaker writing and directing their own short segment of the film in their own country. The film's 25 directors are from 13 different countries, and according to a video on their YouTube channel, the filmmakers have never met in person and wrote the screenplay over the internet, then filmed a piece of the story in each of their respective cities. I was wondering where my backpack went. My chapstick was in there. Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut was in production for over 15 months, including an unbroken shoot lasting 46 weeks, which is the world record for longest continuous film shoot. The movie itself takes place within 2 days. Kubrick obtained the filming rights for Dream Story in the 1960s and held onto it until the 1990s. When Kubrick offered the lead roles to Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, he also managed to make both agree to not commit to other projects until Eyes Wide Shut was completed. About 1 million feet of film was shot, which is about 3 to 4 times the length of an average film. Cruise and Kidman ended up spending so long living in the UK for the shoot, their 2 children picked up English accents. The stress of the legendary long shoot gave Tom Cruise an ulcer, but he was so determined not to let it interfere with filming that he didn't tell Stanley Kubrick. After production was finished, Kubrick showed a cut of the film to Cruise, Kidman, and the Warner Brothers executives on March 1st, 1999. 6 days later, Stanley Kubrick passed away. Spectre holds the record for the biggest explosion in film history, using 2,000 gallons of fuel and 72 pounds of explosives, all captured in one take. But Michael Bay, a film explosion expert himself, has passionately refuted this record, believing his film Pearl Harbor should have the record, saying, "James Bond tried to make the biggest explosion in the world. Bullshit, ours is. It's all about the special sauce for explosions." He explained, "I see some directors do it and they look cheesy, or it won't have a shockwave. It's like making a Caesar salad. Caesar salad. Got it." But Pearl Harbor does hold a few world records, specifically the record for most expensive film explosion sequence. The bombing of Pearl Harbor scene cost $5.5 million. It was filmed by 12 camera teams. The explosion took 1 month to rig and required 700 sticks of dynamite, 2,000 feet of primer poured, and 2 tons of gasoline. That's a lot of Caesar salads. The oldest actress in a leading role was Lillian Gish, who was 93 years old when she starred in 1987's The Whales of August. Lillian Gish was a prominent film star in the silent era and into the 1920s, and is considered the movie industry's first true actress, given the title of First Lady of American Cinema. With this last film role, her career spanned 75 years. Gish was somewhat deaf by then, and her co-star, another legendary actress, Bette Davis, had recently recovered from severe strokes that left her unable to move on the left side of her body. The pair play elderly sisters in the movie, but the 2 actresses had no love for each other. Bette Davis demanded to have leftmost billing, and Gish agreed to that on the condition that her name was slightly higher, which you can totally see. Davis rarely spoke or even looked at her unless it was absolutely necessary. Gish said she was hurt by this, but sympathetic due to Davis's illness. That face, have you ever seen such a tragic face? Poor woman, how she must be suffering. I don't think it's right to judge a person like that. For her part, Davis was frustrated with Gish missing her cues, saying, "Miss Gish was stone deaf. She couldn't have heard the cues if I'd shouted them through a bullhorn." But a source says Bette took advantage of the fact that Gish's hearing was impaired, deliberately lowering her voice during their scenes so that Gish wouldn't be able to hear her cues. But Gish herself admitted she actually had little trouble hearing her cues and was basically giving her the silent treatment. The film was screened at the 1987 Cannes Film Festival, where Gish received a 10-minute standing ovation. The house from the movie is still up today in Maine, and I just hope anyone that visits knows how much passive-aggressive old lady drama went down in there. Tier 4. The award no movie ever wants to win. The most negatively reviewed film of all time. There's about 350 movies that have a 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, but this special movie has 118 reviews, and every one of them is negative. I'm talking about the 2002 action thriller Ballistic: X vs. Sever. First off, what the hell is that title? It's only 4 words, but it's somehow the most clunky name I've ever seen. Dolph Lundgren was originally supposed to star in it, then when it became a spy versus spy story, they tried to cast Wesley Wesley Snipes and Jet Li, and then it was Sylvester Stallone and Vin Diesel who were attached to the project, eventually landing on Antonio Banderas and Lucy Liu. But by then, years had gone by with tons of rewrites, and the original concept was totally unrecognizable. Ballistic tried real hard to capitalize on the success of The Matrix. They even pulled The Matrix composer himself, Don Davis, into the project. This movie surprisingly led to 2 video games, but the first one came out 10 months before the film even premiered, and unlike the movie, was actually really well received. The game was based on one of the older scripts, so these 2 final projects had no relation to each other. It just makes you think what could have been for the movie if they just stopped tweaking the story. Its director, Chaos, even gave the movie a bad review. He said, "At the premiere, I waited until the movie had been playing for 30 minutes before taking my seat. I pretty much hyperventilated for the whole evening." Looking through the reviews, I find it interesting how the most common reaction to the movie was that it wasn't that bad. But I think that's what led this movie into the history books of mediocrity. It's not good enough to be good, and it's not bad enough to be bad good. Most viewers were just left wildly indifferent towards it. The record for the longest time spent running in a film by one character is 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 10 seconds, set by Giulio Basse during the film Postcards from Rome, which features him jogging around Rome with his dog in a single uncut shot on a Sunday morning. The movie's total runtime is 82 minutes, and Basse spent 90% of it running. It's the longest time anyone has spent running in a film with or without cuts. To sustain a continuous run throughout the shoot, Basse trained for a year. I couldn't find the whole movie anywhere, so I reached out to him on Instagram, and he said the film is going to be available on a streaming service soon. I just hope the dog had a good time. And that dog better have their name on the record too. The record for the longest documentary film has a runtime of 48 hours and 10 minutes. I'll start this one off by saying I did a video already about the longest narrative films ever made, and this was not in it. Through all of my research, I did not find this one until now. It's called 100 Years of Chrysostom and covers the life of the longest ruling bishop of the Marthoma Church. And if a 48-hour documentary wasn't enough, it was originally planned to be 72 hours. The film was made by director Blessy as a tribute to the bishop reaching his 100th birthday. It features 100 different speeches of the bishop, question and answer sessions, and appearances from local celebrities, including the president of India. And I love the trailer for it. There's a ton of laughter, which is just wonderful. I don't mean to exaggerate, but I've never needed to own a movie more than this one. Oh look, it's available in a set of 18 DVDs and costs $100. You know, if you think about it, it's only $1 per year of Chrysostom. The most amount of indoor rain made for a film was done for Bad Times at the El Royale. The set was made up of 42 rain heads that could drop 2,000 gallons a minute, which was then drained and recirculated. The El Royale was built from scratch on a soundstage, with a lot of the furniture and decor being custom made, even down to the branded matchboxes and coasters for the bar. Director Drew Goddard and the entire cast took a pay cut to make the movie, but it didn't pay off in the box office. I don't even know if I was aware this movie existed, and I'm surprised by that. It has a great cast, Drew Goddard directing, and it sounds like a good old-fashioned whodunit. How did this movie slip by? When you have the largest amount of indoor rain made for a film, how do you not double down your marketing on that? If I had known, I would have been the first in line to see that indoor rain. The longest running film series is the 123 features made for the 19th century martial arts hero Wong Fei Hung. These movies span over 69 years, starting in 1949 and continuing to the latest production in 2018. There's basically been a new installment released every year. In fact, 6 were made in 2018. The real Wong Fei Hung that the movies are about is really mysterious. There's not a lot of info about his real life. There's no confirmation of his real date of birth or when he passed away. There's a museum of his life, but none of the items there ever belonged to him. Even the statue at the entrance is not of the man himself. Most of the photos of him were destroyed in a fire, and when media asked his widow for a photo of him, she gave them a picture of her 4th son. This guy is basically Ron Swanson. What we do know is he started training martial arts when he was 6 and traveled around with his father performing and providing medical treatment for a living. Later in life, he became a martial arts instructor, but he died without any money, and his family was unable to afford a proper burial for him. He became famous after death through stories told by his former students. One of his students, Butcher Wing, later opened a kung fu school, and one of his students was a newspaper reporter. The reporter started writing stories of him, and his legend spread from there, eventually leading to over 120 feature films. A 2005 teen comedy, Kids in America, broke the record for longest kiss in a film at 6 minutes and 44 seconds. Nicole Richie's in this, Julie Bowen is the villain principal, and it has ginger ale fanatic Alex Anfanger.
Did you take my ginger ale? Hannah!
There's actually a lot of kissing in this. There's a whole montage of the love interests recreating famous kissing scenes. That's also the context for the 6-minute kiss. The two characters are going for the movie record that was previously held by Jane Wayman and Regis Tomey in 1941's You're in the Army Now. The kiss between actors Gregory Smith and Stephanie Sharin starts at the very end of the film and continues uninterrupted through the credits. This movie was inspired by true events, and turns out one of the stories the movie is based off of happened in Orlando, Florida, where I went to college. Shouts out. The most expensive movie poster ever is an original poster for 1927's Metropolis that was sold in 2005 for $690,000. The poster is one of 4 copies known to exist, so owning the last available copy is a huge deal, but in 2012, the rare Metropolis poster was caught up in a messy bankruptcy case. Turns out the guy who bought the Metropolis poster was using funds he borrowed from an investor he was supposed to share profits with once the poster was resold. When he kept the poster instead, the investor filed a lawsuit and won, forcing him to liquidate his assets. The Metropolis poster was auctioned off for $1.2 million. The winning bidder was collector Ralph DeLuca, and even though he paid more than the record-setting bid from 2005, this auction didn't set a new record because it was sold in a bundle with other memorabilia, including posters from King Kong, The Invisible Man, as well as the original painting of Elvis Presley used for the Jailhouse Rock poster. Ralph owns about 30,000 movie posters and has said that he'll eventually sell the Metropolis poster, and added, "When I do, it will be for a world record price. So if anybody's interested, hit him up. Tell him I sent you so I can get a commission." This is the longest film title ever. This Italian film from 1979 has 179 characters, including punctuation. It translates to a fact of blood in the town of Sicily between 2 men because of a widow. Political motives are suspected. Love, death, shimmy, Lugano beautiful, Tarantelle, Terra Lucci, and wine. In the United States, it's simply titled Blood Feud. The movie is set in pre-World War II Sicily, just as the fascists come to power and 2 men fall in love with the same woman. It stars Sophia Loren, who has an acting career with a ton of range, starring in movies with long titles and also movies with short titles. She could really do it all. The most paid for product placements in a film is 3,463 in Palm Wonderful Presents The Greatest Movie Ever Sold, a documentary that follows Morgan Spurlock of Super Size Me fame in his quest to make a movie that's funded in its entirety by product placement. The success of Super Size Me helped get his foot in the door with a lot of companies, but also scared a lot of them away because they saw what he did to McDonald's and wanted no part in that. Palm Wonderful agreed to pay $1 million for above the title billing, and you can see Spurlock's pitch to Palm Wonderful for this idea in the movie itself. In my opinion, the craziest sponsorship the movie was able to get was an entire city. For 60 days in 2011, the city of Altoona, Pennsylvania officially changed its name to Palm Wonderful Presents The Greatest Movie Ever Sold, Pennsylvania. Another main sponsor was Mane and Tail, which is a shampoo for people and horses. Because the movie's entire budget was paid for by advertisers, it was actually in the black before selling a single ticket. I guess now is a good time to announce that I'm accepting sponsorship inquiries. The longest pre-credit sequence in a film was in The Last Movie by Dennis Hopper, which runs for a full half hour before the credits hit, with about a 15-minute gap in between the first and second title cards. Pretty unorthodox, but that was just kind of his style. The Last Movie was a metafictional drama that follows a stuntman played by Hopper who begins a filmmaking-centric cult among Peruvian natives after going into self-imposed exile. Hopper had spent a year in editing and missed the initial deadline for the final cut by about 6 months, leading the studio to believe he was purposefully sabotaging his project. A lot of this was documented in The American Dreamer, and you only really need to watch a few minutes to get the picture for why it took him so long. When the studio finally saw his final cut of the film, it was so disjointed it left them totally baffled. Dennis Hopper refused to edit the film in a more traditional way, and even though it won the Critics' Prize at the Venice Film Festival, Universal only screened the movie for a couple weeks in LA before bailing on it. The film was a critical and financial disaster, which led to Hopper's self-imposed exile from Hollywood for almost a decade, life imitating art, not directing another film until Out of the Blue in 1980. So The Last Movie was almost his last movie. Dennis Hopper, what a guy. The most weight gained for a movie role was 70 pounds by Vincent D'Onofrio for his part in Full Metal Jacket, a physical transformation that he said changed his life. I gained weight everywhere. My thighs were tremendous, my arms were tremendous, even my nose was fat. I had a tough time tying my shoelaces. Vincent was 24 years old at the time, working as a doorman at a Hard Rock cafe when he submitted a videotape for his audition. The role of Private Pyle was apparently the hardest to cast in the whole movie, and when director Stanley Kubrick received his videotape, Kubrick quickly gave the part to him. Now at 280 pounds, the movie's boot camp sequences were brutal for him. One obstacle course, he injured his knee to the point that it required surgical reconstruction. As far as how he put the weight on,
how does somebody put 70 pounds on? Hash and British food. No, hold on a second.
And as difficult as it was for him to gain the 70 pounds, it was just as difficult losing it afterwards, which took him about a year. The most plasticine ever used in a film was during the production of Wallace and Gromit: Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Animators used 6,272 pounds of plasticine, 44 pounds of glue every month to assist in sticking down the sets, and 1,000 baby wipes per week to wipe off animators' fingers. The film took 5 years to make, and production averaged about 3 seconds of usable footage per day. DreamWorks was hoping for a repeat in their box office hit Chicken Run, but it didn't reach their financial expectations and chose to terminate their multi-picture deal with Aardman Animations early. After the movie was released, the entire Aardman warehouse in Bristol, England burned to the ground, and with it, basically every character and set the company had ever made. The movie went on to win dozens of awards, including becoming the first and only stop-motion film to win the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature. And along with breaking the record for most plasticine used in a film, it was also the last DreamWorks animation movie released on VHS. In March 2007, a small film crew for Stargate Continuum ventured 200 miles off the north coast of Alaska to the Applied Physics Laboratory Ice Station for 9 days of filming, making it the most northerly location ever for a film shoot. When they first got off the plane, it was minus 56 degrees Fahrenheit and got as cold as minus 80 with wind chill. Because of the minimal facilities, they only brought 3 actors and a 4-man crew. While they were up at the station, the US Navy happened to have a submarine there and figured they might as well make the most of it. They had 3 opportunities to get a shot of the submarine breaking through ice and blew the first 2 before nailing it on the last try. This was a pretty neat film opportunity, but the timing was really unfortunate. 2 crew members of the Royal Navy, Paul McCann and Anthony Huntrod, were killed in an explosion on board another submarine while heading to the North Pole with the USS Alexandria. The Stargate film crew were on the ice and in the Alexandria at the time. The filmmakers would later dedicate the movie to McCann and Huntrod. The most destructive chase sequence in movie history, which features 150 vehicles being destroyed, as well as several boats, trucks, motorcycles, and 2 airplanes, can be seen in the 1982 independent film The Junk Man. Frank Reynolds, is that you?
I'm the trash man.
Oh, that's right. The Junk Man, made by H.B. Halicki, spent 2 years in production, and he used his own personal collection of over 200 cars, toys, and guns, including Eleanor, the star of his 1974 cult classic Gone in 60 Seconds. Halicki had several life-threatening accidents during production. The worst involved the scene where he was driving towards one of the hitmen's planes, and both collided head-on when the pilot misjudged the distance between them. One of the wings smashed through the car windshield and hit him, and the plane crashed behind him. Both somehow only received minor injuries. They filmed the main chase sequence right outside of Halicki's own ranch, and when they would finish filming for the day, all of the vehicles just sat in the middle of the road for a week, and production just put out some traffic cones to warn civilian drivers. They don't call him the Junk Man for nothing. In the 1936 film The Nightingale, 150,000 plates were shattered in what is recognized as the greatest destruction of crockery ever in a film. The Nightingale is the story of a revolt of women workers in a Russian porcelain factory, and it was the first Soviet feature film shot in color. The director Nikolai Ek also made the first Soviet sound film, Road to Life, 5 years earlier. So this dude broke a lot of barriers in Russian filmmaking, broke a lot of plates in The Nightingale, and with it, broke maybe the most hardcore movie record ever. This is the biggest and longest lasting glacier calving ever filmed. For the documentary Chasing Ice, a team of researchers spent several weeks camping while watching the Jakobshavn Glacier in Greenland until they witnessed a calving event on May 28, 2008 that continued for 75 minutes and resulted in 7.4 cubic kilometers of ice crashing into the ocean. It's as if the entire lower tip of Manhattan broke off, except that the height of it is equivalent to buildings that are 2.5 or 3 times higher than they are. I don't know that anybody's really seen the miracle and horror of that. It's really a stunning video, the colossal scale of everything, the indescribable sounds, and there's even a little unintentional comedy of one of the researchers being on the phone discussing how nothing is happening as the glacier calving continues. It's won over 40 awards at festivals worldwide, including Excellence in Cinematography, an Emmy Award for Outstanding Nature Programming, and an Academy Award nomination for Best Original Song, Before My Time by J. Ralph, featuring Scarlett Johansson and Joshua Bell. The most characters played by one actor in a single film is 45, achieved by Johnson George in the film Eranunyan. With the film's runtime of 107 minutes, that means George averaged one role every 2.5 minutes. He portrays a wide variety of characters in this, including Gandhi, Jesus, and Leonardo da Vinci. I looked everywhere for a plot synopsis, but all I know is the movie title translates to Who Am I? Which is a fun question. I'm starting to think he could be anybody, and I have to imagine this was the role of a lifetime. Great way to make a movie and actors reel all in one go, and that's the kind of efficiency I can respect. According to Guinness World Records, the longest uncut film was made in Mumbai in 2010 and has a runtime of 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 4 seconds. One shot, Fear Without Cut, was directed by Harun Rashid, and based off the trailer, it looks like a horror film that follows a news crew as they try to survive a zombie outbreak or a ghost situation. With a crew of 17 people, all of whom were first-timers on a film production, Harun eventually had to become the cinematographer after several DPs noped out after a few days of rehearsals. It was shot in 4 locations with 7 actors, and Harun said, "We rehearsed for almost 5 months before shooting the film, and we got it right in the 7th or 8th final take." In a few articles, it's mentioned that the movie already got rave reviews in international film festivals like Sundance, Venice, and Shanghai Film International. I looked it up though, the movie wasn't screened in any of those festivals, and the movie trailer has laurels from all of them with quotes that sound a lot like lines in a rejection letter. Either that or they're just completely made up. I don't even really know if it's 3 hours and 28 minutes, because its wiki page and other articles say it's 2 hours and 20 minutes, which would make it tied for 3rd on the list of longest one-shot films. And the record holder would then be the 2016 Iranian film Immortality at 2 hours and 25 minutes. I don't know what's the truth. Time is just a human construct anyway. The most car crashes in a movie is 532 for Transformers 3. Every car destroyed in the making of the movie was donated to director Michael Bay because they had flood damage. They also reused shots from Michael Bay's The Island, and I know people will shit on that. I'm cool with it. It's his footage. He can use them whenever he wants, right? Right, okay. That being said, some of the car crashes did not go as planned. While shooting for one chase scene, a real police SUV slammed into the Bumblebee Camaro while responding to a call. No one was injured, but the Camaro was heavily damaged, and they felt the need to cover the car up like it's a dead body. This accident came after one extra was severely injured on set when they were hit by a snapped cable that crashed through her windshield. She suffered significant brain damage, had to be airlifted to a hospital for emergency brain surgery, and lost about 1/3 of the top of her head. She was awarded $18.5 million in compensation. In January 2011, researchers using the Flash X-ray laser in Germany created the world's fastest movie, 2 frames with a time interval of just 50 femtoseconds. A femtosecond is a millionth of a billionth of a second, so 50 of those. So researchers at HCB and the Technical University of Berlin were able to capture ultra-fast image sequences by shooting 2 beams at the same time, but using mirrors, they divert 1 beam on a short detour, leading the 2 pulses to arrive at the target only 50 femtoseconds apart. Because no detector can read out that quickly, the scientists recorded both images as a superimposed hologram. I know what you're thinking, Joey, this isn't even a movie, it's just a picture. Well, while you were complaining, this movie replayed 80 billion times and you didn't even pay attention to any of them. A teaser trailer for the film adaptation of Where the Wild Things Are was first screened alongside How the Grinch Stole Christmas on December 9th, 2000. But the movie wouldn't premiere for 9 more years, making it the longest gap between trailer and movie release. Universal intended to release the film in 2001 as a live action directed by Spike Jonze, but they dropped the project because of budget issues. Then the film's production was transferred to Warner Brothers because of disagreements between Universal and the author Maurice Sendak over the approach to the movie. In 2005, Spike Jonze and Dave Eggers completed a 111-page screenplay, and the movie was released in October 2009. I personally remember the trailer because it introduced me to Arcade Fire, but it turns out the trailer I saw isn't the very original from 2000 because Max Records, who plays the main character, would have only been 3 years old at the time. In fact, the original is considered lost media. It's not available anywhere, and its very existence is held in question by some folks. There are plenty of people that remember seeing it in 2000, but what does make it questionable is that Universal didn't acquire the rights to the book until the following year that the trailer aired. So who knows? Maybe we should get a hold of Spike Jonze and ask him about this. Guardians of the Galaxy has been named the deadliest Hollywood film of all time, with 83,871 on-screen deaths. This insane death count is mostly because of the finale when 80,000 Nova Corps pilots died. And the moment is met with a sense of calm victory. We can credit GoCompare, who made an 11-page report on this, examining 653 films that had more than 50 on-screen deaths. Their report states, a kill was counted when either a dead body was seen or a character was heavily implied dead. James Gunn went on record to confirm that the body count of 80,000 Novacorps pilots was correct, and YouTuber JPith321 tallied the body counts in the movie as well. So Marvel gets a bit of flack for being 2G rated, all the while it holds the record for most on-screen deaths in a film. Is 80,000 not enough for you guys? The longest close-up in a movie lasts 6.5 minutes in De Era from 1953. The historic close-up comes in the last scene of the movie, with the main character watching from her balcony as the man she loves marries someone else, then she passes away in silence. I watched this scene without even realizing it was the record-breaking scene because all of the attention is going towards the background. I almost missed that there's a face here. So the close-up shot was of her and of what she's looking at, kind of like this is a close-up of me looking at her, looking at her man's wedding, and naturally this is a close-up of me, looking at her, looking at her man's wedding. Upon further reading, the movie was loosely based on the director's own love story with the female lead. When they married in 1952, he was 34 and she was 19. I know. The most pies thrown in a movie was 3,000 pies in the Battle of the Century from 1927, which was made by comedy duo Laurel and Hardy, who say their intention was basically to make the pie fight to end all pie fights. In order to supply that many pies, an entire day's stock from the Los Angeles Pie Company were bought by the director. For 6 decades, this delicious piece of film history was thought to be lost forever. But in June 2015 at a conference, film collector John Marsalis casually dropped that he found the second reel of the Battle of the Century.
Got all the reel too, and there was a gasp in the room. And I got mobbed afterwards, and they said, that's the only thing.
I just wish I could have been in that room to celebrate this discovery the way Laurel and Hardy would have wanted. Simon Crane performed one of the most dangerous aerial stunts ever when he moved between 2 jets at an altitude of 15,000 feet for the 1993 action thriller Cliffhanger, co-written by and starring Sylvester Stallone. The stunt was so dangerous, it was only performed once and cost a record $1 million, making it the most expensive film stunt performed in the air. The insurance company refused to insure Simon Crane for it, so Sylvester Stallone reduced his own pay for the movie to eat the cost of the stunt. And even though most of the film was shot in Europe, stunts like this are illegal there, so they had to film this part back in the US. And with every new detail I learned, the sweatiness of my hands multiplied. Here's behind the scenes footage of the attempt.
Both planes must travel at exactly 150 miles per hour. Any slower and the larger DC-9 will stall. Any faster and the force of the wind would pull Crane's limbs from his torso.
First half was going fine, but when Crane was about to reach the second plane, he gets knocked off course, then starts sliding around the roof. He's feet away from the engines here. Nobody can reel him in. He's flailing around in the air, and then he finally gets far enough from the plane to release his parachute. And after all that, Simon Crane wants to do it again.
I would definitely 100% do it again.
There's been a lot of attempts to make sequels and remakes of Cliffhanger over the years, but none have been developed, possibly because the ending of Cliffhanger doesn't end on a cliffhanger. But you know what does have a cliffhanger? Let me take a second to give a warning that in this final tier, there's several things that may be triggering. Not every entry from here on out is disturbing, but the things you see on screen will be discussed in tier 6. Okay, thank you. The movie that is banned in the most countries is Cannibal Ferox. Billed as the most violent film ever, this movie proudly boasts that it's been banned in 31 countries. A group of anthropologists take a trip to the jungles of Colombia to prove cannibalism is a myth.
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
They're actively seeking out the non-existence of something, and the natives they find aren't cannibals until they get sick and tired of a band of drug dealers, and then they become cannibals. It gets real gruesome from there. A character has their penis cut off and eaten, and they cut off the top of his head and eat his brains too. This movie is extremely gory, as advertised, but the imagery was only part of why it's banned in so many places. Cannibal Ferox contains scenes of real animal torture and killings. They had to get a double for an actor who refused to participate in killing any animals. Director Umberto Lenzi attempted to persuade him to carry out the murders by saying De Niro would do it, to which the actor responded, De Niro would kick your ass all the way back to Rome. Cannibal Ferox was released in the UK in 1982, but was later outlawed there and in 30 other nations. And like, if your film is banned because of real animal cruelty, I don't think that's something to be bragging about. The director later remarks that he was shocked by the fact that this and his 2 other cannibal movies were his most well-known works, when he would much rather be remembered for his less gruesome films. Let this be a lesson to everyone: if you make 3 cannibal movies, you're gonna be known as the cannibal movie guy. The record for most bullets fired in an American film goes to The Replacement Killers from 1998. John Lee is the best hitman money can buy, but when John refuses to kill because of the 7-year-old son of his target, his boss sends someone after John to kill him and take his place in the ring of hitmen. The action sequences were choreographed by vet action filmmaker John Woo. Before filming started, lead actress Mira Sorvino had blown out her voice from screaming in reshoots of another movie she was working on, Mimic. The director liked the effect and asked her to keep it, which required her to yell before each day's shoot to burn out her voice. So my first thought was, does The Replacement Killers hold the record because it's a long movie? Nope, it's an hour and 27 minutes. In fact, a lot of the internet disputes this movie as the record holder, and I think I'm a part of that group, just because it feels impossible to be sure. It doesn't even have an official bullet count anywhere. Then again, there is a lot of redundant shooting in this thing, but who knows? In the future, The Replacement Killers might get a replacement winner to take the record for most bullets fired in a movie. The record for most liters of fake blood used in a film goes to the 1992 zombie comedy Brain Dead, made by none other than Peter Jackson. This is the kind of movie I'd accidentally watch as a kid that would scar me for life. It's one giant collection of some of the most creative ways to make you want to yak, and it's considered one of the goriest movies of all time. There's a scene involving a lawnmower which had 5 gallons of movie blood pumped per second, and 300 liters of fake blood was used in the final scene. When it was released on home video, the unrated version was banned in parts of Canada, and if you rented the movie in Sweden, the VHS came with vomit bags. Just looking out for the customer. And funny enough, the BBFC loved the movie and found the gore so comical and inoffensive that they considered granting it a 15 certificate. In the end, they decided that the sheer quantity of gore made an 18 certification necessary. Fair enough. This record is disputed nowadays because of the 2013 Evil Dead remake. There's varying reports about the total amount of blood used in the film, with a Reddit post suggesting it adds up to 70,000 gallons. But it's not yet recognized by Guinness World Records, so for now, Brain Dead can soak in the victory for a little while longer. The record for the most property damage in one superhero movie goes to Man of Steel, and I'm glad I don't have to foot this bill. In a study done for BuzzFeed, disaster expert Charles Watson worked with his team to analyze and predict the devastation done to Metropolis during Superman's battle with General Zod, both in terms of human loss and monetary cost. They estimated there would have been about 129,000 lives lost, over 250,000 people missing, and nearly 1 million injured. As far as property damage, in total, Watson's team estimates that the damage would be $2 trillion. So it's a win for Superman, but at what cost? $2 trillion and 250,000 deaths? This has that same energy as that one gif of the kid winning the spelling bee. As for who's paying for this shit, Watson said that it's a little tricky. Most insurance policies have special provisions for acts of war, civil unrest, or terrorism, but he said given the involvement of individuals considered deities, there is even the potential to classify the event as an act of God. I just want to know that IHOP will be back. This is the largest movie poster ever made. The poster is for MSG The Warrior Lionheart, which is an Indian film co-directed by criminal religious leader MSG, who also plays the lead medieval warrior fighting against aliens for the honor of his land and the dignity of the womenfolk. I guess I should start with that first part about him being a criminal religious leader. MSG, which is thought to be an abbreviation for Messenger of God, is the head of the Indian social group DSS and has a long list of legal issues involving convictions of rape, the murder of a journalist, and ordering forced castrations. In 2017, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison, but before that, he made MSG The Warrior Lionheart with his daughter co-directing with him. The film was heavily criticized and regarded as a propaganda film by several critics. The Times of India gave it 1.5 stars out of 5, describing the movie as indicative of MSG's self-obsession. In the first scene of the movie, he's storming a fortress with a fedora and sword, which he turns into a rocket launcher / laser pointer and saves a group of kids. Then he blows the place up while everybody cheers. I've seen all I need to see. His fan base loved it, I guess, and worked together to create a poster big enough for his ego. The poster measured at 162,791 square feet. The fans also broke another record with the largest display of oil lamps, which consisted of 150,009 lamps. On June 17th of this year, MSG was granted a 1-month parole and has spent a lot of that time doing live streams on his YouTube channel and just celebrated reaching 1 million followers on Instagram. The most expensive film reel in history is known as the Zapruder film, a short 8mm film reel that captured the assassination of John F. Kennedy. It's been called the most important 26 seconds ever recorded. Although there are other clips of this significant moment in history, the film captured by Abraham Zapruder is considered the most complete version and is one of the most studied pieces of film ever, continuing to be dissected for decades. Life magazine originally paid Zapruder $50,000 for print rights, then a day later obtained all rights for $150,000. Here's Richard Stoley of Life magazine, who first negotiated the rights of the film. He speaks about how Zapruder didn't want the film exploited and that on the night of the shooting, Zapruder had a nightmare that he had been walking through Times Square and someone came out of a sleazy theater trying to coax him in, saying, "Come on in and watch the president get killed on the big screen." The film wasn't shown to the public for 12 years. Then in 1975, it was sold back to the Zapruder family for $1. Eventually, following arbitration with the Zapruder heirs, the US government purchased the film in 1999 for $16 million. Zapruder's granddaughter calls the film reel and its legacy an accident of fate. In a matter of seconds, it's over. Everything is different. America, the world, everything changed, and there it is on film, 26 seconds. The chariot race in 1925's Ben-Hur is considered the most edited single sequence in film history, which was compressed down from 200,000 feet of film into 750. This scene and movie were considered a triumph in filmmaking. That said, the production was a total disaster. During production in Italy, a galley caught fire too soon. Everybody on board had to jump ship, some wearing heavy armor, and not many could swim. A producer later said, "Opinions differ as to the casualty rate," prompting the studio to fire the director and start over from scratch. Filming for the chariot race began in Italy too, but the surface of the track couldn't handle the horses and chariots. During a take, a wheel broke off one of the chariots and the rider was thrown into the air and died of internal injuries. After all that, the footage turned out to be unusable because there were too many shadows. The whole scene was then reshot on a Culver City soundstage. There were 42 cameramen on set, which by itself was a record at the time. When they started filming the race, the men in the chariots were trying to be careful while they rode around the track, which the director thought looked too dull. So to kick it up a notch, he offered $5,000 to the winner of the race. This led things to get out of control. When two chariots tangled and other racers weren't able to see the accident, a pileup ensued. The assistant director can be seen in a shot running onto the track trying to wave off the oncoming chariots. One of the cast members, Francis Bushman, said they never had a vet attend any horse. The moment it limped, they shot it. By the end of production, up to 150 horses were killed either in crashes or because they were ordered to be shot. The highest body count in a slasher film is 155 in the 2011 film The Summer of Massacre. The movie is 98 minutes long, which means there's about 1.5 kills per minute. The anthology horror film has 6 storylines involving several characters with deformities, the boogeyman's son or Mr. Boogans Jr., and the final story ends with the villain detonating an atomic bomb destroying all of LA. Director Joe Castro says he didn't originally set out to specifically break the record for most kills, but he did want to break a record of some kind. And his technique of using computer graphics for the kills drew some criticism, but they used real actors and just digitally modified the shots, so personally I'll allow it. This movie and its record was interesting enough, but when I learned that he was a contestant on the reality show Face Off and didn't make it past the first episode because he stormed off the set, this interested me. We watched the Face Off episode and this guy was absolutely the inspiration for every Tim Robinson character ever. Joe struggles in the 2 competitions from the premiere and comes off as kind of a socially clueless jerk.
Joe,
Sean,
I'm
how are you?
scared, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I was thinking this. If a turtle's shell was actually made of flesh. I told you that this was not supposed to be a nose. It's supposed to be... No. You're saying that you had to stop and help me.
Wait, don't say wrong fashion in my face though, because I can't read it.
Be nice. What was the intent? I was gonna do something like a turtle.
When he realized he was probably getting voted off, he bolts. Like literally bolts.
And Joe is gone. What happened?
He then released a whole ass revenge documentary to try to show the world how fake Face Off is.
It looked great, and Tommy only said the word nice, complimenting Joe on a job well done.
He's posted a few teasers of it on YouTube, which show that some of the cast members now have restraining orders against him. This documentary seems like it was just him deconstructing all of his scenes frame by frame to plead his case that the show's edit did him dirty, but it comes off like that one time Trump was drawing on his maps with Sharpie. The most expensive expensive film straight to television was the 1998 adaptation of Lolita, produced on a budget of $58 million, and this record was not intentional. It failed to get a US theatrical release because of the movie's controversial subject. Lolita tells the story of a middle-aged man, Humbert Humbert, who rents a room in the house of a widow and becomes sexually attracted to her 14-year-old daughter. The story is told from the perspective of Humbert, who in his eyes is telling a love story. It's obviously not. It's a horror story that's told by the monster. And the disturbing nature of the story, told within the movie's very glamorized look, made distributors concerned. New Line Cinema backed out when they saw an early cut, and from there the film was rejected by basically every American distributor because of the film being too expensive, fear of backlash due to the subject of pedophilia, or a combination of both. Eventually, it was picked up by cable network Showtime. Jeremy Irons originally turned down the role because he believed that playing this character would hurt his career. He was convinced by Glenn Close that working with director Adrian Lyne would be worth it, but he still expected not to be cast in anything for a while afterwards and made sure he was paid with that in mind. Natalie Portman was offered the role of Lolita, but she turned it down. Then Dominique Swan beat out 2,500 other actresses, including Christina Ricci and Melissa Joan Hart, to land the lead role. Since Swan was only 15 during production, a pillow had to be placed between her and Jeremy Irons' lap during all of their scenes together, and an adult body double had to be used for most of the sex scenes. Although it was a straight-to-TV film, it spent a week in one LA theater to qualify for the Academy Awards and grossed only $1.1 million. The most profitable adult film ever made is 1972's Deep Throat, which reportedly earned as much as $600 million, but that number may have been inflated by gangsters in money laundering schemes. And that's not even really the half of it with this movie. It was one of the first pornographic films to have a plot, character development, and relatively high production value, which led to its mainstream attention. But the film sparked a firestorm of controversy. It was banned in a lot of places, it was the subject of obscenity trials, and lead actress Linda Borman later wrote that she was coerced and sexually assaulted during the production by her abusive then husband, Chuck Traynor. This was confirmed by several people, including Traynor himself. The cost of production was paid for by producer Louis Pereno's father, a member of the Colombo crime family. In its first 6 months, Deep Throat reached $3 million, but director Gerard Damiano, who had rights to 1/3 of the profits, was forced out by the Colombo family with just a lump sum of $25,000. Back then, most porn theaters were owned by the mafia, who would use inflated box office receipts to launder money, so the total revenue of $600 million is questionable. $600 million is a lot for a movie that was banned in a lot of the US and other countries. When the film was released, many companies were convicted of distribution of obscenity. An FBI case in April 1977 convicted quite a lot of people, and a year before that, Harry Reams was the first actor to ever be prosecuted by the federal government for conspiracy to distribute obscenity across state lines. Finally, the profits for Deep Throat were used to create Bryanston Distributing, which worked on several non-pornographic features, including the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This is the story of the deadliest filming incident ever. The Sword of Tipu Sultan was an Indian historical drama series portraying the life of the 18th century ruler of Mysore. On February 8th, 1989, during the filming of a wedding scene for the second episode, several flower pot crackers were lit as fireworks, which caused a major fire to break out in the studio. There was no firefighting equipment on set, no ventilators, and no fire safety standards being followed. The room had huge film lights and was soundproofed beforehand with highly flammable materials, and within seconds, the flames spread across the room, the temperature rising to around 248 degrees Fahrenheit. With about 100 cast and crew members trapped inside, the studio only had 2 exits, and one of them was blocked off by film equipment. The final death toll was 62 people. Director and lead actor Sanjay Khan suffered major burns and spent 13 months in the hospital to undergo 72 surgeries. As for others, several victims' families stated that they were never provided any financial assistance afterwards. Sanjay discusses the incident in his memoir, The Best Mistakes of My Life, which is a bit of an unfortunate title given the context. On a lighter note, there's actually one last weird record I want to cover, and it might belong to this channel. My whole world has been consumed by world records while making this video, so it's only fitting to submit something myself. I just hit 100,000 subscribers on here, and it got me thinking. I made this channel June 12, 2007, and I hit 100K on July 14th, 2022. 15 years, 1 month, and 2 days later. YouTube itself is 17 years old, and I thought I might, at least for the moment, hold the world record for the longest time to reach 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, which led me to submit it to Guinness World Records. And did I get the world record? I don't know yet, so you'll have to subscribe to find out later. But I'll keep everyone updated. If you're looking for more content like this, might I suggest my other iceberg video where we dive into TV shows that were canceled after one episode. And while you consider clicking that, I'd love to thank all of my YouTube members for helping fund this channel, and a big old shout out to Ashley for being a producer for this video. If you want to be a member too, click the join button, and at the least consider subscribing. Let's do this again sometime.
There is more to do, it seems.
I shall go to you.
My temple's power has been exceeded. You are stronger than I believed. The journey begins. We have done well here. Healing magic. Quaint, but useful.
Let their fortifications fall.
The familiar
I shall go to
scent. This as it knows you.
Fine work. Fall back now. Retreat.
This talent is my gift, champion.
A worthwhile pursuit. Know the abyss as it knows you. My magic grows through the temple. Guardian!
Well struck.
We have done well here.
What are you doing? Do not let our forts fall.
Retreat. Retreat. Retreat.
The champion has fallen. They shall pay for this treachery.
Retreat.
No corpse run? Oh, I
Fall back
like this.
now.
Look out! As you say. is in peril. We must protect our ally, but there is more to do.
Fall back, now! I shall aid you.
So that's what death feels like. I miss it already.
What are you doing? Do not let our forts fall.
Into the blackest night.
I shall go. Lend your strength to mine.
We have done well here.
The light has spoken.
You have failed.
You may select a talent.
I'm returning to town. To the hall of whatever it is. As you say.
Bring this fort to ruin. Fall back, now!
Their defenses crumble before you. I deem your task unfinished, Crusader.
The light of the sun grows within the temples. Soon they shall bask in my glory.
Defend this point with all your strength. This hero must die. It is fated.
My magic flows through the temples. Guardians, do not let these mortals approach them. I sense death within this place.
We have lost a key.
For the true Horde! We have done well here.
Have destroyed a keep. We will arise in time, my champion.
And so the light fades from my temples. But
There's more to do, it seems. Look out. Forward unto darkness.
Treachery!
Magic flows through the temples. Guardians, do not let these mortals approach them.
You deserve this talent.
As it must be. I shall join you. The great cycle of being. A worthwhile pursuit. On my way to you.
Have destroyed a keep. The enemy assails our core. There is still corruption that must be purged. Protect the core, champion. Do not fail me.
The magic of the temple sleeps.
But how?
MVP.
โปรโมชั่นวันสุดท้ายนำเข้าจากอเมริกาแว่นตาอเนกประสงค์อัจฉริยะปรับโฟ
This woman will likely regret her actions for a long time, and it's not because of what she did, it's because she was caught and she was called out for being a garbage human being. And our whole story starts off with a TikTok creator by the name of Andrew Shu. He's a street performer in Athens, Georgia, but uploads highlights of his content on TikTok. But a couple weeks ago, this video of his went viral.
This is one of the worst things somebody's probably ever done to me while street performing.
This is just proof that some people will feel the need to tear other people down just to make up for their massive insecurities, because no happy or successful person would ever do that to somebody.
So this kind of stuff happens here and there, so I usually just keep playing through it, but after what's about to happen, I had to stop. This was also the last song of the night, and side note, I do this to see people happy, so please don't harass the person in this video.
These are the kind of people who peaked at high school and haven't come to terms with it yet. But somehow it gets worse.
Give me a heavy tip. Heavy tip. Wait. Ain't no way she's move that. You suck. I want to hit it. All right,
So not only did she harass him and ruin his performance, but it also seems like that she stole from him after the most half-assed sorry in the world.
No respect. What she do? What she do? She's gonna do. You can have all of it. Yeah. Thank you. No, really. That was really good. You're really good. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. You okay? Oh, no.
Shout out to the guy that tipped me after and all of the people that came and helped out after seeing what happened. It really restores my faith in humanity.
Man, this is just frustrating to watch, but what happens next is at least a good reminder that there are more good people in the world than garbage people. I said people, it's fine, yeah. I'm still trying to figure out the upside for her here. Is it literally just to seem cool for her friends? It just doesn't make sense to me, but now, unfortunately for this garbage woman here, this was all filmed and posted on TikTok, as you saw, and naturally when the internet witnesses someone being wronged, the internet detectives pull up. And it really didn't take long for them to find her Instagram and Facebook, so naturally her comments were spammed out with, "Why would you do that?" and a lot of other stuff that was way less polite. I was gonna show a video on how much the internet went in on her, but it was recently deleted. But it's safe to say they just dug up everything that she's ever done on the internet, and they've contacted so many of her friends, her family members. The internet went way overboard. So much so that the musician had to make a separate video where he was like, "Hey guys, chill. Let's keep this civilized here." But he ended up deleting that video for some reason. But the woman who knocked down his keyboard acted tough to begin with. So then she made her first response to all this, saying, "Carrying all the weight of being the most hated." She then replied to that, "I don't have to explain myself to none of y'all, period." But then her attitude changed because she privated her social media. And then I guess people started reaching out to her family members. And that caused her to respond again. Public service announcement. I'm sorry for everyone that has seen the viral video. I have took accountability for my actions. I know it was wrong and ignorant of me, but please keep my family out of it. Y'all problem is with me, not my family. You don't get anything out of texting them or me, and I have already apologized to the person we have talked. Everything is good. No, I didn't steal any money, and I didn't break the piano. I'm a human just like you all. Everyone has made mistakes. Nobody isn't perfect again. I'm sorry. For my actions, I've seen worse downtown. This is nothing compared to what I did, and I know it's not right. The person I apologized to accepted my apology, and we had a whole good conversation on the phone, and that's all that matters. You people are nasty the way y'all are texting me and my family and making fake pages. Y'all don't get nothing out of that. Y'all stay blessed. Well, that was a terrible apology. Like, she's sorry to the people who saw the video. So essentially she's sorry that she was caught. And then she's like deflecting that because there's worse things that happen in downtown Atlanta that's supposed to be excusable. But hey, let's be real here. She would have never apologized to that musician for actions weren't caught on camera and then went viral on TikTok. She also claims that she didn't steal money, but multiple people in the original video reacted to her stealing money. And then the internet detectives did their thing and also pointed out that she's also been arrested for stealing and using a stolen bank card, hence the mugshot. So it's safe to say her actions are making it hard to believe her. But the musician Andrew Shue made another follow-up video.
This is an update to the Shantae Hurd piano incident. I'll be talking about whether or not I pressed charges, some of the DMs that me and her had, and the plan moving forward. So to answer the question I've been asked the most, have I pressed charges? Yes, I have pressed charges. Case number is right here, and I've been talking to the police since that incident has happened. Alright, secondly, this is the DMs that me and her exchanged on Instagram. This is part 1. You are welcome to pause and read through it.
Well, I guess her attitude did change because look at that. She's actually begging him to remove the video. Unfortunately for her though, the damage is already done because I mean, there are thousands of re-uploads of his video all over Twitter and TikTok. So I mean, he can't just delete it because they're still there. I mean, if anything, this is just a lesson for her that her actions actually have consequences. The world normally returns the energy you put into it.
Basically, she she just says that she's sorry and that she didn't steal any money. And honestly, the apology wasn't too bad for me, so I said, yeah, hey, I accept your apology. But again, I still do not condone any harassment, and I definitely want everybody to stop harassing her family because they had nothing to do with this. And here's part 2 of that DM conversation. You guys can pause and read it.
But she's claiming that she did not steal, but he's claiming that even her friend said that she stole. But I guess we can look at that clip one more time. I don't know, guys. It seems like she took something to me. But I mean, even Andrew said that he's not 100% sure.
And so this is my response to her saying she didn't take any money. I believe that she did, but I'm not 100% sure because the video is unclear. I didn't get a clear view of it in person.
Either way, though, he did press charges, so that just goes to show you, even though you're drunk, it doesn't mean that you're not responsible for your own actions. But something cool actually did happen from this because Charlie Puth did reach out to him and invited him to a concert.
Hi Charlie, this is Andrew. It's my cat. I don't think your comment got too many replies, so if you guys want to tag Charlie Puth in the comments, that would be much appreciated. And thank you guys so much.
So I mean, that's a great contact to have as a musician. And then he was also reunited with the guy who donated after all the chaos. If there's a takeaway here, don't harass people on the street. It's 2023. You're probably being filmed. So she's probably going to be upset that this TikTok exists for a very long time.
But I mean, at least no one in this video ate parasites for views on TikTok, which is just an insane story you can check out here. Subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
So this is Artesian Builds. Now, Artesian Builds is was a company that made computers, and it is a thing. It's a combination of investment journalism and journalism conclusions on Artesian Builds and former CEO. We've heard ex-CEO Noah Katz has considered suing us for this story. We are proceeding with this video and nothing has been removed. We will always advocate for consumers. Jesus.
This is the biggest scam we've ever covered. Which one? This is insane. This ghost town of a warehouse is filled with active build tickets, dozens of power supplies, video cards locked in cages, and there are several areas where it's as if it was frozen in time. Build stations remain as in-progress work sites. Even the employees' drinks and lunch were left behind. And
what is it, the Rapture? Is this, it's like this, bro, this show's a revelation. It's a Thanos snap, yeah.
Bins remain partially unpacked from a team that was once excited to move into this brand new multi-million-dollar warehouse.
Dude, that sucks.
For them. The computers you're seeing, those are still due to customers today, including some who are...
Bro, I saw this on Twitter. There was like a streamer that Artesian Builds had made a PC for him, and he saw his exact PC being fucking auctioned off on eBay or some shit. Yeah, Rami, I don't know which one it was. I didn't see what his name was, but I thought that was funny. The thing is, like, before anybody, like, it is funny to see the stupid shit, right? It's funny, but y'all gotta keep in mind, there's a lot of people who lost their jobs over this that had nothing to do with any bullshit, and it sucks. Like, it fucking sucks.
Probably watching this video right now. We got inside of the foreclosed Artesian Builds offices in what turned out to be one of our biggest investigations yet.
Holy
as we tried
shit.
to unearth what went wrong for many of the customers who got screwed by Artesian Builds.
Oh my god.
This video is brought to you by us and store.gamersnexus.net. This is our most in-depth investigative journalism piece yet, and to commemorate the death of Artesian and our deep dive, we're launching a new limited edition PC component skeletal shirt. This shirt is in our limited line of ultra shiny foil shirts, and we've only done a few shirts like this before. The new skeletal foil uses water cooling tubes complete with terminating fittings and three-way junction splits to form an accurate rib cage. This is a
So so this shirt can keep you cool in the summer with the water cooling. That's great. I never had a shirt that could do that before. Wow.
Alongside individually sleeved cabling connecting to inductors and MOSFETs centrally. The heart is made out of a GN logo with a golden pump cap, bordering an RGB LED strip with extensive attention to detail along it. On the back, these super comfortable 100% cotton shirts run a voltage regulator module design down the spine with similar blue and silver foil to stand out. Our limited foil designs always sell out fast, and we will not make them again. So go to store.gamersnexus.net to grab one today and help fund our next deep dive investigative journalism piece. Thank you for your support.
I'm always glad to see people advertising their own merch and their own stuff, right? I mean, it's like, it's good to take sponsors too, but it's always great to see people that are really kind of taking it into their own hands and selling their own stuff. That's good. It's hard to do that. It's a lot harder.
Hopefully I don't get arrested. I'm not doing anything wrong, but it's definitely not normal.
Oh my god. So they found out where it was. Present day post-collapse.
Artesian Builds went from being a robust, pre-built PC manufacturer with 2 locations and 60 to 70 employees doing $20 million a year in revenue to
that's a lot of fucking
bankrupt
money.
Warehouse with over $1 million of inventory still locked
20
up
mil?
and still owed to customers today. People who will never see the PCs they ordered and who will never get their RMA repair units that are stuck inside.
I just hope they get their money back, right? Like, maybe they're not going to get their PCs. That might not be realistic, but I definitely hope they got their money back.
The computers that were in here, they had been sitting in here for months, and that includes, again, repair units that existing customers sent in for repair with their personal files, work files, family photos, tax documents, anything like that, stuck, trapped on the systems, imprisoned, where they will never be able to get them back because all of it is being sold at auction. As for
our ally is imperiled.
What? There's what? No, are you kidding? No fucking, oh my god.
For how any of that happened, how you go from 20 million a year in revenue to bankrupt, well, a lot of that is because of this guy.
As you say. Oh, and there's the re-roll. And
bro, I still fucking memed that. Oh my god. It's like we got Scuff Star-Lord over here torpedoing his own fucking company.
Unfortunately, your follower count is extremely flat. Yeah, no, that's a This is an ambassador giveaway. This is not for people that aren't taking streaming seriously. We need you to be promoting, frankly, yourself and us if we're giving you a free computer. We run the contest, we make the rules. It's a slight change because we don't want to give PCs to people that quit playing the game. This is an ambassador giveaway, and you've got to be collaborating with my company to get my free computers. Sponsored by Intel. Thanks, Intel.
Even though,
isn't that crazy? I mean, the guy, it's like he made himself look pretty bad. I mean, he really did. It's like, the thing is, it's his own fault for giving Artesian Partnership to literally anyone with 20 viewers or more. Of course it's his own fault. Of course it is. Absolutely. It's like at a certain point, if you're going to go and do that, you got to think to yourself about, like, why, like, it's just dumb. Like, Mega Hassel, yeah, he just, it's like the way he talks. It's just, ooh.
$1 million CEO. Yeah, it's like it's a $1,500 PC. Who gives a shit? Oh, that now infamous live stream was an absolute train wreck.
I always find it to be fucking crazy whenever people like that, like, it's like you hear about this shit, it's the same with like politicians, right? It's like you hear about like some politician, it's like, oh man, like he took a $10,000 bribe. Like, bitch, what the fuck do you mean? There are kids that play Fortnite, 19 years old, that have more fucking integrity, and they won't take a $100,000 sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends. Meanwhile, you got United fucking States senators, you got fucking CEOs that are trying to finesse $1,500. Come on, man.
It's not the only reason Artesian Builds went out of business. They were doomed
sad.
a long time ago. And today we're going to be showing you the collapse of Artesian Builds from the inside. This was one of their 2 old locations. The last time we were here was one day after the implosion of Artesian Builds. And now we're back to see how it's gone. The last time also was right when Artesian fired all of its staff via Twitter without notice, publicly.
We're sad to announce that, effective now, we are freezing and suspending all activities. Ongoing analysis by outside counsel for reorganization to ensure fair treatment of clients, creditors, or employees. I guess we can assume that analysis didn't happen. We expect more info by the month's end. We are open to assistance/investment. I remember Train actually was going to invest into Artesian, but it's like, I'm glad that he didn't. I am, because it's like if you have a captain who just keeps running the ship into icebergs or into the wall, into a mountain. It's like if you give the captain a new ship, it's still going to end up at another iceberg, right? I mean, because it's the same captain. Yeah, that's really what it was. Bro, he almost got it twisted. Yeah, I mean, he's got better luck playing that fruit game. And he never wins that one. Like, I'm fucking invested in this shit. At this point, we're examining a potential employee-led buyout of the company. Thank you for your support. Yeah.
Staff via Twitter without notice, publicly. That was how they found out that they lost their jobs.
God is offended.
That wasn't super. Even with that expensive, nice building.
Well, it rained at my house for the first time in like a month yesterday. I was so happy.
Artesian had every reason to make this work.
Yeah.
They were shipping upwards of 800 pre-built computers every month. They went from doing $0 to $2.2 million in revenue in just 2 years. By the 3rd year in business, the year that they shut down, they were doing $20 million in revenue. They were on track for $30 million of revenue in the 4th year, up until Noah Katz ran it into the ground.
That's a lot of money. It's like, it's crazy how revenue doesn't equal profit. No, it doesn't. But like, the company was worth a lot of money. Like, I mean, this dude, he was making money. What's the KPCs win? What's the deal? It's a lot of work to set up something like this. Okay, let's be honest.
Today then, Artesian Builds still owes about 800 builds and about $1.8 million to its customers. And that's not counting whatever it or its owners will owe once the pending lawsuits conclude. When we were investigating this, we found that about a dozen or so former employees noted to us that they had not received the entirety of their last paycheck. And
I always, whenever I hear stuff like that, I think of the guy who's running over the hill with a bag of money and he's looking over. You know, that's like the picture I think of, right? It's like, that's the whole thing. Yeah, he took the money and ran, exactly. It's just nuts, man. You just have to halt everything, actually move whatever money wants to a secure place so we could access it. being that the entire company was in its parents' name, all the loans were taken out from his parents. Artesian was a disgusting company. I mean, it's again like some dude, and isn't it sad, right? It's like definitely like that's not a red pill, that's a black pill, right? Is that this guy who realistically probably had no fucking business running this was on top of it, popping off because of his parents. He was making all this money. He had all of these opportunities because of his fucking parents. See, guys, listen, all you need to do is wake up at 4 in the morning, work out before the sun comes up, meditate for 2 hours, grind really hard, and eat healthy, and also have rich parents that pay for all of your business ventures. That's all you need to do. Yeah.
Also are aware of at least one active lawsuit currently being taken against Artesian Builds or its owner, who now has to navigate the waters of making sure he hasn't accidentally pierced the corporate veil somewhere. So that brings us to just some of the indicators of where the troubles lie with Artesian.
Piercing the corporate veil, if you guys don't know, this is my understanding of it. If there's anybody that knows it better, they probably do know it better than me. That's effectively whenever you mix your own personal finances with the corporation's finances, and then they can hold you personally accountable for actions that the corporation does. Yeah, yeah, okay. So there you go.
And builds at this point, but there are many more, and not all of them are purely personnel and HR issues. We should probably start by saying how we got into the warehouse, since we've already heard that Noah Katz apparently wants to sue us for defamation, among other things, as if we're the ones who said this.
With a record of 0 purchases and a falling off following.
Bro, he actually ratio plus you fell off him? Oh my god. He hit him with that. Damn.
Drawing this name.
Or who said this.
Oh, I'm a Dumbo.
Or did this. It was all above board. We contacted the brokers.
See, here's the thing, is if they had done a giveaway and they had said that you have to have 5,000 followers or less, or more to enter into the giveaway, and the person didn't have that many, then I think it would be totally fucking fair for him to yeet and delete and here goes the reroll, right? It would have been totally fucking fair, totally fine. There would have been like one person on, Twitter, I can't believe he does this. This is just more. I can't wait to eat the rich. But nobody really gave a fuck, right? It was because he did, you just put it in the rules.
And by proxy, the landlord, and they were more than happy to accommodate us.
Right.
And if you guys can just make sure if it's okay with you, if you guys can just make sure you're either photographing or videoing the inside of the place, just so we can appreciate it.
To take pictures and
Okay, cool. This is especially because Artesian shut down within days of moving into and occupying the new space, leaving the landlord and the brokers without a tenant after a lot of customization and months of work and construction went into it. So it's not.
That sucks, bro. Like they're probably out like what'd y'all say, 30? Probably like 30 grand? I say 30 grand. Somewhere around there. Couple hundred, bro, no. More than that? Like all right, so if you take the whole contract, yeah. But I just mean like the initial costs. Like y'all think it's more? It's in California? Maybe that's it. Like I just feel like over here that's about how much it would be. In California, maybe you're probably right, honestly. God damn. I lowballed that for sure. God fucking damn, that's a lot.
Such a surprise that they were happy to talk to us about their former or would-be
they'd
tenant.
be upset.
And we also got information from staff and from company Slack logs, which included information from Noah himself from the Slack logs. So let's talk about what really went wrong. When the former CEO wasn't busy going out of business and leaving landlords without a tenant, he could be found recalling pay from contractors and employees. putting them into debt in their personal PayPal account.
Bro, that's some fucking Donald Trump shit. Like, my dad said that there was this one woman that they had to work with whenever he was like an executive at a publishing company, right? And so like he would hire out freelancers sometimes to have shit done. And like there was this one fucking group of these people that he would do this with, and like this woman that they would pay would sometimes sue her own fucking people. It's nuts, man. Dude, think about like if you're a small business, $9,000. Bro, like that could actually, like if you were not doing well, especially like today, right, with like inflation and like the economy, this could put you under.
And what seems to
this could make you have to take out a loan
to be fraudulent or potentially illegal. We'll come back to the more serious evidence like this that we've accumulated a little bit later. Artesian was run by an eccentric man with unique tastes.
What's this here? Anyone wants to put in a dinosaur, hit me up. 65 million year old Hadrosaur bones, $25,000, $2,500 blue resin, so it's like a river. Kind of regretting not using yellow amber. So he put dinosaur bones in a PC case.
The light abandons no man.
Bro, like if I saw this at the thrift store, I'd be like, man, that's broken. Like, I don't want that. That's weird. Yeah, it looks like shit. It does. It actually does look like shit. This is probably one of the worst things I've ever seen in my whole life. I always hate to see whenever people take something like this, it should be scientific, and then they turn it into bullshit like this. I'm not a fan.
This small form factor case by allegedly purchasing real dinosaur bones and arts and crafts gluing them to the chassis in what was supposed to bring to life this render of a dinosaur bone case commissioned from an artist. Now that's not quite as unique as the $300,000 Tyrannosaurus skull used in marketing attempts to customize builds, but it's still pretty unique. Artesian was a company that found more success in its core PC building business than it knew what to do with. Mostly built on the back of its unfortunate team, and yet instead of focusing on getting...
Well, it's like a lot of people want to have... The reality is like now that PCs are easier to get to, right? PC gaming's much more accessible. You have way more people that are able to just like, they want to be able to buy a PC and get into PC gaming, but they don't want to have to make a PC. So like this is like a big thing. A lot of people want to have this.
PCs out the door,
GPU
it
prices going
tirelessly
down,
tried to expand into irrelevant categories. The company played with selling home goods like cheesecakes, ordered direct to consumer categories. The company played with selling home.
What is this, Mike Liddell? We gonna see sandals after this? We get some Rudy Giuliani tweets about this shit? What the fuck?
Goods like cheesecakes, ordered.
Since a freaking cheesecake. Okay, that's just a gift. That's whatever.
Direct to consumer. Jigsaw puzzles of PCs, cutting boards, and slippers, painting a picture of a company run by lost leadership, unaware of the unthinkable success it had already inadvertently stumbled into. And the leadership wasn't only lost in bizarre home goods. Its founder and CEO is also obsessed with the idea of internet fame and celebrity. This is something we experienced firsthand and entirely inappropriate.
Bro, like it's like any time that you get people that are trying to do that, it is just never gonna be good, because like this is the kind of person. It's like the more that I see about this individual, and like I've never met this person, I have no idea. It seems like a kind of person that is like they want to be one of those like well-known successful businessmen. You know what I mean? Like they want to be like Mark Zuckerberg or like Elon Musk or Richard Branson or somebody like that. You know, that's what they want to be. And like they forgot the fact that, you know, a lot of these guys, you know, they came up with an idea nobody else was doing. That's building a PC. Yeah, lady from Theranos. Yeah, that's actually a better one. Elizabeth Holmes. I think that's her name. Yeah.
Appropriately when trying to interview him about the downfall of the company in the days before it closed.
Pay for this treachery.
And don't just take our word for it. In the company's internal. In the days before it closed.
Thanks for letting you know she's account of studio equipment by bringing lights in. Let me your favorite foods and make lunch something. Okay. We don't let companies take us to dinner at trade shows. Yeah. The reason why a lot of different like news media places don't do this is that they don't want to have it to be like where there's any sort of like assumed like quid pro quo, right? Where like we do this for you, and like we do you this favor, and then you know you're gonna help us out whenever there's a situation where you can help us out, right? Conflict of interest. It's just better to not do that. This is my company. Yeah, a lot of
And don't just take our word for it. In the company's internal Slack, when employees were begging the CEO to please apologize for dismissing and disrespecting smaller creators, he made statements like these. When confronted by employees that publicly disrespecting free marketing vectors, whom Artesian referred to as
an ambassador,
Pat said to his staff, wait, what? They're my buddies. What the fuck? If they aren't, that's the whole problem. That's the whole problem, guys. Am I not being clear? In the internal server, he continued, stating, quote, I literally built this brand to be their friend. That's the whole point of being live. I want them all to know me. This will be their friend.
Always be very worried whenever there's a company that says everybody here is a family. Because what that really means is that it means that we are going to make you work more than what you would normally work. And because we're a family, you shouldn't expect to get paid more money. Yeah, that's a red flag. Yeah, that's a situation. This is my giveaway. I give away free subs. People so happy. Again, make a video. What do they want from the CEO? They're not friendly. I mean, I would say it was not friendly. Like the way that shit just got dismissed, that shit's not friendly. It can go both ways though. No, I mean, absolutely. But like, I mean, I think that this is just like anytime, like I have no problem taking the side of a company if I think the company is right. Because there are people that fucking try to get shit over on a company and then they try to, oh, I'm the little guy. Well, sometimes the little guy's an asshole. Sometimes the little guy's wrong. It's just that this isn't one of those cases.
Friend. That's the whole point of being live. I want them all to know me. This aligns with the other actions Artesian took.
What an idiot. Like, the thing is, what's this here?
I want them...
And I did just address it. They can talk to me. It's like, it's better to just not fuck... Like, man.
Them all to know me. This aligns with the other actions Artesian took. Katz's personal assistant, for example, stated in the company's Slack during a fiery debate with the CEO that views and subs were purchased.
Duh. Because if you have a bigger... The thing is that, like, why do people view bot? Well, it's because it works. Why would you not view bot if it works? Because like it makes it look like you're popping off. It makes it look like you're doing stuff. It attracts real people too. Yeah. It's nuts.
He later learned from staff that this was during West Coast builds going live, particularly the CEOs or other people close to him.
Yeah.
For all of the public issues that we all already know about, like consulting smaller creators who are doing free marketing for Artesian for the chance to maybe win a PC if they're popular enough. There were more issues internally that weren't revealed really until we started digging into them. So the first person, of course, who knew about the company's impending demise was CEO Noah Katz. Not a surprise. And in the final days of Artesian's life, the CEO set to withdrawing approximately $10,000 from the company's PayPal account. And this is information that we have verified through bankruptcy hearing records.
What a fucking idiot. Like, is it really worth piercing the corporate veil and getting yourself held accountable for 10 grand? Like, I mean, it's just, like, I mean, really? Bro, like, fucking 14-year-old Fortnite pros have more integrity than that. Oh my God.
Filed with the court that we were able to obtain. So with the walls closing in around him, the CEO began clawing back money that was paid to contractors and staff in every way possible.
Of course.
A former staff member named Abby is currently in debt 3,900 British pounds on her PayPal account, or about $4,700 US. This is because what was left of Artesian,
he refunded it?
Artesian Futures, or whatever it is now, recalled all payments made to her during the tumultuous downfall of the company. PayPal sided with Katz because of the company's size, probably.
Oh man, bro, like it's just, it's... Oh my god, I hope now that this video is out that this person will be able to get their fucking money back. It can't get any worse, bro. It's not even, it's like a third done. Like, that is bad. PayPal, the thing is, like, PayPal, a lot of this shit is just automated. The truth is that
you deserve this
it's really hard to get your shit looked at fairly. And PayPal, what they do, and this is what a lot of companies do, they have an algorithm and a system that works 99% of the time. But the problem is that you guys know, how many 1% mounts do I have? I got a lot of 1% mounts. And that leaves a lot of people that get fucked over.
And presumably because they didn't know that it was going under.
Yeah.
And because Abby doesn't know anyone who really works at PayPal, she's kind of screwed. She's in the UK. She's not able to really feasibly sue Kaz, who likely has no money left anyway. PayPal would be the only avenue. The PayPal cases show two disputes. One for $2,965 or so US, and one for $2,570 US. We obtained text logs between Abby and Katz, where Katz, shown on the left, is told that with the COO, Nick, having departed, Abby will need to send the invoice to him. This all happened in December. Katz pays the amount in December of 2021, well before the...
It's just like, the thing is, the worst part about this is that this is what, honestly, you know who else did this shit? I heard a lot of stories about it. I think even Rich can tell you about this because he lives in New York. Is fucking Donald Trump did this shit. Is that they know that they can take advantage of people and fucking mess up their money and do something that is wrong. But they know that they have more resources, more power, and more time. So it is not worth Abby, in this case, and other people in the other case, it's not worth their time to pursue legal action. It sucks, man.
Collapsed, and the thread revives in May of 2022 after everyone had already been publicly fired. Abby kindly suggests, probably too kindly, that the text thread serves as evidence for the dispute and asks Katz to keep things amicable at the end.
Yeah.
He refers Abby to lawyers. And just for the record, we have emailed the CEO's lawyers for comment. But at this time of filming, we haven't heard that. Now, this isn't the only charge.
They shouldn't have said
At one
anything.
time, especially early in the year, Artesian Build was in desperate need of GPUs in order to complete builds that were partially assembled but could not ship due to the GPU shortage. And this will build into a much bigger issue that we'll get to later on.
That's been an issue
where the
for a
company
while.
had upwards of millions of dollars of inventory, which we've verified on the
I see
balance
that.
sheet, sitting, waiting to ship, and unable to because it was missing a GPU. So the company ties up all this money in all these builds and cannot actually ship them, creating just a massive liabilities sheet. So as a result of this, Artesian started seeking GPUs from employees and from eBay because they needed them to sell the actual build. There's nothing inherently wrong with buying a GPU from an employee of the company if the company and the employee come to an agreement about it.
I don't
That's
see anything wrong with
completely
that,
fine.
no.
The problem is the payment of it. And by the way, there's also...
I can see problems with it. Like, this is something that, like, this is, it definitely, you go into the realm of potential unethical behavior. It's not fundamentally bad, but there are just so many ways that it could be bad that it's one of the things that many people would just try to avoid.
Mining PCs being sold from AB Mining, but that's a later story. One particular employee paid about $1,120 US for the 3070 Ti and then sold it to his employer, Artesian Build, which then went on to sell the GPU in a build upgrade for $1,500 at the company. So they did well, they made some money on it.
Yeah.
In May of 2022, Katz, or whoever's handling his finances at this point, challenged the transaction on PayPal and claimed to PayPal that the transaction was fraud. That's...
Bro, like, that's actually illegal. Like, the thing is that, like, that's straight up fucking illegal. Oh my god. $1,500 for 1370. Yeah, like, that's... Like, this guy's going to jail. Yeah, I mean, like, that's... The thing is, like, a lot of this other stuff, like, besides, like, him not paying, like, him just being an asshole, it's just like, ah, this guy's a jackass. Who cares, right? Whatever. But, like, that's... Yeah, it's just stealing. Like, fuck. Wire fraud. Yeah, it's 100% wire fraud.
PayPal sided in favor of Artesian and Katz, or his money managers, once again, and clawed back the money from the former employee, who is now short both a GPU and $1,120.
Holy shit.
In another scenario that was similar, Artesian Builds previously purchased a GPU from one of our viewers on eBay, and that viewer sent us all this documentation. This order was placed in January of 2022 for an RTX 3080 Ti priced at $2,250 at the time.
Bro, isn't it crazy how much that shit was? Oh my god.
The order was shipped to Artesian's West Coast warehouse, and it was insured, meaning that there was a signature of receipt. If you look at the receipt, which we have, it was actually purchased by AB Mining, or Artesian Builds Mining, making this potentially even scummier. The dispute was filed on May 25th, meaning it was 4 months after receipt of the GPU. So the GPU is long gone at this point. The reason provided is, quote, buyer did not recognize the transaction, so he filed it as fraud.
I hope that people know, like, so this shit right here is like wire fraud. It's like wire fraud is like one of those. It's like, you know, like whenever you sign a TOS and it says at the bottom, we can terminate your account for anything. It's kind of like one of those catch-all things, and it's one of the things that they get people for taking advantage of something that's not necessarily written directly into the law. So I think that 100% this is wire fraud. Like FBI is gonna get you. Yeah, like it's not even remotely close. They'll get your ass that one. Yeah, 100%. Because, you know, the fact is, like, the FBI, people love, bro, they love getting people like this. Like, imagine you work at the FBI. This piece of shit. Like, you go to work in the morning looking forward to ruin his day, to ruin his life. This is why you got the job. Yeah, it's a justice boner. Yeah, exactly. This guy's your wet dream. Yeah, they're gonna get his ass 100%.
Upon further investigation and to vet the source, we also obtained official USPS government documentation noting the delivery of the product to Artesian Builds as certified by the US government's Postal Service.
Jesus.
The money mismanagement didn't stop there. Katz handed down a
certified
command
mail
from legal to halt all refunds to customers, and this was a knee-jerk reaction to the streaming mishap. So as people were
go ahead and stop issuing refunds, thanks.
So be it.
Oh my god. It's like, why do you say, oh my god, why do you say this? Like listen, if I was in his position, you should never say it like that. He should have said that, look, we need to freeze our financials. We need to do so, because you know this can be admissible. You know they're gonna screenshot this shit. You know they can fucking check the records if you get like what do you fucking like? It's just so, it's the wording for it. Because if you have the wording, you can say like, oh well, that wasn't what I meant, or something like that. God.
For canceling orders or backing out because of what happened on live stream.
Ego and incompetence? Yeah.
Artesian took a stance of no refunds, or at least as directed by Noah Katz and whoever legal is. We're not lawyers here, but blanket denying refunds as a knee-jerk reaction does, in my opinion, seem potentially fraudulent. As for why the...
Yeah, it's like, I would not... I don't know about this. I never have, and I hope I never do have to go through, like, basically something that's like a fucking nuclear meltdown, right? Like, so I don't know, but I feel like a legal team would not tell you to do that. But I'm not sure.
Potentially illegal decisions were made. That's best explained by looking at the company's balance sheet that we dug up. At the time of demise, Artesian Builds had about $2.1 million in assets, mostly inventory assets. So PC parts,
yeah, we saw those
builds that either have already been sold and are pending shipping, or a GPU, or will be sold in the future. This was contrasted starkly by the liabilities section of the balance sheet, listed at $4.1 million in the final full operating month. Of that $4.1 million, $853,000 was claimed as a payable to family, and that would actually be Katz's parents here. Like that
Oh man. Oh my god.
loan payable to family, and that would actually be Katz's parents here. This later climbed.
It's like the worst thing is like he's probably somehow, to a certain degree, like probably implicated his parents in this. Like, I don't know, but like if somebody really went after this, I wouldn't be surprised if they could be somehow liable in one way or another. Especially depending on like how much he talked to them or how much they were involved. That's really bad.
To an alleged $1.2 million, even just as the company went under. And given that Katz's parents are secured creditors, the sudden increase in the loan puts them in line to get repaid during the bankruptcy proceedings. Meanwhile, customers who bought on debit or who didn't file chargebacks will be behind the parents in line, behind potentially former employees, behind institutions and suppliers, basically behind anybody who is filing a lawsuit. And the reason people who filed chargebacks might get some money back is because you are now lumped in with a secured creditor like a bank. If you look at footnote 7 in the balance sheet, you'll see a $250,000 adjustment to the owner's investment in the closing month of the books, alongside another footnote that says increased loan from insiders, so that'd be the parents. We don't want to get too derailed by this part of the story, but just for some context, Katz's parents were deeply invested in the company, both financially, but they also were involved at some level in management. So they would communicate regularly with other C-suite employees, CMO, COO, people in that sort of position.
Oh, boy.
And with the lower ranking employees in the company. And they were involved in...
You know, I've never been a fan of spanking, right? But, I mean, there are certain circumstances where maybe it's the right decision. You know, maybe there's a time and a place for everything.
Daily operations by sending
somebody needs a paddling
messages to and from employees, and just us reading over the messages and the logs, it became clear to us that there was a culture problem within the company of general disrespect between all parties. So this might...
I've read about that. I've seen some screenshots. It's really just hearsay, but that's what I've seen.
Fall largely on the CEO and the parental advisors. We can't be 100% sure of how the blame is sort of shifted there.
Yeah.
But regardless of where that culture originated, ultimately we did see a lot of mutual disrespect in the messages that were shared with us.
I've seen it, yeah.
Slack server.
Not good.
Basically staff on one side and then CEO on the other, and that's just not conducive to ever running a successful company. And for that reason, we think it was probably doomed long before this stream. Now, we could keep going about
this. Like after the whole like aftermath, I saw a lot of stuff that's just people talking about how this guy was an asshole and how there were a bunch of other problems that were just kind of, it was like internally, this was not some sort of like fucking, oh man, this happened and now everything's gone. It was like this was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Generally sort of scummy behavior, in our opinions, and about things like when the CEO and the company Slack was shocked that anyone would, quote, curse him or Artesian after it had...
The fact that you all onboarded anyone who would personally say, fuck you to me is disgusting. How can they behave like this? We should never have onboarded them. It's very sad. Bro, like my own bit, like what a pussy. Like, I don't know if we'd onboard anybody that wouldn't say fuck you to me. Because I don't like, we need people to think for the fucking selves. Have you committed wire fraud? I hope you guys know that if you ever said, gentlemen, if you ever have voted in one of my polls and it was like, do you fucking agree with me? Or like, am I bald or not? And you say yes, you have... in fact, committed wire fraud.
Had insulted people based on their follower count.
Work with someone who cursed me ever. What a pussy! Oh my god! Oh my god, man! What is this? Chill out. It's not even a big deal. Oh.
Or when the crackdown.
It's like, it's also like, I mean, bro, like, you're not even, it's your parents' money. It's not like, oh, you built this yourself. Like, I did all this. Like, you put some respect on my name. Man, put some respect on your last name, not your first one. Get the fuck out of here. What a joke.
On staff happened after the streaming mishap. But you all get the point. All of this stuff we've been over so far, it's bad. It's pretty damning. But this was all stuff that happened more or less after or towards the end of the collapse of the company.
Same
And
on
so we
Slack.
still need to look at what led up to it
Yeah, I
and
don't
caused
give a
that
fuck.
collapse. Other than the person running it, which at this point, given the behavior, is probably enough. But there's more. And then we get into the power struggle between the East Coast and West Coast branches of Artesian Builds. The East Coast was run largely autonomously. It had the operations team in it, including the COO and other people in operations and warehousing who could largely run the show on their own. The West Coast was run directly by the CEO, who resided and worked there. And in terms of staff,
Is this gonna be like a situation where this dude's getting his feelings hurt because they're doing it better than he is? Yeah, East Coast versus West Coast. Yeah, there it is.
Our understanding is that the Artesian Build split was about 2-to-1 staff on the West Coast to the East Coast, meaning the West Coast had more staff at any given time than the East Coast based on...
So it's gonna be like a 300 Spartans versus Xerxes' army.
What we've been informed. So there were about 3 to 4 employees building PCs on the East Coast, and with these staff members for building, not counting support, warehousing, logistics, people in the C-suite for operations or marketing or whatever, not counting any of those supporting roles, only building PCs, the East Coast branch was capable of building about 20 to 31 systems a day, depending on the complexity of the systems being built that day, and
that's pretty fucking good. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fucking good. Not even close, yeah.
Was with its 4 builders. The West Coast, for comparison, from what we understand, was building about 3 to 4 a day, and yet it had significantly more staff. You start to see some of the unraveling here. So our investigation revealed that the company, as of its demise, had about 615 or so builds queued for the East Coast, which is clearable within a month if they had supply available and didn't go bankrupt. And that's based on information we've collected.
See, what you have to understand is that it's the West Coast, right? I mean, it's California, bro. Like, we can't be inside working all the time, man. We gotta be out at the beach. We gotta be chilling, you know, living life, being influencers, just, you know, being millionaires. Well, we can't be sitting cooped up like nerds making PCs all day. I mean, shit, bro. I mean, what do you expect?
Collected from former employees, and
Just
this
keep it at
warehouse
55th
was
Street,
the one
yeah.
that handled the bulk of the orders and had the most refined processes. There were an additional 170 to 180 builds queued at the West Coast warehouse located in Oakland. That's also where more of the streamer and influencer builds were prepped. And here's where the problems start.
Whoa. So the California place made, like, for example, Mrs. PC. So that's the thing, bro, because, like, you think about, like, logically. So, like, a good CEO, like, this is what, like, I'll give you an example, right? Is like, so with the Gaming Expo, Rich is a better host than I am in esports events. In my opinion, I think he's the best in the world. And there are other people that are maybe as good as him, but I don't think anybody's better. And you know what I said? I said, I'm okay at this, but Rich, you are the expert. You take the reins. I'll play second, and we'll do this back and forth. Because it's like this guy, and the reason why, by the way, the reason why I bet he didn't do it is because of his ego. He wanted to be the guy that everybody sees making the content creators PCs. You see what I'm saying? Because anybody else could easily acknowledge that the other guys were making way more. Could easily acknowledge that. You see, yeah, exactly.
This was revealed in our investigation. This image shows the company's to-do list for the West Coast warehouse nearing sort of the end months of Artesian. You can see that the West Coast had about 3 builds per day scheduled, including one for a streamer, listed at the bottom.
Yo, he ever get it? Did he ever get it? Or not? No? Oh my god. That's what he gets for ganking people, man. That's what he gets.
These were the types of builds that Artesian's CEO wanted to personally work on, in what we think becomes a trend of attempts to associate with the concept of internet celebrity. And these were what the West Coast handled. Now, they also handled customer builds, so normal builds that weren't supposed to be a special one. The way it was supposed to be set up is that the West Coast would handle builds for people closer to California, and the East Coast was supposed to be for handling builds on the East Coast, right? Because it drives down logistics costs and people get stuff faster. That's the way it's supposed to work. So then, back to the image. This is what the West Coast had to do on this particular Wednesday, and this is what the East Coast division had to do on its Wednesday for the same day.
Damn. So that's crazy. So, man, they really just had to, yeah, they had to work their fucking ass off? Oh my god. Getting overworked, yeah.
It doesn't even fit on the page. So this branch, it printed money for Artesian.
And like, not only did they print money, but they also printed fucking bailouts. Because like, you think about it like this. If both of the branches were doing what the West Coast branch, the California branch was doing, there wouldn't be a company. That's the thing, it would not be a company. And that's what happens. I wonder if West congratulate themselves every day after finishing their PCs. Yeah, 3 PCs. All right, we made 3, guys. Yeah, okay, let's go down to the beach. All right, great. Let's stop by In-N-Out, then we'll go down to the beach. It sounds good, man. Yeah, let's go. You know, I'm gonna go to my parents' beach house. Let's have a party over there.
By all accounts we could collect. The picture being painted here is one of 2 autonomously operating arms of the same company with little collective or collaborative action being taken between them. In interviewing team members from both locations, we got a strong sense of an East versus West mentality within the same company. And as we spoke with the staff members from the 2 branches, you could start to see where some of the division arose.
Yeah.
It can be healthy and useful or productive to have a somewhat competitive mindset internally, but it has to be managed well by managers, by people higher up, to ensure that
it's like you have to, like, I think that too, right? Like, whenever I worked at the IRS, I would always want to have, like, the highest production numbers out of our like, little fucking team, right? And, you know, there's, like, 40, 50 people on our team. The department was, like, 200. And I would get that most of the time, right? Because, like, I would work all the fucking time. And the thing is that I think that's good to have that, but it's like, there were some negatives with that too. There definitely were some negatives because, like, what would make people do Achievement Andes because you were young? No, it was also because, like, I knew, like, straight up, like, I knew whenever to focus on quality and whenever to focus on quantity, because I was able to reverse engineer the way that they would give like they would do like a second pass through the stuff that I would do. So yeah, I was parsing. Like I was parsing at the IRS. And like, so, and that's the thing, right, is you do that, it's okay, but the problem is that, like, whenever you create a system like that and you turn it into a game, people stop working and they start playing. And so it's a very fine balance, and it can get toxic really fast.
It doesn't devolve into just toxicity and a backstabbing environment.
That's what I just said.
I am certain that some of our viewers who've worked in large corporate environments especially, probably are all too familiar with. Where
that's crazy how I literally just said that.
It goes from feeling like you're on a team to starting to feel like you have to watch your back for someone who wants whatever, your job, your window cubicle, whatever it may be. So easy for that to really go off the rails and create a much worse situation.
This is actually a VOD.
Now, as for why it devolved into a competitive mindset, instead of turning into a collaborative one. Well,
it's probably, I bet, you know, I haven't seen this, but like, I bet, you know why? I bet it's because the CEO turned it into that. I bet he was the one that fucking initiated this.
This image explains that pretty well. This is the quality of build we were told would get delivered between the warehouses. What you're looking at is the PC build for streamer Nick Mercs. It shows how it was initially built and shipped from the West Coast branch, where the CEO directly worked on these builds. The West Coast would build the celebrity builds often on stream, and often done by the CEO and maybe one other builder. And then
it's like, again, man, trying to get his face out there. They had to do Nick dirty like that.
East Coast would beg.
The thing is, it doesn't matter if the... Actually, no, I was going to make a joke about how it didn't matter to the PC. I was going to make a him using a controller joke, but I'm not going to do it. Well, I'm actually not going to do it because I think people could take it seriously. Nick Mercs is a legend, but, you know, he does use controller.
The West Coast branch to ship them the builds for a final one.
I want to make sure, before nobody fucking makes this out of context or anything, Nick Mercs would absolutely fucking dominate me in like any FPS. He is a god, okay? Like, this is a controller thing.
Over. In this Nick Mercs build, that's exactly what happened. The East Coast branch handled the final packing and distribution of the system.
So let's see, so what? So that one's not there. Man. So, like, maybe the East Coast was messing up because they don't have as many chords on there, you know? Yeah, maybe it's because the East Coast, like, they probably don't have, like, that chord's not there, like, this chord's not there, like, bro, they're not even using the chords. Damn, no wonder they were able to make so many PCs.
And when it arrived from the West Coast, the lower-level East Coast employees immediately set to work fixing the cabling mess that was delivered for the system. It was going to be one of the largest collaborations with a streamer they'd ever done, so they wanted it to look like it was built well. Artesian CEO wasn't particularly fond of Nick Mercs and the crew anyway.
What the fuck? Why? Can we give $1,000 off Thunder PCs to defray the entire ransom we owe them? That'd be cute. Bro, man, fuck that. Dude.
And we're also curious if Nick Mercs knows that Katz referred to their paid partnership as, quote, ransom. As for why these decisions to rework PCs happen...
It's like from anybody else, it's like the thing is that he could just be goofing around, right? He could just be goofing, and like it's one of those cases where this line, that's not a big deal, right? But like it's in the context of the personality of the individual that we know too much about. That's different.
In the first place, it's because of a difference in the escape rate, or the rate of RMA units or defects that escape one warehouse versus another. We were told that the normal escape rate for the West Coast was approaching 10%, meaning 10% of the product leaving would have some form of defect and either need a replacement, a refund, or to be shipped back for repair.
10%? How many of you guys, where you work, it's okay to mess it up 10% of the time? 1 in 10. Like, yeah, I mean, you guys, yeah. Nobody? Yeah, if I messed up 1 in 200, they were on my ass. Yeah, 1 in 200.
Air and the East Coast escape rate was less than 1%, typically floating in the 0.3 to 0.5% range.
So less than, damn. That's a big fucking difference. It sounds stupid, but like I visualize these numbers on how long it would take for me to farm a mount that's a 10% mount versus a 1% mount. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's like, man, this is probably like never happened, right?
There's clearly an issue with operations between the two
For
branches.
real.
They clearly were not following the same set of procedures.
Yeah.
And this is what ultimately led to Artesian burning large amounts of money really for no reason, because you have two groups of people doing the same work. One is basically just going over the work that the other one had already immediately completed. And that's where we think, other than the other financial mismanagement that we talked about earlier, a large portion of the money was being spent in a way that isn't necessarily immediately obvious day to day until you zoom out. The biggest ongoing liability, though, was builds awaiting a GPU. Artesian had many outstanding builds, either partially
double working. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that it's just it's bad process management. I mean, they literally hire, like, remember the two Bobs in Office Space? That's where the two Bobs come in, and the second guy that does the same thing as the first guy, they say, so what do you do around here? You know, why couldn't the first guy just ship it directly to the customer? And then they fix the glitch. Problem fucking solved.
Waiting to be even started, or just generally unfulfilled orders. Artesian would collect money for the order, as is normal, and then fulfill it when complete. But it had unknown timelines sometimes for GPUs, and this could lead to short-term liabilities stacking up, as the orders could be canceled at any time, even though the money had been taken and potentially already recommitted to the business.
That's the thing, right? Is like that's like a mistake. That's like a double mistake. Like, you should not take that many fucking orders if you know that you don't have. It's like one thing if it's a supply chain thing, right? It's like you had 1,000 and then you get 4,000 orders, but you know you've got 3,000 coming next month. It is what it is, right? It's okay. But, like, not only are you fucking living on a prayer, but you're also selling the fucking prayers. It's like, what if they want a refund?
It is time.
Artesian would regularly send its warehouse team to purchase GPUs at full retail price, or even scalped on StockX, just to get the long back-ordered builds out the door before the customer might cancel it. This reduced margin, but it was better than allowing the build time and the build itself to go to waste. So,
and I'm assuming, by the way, that the reason why the owner did this, and this is, again, I don't know this, but if you have a lot of these orders, these are effectively accounts that you have money for. You have this as money. So you're taking this money so you can make the company look like it is worth more money. It then will cause you to be able to get higher amounts of money for investment. You see how that happens? Yeah, because they've taken in all these orders. It's a cock, man. It's a big cock. It's a dick pyramid.
I stand ready.
And ended up stuck in a dangerous business cycle that a lot of businesses that go out of business find themselves in, where it was perpetually trying to chase the completion of old orders, which have been long paid for, and that money has probably been spent, so it doesn't feel like they're making money anymore, with selling new orders. So you're chasing old money with new, which starts to sound like something else, and
well, it's bad. It's very fucking bad. It's like whenever you play like Tetris, and like at the beginning you're at the bottom 2 or 3 rows, but then like the shit starts getting away from you, and then you're at the top, and you're just like fucking hoping that you get like one line, and you know, you get like an L or something like that, and you're just fucking getting got. That's what it is.
And the problem is what we got, which is a collapse. But because Artesian was constantly chasing that new
wonder how bro. Honestly, man, I don't even know if he still uses this one anymore. Like, in my opinion, like, I bet it probably doesn't. I bet it probably doesn't work. Like, there's a good shot. I could ask Schlatt. I actually have no idea if it works or not. And it sucks, right? It is. Don't make me start to get. Yeah, no, we partnered with Artesian. We didn't know any of this shit. Right? Like, I mean, they were selling PCs. Like, a lot of this stuff was like all internal, and then this happened, and we pulled out of the partnership, right?
Money instead of first fulfilling those already paid for orders due to GPU limitations, it was reallocating inbound GPU supply all the time. This included it being reallocated away as we have
Join us tonight for our 4th monthly Artesian Builds giveaway. Only 2 lucky winners of a PC built along with other prizes. So Artesian, actually, bro, this is the saddest fucking. So Zach McLareevy, they offered Zach a sponsorship with Artesian, and they would not give him a free PC. They would give him $500 of store credit towards him buying a PC from them.
Like this.
Fuck that. That's exactly what I told him to say. That's exactly what I told him to fucking say, man.
Understand from backlog of orders and instead instituting a promotion. Artesian's leadership would butt heads about allocations of builds versus allocations to acquiring new sales. They would also reallocate supply already for streamer and celebrity builds.
There he is. There's old Baldy right there. And so, like, you look at him, and that's the thing. That's what he's doing it for, right? He's doing it so he can be on Miz's stream. He can get the attention and all of that stuff, man. There's Eggman right there, yeah. And big fucking surprise, they find a PC for that. Look who's working on the PC. Wonder why it was? Yeah, exactly. They should have had the West Coast work on it. Maybe it wouldn't have fucking overheated everywhere.
As the GPUs arrived, rather than necessarily just sending them all to fulfill their orders. So Artesian's other managers would push for the opposite. They would sometimes push for fulfilling the orders instead of chasing new customer acquisition. We have a lot more documentation and evidence.
I mean, East Coast, that's what I meant to say.
Fascinating story. But this piece is long
that's what I
enough
meant
at
to
this
say,
point. And at the end of all of this, we're really left with just a few key points. One of those is that Artesian Builds is now gone. It's been through bankruptcy proceedings, and the company has reformed as a new entity, which is something like Artesian Future Technologies. This is a normal bankruptcy proceeding.
Well, Artesian Future Technologies. Maybe they'll do NFTs. Yeah, maybe they'll do NFTs. Maybe they'll sell, like, you know what they should do? They should take pictures of the PCs they made for streamers and turn the pictures into turn the pictures of the PCs into NFTs and then sell those NFTs. So, like, they no longer sell computers, but they sell NFTs of computers of popular content creators. That's a good idea.
Feature where the assets reform into a single asset. And so Artesian Builds itself, as we knew it, is finished, and all of its assets have been or are being auctioned off at this point. And the company was run by a man who we think was obsessed with becoming internet famous and with the idea of internet celebrity. And he's achieved that. So
he has. Everybody knows him now. So it's like, yeah, I mean, there it is. Nixon Month? Yeah, I watched Nixon Month.
Close to him. But it was at the tragic loss of a company that was a dream job for a lot of its staff.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was at the sacrifice of a $20 million a year business in just its first couple years of operation.
That's the thing, is it was so profitable, it was doing so well for them, and like all the guys that are working there, they're fucked, you know? Like, he's more infamous than famous. Let me think of somebody who's famous like that. We good? We good? Where is this here? I gotta find this. Just like Phantom Lord, yeah. Just like Martin Shkreli, student. The thing is with Martin, the fact is, like, Martin Shkreli had, at least Martin Shkreli was entertaining. Or at least he was funny.
That's insane. And these sacrifices
also
were
infinitely
made
more
every
successful.
opportunity to build the next Twitch celebrity gaming PC. From what we've observed, the company had a team of talented people working for it on both coasts, particularly in the management teams and operations, who managed to keep things going in spite of the completely misaligned goals. But at least in the company's later months, there was a clear mutual disrespect between the CEO and his closest assigned and the rest of the company.
I'm not surprised.
Also distributes the two coast branches. So this is not something that can be overcome. Everybody in the company has to work with each other in a respectful way. The company was imploding long before the stream that you're seeing again now.
Jesus.
And most of that implosion was fueled by a constant pursuit of money without matching it to the same pursuit of building and shipping.
I think that it was more than money. I think that it was the notoriety that mattered more, right? Because like you think about it from the perspective, it's like he was willing to, because like the guy, like he's probably not stupid. You know what I mean? Like he's not like a stupid person. Like there are some things that are dumb, obviously, about it, but at the same time, he's not like stupid. He could clearly see that the other team was outperforming him. He saw what the numbers were, and I'm sure that he was able to see what was going on, right? And I think that it was clear that he was more willing to risk all of the money and lose money in a tremendous way just to be able to be on camera making popular streamers their PC. That's what mattered more to him. If you're stupid in practice, what's the difference? The difference is the intent and the genesis of the action. Where did this action come from? And that's what I think is important, because if you can understand where the action comes from, you can predict future actions.
Product. This leaves customers screwed and internal staff frustrated with what could have been
motive
and with the cleanup work they're having to do behind their own CEO or behind the entire branch on the other coast. And that's not to speak of other communication issues like the changes that the CEO made overnight or his closest assigns on the West Coast to the website, the promotion, GPU supply shifting within the company. This wasn't communicated with the company, as we understand it,
Surprise!
Until they woke up and saw it in the morning, until the customer service reps started getting emails from customers and ambassadors asking what's going on. And they have to first go to the CEO to ask because it hasn't been communicated to them.
Wow.
So I bought a boat. I know what you're thinking. That's crazy.
This erratic and privileged behavior.
Oh my God. Oh my God, man. It's a boat. It's Bobby's. What is it? What is it with people like this buying a boat, man? It's like in the mask and all of that. Like, oh my God. Dan Butzerian Jr.? No, because at least Dan Butzerian has women around him. Right? At least he's got these like hot chicks around him all the time. And also, Dan's got a much better beard. Like, that's a fact. That's a fucking fact. Like, you can say this dude's got a fake poker career. You can say his career is fucking fake in general. You can say everything about his fake, but at least he's got a good looking beard.
This erratic and privileged behavior was fueled by a belief that the money and the GPUs that Artesian had oversold would just keep coming in. By all accounts we've received, this team absolutely loved its local teammates between each branch and the jobs they had, with several of them telling us it was a dream job. The
That
financial and reputational damage, though, was irreparable without replacing the CEO himself. And with that, likely a lot of the staff between both coasts. As for what's happening now for the CEO of Artesian Builds and everyone left, well, some of the group from the East Coast office has now split off to form their own new company called Phoenix PC.
That's
and
good.
For Mr. Katz, he's changed his name and is dealing with numerous lawsuits from
He changed his name? What, is he gonna go to another server now too?
Do not fail me.
What do you mean he changed his name? Oh my God. Yeah, he changed it to Star-Lord.
multiple different types of parties. and it's likely we haven't heard the end of this story just yet. So our biggest concern out of all of this,
Yeah, he ninja the guild bank, changed his name, transfer server.
consumers who got shafted in this.
Oh my God.
Were left with absolutely no recourse, especially if bought on debit, and if you couldn't get into the chargebacks for institutions or for secured creditors. So the irresponsible behavior of Artesian Builds as a company, not just the CEO, but also the CEO specifically, have led to upwards of thousands of dollars of losses for each person who had a computer on purchase, waiting for a computer. And again, that there's even builds that were in there for RMAs and repairs that won't make it back.
I feel like that's bad, right? Is like having people's like personal info and shit like that. There's got to be like liability with that. It's like, how do you get away with all this shit, man? Is this guilty until proven wealthy? Like, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
So it's tragic as a story, but again, we'll be back with some more on this.
He thinks he's McAfee?
In the future. So thanks for watching. Support this type of work by going to store.gamersaccess.net. You can grab one of our new shirts, which are limited, or you can pick up something like a PC building toolkit, a mouse mat, a mod mat, or other items. And you can also go to patreon.com/gamersnexus for behind the scenes videos and to support our reporting. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all next time.
What a great video. Holy fucking shit. Wow. This is amazing. Like, I honestly, like, this was so well put together.
This TikTok creator ate parasites for views on the internet. I feel like it's safe to say that we need a Hall of Fame for influencers who do stupid things for views more than ever. But this is Nick Kratka. From what I can tell, he's a fishing TikToker, and not too long ago, he caught a widemouth bass in Florida. And when filleting the fish, that's where this whole saga begins.
Largemouth bass is a great first fish to fillet because they don't have round heads, so they're not going to be wobbling all over the place. Realizing that he has tapeworms, so it's going to be pretty tough to eat. I looked it up, and apparently if you cook the fish thoroughly, the tapeworms shouldn't affect you, but I can't say that I'm not experiencing problems after I ate it. This is the fillet I got. I seasoned it, threw it in the pan, and then presented it right next to the tapeworms, which was a mistake. Yo, low-key, like, the tapeworms add some flavor. They're pretty good. This might be TMI. It's been 2 days, and I've not stopped going to the bathroom. I'm kind of afraid that I literally have tapeworms in my stomach. I've never gone to the bathroom this much in my life. I'm mildly concerned. If you know anything about this in the comments, please let me know, because I'm kind of afraid that I have a parasite.
Why would you ever do that to yourself? You fillet the fish, you see the parasites are there, but you still eat it. I get that this isn't Darwinism, but this is how Darwinism happens. And I'm also pretty sure that tapeworms and parasites like that could leave you with lifelong injuries if you don't treat it right away. And meanwhile, this dude knew he ate parasites, he's having symptoms, and for some reason, he's not getting it checked out. My guy.
Update on the tapeworms that I ate the other day. I went to the doctor and he said it is more than likely that I have tapeworm or some kind of parasite inside me. I'm going to the bathroom nonstop. My stomach is killing me. He prescribed me 3 different medications that are anti-parasitic. We've all seen that video of the bear that has like a 50-foot tapeworm coming out of his butt, and that literally could have been me if I didn't get to the doctor in time.
Wild idea. He could have seen the tapeworms and he could have just said, oh, this fish had tapeworms, so I had to throw it out because I don't want any of that. And guess what? The video would have probably not been that different. Or well, I guess you couldn't have made this entire content series of him being sick because he ate parasites. I mean, the amount of people that are putting themselves in danger on purpose just for the sake of TikTok content is rising at an alarming rate.
Doctor didn't know what kind of worm it was, so he just like gave me all the different anti-parasitic things. Some of the worms cause seizure, muscle damage, and like you can lose your eyesight because the worms get in there. If there is any lesson you learned from this, it would be do not eat worms inside of a bath. Specifically, Florida lakes and ponds can be dangerous to eat out of because it's such a warm environment for these worms and parasites to grow. I'm an idiot. I'm not gonna lie. This was totally my fault. I was like, oh, it'll be a good video. I'll eat some tapeworms.
But if you get sick for a while, you can't make content. Like, clearly he's uploading, so he's fine, but definitely an interesting choice.
Who does that? Why would I do that? And before you guys come at me in the comments, I looked it up, and apparently if you cook the fillets thoroughly, the tapeworms won't get in you, or any worm won't get in you. So another lesson is don't believe things you read on the internet either. Follow-up appointment is in 3 days, and if the symptoms get worse, I gotta go to the hospital. It should be okay.
All right, so he left his audience on a cliffhanger, and this is where his audience got really upset with him, because this happened.
Update on the tapeworms
situation with Nick. 7:30 this morning, Nick passed away at the Kaiser Hospital. I was with him over the last 24 hours and he wanted me to inform you guys on the situation. Nick was on antiparasitic medication and unfortunately it was not working. The worm spread to his eyes and brain.
Okay, clearly this is a prank, but now there's multiple things that could be going on. Is this all fake for clout? Like the whole situation that we just covered? Or is he simply making the best out of a stupid decision he decided to make? And then to follow up what I just said, is he currently too sick to actually make content so his brother is messing with his audience while he's hugging the toilet? Who knows? But either way, the people over on TikTok hated this video, so much so that his audience started turning on him. So to get the full context, let's watch the last part of this video.
By the time we made it to the hospital, it was clear that Nick was not going to be able to make it, and the medical team decided to give him pain medication until he passed away. Tomorrow Eternal Funeral Services is where we're going to be hosting something for Nick at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday. It is going to be an open casket, so if this is something that you might not be able to deal with, this is your heads up now. The address is right here on the screen. If there's one lesson we can learn from Nick, it is to not eat tapeworm. He really cared about you guys and he wanted you to know. Hopefully you guys can all remember him fondly and I'll be seeing you guys all at the service.
I apologize for the trauma I just gave you guys. I assure you I'm happy, I'm here, and I'm going to be making content for a very long time.
Don't cancel me. Nick made me do it.
The anti-parasitic medication did work, guys. I am feeling a lot better.
I am editing this video right now, and it is definitely the wildest publicity stunt I've ever done. I have officially faked my own.
Okay, well, so apparently most people didn't actually watch the full video, or they're just trolling because the entire comment section is just RIP, fly high, you will be missed. In my opinion, he didn't actually fake his death because in the same video, he made it clear that it was a joke. But that wasn't enough for the TikTok audience because he had to make another video.
I've gotten thousands of comments about a recent post that I made and I need to talk about it. I'm really happy that you guys are holding me accountable for this because creators lying to their audiences is not cool, especially in the manner that I did. I was under the impression that because I was at the end of the video that it would wind up being taken as a lighthearted joke. I should have definitely seen that that was a super foolish take. It was just dumb. There's no other way to say it. It was really stupid on my end. Since the post was made, I've posted stories explaining that I am okay. I've also turned on comments and commented on all these posts myself so that people could see that it is not true. Obviously, there's more work that needs to be done on my end. I've been a full-time creator for like 3.5, 4 years now, and I should have seen that this was not okay. I also want to bring up that Colty told me that this would be a very bad idea. I continuously assured him that this wouldn't be bad and I peer pressured him into making the video. I take full responsibility for it and Colty was really just trusting my judgment and being a good friend and taking my word when I told him to trust me. Being honest with you guys is a priority of mine and moving forward I'm going to keep this event in mind every time I make a video. I hope you guys are able to forgive me, but if not, I completely respect your decision. You guys are completely valid for your anger and I'm gonna take this very seriously.
He also apologized in the description, so it seems like he's really trying to make up for this mistake. And also in the grand scheme of things, when you compare it to the stuff that I cover, this is pretty much a nothing burger. Like the only thing that made me want to cover it is how stupid are you for eating parasites for TikTok content? But my guess here is his audience is probably very young, and the thing about internet comments is you don't know who's behind that comment. So as long as the grammar and the spelling is correct, it's hard to tell who's commenting. So he might be getting spammed out by 12 to 14-year-olds demanding an apology from him, but he doesn't even know that. It's never worth going to the ER for content in general, but especially don't eat tapeworms or any parasites for some TikTok content. The risk to reward ratio is just not there at all. I guess another takeaway is be careful eating fish that's caught in warm, fresh water. But it's not like this is the only time someone's consumed something incredibly stupid for either a TikTok challenge or just for attention on the platform. Because it's not like it was too many months ago people were trying the first batch of the pink sauce for TikTok views. And then you had a few others like the dry scooping trend, or one of the more alarming ones was like the dragon's breath challenge, where like I guess people were essentially eating liquid nitrogen candy to get like the smoke vapors coming out of their mouths just for a TikTok video. And naturally 20 people were hospitalized over this due to skin burns, stomach pain, and food poisoning. But when it comes to non-edible stupidity, the worst thing I've seen this year is the two guys who stole a plane in Norway to prove to their friends that they could fly a plane, and they could not fly a plane. They crashed that thing and they filmed everything.
Let the battle begin.
Man, I'm just shocked every time I see that clip, but you can see the full video of that here, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
บทที่สมจริงผมต้องเทสความแรง Honda City ด้วยตัวเองโอ้ออกตัวแรงเร่งขึ้นได้ดั่งใจเข้าโค้งอยู่มือขับสนุกจนหยุดไม่อยู่มันอยู่คนเดียวHonda City ใหม่รีวิว Honda City ใหม่ในแบบของคุณ
ขับ Honda City eHEV ไปหาสถานที่ถ่ายหนัง
ขอโลเคชั่นทะเลเพิ่มได้ปะขอภูเขาเพิ่มได้ไหมครับสวยมาก
จะให้หาอีกกี่ที่ก็ไหวขับ Honda City eHEV ไปได้ไกลกว่าอยากไปไหนก็ไปได้เลยไม่ต้องวางแผน
รีวิว Honda City ใหม่ในแบบของคุณความปลอดภัยไว้ใจผมมาครับ Honda Sensing เหรอจะมาโปรกับผมแม่เบรกก่อนผมโบกอีกนะครับปลอดภัยจริงๆเลยครับผมรีวิว Honda City ใหม่ในแบบของคุณวันนี้มีซีนทั้งแผนรถ Honda City ผมไปลองหามุมวางไมบูมขาก็ยืดได้กว้างสบายเคิร์มใช่สเปซห้องโดยสารมันกว้างนั่งสบายนะกว้างจริงครับได้ครับจริงสุดแล้ว
รีวิว Honda City ใหม่ในแบบของคุณดีไซน์สปอร์ตสุดพรีเมียมของ Honda City ต้องให้กูรูอย่างเราพิสูจน์เส้นสายสปอร์ตโฉบเฉี่ยวเรียบหรูมีระดับเท่มีคลาสเกินต้านสุดไปเดี๋ยวนี้ละค่ะ
Have you ever wanted to see a really long video with me in it?
No.
With a bunch of TikToks and other stuff most people don't care about?
No.
Well, you're in luck. This is the longest TikTok video ever uploaded on the internet.
Holy moly.
Best TikToks of 2021. Please enjoy. TikTok is for the family. Here's a perfect example. POV when you're the ugly sibling. She's gonna flip the switch? Oh, it's one of these. I get it. Ridding my stepbrother during the day. There's no way that, I mean, oh, it's just love though. Love knows no bound. Dude, would you shut up? I want to see the end of the video. I mean, Carbon Pump, oh, everyone's seen this one. Okay, this is... Dude, what are you doing? Stop! Who is that guy? Why the f is he in all these videos? TikTok's only siblings would understand. God, I'm trying to be fun and quirky and, you know, relatable to the normal humans of this world. And then it just keeps ending up getting real weird, and then Sweet Home Alabama plays. Walk in on husband naked challenge, but I don't have a wife or girlfriends. So I walked in on my brother. This is actually hilarious.
Whoa, nice shot.
That's pretty good, dude. Teenage son, stepmom, always in the laundry room. I wonder if she knew exactly what that TikTok was about before she filmed it so enthusiastically. Also, not even related to siblings. What the fuck?
Story time of how I caught my grandma and my dad sleeping together. Yes, you heard me.
Oh my god, alright, pal.
How I caught my grandma and my dad sleeping together.
Everything about this makes me want to take that little juicy drop off the face, throw it out the window. Just put the TikTok without a blue tongue. Okay?
You heard me right. My dad was
Get rid
sleeping
of the
with
blue
my
tongue.
grandma.
Sadly, I
Right.
had to be the one to find this out and walk in on them doing the dirty, and it was probably the most traumatizing experience I've ever had. So basically, my dad told my mom that he had to start working late to get extra money.
Right.
Because at the time we weren't.
Which
getting
grandma,
paid
though?
on time.
His...
So basically, a couple months
Who
go
the
by, and my
fuck
mom-
is that? Who the fuck disappeared, blue tongue? Who is that?
So I just had a friend drop me off at my grandma's house. I go through the back door like I always do, and I wanted to sneak up on her and give her a hug. So I try to be as quiet as I can. I walk in the room and see my grandma and my dad butt naked on the bed. I'm running out of time. Late for part 2.
You. Hey, man, it's just a little father-daughter, mother-son bonding. I tried to hug your siblings randomly with my 20... There's a begging section. Really weird one for a really weird video. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button if you're new. All right. Thank you so much if you're old. Why? Hit the like button if you want to see another one of these or something. I don't know. And thank you all so much for supporting me this year. I really appreciate you guys. I love you. Today, we're looking at TikToks.
In the olden days, this woman would have been tied to a stake and burned alive. But today, the only threat facing LA-based...
Oh my god, I love that audio on that TikTok. In the olden days. I know a lot of ladies like that.
In the olden days, this woman would have been tied to a stake and burned alive.
Who likes bagels?
Oh my god.
With
Bagels.
cheese.
Is it creamy?
It's creamy.
It is.
เช่าลงอีกแล้วยังแกอะ
ยังไม่เคยรออีกเหรอ
ชาแท้สดชื่นแค่คุณยังไม่ได้ลองชาอูหลง T+ และใหม่ชาเขียวอูหลงสดชื่น
What is this? Oh, fight! Yes, dude, that's hilarious. Say you're sorry though after. You gotta say you're sorry though after, because that's very. That dog is very patient, and he's used to it. You can tell.
This is your sign to have a night vision photo shoot with your crush.
Oh no. Oh my god, yes. Yes! This is awesome! Runs off. That was really funny. I like that.
Hi there. How's it going? Do you own a pocket for
This guy's so weird. He's got a lot of really funny TikToks. There's almost a monkey that's really, I don't know, kind of a monkey one.
Such a naughty little rascal. Pick it up. Pick up the sugar.
Yeah, pick it up.
Give it a taste.
Pick it up.
Naughty monkey.
Do you just think he's British or what?
Yeah, I'm British.
And the monkey too. Ooh, look at that monkey grip.
Good poo. No what? One piss? No. Small wank? Big.
Dude, I need to get one of those shirts. Good food, no what, bro. Society be like
small wank.
My home camera caught this.
Oh no.
I came home and had a side effect.
You had a side effect from
I
the shot?
didn't even believe it until I see
Oh
it.
god, guys. This could be interesting. Uh-oh. Things over. It's a good time to black out. I've heard a lot about this. I've heard that this is a side effect that happens. I've heard about it. When I got my shot, I had that happen as well. Yeah, the side effects stay around for a little while, guys, to be honest. Okay, we got this. All right, we got ourselves a TikTok thing.
My AirPods are probably charged.
Oh my god. Bass drop. Incoming.
My AirPods are probably charged.
Dude, her face. She reacts to getting pink eye in real time in that video. That's incredible. This guy still, oh my god, dude. What the bro? This guy has a goddamn hot dog. He's only making these for one reason. He's using this app like Grindr, I think. Man. Those pants are a little tight there, buddy. All right, there, Jim Bob. Get some bigger pants. All right? Holy things in there suffocating. Let it out. Let the grub breathe. Oh, God, he's here again. I'm not looking down. Today, we're basically just going to be looking at TikTok. Hey, we got a guy driving a car in GTA, I mean, real life. Danger, don't go. Okay, he obviously sees the danger sign. Oh, my God. No, it's dangerous. What are you doing? Look at that. That's what you get. He's stuck. That's what he gets. These are so funny, by the way.
There we go. There.
That's it, baby. No.
Break. My brakes.
Oh my god. He sounds like a fucking droid. Oh my. Dude, I've seen a lot of these, but I've never seen one that's actually funny. Holy shit! Incredible, man. That was good use of imagination. So what would be like? so bad. I realized. Fuck you for making that. That's so funny.
I've had a terrible day. Please don't make myself.
Sniper monkey.
Oh my God.
You. How about that? You. Tara sent me these, by the way. She sent me these. That's why they're so bad.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Let the curse end.
Compramos carros y camionetas viejas para desarmar.
I'm not gonna laugh at that.
Flex will be allowed.
Not on my watch.
Yes! We got ourselves a little person. Oh my God. What is this? Oh, he hid behind the. Aww. Poor monkey. Oh, little monkey boy.
Why am I stuck in traffic? Don't they know? Don't they know who I am? The Doctor of Poop, that's who I am.
Right, okay.
They say if you lick it, it's yours. If I bite you, you're mine.
What? Oh, God, Grandpa, what the fuck is wrong with you? You need to take a step back.
There was a misinput. Calm down!
Oh my God.
You calm the fuck down!
I've seen this before.
There's a misinput!
What did you do?
There's a misinput!
Why you keep effing with her? She toxic.
Right.
Coochie!
True. Oh God.
Coochie! Coochie! Punani!
Right. No, though. No, that's not no. No, I don't think so. No, I don't like that. Some kind of hay or what? Not exactly.
Looking like a mango on a fork.
Love mangoes on forks. What the f is wrong with these people, man? My For You page has the best TikToks, and I will stand by that fact. My For You page is ascension in the form of a TikTok, is what it is.
Yesterday, for the first time ever, we gave out 4.63 million doses of the COVID.
He is feeling his oats, literally. What is that abomination? What the f is that? Horses are meant to be ridden. Look at its tongue sticking out. There's so much wrong with that little guy. Put it down! In its life! Just kidding, it's adorable. But also, a literal abomination.
It's about like my 5th time making this, but there's another thing. You guys really like the NP?
Right.
So,
nipple placement.
see, this I'm flexing up. It's flexing down.
This girl's always on my For You page.
Flexing this way.
Lean
too.
beef patty.
There's different ways to flex, and people don't know. I think this one's the most.
I do it
aesthetic,
all the time.
but
I like that. I like that way.
flex
Let me
like
see if I
this.
can. Let me
It's
see if I
weird.
can flex, guys.
It's really weird.
What about flexing like this?
Oh no, he's hot!
What about this? I do it all the time. I like that. Let me see if I can flex, guys.
Really weird.
What about flexing like this? What is that?
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows.
He's f***ing ready to fight!
I'm gonna kill you. Give me $200.
Attractive people have stomach problems, except for shit like this. Alright. Oh my God, it's so relatable because I'm really attractive and I have extreme diarrhea. No. There's no correlation between being attractive and having stomach problems. There is correlation between people who think they're attractive, people who have stomach problems, and feeling #relatable on some TikTok cringe is what that's the real problem.
Yes, sometimes I do to avoid an empty inside, but then I kind of feel comfortable with sleeping. It kind of covers it the next day, so I don't have problems.
Dude, I know exactly what you mean, dude.
I am never gonna be the girl that sits there and like adjusts and makes sure everything is perfectly
Right.
covered.
If there is a malfunction and something slips out and
Right.
offends you, just look away.
No, I'll keep looking. It's all right. I'll just keep looking. I'll keep looking and not respectfully either. Just kidding. I will absolutely look respectfully. I'm a good man. Hey, there he goes. How the f is that happening? Me when the ladder is sus.
I don't feel so good.
Okay. 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 Just clarify. Zeno takes down 20 years old. This video from 2020. Everything is censored.
Let them fall before you.
What the f? This dude's about to fucking pee into the toilet. This is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Everyone knows that buses are a safe, efficient, inexpensive form of public transportation.
True.
What you don't know is that 83% of all buses are registered sex offenders.
Right.
So I tried the app where you play real mini golf and try to hit the guy.
Make us subside.
Dude, what the fuck? Is that assault?
I was busy thinking about you.
All right, we just witnessed a murder on TikTok, guys. Let's have a round of applause for the first murder on TikTok. All right, guys, we just witnessed a murder on TikTok. We just witnessed a murder on TikTok.
Look, I'm after the technique
Okay.
of standing like Donald Trump. You roll your
Oh.
shoulders back and you stick your ass out. Now you look like a fucking centaur.
Yeah, I like it. I stand like that a lot. We got a garlic press, or is that a? What is that? It looks big, but it also looks like a garlic press. Oh, it's a marshmallow press. Oh yeah.
Oh, stop, stop, stop.
Nice. I like that. It's funny. It's funny. They weren't gonna get hurt. All right, the sheep are not gonna get hurt. They're gonna get cleaned. All right, they're gonna get cleaned.
There is water under the sheep. The grate covers them so they do not jump out and they are dipped into the water then brought back up. This class was sponsored by farmersonly.com.
Oh man. All right. Hey! 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 I will not let the negative energy of this TikTok affect me in my life. Lots and lots of Christian cross emojis, please. I do not let the negative vibes pass through me. Yes!
For chapstick, and she just pulls me and then kisses me. I would simply just pass.
So why are you showing me this shit?
Dude, old people like halfway ruin everything, but at the same time, I just like, yeah, I agree. I'm an old boomer. I might be an old boomer.
Good Lord, you seen the price?
Not this guy again.
What the hell's going on?
Hey,
You
bud.
like some sausage?
Busy thinking about.
Oh my god. Oh, thick thighs, man. Right. What the was that?
People can stop and go to hell.
Yeah. Oh! I want to try that. I am not wearing pants, so it could work out, but I think I'd rather have ads in this video. I think we're gonna have to wait on that one, guys. You know what? Is that too much? I can't tell. When the deaf kid sees a gun. Oh my god. By the way, Tara sent me that. I didn't choose that. Aren't you worried they're talking to other girls? Can you leave me alone, anime girl? Excuse me, lean beef patty. Please leave me alone. Get off my For You page. Please. Thank you. I've commented on your videos and you don't respond. All right? Pissed about it. Take it down, please. Interesting. What does this mean? Oh my God. Not exactly what I was thinking, but I like it. I like it nonetheless.
Sing Deja Vu by Olivia Rodrigo with me. Let's do it.
I love them. I love old people. Come on, sing it. I'll sing it with you. I've never heard this song, but I'll sing it. Ready?
Car ride to Malibu.
I feel like an idiot now. I feel like an idiot now. I'm gonna be honest. I feel really stupid. I'm not wearing pants either, so that kind of magnifies it. It kind of makes it even like doubly worse, you know? Why do I have so many microphones?
Sometimes people are like, why'd you move back to New York? And I was like, I don't know, I just really love the ambiance and like there's such a charm to this.
Tana, I was gonna say Tana Mojo, but it's more like that other girl who hangs out with Ethan Klein. What's her name?
Jew! Look at the giant dreidel!
Trisha, you can't just scream Jew. You can't just drive around screaming Jew.
I don't remember. That's her in tenure. Okay, this is real for sure. Oh, rescue it! Rescue it! Rescue the baby! Oh my God, he's gonna catch. Oh, he just turned into a king cobra. Oh, and then oh my God, dude. I mean, we don't have heroes like that in America. We do not have heroes like that in America. I have to give wherever that was a one-up. A one-up on us, because that's just so much better than us in every way. I just can't even.
I've been roaming around, I've been looking down, but all I see.
What the dude?
I've been roaming around, always looking down, and all I see.
Use this sound if you're scared in an Uber. Oh my God.
Oh, thank God you're okay. Listen, where are you right now? Okay, you need to check the news. No, it doesn't matter what channel. Oh my God. They did it again. 9/11.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, guys. That's a really bad idea. Don't do that. Beautiful, beautiful person, guys. More people. We need more people that are honest and beautiful on TikTok. I ain't shitting you. I hate that guy. I hate that guy. I hate everything he does. All right, I hate him. Okay, I hate him. All right, I don't like that guy very much. He's not very cool. Get a new sound or something. Start something new. Hank and Walt are both imposters. Oh my God.
What is wrong with
I've seen this before.
Why are you blue? Red would look too sus.
I mean, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm really asking.
Why so mad? Just because I vented?
What if
Right.
Skylar had seen it?
True.
What was the plan then, Gene?
How big his head is in this clip.
You don't know. You know why you don't know? Because you don't think.
Right.
That's why.
Come on,
True.
we're partners.
Partners in what? What exactly do you do here? I've been meaning to ask.
Look, Jesse thinks you're sus. I gotta vote you out.
Why should I be penalized?
Right, I get it. I get it. Cool.
Get your mouth down there and put a smile on my face.
Why did you send me that, Tara? What the bro? We're doing a TikTok. I hit that. I'm getting canceled on TikTok. I uploaded a video with me and my my love doll that happened a year ago, and my cousin slapped it in its face, and everyone was like, "This set women back 100 years." And then the video got deleted for violating community guidelines. And then I made it into a TikTok compilation.
What are you doing, bro? I don't like the way she's looking at me.
So I'm sorry. I mean, like, I didn't think it was about women, really. I thought it was just funny because it was a fake doll made of plastic, but whatever. That's just me, though. Anyways, here's my favorite TikTok from the last couple weeks. All right, this is my favorite series. I love the series. It's so much fun to make.
Somewhere between 700 billion and 1,300,000,000,000 billion.
True, Biden. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Yes.
The meat. What is that?
See that big boy?
I see.
Color tells me.
I see. Yeah.
This is
It's that guy's head. That's really funny, dude. Oh my God. The dumbest stuff makes me laugh, by the way. If you guys didn't realize that yet. Bro, what is this? It's oldharoldgmail.com 3. That's what happens when you activate a life alert when you die. I like that video though. I really like that a lot. What the fuck is this? What the f did I just watch? Really skinny guy flexing his lats. Yeah, I can do that too, little skinny guy. The only difference between me and you is I'm beefy. What is this? Something scary. Oh. What the fuck, dude?
Can't believe I caught this on camera, LMAO.
Right. Nice. Right, that was absolutely totally real. Ah, make me get struck by lightning too, Tara. You're such a good editor. Make me get struck by lightning. Please, make it look real like that one too. So fake. Jesus Christ. Right? It was fake, right?
You want proof of God?
Yes, so
Proof of
badly.
God.
Please give me the proof of God.
Proof of God. You want proof of God?
Today we ask the age-old question.
What the dog doing?
Let's talk about
You
this.
guys think that was real? Was that real? Was that actually in Red and Link? Back when his hair went up and his hair went up as well? What the dog doing? Okay, let's say you had a time machine and you were gonna stop 9/11. What exactly would you do?
I saw this great tweet today. It posed the question: if you had a time machine and you were going to stop 9/11, how exactly would you do it? Now, for a 9/11 expert like me, this is a pretty simple question.
9/11 expert.
The first thing I need to do is make a lot of money. Now, with benevolent knowledge of the past, I
Right.
jump back about 30 to 40 years and just make a ton of money.
True.
I do that until I have enough money to buy the entire New York Yankees franchise,
Okay.
whose stadium is conveniently 10 miles north of the World Trade Center. This is
Right.
important because in the year 2000, I begin renovations on the stadium, which includes a new 800-foot statue of a giant baseball mitt.
Oh my god. I feel like the difference between laughing at that and laughing at like your standard 9/11 joke is there isn't one. That was really good. That was the most tasteful, offensive 9/11 joke I've ever heard in my entire life. I love that. Good job, dude. That was really funny. That was a really good joke. Me with all my mutuals. Oh my! What the f is wrong with people, dude? Ah! What the f? Dude, me with all my mutuals. Tara sent me that one. She's into some really weird stuff, guys. I actually found out recently that she's a furry.
Hello, my fellow Americans. This is not a true fact. It is slander. I am being attacked. I will bomb Caleb's house.
So it makes sense that she's like, you know, perverted. No offense, by the way. Who's this? Oh wow, she's. This woman's talented. She should start a singing career. Wow.
Somebody who see the light. It's cold and it's broken.
My voice doesn't go that high. Wow. This person's talented though, and very seemingly mentally stable. Someone should get her a YouTube channel going, you know, and start something on the internet. Start posting on the internet, you know, guys? A few of you accidentally sharted in front of Tupac, and he's very upset with you.
What the fuck was that? Did you just sit yourself? No, I smell it. I smell it.
Was that real? Jesus, I thought he was dead. It sounds weird when you say I collect dolls with widely open mouths, but it's not weird, I promise.
Tell me you got a nice package
Okay.
without telling me you got a nice package.
Right. Welcome to the Small Wiener Club, bud. Yes! We take care of our brothers here at the Small Wiener Club. I'm the CEO. I don't have a small wiener. I just make a lot of money off men who do have small wieners. I'm a genius. And there's a lot of them too, especially when compared with me. What the fuck?
Do this shit.
I'm gonna go try that for myself just to make sure it's real. There's no way that's real, by the way. It has to be one of those like fake, like one of those fake knives you used to get when you were a kid. You could stab people with it, and then every now and then you'd accidentally swap it out with a real knife, and then you'd stab someone. I like this.
You may select a talent.
What the fuck?
Thank you.
What did you say? What did you just say? What's wrong?
What the f is this? That's a cute dog.
This haircut taking long.
The cinematography in this is incredible.
What'd you just say? Man, somebody.
What did he say?
Taking long, ain't it?
Dang long, ain't it? Yeah.
This country is doomed.
Doomed.
It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 20...
He misspoke! What's the problem? Right. Uh-oh. Is that a thing on Max? Oh my God, it's time to run away, yeah. Mom and Dad. Oh, that's badass, dude. That was cool, that was cool. Started off good, started off predictable, and then got a little weaker, and then got really good at the end. With the editing, it was awesome. Good job, Oxtrot Alpha. Whatever the your name is. Who invented that? The cast to TV thing and just made it regular. Most of the time it doesn't work for me. I don't understand how it, like, you know, but I'm also 20, almost 25 and like I could do that if I wanted. No one would mind in my house. In fact, I'm sure everyone would enjoy it. More Skyrim, please. Love it. I like this.
Thanks for hanging out and not playing video games tonight.
You're welcome.
Do you want to watch? What kind of genre do you want to?
Yes, now play video games. This is awesome, dude. Oh my God, this is incredible. Double king, for the rest of moment. That was incredible! He skipped a bitch's lines. He did the pot trick. Skyrim, I love it. My God, it's my favorite game. Favorite game of all time. Skyrim is my favorite game. 11, 11, 11. I shed many drops of cum that day.
ใหม่ขนอ3เกลือพร้อมใช้ถึงกลิ่นกระเทียมพริกไทยรากผักชีหอมเหมือนโคลกเอง
Oh my God, what happened? That seems like that's not good. I'm assuming water or something, because like sometimes when you burn wood, it goes. When you burn it, it goes just really wet wood. I love that though, that's funny. Let's watch that one more time. I want to see exactly what happens. It's really loud screaming inside aluminum foil. It was a joke. My headphones stopped working. All right, well, I think we just witnessed someone commit a crime yet again.
Money.
Crabs. Dude, this is the best trend ever. Watching crabs get fucking annihilated with the Mr. Krabs.
Money.
That, like, combined makes my whole life feel worth living. All right, guys. You'll have to wait, my friend.
Okay, boss, I'm here.
GTA 5?
The one with the red shirt.
Get him.
Do not touch him.
Oh.
He's my son.
That's fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my God. Was that real? Oh my God. He just started running from the guy. Poor dude. Look, he looks like he likes it though. That's pretty funny.
So TikTok came out with this great filter where it shows what your animal's thinking about. What are you thinking about, huh? Oh!
What to wear on your first day of school. But first, you're going to want a fun button down, as well as an appropriate pair of shorts. A sophisticated blazer, in case you get cold. Personally, like to belt my blazers to accentuate my waist. I popped on my favorite sneakers, super cute. Moving on to hair. I decided to do a high ponytail to keep the hair out of my face. I added
This
my
looks
mask.
like when I try to dress my characters in a video
your
game.
cute school bag.
Literally,
You can
GTA
carry
5
all of
or
your things, either
Red Dead even
sunglasses
online.
or your normal school glasses, and that's the look. Enjoy your first day of school.
All right. Payday 2. A woman on Facebook wanted to taxidermy her cat after it passed away. This is how it went. Oh no. I don't think so. I don't think that's how it went. You'd get sued if you turned someone's cat into that.
Money.
I'm starting up an exit ceremony.
I love this so much, dude. Oh my god. Oh, those are my favorite videos. Holy shit. It's totally okay to let your goofy side shine through. I hate this video with more passion than you can ever imagine. Oh, this is my favorite TikTok, I think. It's awesome. Wow, this guy's a genius. This is exactly the kind of shit that makes this is what I've never seen a video on YouTube Shorts. So it's this funny, all right? This is the reason why TikTok is redeemably better than YouTube Shorts. This man right here alone, this sense of humor is incredible. It's beautiful, sir. I salute you. Cat calls out to a lava being beaten to death. Oh my god. Obviously the cat was enjoying that, but it was a joke. I'm sorry, I have to explain stuff.
Why?
That spider. Oh, he's gonna crawl in your whip. Hold on.
Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him.
That's fake. Obviously fake, but cool. I like that nonetheless. Nobody grandparents in 1937.
If you suck my baby, I'll suck
I heard this song. This is a different one. There's more than one of these songs. Shave 'em Dry is the one I was thinking of. 150 pounds isn't easy to throw. Huge splash. Okay. Did I just get edged? I did, I think. Me at 16, I'm gonna fuck my life up. What's that mean? Got addicted to crystal meth. Gets pregnant and has a great sense of humor. High five. Oh! Hope the kid's doing well.
Hey, single ladies.
Hello?
I want you to not scroll, but I want you to look into my eyes.
Okay.
Tell me what you see.
I mean, it would help.
Isn't that wonderful what you see?
It would help if you looked at the camera though, so that we could get more of a connection. I just saying, I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying it would help in general. I think with the interaction of your posts. Look into the camera, not necessarily like this. Look into it, not like this. Look into it. Wow! That's Susie with a Z. Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of this video is either. I mean, I'm fine with it, but it won't be able to be in the video, you know. Oh. What the f is this? Is that dude eating like almost chilled honey and he's just eating bees with it? My boy's just fucking eating bees. That's so weird. What the f? What the f did you send me, Tara?
Praise the magic conch!
These last few are ones that Tara sent me, my editor.
Oh my god.
My dog's eyes
What?
aren't usually like this.
Projector online.
That's not good.
Give me a full demonstration.
That's not good at all.
Are we seasoning this? What's that mean? Like a baked potato. Oh my god. That salt's probably not good for his little skin.
Makeup based on this boy's
Oh,
dead
I've
Winnie
seen this
Pig.
woman before. She does makeup based on people's dead animals. Oh my god. Is that Elon Musk's wife? Looks like Grimes. Here we go.
Hello, America.
Soda! Me coming back home after people told me that my hair was beautiful. Hair. Oh!
Oh my god!
Tastes of trash.
Dude,
This isn't a public parking spot. You have not reason to be here already. Run!
Eat some Cheez-Its, dude. You need to calm down. You okay?
This isn't public land!
You better listen to him.
Is this your land?
He looks like that painting of the screaming woman.
Sorry, I was cleaning, but
Okay.
are you in the mood?
I'm always in the mood for... But what though? For what? Because it depends.
Mom bought.
All right. Middle-aged women after reaching level 7,271 on a Candy Crush brother. That's sad as fuck, dude. Always check on your goofy friends. I'll never forgive him after what he said to my cousin.
It's the Clint.
Yeah.
Or as most people know you, Clint. You're known as.
Oh my god. Bilbert. No. Bilbert. No. Godfrey. No. Bilbert. No. Gilbert Godfrey. Bilbert Bobfrey. That's his new. It's his emo name. Bilbert. Okay, we got this guy out here having the time of his life. It looks like. Oh man. He must have a strong sphincter to keep all that water out, because that's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on that guy's butt. When she says size doesn't matter.
As well as the size of the animal, 4 inches across. So that's serious borderline weapon. Never mind the big spike.
Never mind the big spike, idiot. I love Jeremy Wade. He's probably got a big old wiener. He's probably packing.
First of all, I didn't choose to be
That looks like that guy,
okay,
no fucker.
Now, second of all, whoever took
This
that
guy is.
shit,
You're fucking that guy's name's Ballwrinkle.
Bro, you ever look at someone and you can just tell they're white?
It's critical. I don't get it, dude. This guy's so funny, but critical. I DM'd critical of like a TikTok of him, and not saying it was. I'm not even remotely implying that he got this idea from me, but that same day he released a video. This video is so funny, dude. It's so hilarious. I'm so glad he's funny. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? That's a guy in there. They cage up. Look at him looking at him. We're not the. I don't want to be buried in that damn clear cave. I want to be spread on the racetrack. Big old number 3 painted on the side of my chest. Baby. Yo, what the dog doing?
party, and I would bring a book with me because people were boring. I was not going to waste
Oh my god, he's so deep. Pre-work scream. I do mine at work. Uh-oh.
That sounded painful. You gotta fill your lungs up.
That was a banshee scream if I've ever heard one. If I heard that in the woods, first shitting, then running. Bowel movement, then a physical movement. We got a guy with a plastic screwdriver. Shovelfoot.
Okay. Got my nails done, and I'm gonna now show my belly button.
What the?
It's not a regular Audi. I just squeeze it and ding. Look, it's like my head. Look at my nails. Bing. I can pull it out again and just pull it.
Dude, Howie Mandel is so underrated. It's crazy. He's funny too.
Yo, Bubblegum.
Hey, Bubblegum.
Marceline.
Okay, why?
You're up late. No time for chit chat. Let's hang out.
All right, don't tell me if anything happened.
Yo.
All right, I didn't look. Not gonna look, okay? It's gonna have an emoji over it, just in case there was something that we shouldn't have seen. Tara, you watched this raw footage. Was there something we shouldn't have seen? Yes? Ah.
Done well here.
That's weird. What? Ooh, that dude really looks like that. Oh my god, that's so mean for me to laugh at, but that's hilarious. TikTok telling me the only way to get views. Show your texture to get your views. Alright, here we go. You watching the video thought you were gonna get it too, didn't you? Also, 95,000. I'm sure she did a part 2 where she actually did it right. Let's see how many views that has. Versus, I mean, if it works, do it. Who cares? Here we go. We got ourselves a strong man. TikTok strong guy. Oh. Oh. Right. Nice. I was not expecting that, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting that. That was straight out of left field. That was straight out of left field. That was the gayest thing I've seen all day, guys. And I'm gonna be honest. I liked it.
You're gay.
Do you
you want it?
Power up close.
He wants it.
Be ready for
Who is it? Is that Arnold Schwarzenegger from True Menace to Society? Just eats the June bug. Why though? Why? Also, who cares? But also, why? Why would you do that? That's crazy. Those, they don't move like they're. Are those like the ones that I have on Omegle that I used to do all the time? That I didn't do because I was a weird guy. I just did it because I was trying to be funny. Thank you for letting me know that this action in this video could result in serious injury. I don't know what action we're seeing other than her alluding to the fact that she has. How many times do I have to get my girlfriend to get that Pfizer to look like that? Also, why post that? Why post that TikTok? Who's that for?
My pronouns are he, old, not him.
Oh. I was like, man, there's two ways this could go. One, you're not gonna see on my YouTube channel. The other one, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be like Charlie Chaplin or something like that. Someone else with a mustache like that. Kind of a rare style. Kind of lost to time for some reason. What the? Oh my God, this is the worst comment section I've ever seen in my entire life. Forgive me, God. I'm sorry, little one. 4 beers and I'm down. Man, why my mind was thinking so many things. 4 crying laughing face emojis. Oh Lord, help me. 4 more crying laughing face emojis. The man mind is crazy. That is disturbing, guys. I would never think anything like that. All right? I'm a man of the people. All right, I'm a man of the people. That is just you all sicken me. I mean, it has the most. I'm not even gonna finish reading them. Hey guys, welcome back.
If you give me right energy, I told you that I'm
Bruh. How's that work? I am that's awesome. Holy shit. I didn't have. I mean, yep. Joe Rogan podcast. Alien. Oh my God.
This was a bad idea. How'd you do it? Who are you waiting for?
My friends?
Listen, we know you're here to see an 11-year-old girl.
Is this real?
She said she was 12.
She said she was 12. Man, I love British people. I tell you that.
Wait, no.
Hey, what's up? A little something on your lip. A booger.
is here.
This is my For You page, by the way, guys. Just letting you know.
What do you know about TikTok?
This ain't building. On the toilet, and I'm eating popcorn.
You guys like XQC? Comment down below. I'd love to know your opinions on XQC. Because I love him. I think he's a really funny person to watch.
It's an opportunity for life, and my goal, dude. It's crushing because there's so much invested in
Elvis pretending is one of my least favorite things in the entire world. Love Elvis. Only fools I'm an Elvis impersonator too, all right? You. Make me look real Elvis-y, Tar, please. Thank you. Appreciate you. I almost kissed the mic. That would have been weird. Looks like me. Looks like how I feel. Average London resident is the top comment. It's not funny. Okay, here we got an old lady. I love this old lady. She's got a cool grandson. This is kind of nasty. Oh. Yeah, same. To be honest.
I wish there was a socially acceptable way to say I don't care. And
there isn't a social. You just say I don't care.
Big Chungus gotta go get fungus.
What's wrong with him?
Your hair looks very bouncy.
It's this guy.
Your hair looks very bouncy.
This guy. Now this guy I can't really stand much. I like that though. I think he's f***ing with us though, to be honest. Like, obviously, I don't actually think he's doing this, you know, realistically, because it's so... Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. There's some self-awareness. He seems cool. Andrew Curtis, he seems like he's aware. It's very cringe, but I like it. I don't like it. I take it back. That's not funny, but that's really funny.
Lock his ass up and throw away the...
He's so dumb. His hair's blue.
So handsome. Let him go, please.
It's fine. He's not actually being arrested, lady. He's just mentally ill.
Where?
Right there.
Not there.
Oh my god, dude. Oh. My dog, every time she shits on the carpet, she eats it too. So that's like her to a T. Hey, someone shit on the carpet. Who did it, Pip? Who did it, Pip? Covered in shit.
Thanks so much for coming out.
Very nice guy. Is this guy from Tripod?
Yeah.
Or the Axis of Awesome?
Hey, honey, Bo,
I know this guy.
Let's watch it.
I think he's from the Axis of Awesome. That's really funny. I'm 90% sure that's a dude from Axis of Awesome.
Would you rather earn $20 million or get handed 100?
I'd rather earn my own 20 and be able to say that I did it myself.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Earn your own 20 million or be given 100?
You dumb money.
Be given 100. Do you realize what you could do with $100 million? You could take $1 million of it and invest it, make 20 million, and then just give the rest to charity or feed homeless people in your city. What would you guys choose down below? Would you rather be given 100 million or make 20? You could make 20 million easily with that much money.
Always in the sun, but no one's sun is ever in me.
I've seen that before.
Anyway.
Hi, this is my son Imad.
Oh.
Really nice kid. I love him a lot. He's super nice. He's very respectful, very responsible.
Dude, I hope that the father knew what he was recording that video for. Hey Dad, can you help me record a video for school? Also, this is another thing that's been going around TikTok. Just women accepting men for having average size. What the money is happening to the world? Everyone's getting soft. Like me when I'm at 5 to 6 inches. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. My girl just casually showering. Me peeing on her. Her, what are you doing? My bad. Why is it so small? Why are your boobs so small? Her getting offended. He just did my job for me. He just reacted for me in the exact way that I felt. I hated that video so much that it's hard to even explain, okay? It's hard to explain the level of distaste that I felt in every part of my body and mind when I watched that. And the guy, that is so dumb. It shortened my life. My life is now shorter, and so is yours. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We got a policeman. Oh my god. That's actually hilarious.
Folks, I've officially arrived in the world-famous Lego City, they call it. That's
Lego
what they
City, that's what they call
These
it.
people are great builders, tremendous builders, frankly, when you look at the perfect replica.
It's a perfect replica. It's a really good Trump impression. That's so good. We got a champ here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I see. Oh. Oh my god, that's not funny. That's not funny, but that's really funny. Unfortunately.
This post is for...
You need a trigger warning for gunfire. All right. What if someone who fought in Saigon in 75 watches this? What are you gonna do then? All right. You think it's funny you clapping your ass? All right. Well, to some people, that sounds like gunfire. All right. That brings him back to the sticks. Laying on my crush's lap when she falls asleep. Oh my god. Creep. He's a stalking creep. Yeah. Pickle on a stick. Bro, what is that? Oh, that's like an animal's tail, right? Like a dog's tail or something? Oh, Oh yeah, the top comment, Dogtail. Yeah, no, if that was a dude, that guy's getting in his head banging. Am I right, guys? I'd be right. This is my For You page, guys. By the way, just a little context. Is yours like this? Is your For You page like this? Is it better than mine? Is it worse? This is incredible. I have no idea what this is.
In case you've forgotten, here's how things work.
Okay.
I order the food, you.
Yeah, I hear you, Squidward. I'll be right back.
And you know what? What was
Right.
that?
Nice.
Okay, Jane.
Wait, did you see that dog? There was a bunch of. They had to.
What the dog doing?
Please. Wait, I don't know what the. Don't tell me what the dog doing. Don't tell me. When you let your avocado seed grow in your apartment for 4 months with no sun.
I want waffle fry.
Oh my god, what the f is that thing, dude? Recreating the skin implant. Video found on Reddit. Oh my god. No. This is so good. What's up, man? Pokemon? What? By the way, Tobey Maguire, absolutely the best Spider-Man by far. No comparison. I love Tom Holland, but I prefer Tobey Maguire. What? This is insane.
I will always be Spider-Man.
Also, Sam Raimi.
I just found out that Americans call a rockmelon a cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Oh, I just found out that Americans call a flicky flicky willy dog.
Yeah. True.
Love
When the
this
player in my
game.
simulation keeps giving me diarrhea. Dude. I love Max so much. He's so funny. Why has he always got diarrhea, though? My biggest flex is my girlfriend's beauty doesn't come off in the shower. The only thing that comes off is her wig. That's awesome, dude.
Yes! A good TikTok!
Also, cancer. Me thinking it's impossible to be addicted to a smell. Let me guess. Armpits. Boyfriend's armpits. Boyfriend's gooch. My man's seed satchel.
Open the door. My balls are stuck.
Scrote. The scrote. The scrote. You get to smell the scrote. What the f? What the f? What the shit? That's money weird. XQC getting up to get a snack after streaming for 10 hours. No one else is built like that. How is he built like that? He's literally built like a goblin. Like an actual monster from the SCP Foundation. He's built like that. It's crazy. Oh my god, dude. I played house a lot. All my cousins are male, though. I have one female cousin. I never played house with her. This is disgusting. This is insane. Y'all a bunch of trifling mother. What is going on? TikTok is insane. It's every single time I go on it, I'm like, all right, this is too far. This is too far. This is disturbing and very far. Too far. Wow.
Show me your cat.
Hello, TikTokers. My name's Michael. I'm going to show you my cat. This is Thomas Jefferson.
Oh my god. I love this so much. I was really scared at first.
Now show me your cat.
Okay.
She said she was 12.
Brought my dog off the shits first thing in the morning playing Fortnite. That's not Fortnite, and that's also not a dog. Interesting.
Go to a party, and I would bring a book with me because if people were boring, I was not going to waste the 2 hours.
Shut.
No one cares, dude. Same exact reaction.
Actually, I care.
Oh my god, who is that? It's so dark in here, I can't see.
I hate this. What? What the f is that? Is that real? Is that real? Is that legit? Are those like add-ons? Don't care who you are, this is funny, and we all need a good laugh these days. True. Right. My lights just keep turning off.
You know what? Let him go. Let him go. Let's see how far he'll walk. Oh yeah, I'm serious. Let him go.
Oh
Let me
my
switch
God.
over to his earpiece. Hey Joey, where you going, buddy?
Oh my God.
Joe. What? Oh, look at you. You found another way to the door.
That's so funny, dude. What the fuck? Bro, let me so need a Vin, bro. Vin Diesel, bro.
I shall join you.
Oh no. Infinite food glitch activated. Stupid German short hair pointer dog.
Like, no one cares. You don't get an award because you watch less TV.
YT people? You white people? Is that what that means? White people? Or YouTube people? Because I'm both. What the fuck? I'm deleting TikTok. What is that? I didn't know dogs look like that. I'm deleting this app. I'm deleting this app. I don't even have it installed, to be honest, but I'm deleting it now.
Oh my God.
Now that is the way you do it.
What is this?
But now he's dead.
I love TikTok. She hadn't seen him brother in almost a year. That's not how brothers and sisters hug. Yeah, I have a sister. I've never hugged my sister like that. Stepsister, maybe. Yeah, very strange. Show your hand, then your face trend. Hand. All right, here we go. Hand, face. Does it match? This person had to turn off comments because apparently people were so mad about the big reveal. Why not just delete the video? I'm not saying to, but like if you didn't like it that much to turn off comments, just don't, just delete it away. You're just gonna get more hate.
Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza
my God. Trey, what the fuck? That's so funny, dude. I don't drink, but I do have IBS. Women only have 4 moods. This ought to be good. Take one earphone out just in case. Okay. Sprinkler. Okay. What's that? What? Hold on, I gotta look at this dude's phone too. What the? Looks like my camera roll, dude. It's the new sound. Look, it's my friend Finn and my friend Nate.
Why are you so funny?
Both beautiful, beautiful broads. Oh.
No, I didn't. Stan said it was she was 18. It was on the profile. She said she was 12.
She said she was 12.
What, dude? I didn't realize how common this was, by the way. I'm so insulated. As you may know, I was homeschooled. So, like, I didn't really get much experience around really creepy, weird relationships. This is a video of me fighting Bigfoot in GTA. Oh my God, dude. No way. I used to make videos like this non-ironically. When all your mustache compliments are from men. True. Okay, nice. I get it. Real recognize real. Do you guys like the mustache, by the way? I know I'm not going to shave my mustache off. Everyone hates it whenever I shave it, but be real. Comment down below. Do you actually like it? Realistically, is it good? Do you like it? I think I like it. It's part of me now at this point, and I think it looks fucking good. All right.
Get out of the way! I can't see! There are cars there, motherfucker!
That's awesome, dude. I'm hungry now. Hungry all of a sudden. PFU's trying to fast me in a race. Oh my God. True. Flip that hat backwards and boom!
Look at that! Bobby! Bobby! He just down snake won't bite bite me. You know why? Because I got the best moonshine around. This bitch is too scared to bite me. Look at him. Bite me, boy. Bite me.
Dude. What the fuck? I know people that are like that. My cheeks hurt from smiling from that one. Oh my god. Like, that is such... There's... Oh my god, I love that. Holy... Farmer Bob. Here you go. This guy has a dwarf mother.
Oh, his mom's doing his makeup.
And they look exactly alike.
They should make out.
More than a woman to me. Look at him.
If you're not adopted, make out with your mom.
Yeah, bitch.
Dumbass.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure I showed you this to you in the last one.
What does that prove? What are they fighting over?
I have literally no idea. I mean, can we get a translator? Can someone translate this?
Took my gold Badoshi.
Badoshi. Just beating the shit out of each other over Skype. This is not a joke. This dude can just dance. Check this out. I mean, what, bro? That's pretty good. He killed it, man.
He's good for a white boy.
Yeah, he's good for a white boy. He's no dense Mexican, but he's good for a white boy. Yeah, that other guy we saw dancing.
It's a thick boy.
He's making the SCP sounds.
That's horrifying.
This guy's awesome.
Look at his username, bro.
I know. Alejandro.
My temple's power
I'm hungry now. Hungry all of a sudden.
I want milk.
I stopped breastfeeding really late, so like this video really is like a mind trap for me. I was like 17 when I stopped.
I stopped last week. It's tough. It's been tough getting over it. Mommy's milk really just isn't anything like it. Except Uncle milk. Sometimes Uncle milk would be hitting different.
Uncle Baby's milk. And also, special guest, my editor from Canada. So you sent me this. What is this? Yeah. What is that?
My champion.
What the f is that? Why'd you send me that? Yeah, great. Good job. Thank you for the great epic win. I have so much ass hair that my diarrhea comes out of this filter. That's pretty funny. And that's funny because you sent it to me.
Mm-hmm.
So we're
I
getting...
don't have ass hair.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's why it's on your For You page.
Yep.
I don't know if you can see this sign. It's a picture of me. It says, "Caution, there's a predator." Whoever put it there, can you make sure you put it at the rest of the bus stops?
Oh, so much.
You like Martin Cabello?
Mm-hmm.
Cocaina. No. Flowers.
I like when he eats all the vitamins at once. It reminds me of you.
A vitamin.
It reminds me of me?
Mm-hmm.
Is it because I take 12 vitamins a day?
Yeah, and you walk up to me, you go, "Look at all these vitamins I got."
And I swallow them all in one.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find this one funny.
Okay, thank you for the little primer there. I appreciate it. Okay, you're so stupid, dude. Oh my god, not really. I just said that for the video.
He tells me that all the time.
I do. Okay, we got ourselves a snake. Or an eel. Alright, that's not funny. That's not that funny. You're bad at this. Very bad at this. What the? How come you don't send me good ones like this normally? These are great. These are so much better than what you send me normally. I'm like, send me TikToks, I'm recording TikToks, you just submit it. These are all bangers. Except for the ass hair one, that one's just terrifying.
To me, that's relatable.
It's too true.
When someone says it's just a dog,
I don't remember what this one is.
but that dog is your whole world.
True. I would like you to explain, as a Canadian and someone who pretty much just edits for me and that's it, why can you just print money when you run it when the government runs out of money? Why can they just print more, or why can't they?
I think that we can just print more money, and if we didn't tell anybody, we would beat inflation, and then we could all afford the chips.
If you didn't tell anybody that there was more money being printed.
Yeah, like if we just secretly put more money into
Right.
We printed money for every single country. We would just like print more countries a little bit more.
But who prints the money? Next question.
President of the
See that book
United
over there?
States.
The book below my play button on the right, the one that says The Creature from Jekyll Island?
Yeah.
Grab that for me.
What's in it? The answers?
The answer to who prints the money. What's that say right there? The subheading.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah. That's who prints the money. That's who controls all the world above.
Oh my god.
This is actually a video recording of you in my house.
That's true.
We have the same shutters.
And the banana on the wall.
Yep. My grandmother scrolled through TikTok for 4 hours, and this is what she found. Do you like this one? Okay. Oh no.
I mean, I didn't watch
You didn't watch it? Oh, you just like that guy?
I thought he was goofy.
Yeah, he is kind of goofy looking. Whose mullet's better, mine or his?
Who's what?
Whose mullet's better, mine or his?
Yours.
Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. You like this one? What? Who is this guy?
I just thought it was hilarious.
What's this?
Just a little
It's like Dr. Evil. What the hell? Where'd you find this?
On your phone.
Grandma. What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
What? This is awful.
Look at this.
What?
Do you see?
This talent is my gift, champion.
Oh my lord.
Isn't that awful?
Oh, Dusty Divot from Fortnite.
Keep destroyed. Well done, champion.
Monkey. Which one are you more sad at? If a kid hurts itself or that monkey right there? The monkey's pretty sad.
Little monkey. A kid had a mother to help him. This little
Monkey's alone in a zoo.
Yeah.
Poor guy's more innocent too.
That was unexpected.
It's a squirrel. What? Oh, what? No way, it attacked him. That squirrel just jumped on that guy and attacked him.
See, they're nasty little rodents.
He needs to go get a rabies shot. He just got attacked by a squirrel. I've never seen such a thing.
I'm either. Ever.
Post a video that made you go viral.
I didn't put that in there either. Oh my lord. Oh shoot.
Grandma.
I didn't do that.
Did Clint do it?
No. I don't think. You did it.
I didn't do it. What the hell? Look at that guy's ass. I have no idea what to make of this.
I don't either.
Someone commented, does this hurt the animal?
No.
What do you think?
That's a creature.
That's not even an animal, yeah. It's a bug. What?
Watch it.
Grandma! What is this?
They might look good now, but a few years are going to be hanging down to your knees.
You said watch this. Check this. this out. These things you've sent me, these are illegal in Canada. In 7.5 billion years, when the sun swallows the earth and I am unable to kill myself because I launched the snail deep into space. What's this from?
I don't
Original.
know.
You like it though, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I think it's really funny.
Mimic the scream. I'm done with TikTok. You just ruined TikTok for me.
I'm actually
You just ruined TikTok for me. You just ruined it, dude. I thought it was funny and like kind of like a good joke.
It's just gonna get worse after this.
Does it really get worse? You're fired, bro.
Shit.
You're fired, dude. Me waking up at 3 a.m. wondering why I exist. Really, I saw this one, yeah.
It's sad.
It's sad. We should recreate this.
How?
It just said.
I hear the call.
My organs. I already had that one liked. I think I showed that to Clint too.
I think you showed it to me as well.
I'm pretty sure I showed it to you, yeah. Good God, the devil arrives. Gluttony. One of the 7 deadly sins. Descending an escalator with that
that creature.
Dork. Oh my God. Do you like this guy?
He scares me.
You are very awesome.
Thanks.
Why don't you tell us why he scares you? Here we go, your favorite streamer.
It's SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. I like the way he says SpongeBob.
It's SpongeBob. I've never seen him actually be happy before.
I know.
All right, I'm not surprised at this point. Oh my God, dude. She's gorgeous, man. Is that his prison wife?
I think so, yeah.
That's awesome. I love prison TikTok.
Call Ghostbusters. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters.
He was a beat
Bro,
late.
we up here cutting up, y'all. Whoa, now. Uh-oh, y'all watch. I'm a good man.
Is this a vlog?
If I drop something, I'm gonna pick you back up.
I like this guy.
I'm lying. I was on camera, so I felt obligated to do that.
I don't like this guy as much.
I pull up to the function. She's kissing me balls. She's right snogging me bollocks. She's snogging me bollocks. She's snug.
Should we talk about women comedy on TikTok?
What's your opinion on this? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
This is cool. I'm glad you sent me this.
Yeah, I liked it. Beautiful.
Looks like you got barbecue all over him.
Barbecued bones. Bone sucking sauce.
Oh, stupid dumb hamster crawls out of trash bin and dies.
Fuck about that by punching your shit, boy. Scared Rambo. God, you scared pussy ass boy. Fuck, boy.
Do you like it?
I didn't think that one. He got lost in the sauce. What is he? Is he eating just potatoes?
It looks like 2 potato tots. What are they? Tater tots?
Those are not tots. That's potatoes.
Oh.
Those are whole potatoes that lunatics eating. How friendships begin. These things you've sent me, these are illegal in Canada. Some of the things you've showed me that you think are funny, they really are.
Oh no.
You should be sought before the Human Rights Tribunal.
Do you think they're gonna take me away when I get to security tomorrow?
If you've touched the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, and there's proof of that, then yes.
Yes.
And now the internet knows that you are being red-pilled by me. I'm glad your arm took an angle. Holy shit, you have a foot fetish.
I don't have a. This is your page.
You know more about foreskin than I do.
That's true.
Nick, no. That's the wrong shake.
So sad. I feel bad for him. Poor guy.
There is more to do, it seems. I stand sentinel on my way to you.
I mean, you can see the sweat in that woman's ass.
I was just about to say you can see her gooch grease.
Oh my God. You're sick. Lick this.
No.
It's shocking me each time.
Lighter on your tongue.
I might not have the balls to do that.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Where's that?
Easy on me, baby.
You can't escape it.
Oh my god.
You have a foot fetish.
I don't have a. This is your page.
No.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
I don't have a foot fetish. I don't like feet. I just have feet. This is a niche Good Mythical Morning TikTok that I really liked it. I thought it was cool because I stan.
Who do you like better?
Red.
I like Link a little bit.
I don't like Link. I think he's weird and ugly.
I like that he's weird.
His skin is the color of ash.
It's true. He has nice like skin.
No, he doesn't. He looks like he's dead.
I want to skin him, wear him as a suit.
Have you seen the original video?
No.
Oh my god, dude.
I want to know what it sounds
dude.
like. What the f?
He's playing it so confidently.
Is he serious?
Yeah! He's DJ. What's his name? DJ Khaled?
DJ Khaled!
DJ got that dough!
Another one.
Oh, this is a girl that's really short.
I thought she was gonna be 6 foot.
She's really short, and she's trying to someone's trying to size her up to be like, I'm 6'4". You stand next to this tape measure because I'm 6'4".
You look like that guy from.
How about it doesn't look like I have a mouth? Look at the camera thing.
If I was in like 5th grade and tried to draw somebody's face,
that's pretty funny. You just told a joke!
Yay!
What's so funny? Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
That's funny. Schlatt.
Don't laugh. Nothing's funny about that.
This is all the ammo you have on your ex-boyfriends.
That's true. I'm not gonna name any names, but.
I'm from DC. I got pajamas on 2 a.m.
I'm gonna be honest.
What other motherfucker you know?
I'm only looking at your titties right now.
Can't stop looking at them.
I was looking at... That's really mean. We probably shouldn't put that in there.
I grant you a talent.
I made it really mean, guys. I made it really mean. Sorry.
Somebody said, you know what? They said it sound like gunshot. I ain't doing that. We're not doing that.
Oh my god.
I hope they're on the ground level. Because if they keep doing this, they're going to end up on the ground level. How tall is that woman, you think?
She looks about 7 foot.
That's a window.
I could square her up for sure.
I'm just going to show you all my favorite TikToks from the last week. I don't know. Gonna need to rest after this colossal.
Oh my goodness gracious.
He took a huge dump and then did his apology. Oh. Was that real? It wasn't real.
I hope
it was a joke meme. Oh no. He's gonna give his dog Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. And Dr. Pill.
Oh golly.
Oh my god. That dog is sleeping like a person.
Yeah.
Sasuke, it's gonna storm outside. Storming outside, look.
That's a homunculus.
What is it?
It's a real human. That's what happens when you plant a human in the garden and let it grow.
Oh, okay.
That's Joe Biden.
Snarky!
That's cute. What do you mean? Oh, look, that's adorable. See, this if I get you a phone and to make TikToks on, you need to do stuff like this. You think you can do this? This guy he's blowing up because his transitions, the way he does his editing is so clean and good. Another round with the local skinwalker.
What?
He's boxing a deer.
Oh, good lord.
What? That's gotta be his pet, right?
It has to be.
It has to be.
Those deer's legs and feet can kill you.
I know, they're mean. They kill people sometimes. They really do. They kill people. Put up statistics of how many people are killed every year by deer. Grandma, look at the camera very dramatically. That one, the camera right there. What do you mean, what camera?
It's already been a year since the incident.
So she's filming herself in a public restroom. Oh my God. Look at this poor guy's face. It's so bad.
Oh my God.
How about this person of size in a convenience store that's pissing himself
Is that
in
what
public?
he's doing?
Yeah, he's whizzing in public. That guy really just walked in a convenience store, bought some Coronas, and then just peed.
Oh my God.
Isn't that disgusting?
Very disgusting.
And then waddled away. All right, this guy's playing a video game. He just tried to turn around and look behind him as if he was driving in real life.
Oh.
Watch.
Oh. That happens.
He's so deep into the game.
Look, it's SpongeBob. What? Oh.
Oh.
Whoops.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, gosh.
Please say you're joking. Please say you're joking. This is the first one you sent to me. This is like what Pyrocynical's into. He was really mad that I didn't make fun of him in a I don't know. This is funny though. You also sent me this one. Look, homie sleeping like you pay bills.
Why is he drooling?
I don't know. That could be a coincidence. That could be like they poured water though to make it look like that.
All dream stands should spontaneously combust into flames and die. Anyways, I'm off to eat the BTS Hungry Jack's burger.
In fact, he laughs.
That's pretty funny.
You'll like this
Hello,
one.
and welcome to the Los Pollos Hermanos family.
Los Pollos
My name is
Hermanos.
Gustavo, but you can call me Sus.
Yeah. I paid someone $300 for this edit. This is how I feel after every one of my videos.
In nature. People say I need to be more organic and so I
This is terrible.
I don't believe it's sad. I don't believe it's
Right.
I like the end.
What's it over? I love this song so much. Have you seen the videos of the cats kneading making biscuits? They like make biscuits and they do it really fast and the song plays.
The legend is back.
He's back! Imagine being this guy. Squid Game season 2 music.
MMBRs be like it's no shape November time to grow my beard up and look like this.
Oh,
Every one of your ex-boyfriends.
Not even just in November either. Just all the time.
Oh my god. You've already sent me this once.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
How old are you?
24.
You're 24?
Yeah.
comes for you.
How old are you?
25.
I know.
Smooth like a ginger. You can hang it from
this
your
you?
window. Ginger, ginger, ginger. Don't swing from it like a gorilla.
I eat so much ginger. How much ginger do I eat?
Every single time that you finish eating, it doesn't matter how long you just ate for or what you ate, you will circle around the kitchen island, slice off a piece of ginger. You won't pick it up. You'll just kind of like pace around a little bit, then you'll pick it up and you'll eat it, and then you'll pace around more.
I do a lot of pacing.
That one time Conor McGregor punched a fan.
What is this? What the f just happened, bro?
It's an edit. So
Well,
I think
yeah,
it's
well,
like
what's the real video, though?
I think it's an elephant or something. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was real. I thought it was real, Tara.
I did when I first saw it.
Did you? What? No way. Please say you're joking. Please say you're joking. Say you're joking now. Say it. Say it. Louder.
I'm joking. I'm just kidding.
Guys, let's let the audience decide whether or not she's joking.
I'm joking, please.
What do you guys think? Do you think she's actually joking, or do you think she's?
Please bear with me. To be perfectly honest, I can imagine no place that I would be less comfortable right now than sitting here in front of you, sharing these comments. To be clear, I blame Larry Nassar, and I also blame an entire system that enabled and perpetrated his abuse.
Emotional, gut-wrenching testimony on Capitol Hill from some of America's top athletes. Olympic gymnasts Simone Biles, Aly Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Maggie Nichols taking the stand. They are among the more than 150 women and girls who say USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University doctor Larry Nassar sexually abused them over 2 decades. Maroney with a blistering statement accusing the FBI of mishandling the investigation, lying and ignoring their claims, saying they had legal, legitimate evidence of child abuse and did nothing. Senators blasting the FBI today for their handling of the case and demanding action. What the FBI director is saying tonight about agents who were involved in that investigation and what comes next. Rachel Scott on Capitol Hill tonight. The major flood concern tonight from Louisiana to Florida. The remnants of Nicholas stalled over hard-hit Louisiana, still reeling from Hurricane Ida. Up to 14 inches of rain already falling. New Orleans bracing for more dangerous flooding. Our Victor Oquendo and Rob Marciano standing by. The FDA and its data review. Will Americans need a third shot? An independent panel meeting tomorrow to decide whether to authorize boosters. Tonight, what is the data saying about when Americans may need that third shot? And when might children under 12 be able to get vaccinated? The battle over vaccine mandates as President Biden leans on businesses to help get the unvaccinated to take the shot. Some employees pushing back. We'll examine how far the government can go in mandating vaccines. One day after a new book reveals explosive allegations during the final days of the Trump presidency, Joint Chiefs Chair General Mark Milley defending his calls with China. A former top Pentagon official telling ABC News about a coordinated effort to protect the country. Does President Biden still have confidence in his general? Jonathan Karl standing by with new reporting. And tonight, we're giving you a front-row seat to history without a single professional astronaut on board. The SpaceX launch blasting 4 civilians out of this world. And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips in for Lindsay Davis. Thanks for streaming with us. Today was a painful reminder that sometimes there is damage that just can't be undone. I'm talking about the sexual abuse of dozens of top gymnasts by former Olympic team doctor Larry Nassar and the years of silence by USA Gymnastics and the FBI. Olympic greats Simone Biles, Aly Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and college gymnast Maggie Nichols all appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee today, saying they were betrayed by the FBI agents assigned to investigate their abuse allegations and by the leaders of the sport they loved. The greatest gymnast on the planet, Simone Biles, spoke today of an entire system that enabled a monster to victimize her and so many others. FBI Director Chris Wray wasn't there to argue with these brave survivors, and he offered his apology. So what happens next? ABC's congressional correspondent Rachel Scott leads us off from Capitol Hill.
Tonight, 4 of the greatest athletes in the history of American gymnastics demanding justice, telling Congress they were betrayed by the FBI agents assigned to investigate their allegations of sexual abuse by team doctor Larry Nassar.
I don't want another young gymnast, Olympic athlete, or any individual to experience the horror that I and hundreds of others have endured before, during, and continuing to this day in the wake of the Larry Nassar abuse. To be clear,
Take your time.
To be clear, I blame Larry Nassar, and I also blame an entire system that enabled and perpetrated his abuse.
In sacrificing my childhood for the chance to compete for the United States, I am haunted by the fact that even after I reported my abuse, so many women and girls had to suffer at the hands of Larry Nassar. USA Gymnastics and the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee and the FBI have all betrayed me and those who were abused by Larry Nassar after I reported.
Gold medalist Aly Raisman accusing the FBI of lying and dragging its feet for more than a year.
Over the past few years, it has become painfully clear how a survivor's healing is affected by the handling of their abuse. And it disgusts me that we are still fighting for the most basic answers and accountability over 6 years later. It took over 14 months for the FBI to contact me, despite my many requests to be interviewed by them. Nassar found more than 100 new victims to molest. It was like serving innocent children up to a pedophile on a silver platter.
Her teammate Michaela Maroney describes telling FBI agents how Nassar started abusing her when she was just 13.
I then told the FBI about Tokyo, the day he gave me a sleeping pill for the plane ride, to then work on me later that night. That evening, I was naked, completely alone, with him on top of me, molesting me for hours. I told them I thought I was going to die that night because there was no way that he would let me go. But he did. I told them I walked the halls of Tokyo Hotel at 2 a.m. at only 15 years old. I began crying at the memory over the phone, and there was just dead silence. I was so shocked at the agent's silence and disregard for my trauma. After that minute of silence, he asked, "Is that all?" Those words in itself was one of the worst moments of this entire process for me. To have my abuse be minimized and disregarded by the people who were supposed to protect me, just to feel like my abuse was not enough. But the truth is, my abuse was enough, and they wanted to cover it up.
Maroney accusing the FBI of covering up her claims to protect Nassar.
Why are public servants whose job is to protect getting away with this? This is not justice. Enough is enough. Today, I ask you all to hear my voice. I ask you, please do all that is in your power to ensure that these individuals are held responsible and accountable for ignoring my initial report.
Nassar will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. One of the FBI agents on the case has retired. The other one recently fired. Today, Director Christopher Wray personally apologizing to the women.
I'm deeply and profoundly sorry to each and every one of you. I'm sorry that so many different people let you down over and over again. And I'm especially sorry that there were people at the FBI who had their own chance to stop this monster back in 2015 and failed.
Wray then making this pledge.
I and my entire senior leadership team are going to make damn sure everybody at the FBI remembers what happened here in heartbreaking detail.
Really gut-wrenching testimony there on Capitol Hill. Rachel Scott joining us now. So, Rachel, we heard that apology from Ray, but these women want more than just an apology.
Exactly right, Kira. They really want action here. You know, so much of today's hearing was also focused on accountability, and we heard from these women talk about how the FBI handled this and the way that it still significantly impacts them, that they have PTSD, that they are exhausted leaving the Capitol today after speaking up and sharing their stories. They hope that today is enough, but they do want more action from the federal government. Kira.
So, Rachel, what's next?
Well, that is the top of the mind for a lot of the gymnasts here today. They were pressing lawmakers on what exactly does come next. One thing that was notable today is that the Department of Justice did not have the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General come to this hearing. They were invited by two of the Democratic senators. They denied that. No explanation as to why. And many of the gymnasts leaving today were furious that the Justice Department refused to send anyone else, including the Attorney General, to listen and hear their stories. They said it's almost as if they seem like they just didn't care, Kira.
Well, back to the survivors. You caught up, actually, with Aly Raisman and her mother, Lynn, shortly after the testimony today. This was off camera, so what did they tell you?
Yeah, I did. It was right before they left the Capitol, and you really got a sense just of how big of a toll this has put on all of these women, but including Aly Raisman, who told me that she was exhausted leaving here today, that she felt like leaving out of that hearing that she didn't even know if she could even walk out. I mean, it is just really cannot be understated, rather, the courage that these women had to come here to the Capitol to share their stories. But again, they reiterated this message that they do want action here, that these apologies, that the words conveyed by the senators today will mean nothing if there is not action followed up. Kira?
Well, their words definitely meant something. Rachel Scott, thank you. Now to the pandemic and the push for vaccine booster shots. Pfizer today releasing data making their case for booster shots 6 months after a second dose. That data will be reviewed by an FDA committee on Friday before a final recommendation on whether Americans could get booster shots as soon as next week. ABC's Whit Johnson has the latest.
Tonight, the FDA releasing data from Pfizer's booster trials as the company makes the case that Americans will need a third shot. Pfizer recommending that extra dose for those 16 and older about 6 months after receiving their second dose.
Big picture, boosting is important, boosting is necessary.
Pfizer also suggesting the reduction in vaccine protection is likely not due to the Delta variant, but instead vaccine effectiveness decreases with increasing time since being fully vaccinated. The data showing vaccine efficacy against symptomatic disease was 96% a week after the second dose, but then dropped to nearly 84% after 4 months.
There's no medical downside because the safety profiles of these vaccines are incredibly good. At the same time, we want to wait for the FDA and then CDC to really learn the best timing and dosage that they recommend.
An FDA panel is expected to decide Friday whether to recommend Pfizer booster shots, followed by a review of Moderna boosters a week or two later. And today, Moderna pointing to new data showing people who received its vaccine will also need a third dose after 6 months.
It's not the kind of thing that you want to miss by 6 months. You'd rather be a little too early than a little too late, because ultimately lives are at stake.
The company says protection from the first 2 Moderna shots appears to be the strongest among the 3 vaccines. And unlike Pfizer, Moderna's booster shot will be a half dose, which the company says provides more than enough protection. Still, the debate heating up over whether booster shots are needed for everyone.
Yes, we should probably boost people who need it in that high-risk category, immune-compromised people, very, very old. But for younger people, do we really have the science and data to say what's safe for a third dose or not?
But Dr. Anthony Fauci arguing that boosters could help slow transmission and reduce the rise of breakthrough infections.
Whit Johnson joins me now. So, Whit, this FDA committee will review that Pfizer data at a hearing this Friday. So what happens next, and how soon could boosters be available if they are approved?
And Kira, we're now learning there could actually be a delay in this process. The final step has to go through a CDC panel, and they're not meeting until next Wednesday. So boosters likely won't be available to the public until the end of next week at the earliest. But if approved, the White House says they'll be ready to go and roll out those shots at 80,000 locations across the country. Kira?
All right, we'll be following it. Whit Johnson, thanks. And new flooding fears in parts of Louisiana, while at the same time still tries to recover since being battered by Hurricane Ida just weeks ago. Our Victor Kendo is there.
Tonight, Nicholas adding insult to injury for the thousands of Louisiana families still trying to recover from Ida.
It's a little overwhelming.
West of New Orleans, Melissa and Craig Perrier have been out of their home since Ida hit. They returned with their 7-month-old daughter, Camelia, today to find Nicholas had torn the blue tarp off their roof.
Ida destroyed your house.
A little more than 2 weeks later, you come back to it, and now another storm left you with some water inside again.
And all what we were going to save is now all ruined, so that we have to rip all this out now.
The nearly stationary storm could bring up to 5 more inches of rain here. Families already forced to part with so many pieces of their lives, now struggling to get back on their feet.
We thought we were really ahead of things, and now to just keep getting knocked down again and again and again, we're not ahead.
Victor, thanks. Let's get to our Rob Marciano now. Rob, time this out for us. What communities need to be on alert tonight about possible flooding?
This thing has just hit the brakes, Kira. So Nicholas, or what's left of Nicholas, is going to have to wring itself out over time before we start to see these showers and thunderstorms and heavy downpours begin to wane. You can see where the center of it is right now. It's pretty much the same spot it was last night, right around Jennings, Louisiana. Everywhere east of there is in that flash flood watch till at least tomorrow night. We've had some warnings today around Pensacola, and a number of rivers are in flood stage as well. Number 3 to 6 inches of rain within those scattered showers and thunderstorms will be a problem through tomorrow. Of course, we're not done with the tropics yet. We're now in the heart of hurricane season. We've got 2 other disturbances out there. One way out there has a really good chance of becoming at least a tropical storm, if not a hurricane, but we don't have to worry about that for quite some time. And then there's the one closer to Bermuda and the Turks and Caicos, 70% chance of that developing, but that looks like it's going to be kind of nudged out to sea, in part because of the front that's coming through the northeast right now. And then because of that, we have a severe thunderstorm watch that's posted for much of eastern Pennsylvania, through upstate New York, and through the heart of New England, where we've had several dozens of reports of trees and power lines down there with damaging winds, and the threat for damaging winds, I think, will persist through these areas and even through the New York and I-95 corridor through about midnight tonight. Summer-like heat has been fueling this. I know you've felt this yourself, Kira. It will be only slightly cooler tomorrow. Back to you.
Good. Yeah, we will want the cool winds for sure. Rob Marciano, thanks. Well, turning now to those explosive allegations, all revealed in a new book centered around the final days of the Trump presidency. Some of those allegations centered around Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, and communications with China. Milley not only defending himself, but facing pressure from both sides of the political aisle for his calls to assure China that the U.S. would not attack them. We learned today that he wasn't the only top Trump official making those calls, though. Here's ABC's chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
President Biden today expressed great confidence in America's top general, Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley.
Thank you, General Milley. Let's go.
I have great confidence in General Milley. But Milley is facing severe criticism, even calls for his resignation, over revelations in a new book that he sought to undermine former President Donald Trump's authority, even reaching out to China amid their concerns about Trump's incendiary rhetoric about COVID, to say he would tell them if the United States were to launch a military strike, because he was fearful Trump could do something catastrophic during the final days of his presidency. Today, a spokesperson for General Milley confirmed some of the major events described in the book by Bob Woodward and Robert Costa. His calls with the Chinese and others in October and January, Milley's spokesperson said, were in keeping with his duties and responsibilities, conveying reassurance in order to maintain strategic stability. But there is more to the story. ABC News has learned that it wasn't just Milley who reached out to China. In fact, a former senior Pentagon official tells ABC the first contact came from Trump's former defense secretary, Mark Esper, who conveyed a message to the Chinese defense minister 1 week earlier than Milley, saying the United States had no intention to attack. It's not just Republicans saying that Milley should resign. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, star witness in Trump's first impeachment trial, is saying if the story is true, Milley must go.
If the senior most military officer in the United States Army or in the United States military acted without any oversight, without any accountability, I find that deeply troubling.
It is Donald Trump who chose Milley to be the Joint Chiefs Chairman, but now he is saying Milley should be tried for treason.
If it is actually true, which is hard to believe, that he would have called China and done these things and was willing to advise them of an attack or in advance of an attack, that's treason.
Jonathan Karl joining us now. So, John, General Milley will likely face some pretty tough questions when he's scheduled to testify on Capitol Hill later this month. What kind of pressure do you think he's under right now?
Well, this will be a fiery hearing. It is September 28th. It was previously scheduled. He was already expected to face some very tough questions about the messy withdrawal from Afghanistan and whether or not he bears some responsibility. But now, Kira, he is going to face questions primarily from Republicans, but I don't think exclusively from Republicans, about whether or not he undermines civilian control of the military. And you are starting to hear, more calls, calls not just from Republicans, but primarily from Republicans for him to resign.
Well, and also, John, I mean, how significant is it that former Defense Secretary Esper was also in touch with China?
Well, this is very significant, I believe, and it was not in Woodward's book. Woodward's, if you're just reading Woodward and Costa's account, you got the sense that Milley was acting on his own, one top general there to try to undermine the president, go directly in a secret back channel to the Chinese. In fact, what I have learned, according to a very senior former defense official, that the first contact was not Milley, but it was then Defense Secretary Mark Esper, who about a week before Milley made his call, now famous call, to the Chinese general, reached out to the Chinese Defense Ministry with a very clear message that the United States had no intention to attack China, have any kind of a confrontation with China. That message was sent by Secretary Esper because they had intelligence that the Chinese were concerned that Trump might do something rash in the final days before the election. So, Kira, what you have here is Milley not acting on his own, but actually acting in coordination with the person who was at the time the Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper.
Well, as you know, when these books come out, like your books as well, these things continue to have fallout, and we'll follow it all. Jonathan Karl, thanks.
Believe me, there's a lot more to come.
No doubt. Thanks, John. All right, when we come back, all eyes on Launch Pad 39A. We are moments away from our special live coverage of the historic all-civilian space mission. And verdict vacated for the former officer convicted of third-degree murder for the fatal shooting of a woman who called 911. But will he actually be released from prison? And so much confusion about these new vaccine mandates, particularly if you work for a company pushing back. We'll break down where things stand. Stay with us.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's
Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Right now, with so much at stake, thank you for making ABC's This Week with George the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live. This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
All right, we're gonna move back. Let's move back.
We're surrounded by people
squeezing into this bomb shelter.
Run, urgent delivery, run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
It was an extraordinary story.
A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do they capture for 25 years? How do you do that?
Now, join the search, following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in a global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts. President Biden today hosted CEOs and business leaders at the White House to continue his push for vaccine mandates for businesses with more than 100 employees, announced as part of his plan to try to contain the spread of the Delta variant. But he's getting pushback from several red states and from some workers who say they shouldn't be forced to take the shot to keep their jobs. So how far can the government go on mandates, and what rights do workers actually have? Here's ABC's Deidre Bolton.
My job as president is to protect all Americans.
President Biden announcing a sweeping new plan to fight COVID-19 last week.
I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated or show a negative test at least once a week.
Enlisting businesses as the battleground on which he hopes to win the war against the virus. This after the FDA fully approved the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine in late August.
Some of the biggest companies are already requiring this. United Airlines, Disney, Tyson Foods, and even Fox News. The bottom line, we're going to protect vaccinated workers from unvaccinated coworkers.
Under that authority, OSHA can implement all sorts of various safety measures in order to protect employees. And in this case, the agency just needs to find that there is a grave danger to employees, which is pretty easy to demonstrate given the severity of the Delta variant.
The move comes as the Delta variant has complicated the return from remote work to the office for many employers across the country.
I think the biggest shift that we have seen in 2021 is businesses planning for a future that was predictable and dependable, in which case they could tell you, hey, you're going to come back to work in September. All the companies who have come out and done that, many of them have had to backpedal.
Some states are pushing back on Biden's plan. Arizona has already filed the first lawsuit against the Biden administration over the new vaccine requirements. But experts say that effort will likely have little impact.
These policies are quite targeted. He's using his particular authority that is within his constitutional authority to do the most that he can without overstepping his authority.
More than half of Americans agree with the need for vaccine mandates. In a recent ABC News Washington Post poll taken before Biden's announcement, 52% of adults support businesses mandating vaccines for employees. But for some of the 24% of American adults who are unvaccinated, the idea of their employer telling them to get the jab is a step too far. In New York City, CT imaging technician John Matland has been outspoken against his hospital mandating vaccination.
I want everybody to hold the line. This is a different type of situation altogether. A forced mandate for terms of employment on something that is still very new, 18 months of data.
John says he isn't convinced the vaccines have been around long enough to prove their safety.
This could very well be something that develops, makes your genetics develop cancer in 5 to 10 years. We don't know, and it's up to you to take that risk. And again, I don't stop people from taking that risk. It's a risk I personally don't want to take.
While the FDA does warn that, quote, information is not yet available about potential long-term health outcomes of the approved Pfizer vaccine, health experts say there have been no major safety signals to raise concerns.
We know that in the history of vaccines, we have not seen severe or significant effects of a vaccine beyond 6 to 8 weeks of its rollout. And that's in the history of all vaccines. Vaccines really help your body develop an immune response, and that helps to protect you against future assaults against COVID-19.
Hospitals were some of the first workplaces in the country to require COVID-19 vaccinations, and some of the first to face pushback from hesitant employees. In June, 178 employees at Houston Methodist were suspended for failing to comply with their vaccine policy. 153 ended up being terminated, some of them suing the hospital system. That litigation still ongoing. John Matland in New York started a group chat for other healthcare workers like him. It has more than 1,000 members nationwide and counting.
This group has discussed their point of view, the amount of anxiety that we're all dealing with. They don't understand how, after all of this, being on the front lines with the science still developing, they're getting kicked out after 30 years. People are getting thrown away like they don't count.
It is very much within an employer's right as an employer to mandate vaccination or testing as long as there are specific exceptions being made for medical or religious objections.
Only 16% of unvaccinated workers say they would comply with a workplace vaccine requirement. 72% say they'd walk off the job.
Many people see it as some way, an option to be forced to be vaccinated, when in reality, it's really just a force to make a decision on whether or not you want to get vaccinated.
But workers like John say they believe the same life-saving PPE that protected employees who showed up to work through the pandemic last year should be enough moving forward.
PPE in relativity to dealing with patients should be good enough to hold up and stop the spread of COVID. Break rooms, everything else, whether you get it in the break room or you get it at the local 7-Eleven, doesn't matter.
PPE is definitely substantial, but unlike a vaccine, PPE has to come off at some time. People have to understand that the point of a mandate is to have a decision whether or not you want to accept that higher risk.
Shortly after our interview, John was fired from Northwell Health Staten Island University Hospital for an alleged trespassing incident during a protest against vaccine requirements. He denies the allegation and is contesting his termination. The hospital issuing a statement to ABC News, reading in part, quote, Matlin was suspended on August 19th in relation to an incident which posed a serious risk to our patients and staff. After a thorough investigation, he was terminated as a result of the findings. The details of Matlin's termination are confidential. However, we can confirm the grounds of his termination had nothing to do with his compliance with the vaccine mandate. SIUH continues to respect people's right to free speech and have their voices heard in a peaceful and civil manner. While the return to the office in this new world will have its challenges, experts say it could provide new opportunities for employees.
They're certainly moving into an environment where employees are going to have the opportunity to have a lot more say about the environments they work in and the way in which they work.
As for John, he says he will continue to fight for what he believes is his freedom of choice and remains adamant that he won't take the vaccine until he feels ready, if that day ever comes.
If it comes down to it, if it's get vaccinated or change careers or look for a new career or find out how to survive, yes, I'm going to take it the whole way. I'm going to give up my job. I'm going to give up my profession. I find great peace in standing up for what you believe in, and I find that if this is the way it's supposed to go for me, I'm going to be just fine.
For ABC News, Deirdre Bolton in New York.
Still ahead here on Prime, another live look at the historic Launchpad 39A. That's about to make history once again. The SpaceX rocket set to blast off within minutes. Scathing report from state officials looking into how the Aurora Police Department handled the Elijah McClain case. But first, our tweet of the day from Wicked. Broadway is back, baby, and the crowd loved it.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by people squeezing into this bomb shelter.
Run, urgent delivery, run.
Not afraid to go there.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Breaking news, live events.
This is the moment.
Streaming straight to you, anytime, anywhere.
You just met one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
it's all about you.
A Senate committee hearing emotional testimony today about the FBI's handling of the sexual abuse case against former USA Gymnastics team doctor Larry Nassar.
Being here today is taking everything I have.
Aly Raisman, Simone Biles, Michaela Maroney, and Maggie Nichols told senators in painful detail how they were sexually abused by former USA Gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar. And they blasted the FBI for failing to stop the abuse.
To be clear, I blame Larry Nassar, and I also blame an entire system that enabled and perpetrated his abuse.
FBI Director Christopher Wray, who was not in charge of the agency during the investigation, said he's heartsick and furious.
I'm especially sorry that there were people at the FBI who had their own chance to stop this monster back in 2015.
I have great confidence in General Milley.
A new book titled Peril details the final days of the Trump presidency after the election, claiming the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, secretly reached out to the top general in China over concerns that former President Trump might launch a military strike after losing the election. A former top Pentagon official tells ABC News the phone call was not secret.
The Supreme Court of Minnesota overturning a third-degree murder conviction against a former police officer. That decision could have implications on the conviction of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd.
Mohamed Noor was convicted of third-degree murder in the death of Justine Ruszczyk in 2017. And now the Minnesota Supreme Court has thrown out that conviction, saying that the charge requires the defendant to have acted with a depraved mind. But that cannot be the case if the actions were directed at a specific person. The decision could have an impact on Derek Chauvin, another former police officer, as he was convicted of the same crime in the death of George Floyd. However, even if Chauvin's third-degree murder charge is also tossed, Chauvin is still convicted of a higher second-degree murder charge.
California Governor Gavin Newsom will remain in office. He prevailed in the state's recall election.
Millions of Californians voted no to the recall. ABC News making the projection based on exit polls and vote analysis.
He said yes to science. He said yes to vaccines. He said yes to ending this pandemic.
Up until the past couple of weeks, conservative radio host Larry Elder and Newsom were polling Methodist with Tuesday night. Elder finally conceding.
We may have lost the battle. We are going to win the war.
Colorado's Attorney General has released a scathing report accusing the Aurora Police Department of racial bias. The state AG investigating the police-related death of Elijah McClain. The young black man was confronted by officers while walking home last year. Police placing him in a chokehold, paramedics injecting him with ketamine.
Aurora Fire has a pattern in practice of injuring
The AG accusing the department of having a long history of unlawful excessive force against people of color.
And the U.S. Soccer Federation now says it's proposing the same contract for both the men's and women's senior national teams. This comes after years of protest over the pay the women have been getting.
Right now, the specifics are unclear. The Federation adding the hundreds of millions of dollars difference in FIFA prize money between men and women needs to be equalized, something they're not in charge of. The women's team has far outperformed the men's, becoming world champions in 2019, a few months after filing a lawsuit over gender pay discrimination. The U.S. Women's National Team Players Association said this new proposal was nothing more than a publicity stunt.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We are interrupting Prime to bring you special live coverage of tonight's historic SpaceX launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You are looking at a live picture now of the Falcon 9 rocket on the launch pad with a countdown to liftoff now scheduled for 8:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just about a half hour from now. The rocket will propel a SpaceX Dragon capsule into space, the first all-civilian mission to go into orbit, and one they're calling Inspiration 4. Billionaire Jared Isaacman is flight commander, and he's paying for the trip. Isaacman has already committed $100 million to the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to fight pediatric cancer, and he's using this private space mission to raise even more money for that cause. He has 3 crew members, including Dr. Cyan Proctor, who won an entrepreneurship contest for her seat and will be the 4th Black female ever to launch into space. Haley Arsenault, a pediatric cancer survivor who works at St. Jude's, and Chris Sembrowski, who his donation to the hospital put him in a lottery to join the crew, and he won. Each of them has an incredible story. None are professional astronauts, and the plan is to spend 3 days in orbit before splashing down in the Atlantic. We have in-depth coverage of this launch, but before we begin, we want to take you to ABC's News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez with more on how we even got to this point.
Tonight, SpaceX minutes away from potentially launching an all-civilian crew into orbit, what could be its most groundbreaking launch yet. 4 civilians now preparing to launch. The plan to orbit the Earth with no professional astronauts on board, going farther than any other private citizen has ever gone for 3 days.
SpaceX was founded on the belief that a future where humanity is out exploring the stars is more exciting than a life where we're not.
The mission, funded by Jared Isaacman, a 38-year-old billionaire who bought 4 seats, which typically sell at $55 million each, for an undisclosed amount, giving 3 away to fundraise for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Getting a seat, engineer and Air Force vet Chris Sembrowski, geoscience professor Dr. Cyan Proctor, and Haley Arsenault. As a child, she was a patient at St. Jude. Now she works there.
The fact that I'm going to be the youngest American in space really is just absolutely mind-blowing to me.
And Dr. Proctor will become just the 4th Black American woman to go to space.
I have this opportunity to not only accomplish my dream, but also inspire the next generation.
Liftoff.
This launch just months after these high-stakes flights.
And we've been to space! Excuse us.
Yeah, you got those wings.
3, 2, 1, release, release, release.
Virgin Galactic's Richard Branson, the first to launch his own spaceship to the edge of the atmosphere. What did you hear, what did you feel when that rocket ignited?
You could hear the roar of the rocket pinned into your seat. You're going straight up, going from 0 to 3,000 miles an hour in 7 or 8 seconds.
Jeff Bezos lifting off a week later with his company, Blue Origin. These billionaire space flights are not without controversy and criticism. Beyond the spectacle, some question its timing and safety. When you hear that criticism from folks who say these are just joy rides for very rich people, what do you say?
Well, I would say that if I go right back to when I was a child, I started with $200, and that $200 has now built a space company, has employed hundreds of wonderful engineers and scientists, and that technology will help transform the Earth.
Tonight's SpaceX flight is risky. SpaceX, which was founded by another billionaire, Elon Musk, has never sent its Crew Dragon this far into space, 360 miles above the Earth's surface, way farther than Branson and Bezos, and even the International Space Station. But despite these concerns, experts say the SpaceX program stands alone among its peers.
What Elon Musk has done is to create this new Starship rocket and the Falcon 9 rockets that he's doing now to have a very reliable way to get things into space very cheaply. And that is going to be critical.
To get ready for weightlessness, the SpaceX crew boarded the Zero-G plane here on Earth. And so did we. This is how astronauts train. Wow. On the Earth's surface, I weigh 175 pounds. Up here, 0. Zero-G inviting us on as pilots fly the plane in specific maneuvers to replicate the microgravity of space.
That feeling of being in zero gravity is so unique and undescribable. And you don't want that first experience to be when you're, in space and things like that. You'll be disoriented.
And our Gio Benitez joining us live from the Kennedy Space Center right now. Gio, it looks like you had a pretty good time with the training. A little jealous that you're not there aboard that rocket?
I mean, listen, let's make sure that everything is, this is the first. This is the first time that we have this all-civilian flight without any astronaut on board going this far into space, okay? We're talking about 360 miles, as you saw in that piece. And Kira, right now, we are now T-minus 20 minutes to launch. This is looking very good. The skies are clear over the Kennedy Space Center, but also when you look at the forecast, okay, for 3 days from now, when that ship has to return and splash down, the weather has to be just right for that. So they're looking at both of those before they launch this ship. But right now, this is looking very good that T-minus 19 minutes, we are still a go for launch.
Now, in your piece, you actually mentioned the risks that those four are going to face, Gio. You know, as exciting as this is, as historic as this is, there are risks involved, and we are talking about 4 civilians. They are not professional astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, this is on autopilot, Kira. This spaceship, the Crew Dragon, is essentially on autopilot. It has never gone as far as it's about to go. This is farther than the International Space Station. That's 250, 260 miles from the planet. Now this is going 100 miles past that, 360 miles. It hasn't been tested to that. We are going to be seeing that now for the first time. So that obviously is a very real risk. SpaceX knows it, the crew knows it. And they are really, in fact, Jared Isaacman, the commander, he was basically saying, I wish we could go farther. And he was really pushing that. And at one point, SpaceX employees were saying, you know, I don't know if we want to push the limit here. But at the end, they did their risk assessment, and they decided that they can get to that level and that distance, that apogee, as they call it. The other thing, Kira, is that there's a sort of moon roof now. And this is typically where they would have the docking mechanism to dock the spaceship there at the International Space Station. It does not have that anymore. Now it has this moon roof, this dome, this cupola. And basically that's going to allow them to see the Earth in an incredible way. But that has also not been tested in space. This will be the first time for that as well.
All right, Gio, you are covering the countdown live from the Kennedy Space Center for us. We're going to talk to you a lot throughout the next hour or so. I also want to welcome to the set Mike Massimino. He's a retired NASA astronaut who flew to space in 2 missions, conducted multiple spacewalks, and became the first person to actually send a tweet from orbit. He's going to be with us throughout our coverage, helping make sense of it all. Mike, it is so great to have you with us.
Sure, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and you and I were talking as we're watching these live pictures. Okay, put us in the mindset. Bring us inside the rocket. Tell us what's going through your mind when you are, we're T-minus, my gosh, less
Pretty
than
close.
20, yes, less than 20 minutes. And that's what you're thinking, right? We are really close.
You know, for me, Kira, it was something I never thought I'd get a chance to do, even after I was selected as an astronaut, even after the initial training. 6 years of training when I did my first flight, and you're sitting there on the launch pad, still wondering, is this really going to happen? Am I imagining this? When am I going to wake up? It's a surreal experience. And you're thinking about what you need to do, what your procedures are if something happens, playing a little rock, paper, scissors with your buddy next to you, and just trying and hoping, because you never really know until the rocket lights you. You really don't know if you're actually going to go anywhere that day, but it looks pretty good today that they will be going some.
And what do you think about these 4 and about this mission? Look, you were a trained astronaut. You know, you're superhuman in a way, but all the training you have, what you're doing. Trust me, I know people that know you. But you know, these are civilians. These are people like us, right? How remarkable is this to you?
Well, the commander, Jared, who's springing for all this, is a very accomplished pilot. What he's been able to do as a civilian flying high-performance jet aircraft, he is used to following procedures. He knows about safety. I think he's a good person to lead this crew. But I really think it's a testament to the vehicle, to the spacecraft. When we flew the space shuttle, it was really manually intensive. The men and women who flew that spaceship as commanders and pilots, or astronaut pilots, had very accomplished careers as test pilots. Thousands of hours of training for the one landing they were going to do with the space shuttle. It's so intensive, human intensive. The training was so much for emergencies over and over again. That was what took up a lot of our time. This spacecraft, as Gio said in his piece, is really highly automated, and we're able to now send people with some basic training, with some knowledge, to space inside of this vehicle because of the automation. 1970s technology with the space shuttle, 21st century technology with the SpaceX.
We've come a long way.
We've come a long way, and this is a benefit. Even my astronaut colleagues who are still there flying, the group that just went up a few months ago, their training flow is much less with this vehicle than anything close to what we had with the space shuttle because of the automation involved.
Let's take a look at this animation that I want to show you. It actually shows the Inspiration 4 plan there to go further into space than Richard Branson with Virgin Galactic, also for the Jeff Bezos and the Blue Origin launch, okay? Even beyond the International Space Station before orbiting at 360 miles above Earth. How much does that raise the stakes here, you think?
It's interesting, Kira, because the Hubble Space Telescope, my mission to the Hubble was around that altitude. I'm going to go check the numbers to see if they're getting higher than us, but I think they might beat us by a couple miles.
Really?
Well, we were up about 350, between 350 and 360. I think they're going to beat us. But what it does is a couple things. As far as what you can see the curvature of the planet more, and that is just unbelievable. But from a safety perspective, what I'm interested to maybe learn a little bit more about, if we can, is the margin that you have. Going that high with the space shuttle, it didn't give us as much margin going to the lower altitude. In other words, you need to have fuel to come home with. If you had a leak, if you had a performance issue, you would have a problem going to the higher altitude and coming back. I am sure they're not putting these people at risk. So maybe their margin's much higher than that. They actually can go much higher, because if you had a leak or a performance issue and you're not able to come back from that altitude, of course, that would be a problem. We had some procedures in our checklist when we got through our training for Hubble. Like, hey, we don't have these failures. They go, yeah, you guys don't need to worry about that, because we couldn't recover from them. There was a list of unlikely failures that if we had those failures and you had them going to space station, you could still come home. Going to Hubble, we couldn't recover from a few of those things.
That's a reality check.
But that's the way it was first. When I heard about this, and they were concerned about getting them there to that higher altitude, you get a much better view, I think, and it's worth it to get up there. And I'm sure they packed in some margin. I'm just wondering how much.
Well, stay tuned. We're going to follow it. You're going to be with us through the night.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, don't you dare. Don't you dare leave.
It's good stuff.
All right. Well, I want to also bring in Nadia Drake. She's a space reporter for Nat Geo. She joins us now from Charlottesville. She's also a contributing writer at National Geographic. Tell us more, Nadia, about these 4 civilians ready to go in space. Let's start with our flight commander, 38-year-old billionaire, self-described space geek, Jared Isaacman. Pretty remarkable human being, even as Mass points out here to us, and what he's doing, not only just for space exploration, but also just the humanitarian mission that he has taken up here with the $100 million check he's giving to St. Jude's, and challenging people to match.
That's right. So Jared Isaacman is a billionaire, and he did charter this entire space flight. But what's remarkable to me is that instead of choosing to fly with his friends and family, he chose to give away those other 3 seats to total strangers. And so one of those people who's going to be on the flight and filling one of those seats is Haley Arsenault, and you've heard about her. She's a physician assistant at St. Jude's, and Haley was actually a patient at St. Jude's when she was a kid and was diagnosed with bone cancer. And as a result of that bone cancer, she now has a titanium rod in her leg, making her the first person to fly to space with a prosthesis. Another thing that's remarkable to me about this mission is that 3 of the passengers, Haley and the other 2 who were chosen, didn't even know that they were going to space as recently as 6 months ago. And what a 6 months it must have been for them.
Now stay with me, Nadia, because I want to stay on that note of Haley Arsenault that you just mentioned, because earlier this afternoon I actually got to catch up with someone who knows exactly what this launch means from a philanthropic standpoint and for St. Jude. Take a listen. Tonight's launch isn't just about space travel, it's about saving lives. Inspiration 4's commander, Jared Isaacman, has made it clear this blast-off to orbit is not only about expanding opportunities in space for all of us civilians, but it's also a humanitarian mission to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for St. Jude Children's Hospital. And Rick Shadyac knows firsthand what a fundraising mission like this can do. He's the president and CEO of ALSAC, the organization tasked to raise money for the hospital. Rick, what an incredible partnership that you have with Jared and his crew. How did this happen?
Look here, Jared is just an amazing individual, a humanitarian and a philanthropist. Jared reached out to us. Jared had been a supporter of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and his company Shift4, but he reached out to us and he said, you know, I'm going to be going into space, but I want there to be purpose behind this mission, and I want to support a cause. And we talked a lot about how our mission of finding cures and saving children's lives and the fact that we're willing to tackle the impossible lined up with his mission.
So he says he wants to raise $200 million. He's writing the first check for $100 million. Just put into perspective, how unique is this for you? How big is this for you? Has anyone ever done anything like this for you?
Well, Kira, this is the largest single commitment that we've ever received from an individual in our almost 60-year history. And, you know, that $100 million puts us well on our way to our goal of $200 million. And I'm so grateful that we've also now received total commitments of over $130 million to support our life-saving mission that includes the fact that no family ever receives a bill from us, not for the cost of treatment, travel, housing, or food, because all we want mom and dad to worry about is helping their child survive a catastrophic disease.
Amen to that. And you know what? What a perfect segue. On this SpaceX flight, Chief Medical Officer representing HOPE, one of the 4 pillars of this mission, 29-year-old Haley Arsenault, a pediatric cancer survivor, now a physician's assistant at St. Jude, the hospital that saved her life, and someone you know personally. Your backstory here is simply beautiful. Take it back to your dad.
Oh, Kira, thank you for asking. Haley was a patient when my father was the chief executive officer of ALSAC, the fundraising and awareness organization for St. Jude. So both my dad and I and our whole family got to know Haley on her cancer journey. And, you know, Haley is a true inspiration to me. She became a physician's assistant, and now she has her dream job. She's giving back to the very mission that saved her life. Because she is a pediatric cancer survivor, you know, she's got a prosthetic device. She's proving to everyone that the sky's not the limit for anybody. You can do whatever you want to do. Cancer does not need to define a person's journey in life. She's inspiring so many families, and I've had so many families at St. Jude even today that have said that they're deeply moved and motivated and excited because of what Haley is doing here today. She's proving that anything is possible.
And I've seen the video back when she knew she had beat cancer as a little girl, and she was touring through that hospital, talking to kids, talking to families. She was a Goodwill ambassador, and now she's working there. It's incredible. And now she's teamed up with Jared Isaacman, this billionaire who's charting this flight. He's committed $100 million already to St. Jude. We talked about that. Tell me the immediate impact of that check that he's writing, and just as you mentioned, the money that's now followed.
Well, Kira, we just announced, St. Jude just announced an $11.5 billion expansion of our mission. This is a brand new strategic plan where we seek to find cures for some of the most difficult cancers to cure. So Jared's funds are going to be used to support that expansion of our mission, that $11.5 billion investment, where God willing, we can increase the survival rates for some of the most challenging cancers and bring hope to kids around the world.
Final question, Rick. I hope that every child there in the hospital that is able to do so will be watching this mission. Something's got to be happening tonight. Are there viewing parties? Is everybody tuning in?
There are. When I came down here just a few seconds ago, a lot of my team members were assembled in our lobby watching. So I just think this is a really important time to be around family. And that family, for many of our St. Jude patients, is the St. Jude family. So they'll be assembled together here because they're here on a hospital campus. They'll be assembled, though, watching these 4 incredibly brave people and rooting Haley and Jared and the entire crew on and being deeply moved. I know we're going to have a whole bunch of new astronauts tomorrow morning and later on tonight.
I can see it right now. I see the next Haley coming straight out of that hospital. Rick Shadyac, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Kira.
All right, let's get straight back now to Gio Benitez, who is at the Kennedy Space Center. The countdown to liftoff, moments away. T-minus 5, 8, 7. Here we go, Gio.
Listen, Kara, this is where it gets very, very exciting. We just heard out of SpaceX Launch Control, this is a go for launch. Good night and Godspeed is what they said. They are ready. By all accounts, it appears this is happening at T-minus 4 minutes, 52 seconds right there. The Dragon is now running on internal power. That means it is now entering that automatic mode for launch and getting ready for that launch. You see there that the critical timelines there. The engine has been chilled. You see that strong back retracting. That is the spine there that you see next to the capsule. That will start retracting very, very soon.
And the training that these four went through, we were just talking with Mike here, you know, about this and just the difference of what he went through as an NASA astronaut, you know, years and years of training. We're talking with these four about 5.5 months, right, Gio?
Oh, absolutely. And listen, this is not the same training that astronauts get, right? Because astronauts dedicate their lives. Mike will tell you this. They dedicate their lives to learning how to do this. But they spent a lot of time in Hawthorne, California, training with SpaceX. And so apparently what I'm told is that they got the same SpaceX training that astronauts get before they got into the Crew Dragon. We've seen other astronauts launch since May 2020 in the Crew Dragon. They got that same training. So they are ready to operate the SpaceX Crew Dragon.
It's amazing. We're talking about a billionaire, a cancer survivor, a geologist, and a raffle winner on board this rocket about to take off. Right now, it looks like T-minus 316 as we watch this rocket get ready to go. We are talking about 3 days of orbit. It's going to be incredible, Mike. And 39A, this is a historic launch pad. This is where the men launched to go to the moon.
I launched from there twice.
There you go.
It's a lot of, it looks a lot different, though, Kira, than when they went to the moon and when we launched space shuttles from it. But
and we're
it looks
talking
pretty cool.
17,500 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's a lot of speed. You need that amount of speed and that amount of energy to get to orbit.
All right, and it looks like we're going to be able to. Are we going to be able to listen into the live feed now? All right, let's do it.
To the power systems of Pad 39A. As you just heard, the crowd is super excited here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as we are now under 2.5 minutes until the launch of the Inspiration 4 crew.
All right, we'll continue to follow
what we're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen. Buckled in and ready to go.
And Kira, as you can see there, we are now approaching that very critical startup mode. That is coming up very, very quickly here. T-minus 1 minute.
Dragon is an auto idle.
Falcon is
and there you just heard it. It is an auto idle.
All of its
propellers will begin shortly. Expect all venting.
Announcements to let the crew know that as we vent off various lines on the launch pad, we'll hear some loud noises. Let the crew know that's planned. We're also right now draining liquid oxygen out of the transporter erector, draining the lines, getting ready for launch. Waiting for the startup call at T-minus 1 minute.
So they're keeping the crew informed, giving them updates about, I'm sure these are checklist items that particularly Jared's probably checking off and making sure to hit those milestones. It's always good to hear these things when you're in the spaceship, as you know things are going well those last few minutes. 17,500 miles an hour. They're going to go from zero, where they are now, standing still, to that speed in 8.5 minutes. It's, you know you're moving, you know you're going somewhere when this
And
happens.
that G-force that they practiced on the centrifuge, I mean, they're ready. It's like an elephant sitting on your chest when you're about to launch.
About 3 times your body weight, so whatever you weigh, multiply it by 3. I felt like I had 3 big dudes sitting on me. That's what I felt like for a few minutes.
And it's the final 25 seconds, T-minus 24, 23. Was your heart racing at this point, Mike?
Yeah, it really is surreal. Like, is this really going to happen? But yeah, it's like too late now. They're going to let me go. We just need a little more time. Let's get out of here.
Here we go. They are strapped into that capsule atop a 200-foot tall SpaceX rocket, about to blast them into space, past the speed of sound. Here we go.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
T plus 30 seconds. Call-outs indicate nominal. The score efficient flying the Inspiration 4 crew. Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. Great deal of the crew in the capsule. We're into the throttle down, into the throttle bucket. Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
So what we're seeing here, they just called maximum dynamic pressure. As they get higher in the altitude, the forces build up on the vehicle. Important piece to get through, but everything's going really well. What I think is really cool here too is that it's a night launch, so we're going to see quite a show because you're going to see it's light up the night sky. When the booster returns, we'll see that as well. So night launches, especially for this vehicle, are even more spectacular, I think, than what you see during the day.
I'll tell you, my heart was beating because as soon as you see those. There we go. We got the thumbs up from the crew.
Yeah.
See, you know what's incredible about this? Not only watching the rocket live take off, but being able to see the picture of the 4 inside as well. Just that dual image, and you can hear the cheering inside. Okay, so this is a great sign.
This is really good. Yeah, everything's going well. We hear the cheers of the control room. Absolutely. So what's happening is I think we just had staging. So this is part of the show that we're going to get tonight. That when I've seen it, I was at the launch back in April. My friends are up there in space now. Shane Kimbrough, Megan McArthur, and a couple of Aki Hotoshidi from Japan, Thomas Pekka from France. Anyway, they went up back in April, and it was a night launch, and we got to see this spectacular sight that we're seeing now.
Followed by stage separation, looking at the second stage engine nozzle, and then ignition on the second stage.
So they're looking for the second stage to ignite here. And we're going to see... Okay, so... Cool.
There it goes.
There it goes. And we see that engine ignite, which is a really good sign. So that's staging. So the first stage is done. It's going to come back to Earth and hopefully land on a platform, which is amazing accomplishment. And we're probably going to be seeing two views here. The one on the left is the vehicle coming back to Earth, landing on a platform in the middle of the ocean. When I saw them demonstrate this return capability of that booster, I became a believer in SpaceX about 12 years ago when they first did it. Because I was like, I don't know if this can really work. But to be able to figure this out, to return the booster back to a not even, it doesn't even come back to land. They can return it out in the ocean.
To an actual target.
To a target in the ocean. It requires very little fuel to do that. So they can use most of the fuel to get to space. Just a little bit is needed to return it because it lands back out in the ocean. But the technology involved is mind-boggling at night in the ocean. So they can reuse it. So the two things that I think are key to this new space age that we're seeing here is the automation that allows almost anybody to go, and the reusability. They're going to get that booster back to being able to use it again.
And our Gio Benitez transportation correspondent there, 4 minutes in since this launch took place. What's the energy like, the feeling where you are, Gio?
Let me just tell you, it's always an emotional experience watching this, but I want you to see, if we can get our other camera here, if we could get that on the air, because I just want you to see what we are seeing here from the ground. We are essentially seeing halos in the sky as that stage one comes back. We'll get that shot in just a moment here. But it's so, oh, there it is right there.
We've got it. Yep, we've got it.
Look at that. You see that? I mean, this is what you see. Mike was talking about what you see on a night launch. This is what you see. Look at that. Look at that. And you know, it's one of these things right there. That is the stage one. That is the rocket, the Falcon 9 rocket that is returning to Earth. That is the rocket that typically would be thrown away, right? Millions and millions of dollars worth would be just thrown away. That is returned to Earth to be used again later. It's going to land on a drone ship in the middle of the ocean. Look here, I got to tell you, this is where I get emotional. I'm thinking about Haley's story, and I'm thinking about Dr. Proctor, and I'm thinking about the children and what children watching this are thinking, especially little girls, and what they can achieve and what they could look forward to. They have worked very hard, and they have gone through so much. Haley went through so much, but she worked so hard to learn so much about this. And of course, Dr. Proctor, that geoscience professor, dedicating her life to teaching people, the most important job in the world, perhaps, right? And there she is, going and teaching us another lesson right here, and perhaps over the next 3 days, even more lessons. So a very special moment here at the Kennedy Space Center.
You know what? I'm gonna let you breathe on that for a minute, Gio, because Dr. Proctor, we've talked a lot about Haley, the cancer survivor who now works for St. Jude. St. Jude saved her life. Now she was in that launch, and now she is headed up into space. But Dr. Proctor, her dad, back when segregation was in full force, he worked for NASA. He was tracking the Apollo missions. Neil Armstrong thanked Dr. Proctor's dad for helping him get to the moon. He was on the island of Guam, and she was born. She was a moon baby, she said. And so, and unfortunately, he has passed away, and she so much wanted him to witness what was happening here, because she always loved space. She always loved aviation because of her dad and the fact that he worked for NASA. And Neil Armstrong even coming to see him and writing him a handwritten thank you note for, you know, keeping eyes on him and getting them back safely. I mean, what a powerful, you start to understand why these four are a part of that crew. You understand Haley's story, and then you hear Dr. Proctor's story. It's incredible, Gio, and now you're hearing him talking.
That she's finally in space.
Just incredible.
Orbiting Earth.
Let's listen in here.
And they will be at an altitude of 575 kilometers, which, if I remember correctly, John you said that is the distance from Los Angeles to the Golden Gate Bridge.
There you go. They're going to get there a lot faster.
There's two FTS saved.
Right now.
Has already separated from the second stage. So the first stage is making its way back to Earth, trying to land, and the second stage, everything is going well. It is headed into orbit with the crew on board.
Actually, there on your screen, you can see a sunrise horizon there with planet Earth just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Call out stage 2 in terminal guidance. We're at the altitude. We're working the angular momentum we need to get into the right orbit. And if you're wondering, crew's pulling about 3.5 Gs right now, less than they took on the first stage flight.
So in about 15 seconds, we are expecting
Copy Shannon.
We are expecting the MVAC to throttle down and to cut off an event called second engine cutoff. and then we'll wait for the confirmation of good orbit. At the same time, the first stage will be beginning its landing burn. And here we have the MVAC. We just saw that it shut off its engine.
Landed on that drone ship as we were talking about.
Amazing news for Exploration 4 crew.
And Kira, it looks to me, when we look at that shot of the crew members there, it looks to me like they are feeling that zero gravity. They're moving their hands around in a way that tells me that they are feeling and enjoying that sensation of being totally weightless.
Mike, you've been there.
Yeah, no, as soon as that engine cuts and you're in orbit, it's immediate. It becomes very peaceful and quiet, and your arms just float up like this. Our arms stay down here, Kira, because we're on Earth, one gravity, but in zero gravity, they just float right up. I took off my helmet, put it in front of me. I saw Tom Hanks do this on Apollo 13. I want to do that someday, but the helmet goes right in front and let go, and there it is, floating right in front of you. But it's an immediate transition.
Well, we're going to continue to follow the live pictures. We're going to keep talking through all of this this historic launch. Mike, we want to bring in now also Hakeem Oulesseh. He is author of A Quantum Life, My Unlikely Journey from the Street to Stars. He's also a professor of physics and astronomy at George Mason University. Professor, great to see you. I guess give us your first reaction as you watch this live along with us.
Known as second engine.
Whew, that is my first reaction.
Yes, we're all relieved.
Yeah, such a relief that they made it off the launch pad safely and into orbit, because it is not to be taken for granted.
We're waiting another minute and a half.
Now, before getting to this point, you know, they had to go through a lot of training physically. I mean, just the list of everything from dealing with the G-force to learning how to egress to learning how to handle the weightlessness, you know. Tell us about the training and how important it is to get your body ready for something like this.
Yes, absolutely. And what we have to realize about this crew is that astronauts usually take around 2 years of training, and they only had about 5 months. And Mike nailed it. He talked about those G-forces that your body feels. Now, we're not dummies, and the direction of those forces on the body
shall suffer. It is time. We will forge a great destiny.
unending.
Ready for adventure! For the Alliance.
Oh, this is my jam!
I heed the voice of Elune.
The heathens are at our gates. Ready yourself, my champion.
Within this place.
Are you prepared to rain death upon our foes?
I face death as an old friend.
The Inquisition begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unleash the Scarlet Flame!
I stand sentinel.
Proceed with caution. We must retreat. Lend me your arms. Capture this person.
Ever onward. Exquisitely done. With you, as the balance decrees. Forward unto darkness. Thank you, healer. Away from there!
I grant you a talent.
As it must
Uh-oh,
be.
honey, gotta go. See you later.
Defend our ally. Go into the blackened light. gather tribute and earn my favor. A worthwhile pursuit. Healing magic. Quaint, but useful. Exquisitely done. As the balance decrees, I require mana. The journey begins.
You deserve this talent.
I'm returning to town. To the hall of... whatever it is.
Come on, we gotta go.
The familiar scent of death. As the balance decreases. Gather tribute or face my curse. The choice is simple. Thank you. This is new to me as well. But I must admit I'm starting to like it. So
Ooh, a double kill.
no, this. I need help. Death comes. I grow tired of petty squabbling. Gather tribute. Earn my favor. And now, I make my exit.
You deserve this talent.
Defend here.
On my way to you.
Infidel slain.
essence will be preserved. Ah, let me aid you. Now, you die. Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time?
Look out, everybody!
Celebration is in order.
There is still corruption that must be purged.
This fort must fall.
Well struck.
There is more to do, it seems. So be it.
Danger is near.
Die.
Danger.
Exquisitely done.
They've destroyed one of our fortifications.
The familiar scent.
I grant you a talent.
You die. Death calls for this hero. Exquisitely done. Petty squabbling. Gather tribute. Earn my favor.
Let their fortifications fall.
Celebration is in order.
I require aid.
You are not yet ready to embrace the light.
You have won my favor, heroes. Let your enemies know my wrath. There is more to do, it seems. Forward unto darkness.
Our defenses are faltering.
Know the abyss as it knows you. Let the curse end. Until someone wins my favor once more, that is.
This talent is my gift, champion.
Must fall.
Forward unto darkness. Of the lifeless.
I shall join you. mercenary camp.
Danger is on.
As the balance decrees.
Pull back. That battle cannot be won.
Gather tribute or face my curse. The choice is simple.
Lend me your arms.
Our ally is in peril.
A double kill.
Our ally requires aid.
Forward. Unto darkness. We have done well here. Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time? We have done well here.
We've got to defend that thing.
You look like you require my aid.
Careful. Danger is near.
You know, someone ought to stop this hero.
My champion has fallen. They shall pay for this treachery.
Come on, we gotta go.
My curse upon you.
Our keep has been destroyed. Protect the core, champion. Do not fail me. Their keep lies in ruins.
Calls for this hero. I shall join.
You will rise again, champion. I swear it.
MVP.
يلا يا ولاد هنا رايحين على الديره. اللي بده يجي رايح في اي وقت على الديره يجي، ماشي يا ولاد يا شبيبه.
Beacons have activated. Control them. Please let this work.
You may select a talent.
ضربوا فيها الشقة بقولوا بس ما هاي الاولاد فوق السطح كانوا. انت وين انت وين انت وين قديش عددكم؟ شوف انتم حتى لو ضربوا العمارة هذه وانتم تحت ما يعني مش خوف عليكم، بس اذا بدك تطلعوا ممكن تطلعوا بجنب الحيط للغفر على الشفاء. والله انا تاكدنا لانه انتوا بتشوفوا اذا بتطلعوا
inside the boots. Okay? The boots. Yeah. It's very dangerous. The boots is in front of us immediately. Where the the one, you know, here is a hero. Here, Shakira is there. Is there. The red one.
You have my gratitude.
Another one.
Without you.
Yeah.
Let their fortifications fall.
Sorry?
Yeah.
There was two.
What? اه بالعرض
They were good, but they didn't. Yeah, I went there after I was done. First I went there, then I was done. So it's scared.
هي بطلع من هنا بطلع 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 الابيض بصور
يحيى انقل المباشر
Power spike from Omega. They'll be active soon.
يا بلال خلاص خلاص
Field research is so exciting, they said. I'll show them some excitement.
Justice has come.
Double kill.
Close enough.
Beacons are recharging, and the Zerg are growing agitated. Beacons are active once again. Control them before the enemy does.
They shall be paid for this treachery.
شرايط.
ابو احمد قصدك البث المباشر؟ انت كيف هيك والله قول له الكابل المباشر ده كده
Defend our ally.
You will arise in time, my champion. We have lost a key.
The Zerg headed our way are much more numerous than the other batch, and I'm trapped in here. Save me!
The enemy assails our
These Zerg must be exterminated.
But how? MVP.
ايش اجيب لك؟
ادي له اياه ولا شيء.
اليوم الخامس المتواصل مرحبا بكم يعني في اليوم الخامس لاستمرار العدوان الاسرائيلي على قطاع غزه بشكل العجيب كل مناحي الحياه هنا في قطاع غزه فان الرياضه ايضا تستهدف حيث هناك عدد من الملاعب التي تم تدميرها من قبل الطيران الحربي الاسرائيلي وابرز هذه الملاعب كان ملعب فلسطين الذي يقع في حي الرمادي الغربي من مدينه غزه حيث ان القصف يطال الملاعب ويطال ايضا الانديه هنا في مختلف المناطق من قطاع غزه من رفح جنوبا حتى بيت حنون وهناك ايضا استشهاد عدد من الرياضيين واصابه اخرين وايضا اضرار في مبان هي ايضا تتعلق بالرياضه ووزاره الشباب والرياضه هنا في قطاع غزه فكل شيء هنا مباح لدى الاحتلال الاسرائيلي حيث انه يستخدم سياسه الارض المحروقه ضد الفلسطينيين في قطاع غزه.
Hi everybody, welcome to our Wednesday TNT Hump Day, as some people call it. It's the 11th of October. Great to have you with us as we whip around Thailand. Let's see what's happening around the area, and we will start with the Thais who are stuck in Israel. The latest on that story. And ThaiPBSWorld.com reporting 18 Thais now believed to have been killed in Israel, and 3,000 want evacuation. The number of Thai nationals who have died as a result of the Hamas attacks on Israel has increased to 18, and the number seeking to return to Thailand has increased to about 3,000. This is from the Deputy Foreign Minister. He said that the death toll is, however, unofficial and is yet to be confirmed by Israeli officials, adding that of an estimated 30,000 Thai nationals working in Israel, mostly in the agricultural sector, 5,000 are living in high-risk areas and are to be evacuated. So some people asking in the comments section, what are all these Thais doing in Israel? Well, it looks like they are mostly working as labourers in the agricultural sector. And he reiterated that the Thai government will explore all possible means to bring Thai people who want to leave Israel home safely, with the first evacuees to arrive at Suvarnabhumi Airport tomorrow. And the Deputy Foreign Minister thanked the Thai embassy in Tel Aviv for its relentless efforts in exploring all possible means by which to get planes from Thailand to fly directly into Israel and to evacuate Thai citizens back home instead of into other countries. But as the war appears to be intensifying, the Foreign Ministry has approached other countries in the region seeking permission for planes from Thailand to land and evacuate Thai nationals, adding that this option is, however, inconvenient and will make journey times longer. About 500 Thais were evacuated from danger zones yesterday into 2 shelters by Israeli Defence Forces, and they've been visited by Thai Labour attachés. And just digging out a few additional facts, this is from nationthailand.com, and Thai death toll in Israel raises to 18, as we've mentioned. Efforts to free hostages underway. And it says a bit further down in that article that the Defence Minister expressed concern that violence was expanding to Tel Aviv Airport. And Thailand is therefore negotiating for repatriation flights from countries neighbouring Israel. And then he acknowledged reports that Thai workers had been trafficked in Israel, but said the embassy had not yet confirmed the reports. All sorts of dynamics at play in that story. That's just some Thai perspectives. And of course that story is going to be sitting on the front page of publications for quite some time. Speaking of Thai perspectives, this one from nationthailand.com, a Thai worker hid in Israeli chili plantation for 10 hours before rescue. Well, if you want to be growing chilies, who better than a Thai worker to make them grow well? And a worker from Buriram has recounted how he hid in a chili plantation for 10 hours as Hamas militants raided 2 Israeli towns near the Gaza Strip on Saturday. And Pramod, who's 37, recounted his ordeal to his wife in a video call he made at 7 p.m. on Monday to tell her that he'd managed to escape the attack. And Pramod and 12 other Thai workers were in their camp when they heard someone bashing on the door as if trying to break in. The camp's caretaker told the workers not to open the door. Then they heard sounds of gunfire outside and took cover. And he told his wife that the gunshots continued until a fire broke out in the camp, sending workers running for their lives. Most of the 13 Thais trapped in the dorm jumped out of windows and ran in different directions. Pramod ran for cover in a chili plantation located next to the camp. He remained in hiding there from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. when Israeli troops eventually arrived to secure the camp. Well, he's not the only one, and it looks like there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes to try and secure the safety of those Thais, whether they stay in the area or try and repatriate to Thailand. Back to some local news, and from ASEANnow.com, Hong Kong duo busted in Bangkok for smuggling heroin to Australia. And officers from Bang Sue Police Station arrested 2 Hong Kong men in Bangkok's Chatuchak district yesterday as they attempted to smuggle heroin to Australia through parcel delivery services. So you drop into your local parcel shop. Oh, hello, sir. Welcome. What are you sending today? Oh, just a few parcels of heroin sending to Australia. This guy's obviously not the brightest, and a staff member at a delivery shop in Chatuchak Weekend Market urged police officers to visit the shop after 2 foreigners delivered 18 suspicious parcels to Australia. Well, they were trying to anyway, and then the staff slowed the service until officers arrived at the shop. The police examined the suspicious packages and found heroin hidden inside. According to the police report, the suspects pretended to be delivering shirts to Australian customers. Well, in fairness, the 2 workers were working in a clothing shop, and they packed the drugs at the bottom of the boxes before covering them with black plastic sheeting and placing the shirts on top. The total amount of heroin discovered in these packages accounted to a staggering 1 kilogram. Yes, that is a lot of heroin, and these days with smugglers trying more sophisticated and ingenious means of getting drugs from one area to another, maybe just going to your local delivery service and hiding it at the bottom of a package is as good as any. Thanks to our sponsor, by the way, 5 Star Marine, VIP charter service anywhere off the island of Phuket. I mean, a great company. And Sean having his birthday the other day. Happy birthday, Sean. And they enjoyed their birthday bash, which was a charity raising for Living Waters Phuket. So 5 Star Marine still doing some great job in the community, apart from taking you out on a very memorable tour around the islands of Phuket. Well, for so many weeks we've been reporting about the various floods and heavy rains in different parts of the country, and I keep on getting comments from our friends up in Pattaya who say, there's no rain around here. That situation changed recently. BangkokPost.com reporting heavy rain in Pattaya causes flooding and beach erosion. And heavy rain pounded the Banglamung district early on Tuesday, causing flooding on roads and in communities, and the runoff eroded sections of Pattaya Beach. We'll check those photos out in a moment. The downpour began around 12:20 a.m, lasted more than an hour, and roads along the railway and a section of Sukhumvit Road were flooded and impassable to small vehicles and motorcycles, and of course the water gradually receded. Pattaya Beach was eroded between Pattaya Nua and Pattaya Klang. And from the PattiaNews.com, Pattaya hit by heavy rains and flooding. Let's see what they can add to the story. They said the torrential rain appeared to be a consequence of tropical storm Koinu, which contradicted an earlier weather forecast by the Thai Meteorological Department, which stated that the storm would not directly affect Thailand's weather conditions. Well, I'm on the TMD side this time. The former typhoon and current tropical storm, Koinu, had nothing to do with the heavy downpours in Pattaya very early yesterday morning. We'll go to this from VentureSky. Now, this is actually a screen grab from yesterday, so it's not this morning's screen grab, it's yesterday's. And it shows the tropical storm Koinu with winds only around 20 or 30 kilometres an hour. And situated there in the middle of the South China Sea, hasn't even come close to Vietnam at this stage. And the arrow there pointing to where Pattaya is. And then going to the actual video and animation, and you can see that the winds around Koinu quite weak at the moment, and it's really just a low pressure area now. And the weather that came to Pattaya was just local monsoonal weather that we get this time of the year, so nothing to do with Koinu in that particular case. But here's some photos from the PattiaNews.com showing that deep and heavy erosion of some of these sands washed all the way back to, well, where the sands came from. Always the problem when you do a big reclamation like this, that nature's always going to try and go back to where it was before, and there's going to be a lot of cost in repairing that erosion damage. Another shot there looking back at the township. One vendor deciding, oh, I'll just might as well sit in here, no one's going to come and fix it in the short term. So hopefully peace and tranquility has returned to Pattaya, and I'm sure they'll get on top of the repair works for those beaches very quickly. We go to BangkokPost.com now, and Rich might not get 10,000 baht handout. So that brings about the next question. What is rich in Thailand? The government's considering revising its 10,000 baht digital wallet handout scheme by excluding wealthy people, according to the Deputy Finance Minister. The proposal comes at a time when the government of the PM Srettha Thavisin has been defending the centrepiece of its economic revival policy against critics who say that its cost at 260 billion baht is too much. As well, they say it's still not clear how the program will be funded. A little bit hard to be a critic when you don't know the details along with everybody else. The Digital Wallet Steering Committee will consider revising the scheme when it meets today to exclude wealthy people, as some critics have suggested. And the Pheu Thai Party proposed the handout of 10,000 baht to all adult Thais over 16 as a way to get money circulating in the economy, creating a multiplier effect that in turn would lead to increased tax collection. It's expected to start in February. And the project will still target vulnerable groups and low-income people, even if people who are better off were excluded. The Deputy Finance Minister said the committee will also consider expanding the scope of the use of the digital money. It may widen the 4-kilometre radius from a person's home to within the Tambok district or even province where the official house registration is located. So in the original idea, the app on your phone containing the digital wallet for the 10,000 baht was only going to be spent within a 4-kilometre radius of where you live. That's certainly restricting what you might be able to spend your money on, particularly when you just get out of the main areas. I mean, here in Tai Muang, at Turtle Beach, within a 4-kilometre radius, I might be, restricted to just spending it at Tesco or something like that. And to this story, Hong Kong eyes stronger ties with Thailand to boost its economic growth in Southeast Asia. The story coming from foxnews.com. Not often I'll be reading news from foxnews.com, but we are aware that the Prime Minister had his weekend at Hong Kong, courting leaders and shaking lots of hands. And the story says that Hong Kong's leader said yesterday the city would seek to strengthen its economic and trade ties with Thailand after a meeting with the country's Prime Minister, as the Chinese financial hub looks for more business opportunities in Southeast Asia. He said that he and the Thai Prime Minister agreed during a meeting on Monday that the two sides have good and close relations and that they would promote more exchanges between their people. The chief executive says he wants to expand the city's role in Southeast Asia to boost economic growth for a financial hub after years of COVID-19 restrictions. It aims to position the city as a bridge between mainland China and the international community. And Srettha arrived in Hong Kong on Sunday for a 3-day visit. He met with officials and business leaders, according to his post on the X platform, formerly known as Twitter. Wow, I would have never have known. But that's from foxnews.com, the Prime Minister courting the Hong Kong business people, obviously trying to increase trade between the economic zone and Thailand. Now, speaking of Hong Kong, it used to be fun in my early days, where maybe every couple of months I'd fly up to Hong Kong for a day or two. A lot of people used to just fly up for the day. There were quite a few direct and cheap flights from Phuket early in the morning. You've got a day of shopping, and then there were flights coming back the same night. And it was very easy, and of course Hong Kong Airport quite easy to navigate and to get into the main city. Anyway, that's all we have for our TNT today. Hopefully you're a bit more up to date with the news, as I hear the fishermen in the distance getting ready to head out to sea, see what they come back with later in the day. Have a fantastic Wednesday. Please subscribe to the channel. Big thanks to our sponsor, 5 Star Marine. We'll see you tomorrow.
วันนี้นินทาใครดีอะดารากระเทียมดำดีกาลิกมีประโยชน์มากกว่ากระเทียมสด13 เท่านี่ไม่คุยเรื่องมีประโยชน์ไม่เอางั้นก็กินของที่มันมีประโยชน์หวานนุ่มหนึบคุยเรื่องมีประโยชน์ดิฉันมีคำถามค่ะมันคือซุปเปอร์ฟู้ดใช่หรือไม่ใช่บีกาลิกกระเทียมดำอร่อย
A structure built to withstand hurricane forces.
On a scale of difficulty, this will be a 12.
Packed with enough explosive to obliterate it from the Miami Beach skyline.
This talent is my gift,
Will it
champion.
drop into the fall zone? Or send debris raining down on its million-dollar neighbors?
Fire.
And claim the shrine. Show its guardians your resolve.
The great cycle of being. I sense order within this place.
Miami Beach. A haven for the rich and famous.
To defend here.
Where big bling walks and big money talks. Just 2 years to implode. Controlled Demolition Incorporated is ready to scale down. The Sheraton Hotel Tower. The hotel stands.
You will arise in time,
The
my
parking complex
champion.
sits to the side.
Good shots with you, or are you separate?
The team struggles with test blasts.
You got about 10 seconds. It's a problem. That's all. Big problem.
The demons have summoned an arcane punisher.
This is bad.
They load the buildings with over 230 kilos of blasting power.
On my way
Only
to
5 hours adjacent highways.
Tim Santoro Stacy is hooked up and ready.
Last minute instructions.
After nearby detonation, counter 3 in New York.
Stacy's in the red.
Mark in the red.
There is still corruption that must be purged.
Excellently done, heroes. The enemy's punisher is no more.
Controlled Demolition Incorporated from Phoenix, Maryland is a veteran family demolition team. They implode outdated resort complexes on almost every front.
Quickly, to me!
From the Four Seasons Hotel in Mozambique to the Hilton Hotel in Beirut. They take on some of demolition's biggest challenges.
With anything, you know, if you have to respect it. You know, riding a horse is inherently dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Same with explosives. If you don't respect it, you get into trouble.
I like this.
Now, the team flies straight in from another job, a legendary Las Vegas hotel casino.
I deem your task unfinished, Crusader.
A close-knit family. They have a lot on their plate, with no end in sight.
I will be very happy when these buildings are on the ground. 2 shots in 1
You
week.
deserve this talent.
It's a lot of work. I'm tired.
The team must clear the site for a new billion-dollar condo complex.
We should make our defense here.
Destroyed a keep.
At the same time, a 12-story concrete parking lot and a 17-story hotel tower.
The core is
People and
under
properties
attack.
hand
It
in
must
the
not
aging
fall.
resort complex. The 20-story Val Morale must be right above the hotel. To the south, beside the Sheraton's defunct parking complex, sits the swank Majestic condominium. Busy highways and the ritzy Val Harbor shop divide the western border. On the east side of the Sheraton Resort property, vacationers and locals lounge on the waterfront's pristine beaches. structures. They must contain every gram of firepower to guarantee the buildings topple safely into predetermined areas. One fall zone is at the foot of the hotel tower. The second is at the foot of the parking complex. The last fall zone sits at the center of the property. The explosive plan looks like this. Explosives will detonate in the hotel tower's most inflexible area, its front legs. As the legs collapse, the front of the building drops. Milliseconds later, a series of explosions sweep to the back. With nothing supporting its weight, the tower tumbles toward the center of the property. But there is a major obstacle. The once glamorous lobby of the old resort stands in the hotel tower's fall zone. When the tower crashes down, the lobby could launch concrete and broken steel over the safety perimeter, damaging property or injuring people. It isn't practical to implode the lobby. So the crew chooses this to solve the dilemma, the Komatsu 400, with a specialized mechanical claw.
This is an Okada 90 concrete processor with a rebar cutter in the back. It has approximately 5,000 pounds of pressure. It pretty much would crush a car, smash it down to a pancake.
This mechanical monster has over 12 meters of reach. The Komatsu tears free the lobby's last support, and the structure collapses under its own weight. 6 excavators attack the rubble the Komatsu leaves behind. This rubble is precious. The crew recycles over 53,000 cubic meters of concrete. Excavators reclaim a jagged mass of broken steel. The price of building materials is at an all-time high. Recycling them is a billion-dollar business. Crews quickly clear the area at the base of the hotel tower. Inside the tower, the explosives team gets a look at what they're up against. Marc Loiseau is the demolition designer. He tours the building for the first time.
How do they build this here? Is this code? Oh, I would hate to sit here and comment on that. Once you cover it up with a little sheetrock, I guess nobody knows, huh?
He has 10 days to finalize his plan to implode the structures. Touring the floors gutted by the local contractor, Mark finds a problem. A steel I-beam spans a section of the building. It's 22.8 meters long and nearly 2 meters high.
This is bad. I can't do anything with this.
Florida is hurricane country. Monsters like Andrew, Katrina, and Wilma pound her shores. Architects designed the hotel tower to withstand high winds by buttressing her walls with the huge I-beam.
That's the biggest steel beam I've ever seen other than the World Trade Center. In a building. That's a big beam.
Unlike concrete, steel has some flexibility to allow the building to sway slightly in hurricane-force winds.
I don't see, it looks like
I-beams this big are normally reserved for skyscrapers. This I-beam holds the upper floors together.
I can't do anything with this. Knock his feet out, Murray.
If Mark executes his original strategy, here's what could happen. As the front legs of the hotel tower collapse, the I-beam will hold steady, pulling the building away from the fall zone, toward the Balmoral condos, crushing the balconies and front rooms of the first 5 floors.
I can't work this level. This controls the whole end of the building.
Mark has a problem. His plan for the hotel tower is obsolete. How will he devise and implement a new one in only 10 days? Wrecking crews break the Sheraton Bal Harbour Resort down into a mass of crumbling concrete and twisted steel to prepare it for structural implosion. Months of demolition give the neighbors plenty to complain about. They hate the cloud of grit spreading from the site, and on implosion day, they worry that the dust will affect their lungs. In 2004, another Miami Beach property was slated for demolition. When the apartment complex collapsed, it created this massive dust cloud.
DataTech Tornado Air Filter แผ่นกรองคุณภาพที่ผ่านกระบวนการผลิตโดยเทคโนโลยี DataTech เราคัดสรรเลือกวัตถุดิบที่ดีที่สุดด้วยวัตถุดิบที่มีคุณภาพสูงประกอบโดยเครื่องจักรที่มีความทันสมัยและได้มาตรฐานด้วยกรรมวิธีการประกอบจากสารเคมีสูตรพิเศษโดยเฉพาะผ่านระบบ QC ที่ได้มาตรฐานจึงทำให้แผ่นกรอง DataTech Tornado มียอดขายเป็นอันดับหนึ่งในประเทศไทยและส่งออก
The neighbors don't want dust coating their condos or their lungs. They threaten a lawsuit to prevent the implosion. If they succeed, the town could shut down Mark's entire operation. The debris makes it hard to imagine the grandeur of this hotel when it opened in 1956. Built by Morris Lapidus and originally dubbed the Americana, it was one of the first of its kind, an all-inclusive resort hotel. 645 rooms housed post-war tourists eager for swank escapes. In 1963, John F. Kennedy stayed here, giving a speech only 4 days before his assassination.
The President of the United States.
Frank Sinatra and his Rat Pack held court in the hotel's infamous Carnival Supper Club. The hotel was more than a place to stay. It was the destination. A trendy holiday hotspot whose lobby permanently displayed live alligators.
Lapidus basically reinvented the modern resort hotel, and that puts this hotel in its own class.
The glamour has faded, and tourists have been replaced by demolition teams. Mark struggles with the I-beam in the hotel tower, but he must also plan the implosion of the parking complex.
This is a well-built structure. It's very, very well reinforced. It's very well executed. I respect it. Now that respect gives me pulse.
This former 12-story parking complex with hotel rooms on the top levels has 3 features. The south-facing stairwell. The parking area composed of horizontal concrete waffle slabs. And an elevator shaft, built high and narrow. Mark wants the waffle slabs, made of hollow concrete and steel ribbon, to slide forward into the fall zone. But he knows that each section will impact the others during the implosion. If he's not careful, the elevator shaft will fall against the waffle slab, forcing it toward the stairwell and sending the stairwell reeling backwards.
Balloon, grant us
Either that
strength.
back wall is ready to come, or it's going to fight. If it fights, it can go backward. If it goes backwards, it's going across the majestic parking garage about 12 feet away.
To prevent property damage to the neighbors, Mark decides to treat the building like it is 3 independent pieces during the implosion sequence.
We know pretty much what the waffle slab wants to do, and we will be weakening the structure in a fashion that creates flexibility during the implosion sequence where none exists now.
Problem solved? Not quite. Now, Mark must determine the explosive power he'll need to make the structures fall properly. He investigates the support columns in the parking complex. A skid steer, outfitted with a pneumatic hammer, breaks away the concrete. Mark doesn't like the rebar he sees. It's unusually placed. He pulls the machine to the other side for more information.
I hate this rebar configuration.
has rebar on
The
only 2 of its
heathens are
sides.
at our gates. Ready yourself, my champion.
Now my problem is the explosive wants to blow out in the direction of least resistance to two sides.
Normally, builders position rebar at regular intervals
bad
to create
you
a steel
can't.
cage.
Or have you forgotten the last
Workers
time?
place these cages inside the columns and fill them with poured concrete. This
The
gives the column
Inquisition
added
begins
strength.
in 10 seconds.
Mark wants to make the rebar fail by bowing it out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unleash the scarlet
They place
flame.
explosives in the middle, and it bows the rebar out on all sides. Mark's problem is that the parking complex columns have rebar on only 2 sides. When the dynamite detonates, the steel won't bend the rebar, it won't settle or fall properly.
You'll die.
In the demolition area, they call it a sit-down. In 2007, another demolition team miscalculated. Did not place enough explosives into the support tanks of the former NHL arena in Winnipeg, Canada.
Merely a boy, masquerading
The
as
team
a
triggered
god
the
of
explosives,
death.
but
Looks
the
like
rebar
you
does not
could
fail.
use some assistance.
The arena remains standing. Instead of flexing and falling, it sits straight down onto its 4 corners. It is critical that Mark determines the combination of explosives to overcome the 2-sided rebar dilemma. He decides to do a test shot. It's bright and early Wednesday morning, just 4 days before the enclosure. Mark places explosives in 4 columns, 2 in the parking lot and 2 in the hotel tower.
What I'm doing now is adjusting exactly where the explosive go in the column's hole is drilled a little deeper than it ought to be. That's the policy we have. It's better to drill it just a touch deeper. Always shift up. Of a stick. It's next to the 1/4 pound of explosives.
I'm returning to town.
He sets them at different depths inside the columns and in different strengths to monitor the effects.
ช้อปปี้ส่งฟรีไม่อั้นทั้งแอปเพียงเข้าแอปไม่กดเก็บโค้ดแล้วเก็บได้อีกยิ่งกดเก็บมากยิ่งช็อปได้มากพิเศษตลอดทั้งเดือนส่งฟรีต้องช้อปปี้
We should capture this mercenary.
It's rush hour in Bal Harbor. Everybody's upset.
You may select a talent.
This dynamite is a test shot. And it's actually preferential to undershoot test shots just a little bit if you can. If you overshoot, you learn
To destroy the crews he needs to bring the building down.
Test blast is probably the most dangerous thing we do because people aren't ready
We
for
should
it.
capture this
Everybody expects a
mercenary
main enclosure, but the test blast is a little more difficult than that. It's also the time where we know the least about the explosives that we do. That's why we do a test. So, it's an important thing.
Even though it's only a first diamond, the crew locks down the entire site.
We're still looking about 5 minutes. Wait, let everything go.
Police halt traffic in both directions.
To my aid, friends.
Real big backup coming southbound already, so as soon as we're gonna have to expedite this.
The Scarlet Crusade will not be struck down so easily.
Jesse, the warm-up on your machine is about 13 seconds. We'll warm up together, have you hear mine, count to 3, and then push yours. Ray, Jesse, and I are both hooked up. We're ready to start warming up.
With seconds to go, the crew spots a pedestrian on the wrong side of the security.
I like this.
You got
A
those people, Jim?
worthwhile
They're
pursuit.
the last people. To your left, Jim. Coming up the street.
I grant you a talent.
Okay, Jim, we're just gonna hold it right there, okay?
The site is secured.
Okay, Mark, warm them up. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
back. We're all clear.
Celebration is in order.
Already done.
I do not want anyone to cut down any cover. I want to see what it looks like after the shot before anybody cuts it.
Mark uses one of the complex bombs, placing a small but significant blast. He's not happy with what he sees. Mark's placement of the explosive. The test shot shatters the concrete and leaves the rebar virtually untouched.
I'm going to blow out each side, not bend the rebar, so I really got a problem. In this case, I wish I had more rebar rather than this configuration, but that's a true coffee decision, so we're going to go look at the other building.
Valiantly done, mortals. But that was not enough to kill
Mark
Demon
moves
Lord.
over to the hotel tower. He placed the explosives at the rear of the hotel tower, in the columns nearest the Balmoral complex, a place he has found effective injury. Only partial shadows of the explosion. It should look like this. The explosives in front of the hotel detonate, sending the face of the tower. The explosives weaken the walls, but it remains intact. It is dragged over, preventing debris from dropping towards the Balmoral condominium. At the last moment, the hinge wall is torn free from its base by the weight of the wall as it falls. For a few critical moments, the hinge row bears the weight of the back half of the hotel tower. Mark needs a precise amount of dynamite, just enough to bend the hinge row so completely destroying it.
Explosions here, the concrete is well fractured on the inside, it's falls off. But you notice nothing is displaced. Nothing is displaced at all.
Both test shots provide critical information.
Beware to the eternal battle
Mark
will
now knows
soon be
he'll need
upon
to
you.
use more dynamite if he's going to make the hinge row flex.
I sense death within this place.
Within the hotel tower, Mark's brother Doug works on another piece of the implosion plan puzzle, the I-beam. The hotel tower
I will deliver this
You
realm
eliminate
from your corruption,
Essentially, you're making a cantilever out of this
Set
beam.
up and execute.
The support columns are removed on one side. The I-beam becomes a lever, in which the upper floor is pushed down. The I-beam will pry the opposite side of the tower away from the Balmoral conduit.
The real key is the timing. How long do you wait to get the maximum pull from it on the rest of the building? You will see these walls actually jump because we're using the weight, we're using the construction to control the quality. This is cool. You'll like it.
Doug's plan requires that the team starts loading the hotel tower.
You are not yet ready to
But
embrace
before
the
they can
light.
start, Mark confronts a bureaucratic hurdle.
It is time
We
for
cannot load.
change in
Hopefully
strategy.
they won't get a restraining order.
The neighbors file a complaint with City Council. The town of Bal Harbor refuses to issue the implosion permit pending further investigation. Mark must decide. Should he wait to see if a stop work order is issued, or load the buildings with explosives?
So that's what death feels like.
I am on my
I
way
miss
to
it
hell.
already. Capture this mercenary camp.
It's only 3 days before the scheduled implosion of the Sheraton Bal Harbor Resort. 230 kilograms of explosives arrive on site. The town of Bal Harbor.
Let no corruption take root.
Explosive
My
devices
champion
even
has
more
fallen.
powerful than
They
dynamite.
shall pay for this treachery.
He doesn't want that kind of deadly force just sitting around, and
I
he
am
is
on my
legally
way to
permitted
hell.
to load the buildings. Mark makes the decision to push things forward.
I'm here to take down a building, so we're loading the building. Swing it very, very slowly here.
The crew drills holes and loads dynamite to attack concrete and rebar.
Well struck. What are you doing?
hotel tower
Do not
also
let our
contains steel
force
calls.
fall. You may select a
Weakening
talent.
requires something more powerful than dynamite.
We
we taped a stick of dynamite to this column, all the energy would go away from it.
We cannot rest in the face of
Doug uses linear
victory,
shaped
mortals.
charges
He will
to
attack
combat the
again
steel.
shortly.
Due to the
how you will
conical
make them
shape
suffer for
of this,
defacing my
rather
forts.
than detonating to the least resistance, it directionalizes the charge. What happens is when this goes off, two pairs of energy come together in an opposite standoff. The steel is
Ooh, a double threat.
what happens is when it's detonated,
Three goodbye. Scarlet Crusade will not be struck down so easily.
Armor-piercing shells and improvised explosive devices use the same principle. The team straps 4 shaped charges on either side of the steel beam, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. The charges will detonate simultaneously, removing a large section of the column. As the team begins to install the shaped charges, Doug and Mark receive an emergency call.
Hola, quiero hablar con Oscar Rocha, por favor. Me llamo Marco.
Ever onward.
Prepare yourselves. I will reach your position shortly.
This is an emergency. It is urgent that I speak with him.
CDI doesn't just bring down buildings. They perform some of the most dangerous industrial demolitions on the planet. Israeli jets bombed the Ired Bridge in Lebanon.
There is no
With
escaping
one span of the bridge swinging dangerously, CDI came to the top.
I deem your task unfinished, Crusader.
At 366 meters, the Omega
I must
Tower in
take up a
Argentina
new position.
was the world's tallest radio tower. In 1998, CDI brought it down.
So
The tallest
that's what
structure
death
ever felled by explosives.
I guess it already is. The familiar scent. Knows us as it knows you.
This talent is my gift, champion.
the nationalized oil company of Mexico. Apparently yesterday they had an oil platform knocked over by the wind. Loaded into another platform, snapped the head of an oil well, and they've got a secret spill, which is an environmental concern, and they want us to come down immediately.
Doug has to leave early the next morning to deal with the local rig.
We have lost a key.
And one stick of dynamite at the center.
The shape charges detonate at a higher velocity than the dynamite.
Protect
this is
the
slow
core,
enough,
champion.
gives me
Do
time to
not
cut the
fail
steel,
me.
Then the dynamite detonates. Steel's cut,
Your
just gives me
courage honors me,
just enough to
warriors.
knock it out of the
But
way.
the demon always returns.
When the shaped charges detonate simultaneously, they cut the steel beam
Require aid.
high and low. The stick of dynamite or kick roll a fraction of a second later. The force of the blast displaces the beam left between the cuts. The column has nothing to support. Even with careful planning, experts find shaped charges difficult to manage, sometimes with fatal consequences. Canberra, Australia, 1997. A crowd gathers.
I am on my way to help.
Another demolition team has loaded an outdated hospital. From the front,
Celebration is in order.
Let us destroy.
on the water side, it's a different story.
Will be made silent.
A steel girder loaded with shape charges launches steel grapple 430 meters.
Destroyed. Hearthstone break.
We
Going to full
shall return before long.
Our keep has been destroyed. The core is under attack. It must not fall.
Steel shards puncture the water and injure 9 people.
The charges will be laid over the tragedy.
One fragment strikes the gifted 12-year-old child. Shape charges have devastating power. Containing that power is critical, especially on this
Yet ready to a clean death.
Of the charge that's projecting at about 25,000 feet per second. So unless we put all protection up, we can send copper as far as 2,000 feet.
You deserve this
uses
talent.
a custom-made solution to protect the copper.
In order to stop that, we put a plywood box. Inside the plywood box is 3 pieces of conveyor belting. Here I actually put 5. Something like a high-powered charge. Defense of the fabric.
But how?
The main goal is for stop the flying plywood. Plywood's main goal is to hold the belting. Actually, the copper will go through the first couple layers of belting and then it stops. It's like a bulletproof vest.
Crews work all out to secure the boxes. There are only 36 hours till shot day, and over 100 deadly charges to be contained. While Ray boxes charges on the ground floor of the hotel tower, Mark decides on the final delay pattern from the 7th floor. This wall borders on the narrow alley separating the Sheraton Resort property from the Balmoral condominiums. Mark expects the I-beam will pull the wall over, away from the Balmoral during the implosion. But he needs everything to come over in one piece. If it shatters, debris could rain down on the tennis courts or the parking complex below.
Install a cable for Harry tomorrow. All right.
Even worse, it could launch shards of steel or chunks of concrete into the occupied condominiums next door. Mark decides on some extra security. The team installs 15,000 kilogram tensile cable to ensure the wall comes over.
You can get it piano wire tight. You can literally make them hum.
Crews punch cables through the floors and wrap them around the concrete slabs below. They tether the cables to the elevator shaft that borders the alley.
Cord? What do you have?
They angle the cables to increase the tension and speed the fall.
If I didn't install a cable on an angle, I would have to wait for the beam over my head to come down on an angle somewhere between 30 and 40 degrees before I start to get a pull on the back wall, the north side of the structure, that needs to be pulled away from the Balmoral condos on the right. So this is probably the cheapest insurance we have toward walking the building away from the adjacent property safely.
These clamps bind the cables together.
The clamps we use are U.S. clamps. These are called Crosby clips. They are probably the best clamps that money can buy because the weak link in any chain or any cabling operation is what's going to yield first.
The clamps are vulnerable as they briefly support the immense weight of the hotel tower's rear wall.
Clamps are very critical, and how they're installed on the cable is critical.
Careful attention is required as the team installs 350 clamps and over 1 kilometer of cable. Mark's plan to drop the hotel tower is nearly complete. The motion created by the I-beam and the cabling should drag the wall over, but he has one last preparation. On the ground floor, this specially outfitted skid steer hammers out concrete along the foundation beside the hinge row.
We've released the building across the back and exposed all the rebar so that it can rotate freely and really keep the motion going. Literally, the building can pick up and rotate, and it'll rotate on the center bar.
Every strength of this hurricane-proof hotel tower has been subverted. Over in the parking complex, another team tackles the two-sided rebar. Mark's wife Sherry and two daughters Stacy and Devin load offset charges into the parking complex columns.
Deborah, we're doing this staggered thing. So you're doing back, middle, front.
The staggered loading helps distribute the energy evenly. It should be just enough to take out these columns. The team quickly connects a web of detonating cord between the explosives. Normally, Stacy connects the explosives from floor to floor in numerical order. She finds this parking complex a challenge because there are no divisions between levels. It's simply one long sloping ramp from the ground to the 5th floor, making it difficult for the loading team to stay oriented.
So this is the 8th flip. So let's go over here and I'll hop up and... it just jogs around so much, it's confusing.
Their location is critical. Stacy and Devin must get the timing and connection straight to ensure that the entire parking complex drops into the fall zone. Using a blueprint, they confirm the order of the explosives they're wiring.
I think. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's that. Yeah, I don't know what else it could be. Yeah, it is. It is. Yep.
It's now less than 24 hours until shot date. The team has prepped and loaded the hotel and parking structures. Mark has finally secured an implosion permit from the city of Bal Harbour.
They're all in place, they're wired together, they're putting in the final initiation sequence at this point. This building will be ready to shoot probably in about 4.5 hours.
There's one catch. The neighbors are still threatening to file a legal injunction against the implosion.
Let me get my... Can it sit here? Sure, but every day that they delay the demolition of these structures increases the risk to the public at large.
The towers are loaded and wired for implosion. A misstep from a trespasser could inadvertently detonate the explosives and bring the towers down without warning. Shot day. The two towers are chock full of explosives. Mark bets that the neighbors' legal challenges are too weak to delay the implosion. He bets right. The looming lawsuit passes.
I think he probably had his lawyer tell him that he's pretty much gone his route because there's been no mention today about a temporary restraining order or a hearing related to the same. So at this stage, we're loaded, we're wired, we're ready to go. We literally could pick things up and have it on the ground in 15 minutes.
The team is ready to put weeks of prep behind them. This is what Mark's plan looks like. The resort's hotel tower on the north side of the property will come down first. As the sequence begins, shaped charges destroy a series of vertical columns that support the I-beam steel lattice. The supporting steel lattice dips forward, dropping the I-beam and prying the structure up and over. Charges on multiple floors sweep towards the hinge row, knocking out support columns as they go. The lightly loaded hinge row blows out, allowing the columns to bend, and the cables pull the wall over into the fall zone. Over at the parking complex on the south side, the plan will cut apart the 3 sections. The shear wall detonates. The front columns blast out and the elevator shaft will twist away from the building. Then delayed charges detonate, knocking out the supports of the parking area's waffle slabs. The waffle slabs begin to slide forward. The stairwell wall lands on top. This is Mark's perfect scenario. The police also have a perfect scenario. No injuries and no incidents. They have planned for over 3 weeks, and there are more than 35 officers on site for crowd control.
The number one priority today, without saying, is public safety, okay? The areas I'm very, very, very concerned with are the balconies on both buildings. Be very careful out there, okay? Please, if you see something, let us know. Last note, I